Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Stool the Heart of the Goddess of Justice Astrea Movie 2. Before we start, please go support Astrea9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 18. Silent Tears. It was night in the city of Orario where everyone was already sleeping to have energy for tomorrow, well, not everyone since many stayed up late in bars and such. And at the Astrea family headquarters, a certain albino had not yet fallen asleep despite it being past midnight. The reason he stayed awake was because he was reading a book and became engrossed in it, losing track of time. I have to stop going to bed so late, it can affect my patrol, Belle thought, shaking his head slightly. It's best to get some sleep, but first I'll go to the kitchen for some water. With his decision made, Belle stood up and walked towards the door, leaving his room and observing the hallways, which were dark, a sign that he was the only one awake in the headquarters. I'll have to be quiet. And walking slowly so as not to wake anyone, Belle left the corridor in search of that glass of water. But as he walked, he noticed the kitchen door was slightly open and the light was on, which confused him. Could it be a thief? He thought, getting into a defensive posture and approaching stealthily. But as he got closer, his guard lowered as he heard the humming of a song. It was a woman's voice, a beautiful voice humming a calm song. He knew that voice. She slowly walked to the door and opened it delicately, peeking out to confirm her suspicions. "You're too greedy," was the laugh that escaped from a certain beautiful oriental woman who was giving the baby the bottle. "Kagaya-san," the albino whispered. Upon hearing Belle's voice, the girl looked up and met the albino's red eyes. "Elle? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be sleeping?" Kagaya asked, confused. "That's the same question I should be asking," he said, entering the kitchen and approaching her. "Well, it turns out a certain glutton started crying because he was hungry, so I had to come to the kitchen and make some milk," she replied, looking at the baby who seemed satisfied. "If only a certain irresponsible father would deign to help me take care of the baby at night, then I wouldn't have to be up at this hour. I bet you were reading a book and lost track of time, weren't you?" "Ugh, I'm sorry," he apologized, hurt. "Belle Jr., your father is irresponsible. Maybe I should get a divorce," Kagaya whispered, looking at the little boy who didn't understand anything that was happening. "The only problem is that we live in the same house, so a divorce won't do any good." "Looks like after all of Lyra and Iska's jokes, you decided to play along," Belle said playfully, taking a seat next to Kagaya. "Can I carry him? Now that he's fed and about to fall asleep, you want to carry him? You're really irresponsible," she said disapprovingly, though she then smiled amusedly. "Of course, you can carry him." And carefully Kagaya passed the baby to Belle, who quickly clung to him and closed his eyes, a sign that he would soon fall asleep. "Finally free, my arms were starting to hurt," Kagaya said, stretching. "I never expected a baby to be so careful. I think I'm starting to respect my parents more." "Hee. What are you laughing at? Since the baby arrived in the family you have behaved in a way I didn't know. I have no doubt that you will be a wonderful mother," he praised with a smile. The woman from the east blushed slightly at those words, but quickly managed to hide it. "Well, maybe it's a gift, I don't know," he said, looking away. "I know I said you're irresponsible, but I honestly think you'll be a good father too. You almost seem to have experience taking care of children." "The truth is, I've already acted as a babysitter for a while," he said with a touch of humor. "In the village, I had to take care of a baby for a few weeks. His mother had been in an accident, so she couldn't look after him for a while, so I offered to take care of him, and since he trusted me, he accepted." "Did you take care of him alone?" "Of course not, my teacher and my grandmother also helped me reluctantly, but they helped me." "And will your mother pay you or something?" "No, it was just a favor, although he told me he had a daughter my age living in another nearby town with her father and that he would like to introduce me to her since I was a good boy. It's more than obvious that's what he wanted." "Oh, and you accepted?" I asked, narrowing my eyes and feeling a strange discomfort. "No, it had only been a few weeks since I ended my first and only relationship and I didn't feel like meeting anyone else," she whispered with a touch of sadness. "Bitch," Kagaya thought with disgust. "The point is that I gained experience taking care of babies back then. It was difficult, but I managed to take good care of him," I finished explaining with a proud smile. "I imagine the goddess Hera and her teacher did almost all the work," she thought with a gracious smile. After that, they both remained silent, observing the baby who had already fallen asleep, much to their amusement. "I remember you saying you didn't like babies," Belle whispered. "But you take such good care of him, like you're his real mother." Well, I'm the one who's taken the best care of him, so it's normal that I've grown a little fond of him," she said, a little embarrassed. "Don't blame me for doing my job well." You kind of look cute when you're taking care of the baby and you smile in a maternal way," Belle whispered. Kagaya obviously blushed upon hearing those sudden words, although seconds later she began to pull the albino's cheek with a little force. "What's wrong with you? You're suddenly good at giving compliments. Have you been practicing on one of those girls who are your admirers?" he asked irritably, still pulling at her cheek. "And no, I swear," he said with difficulty. That's what I think of you." I'll believe you for now," she whispered, narrowing her eyes and leaving his cheek alone. Hee. "What are you laughing about now?" I asked, frowning. "Do you want me to pinch your cheek again?" "I'm simply happy that the baby has appeared in the family." "Huh? Why?" "For some reason I feel that you and I have become closer and I know you better. I have seen sides of you that I didn't think you had, and that makes me happy. It makes me feel that we are truly a family that trusts each other." "Oh that?" he whispered, embarrassed by those sudden words, trying to hide it. What was happening to Belle now? He was saying sweet things at the right moment and that caught the Asian woman off guard. "Ahem, you're certainly right, but that's because it's almost only the two of us who take care of him. The others only show up to carry him, but when it's time to feed him or bathe him, they disappear," he complained. "Well, she only lets us and Astrea feed her, so I don't blame you," she defended them with a nervous smile. "Ah, you're right, things have been livelier around here since the baby arrived," I whispered, watching the little one sleep. "He's small but very troublesome." Once again, they both remained silent, watching the baby sleep. It was the gaze of a mother and a father lovingly looking at their child. "I think we should go to sleep too, it's very late," said Kagaya, standing up. "You're right, I'll take the baby to the crib, I don't want him to wake up." So they both walked silently through the halls of the headquarters so as not to wake anyone until they reached Kagaya's room and went inside. Belle carefully placed the baby in the crib next to Kagaya's bed, celebrating when he saw that she didn't wake up. "He's a heavy sleeper," Belle said, letting out a laugh. "He's a well-behaved baby, he never cries in the middle of the night to wake me up, it almost seems like he wakes up at the same time as me," she said with a smile. It's synchronized with the mother," joked the albino, earning a small tap from his friend. "You'd better stop joking around and get into bed, it's time to sleep," he ordered, pointing to his bed. "Huh? You want me to sleep with you?" I asked in surprise. "Obviously silly, we're the parents so we have to be together in case the baby needs anything." But he began to stutter, embarrassed at the thought of having to share a bed with Kagaya. "I'm just kidding, silly," he said, letting out a laugh. "Imagine the commotion in the morning if they saw you coming out of my room and I'm not in the mood to deal with screams of surprise." "You're right. It would be best if you return to your room before it gets too late," she advised with a slight smile. "Tomorrow is Sunday, but you still don't have to get up so late." "Remember, I'm one of the first to get up, along with knees," he said playfully, turning around. "If you need help with anything, don't hesitate to knock on my door." "Sure, good night Belle." "Good night Kagaya. Just call me Kagaya and drop the san." "Okay, good night Kagaya." And seeing each other with a smile, the albino left the room, leaving the Oriental woman alone with the baby. "Well, I think I need to sleep too." And walking towards her lamp, she turned it off and lay down on her bed, covering herself with her sheets. Seconds later I turned to look at the baby, who was illuminated by the moonlight, making the Oriental woman smile. "Belle is certainly right, since you joined the family we've become closer," I whispered, still looking at the little one. "Whether it's feeding you or giving you a bath, we've had to do it together." I still remember when the two of them tried to bathe him for the first time. It was very difficult but full of laughter. Or like when they tried to change her diaper together with the girls and Celty ended up fainting. Or when they were simply taking a short walk down the street. They had had many adventures with the baby in the week and a half he had been with them. "I don't know why, but I feel the need to thank you," I whispered, gently touching the little boy's cheek. "Thank you for bringing me closer to that silly boy." If the other girls heard what the cold and mocking Kagaya was saying, they would surely be shocked by those shocking words, although obviously she would never say it in front of the others. "I really enjoy spending time with you too," I whispered with a small smile. "Those moments are pleasant." In the end, Kagaya unwittingly grew fond of the baby, even though she initially said she didn't like them. And thanks to that she discovered she was good at taking care of babies. In short, she was a good mother. Although you're a bit of a glutton," she laughed, touching his nose. "I'll have to put you on a diet. I am pleased to inform you that the baby has already been adopted." These were the words Shakti said upon arriving at the Astrea family headquarters the following morning in front of everyone in the room. Beside her was the smiling RD, who was still wearing her mask and glancing sideways at Belle, and behind them were a married couple who quickly came to the conclusion that they were the adoptive parents. "Adopted," whispered Kagaya, who had the sleeping baby in her arms after having fed him. "That's good news," Astrea said happily. "I imagine you'll be the ones to adopt him." "Why yes," replied the nervous couple, feeling uneasy in front of the goddess of justice. After some research, I have concluded that they are suitable to adopt the baby. They have everything necessary to take care of him, Shakti informed the goddess. While the rest remained silent, not knowing what to think about it, the knowledge that the little one was going to leave the family produced a strange unease in them. He can't leave yet. Allies shouted, standing up. Belle Jr. still doesn't call me mom. Allies, don't start, Astrea pleaded. Ooh, at this rate he'll be a teenager, and he'll never call you that, Lyra mocked, driving 3 stakes into Allies' heart. I'm sorry, but bellcranel and Hana personally asked me to find a family that would like to adopt him. I don't want to have wasted my time for nothing, the elder Varma said seriously. Come on Shakti, don't be so harsh, it's difficult for them, RD whispered. Meanwhile, Belle just turned to look at Kagaya, who had her gaze lowered, watching the little one sleep in her arms. Kagaya? The albino whispered. Give me a moment, Kagaya asked, standing up. There are certain toys the baby likes, so I'd like to give them to him. Of course, take your time, the woman said with a sympathetic smile. Just by looking at her expression, she could tell that the Asian woman had taken the most care of the baby and that it would be difficult for her. I'll be back soon, and with those words Kagaya left the room under everyone's watchful gaze. I'm going to, said the albino, following his friend. And me, said RD, wanting to follow Belle. You're staying, Shakti whispered, taking her sister's hand and forcing her to stay. As Astrea stood up and approached the young couple with a smile. How about you tell me a little about yourselves? I asked. I'd like to know a bit about the family that will be adopting the baby. We've grown very fond of him, so I want to know if he'll be in good hands. See Claro, Astrea Sama. Meanwhile, the girls just watched their goddess chatting with the young couple. I didn't think he'd leave so soon, Iska whispered dejectedly. Just when I had new clothes ready for him. Well, it was more than obvious that this day would come sooner or later, Ryu said with a touch of sadness. I'd say Kagaya will be the most affected, she spent a lot of time with Belle Jr. taking on the role of a mother. Hines laughed. Believe it or not, thanks to the baby we were able to see a new side of Kagaya, Astrea added. Who would have thought that pervert would make a good mother? Lyra mocked. I'm not even called mom, Allies whispered depressed. While they were chatting, RD looked around with a smile under her mask. What are you waiting for, RD? Shakti whispered. Huh? Nothing. Don't lie to me, you suddenly said you wanted to come with me, she said, narrowing her eyes. I'm sorry to tell you that you won't be with Belle after this. But no, we have work to do at headquarters, so you'll have to wait until your next day off if you want to spend time with him, she ordered, arms crossed. Okay, she sighed dejectedly. Meanwhile, with Kagaya. She entered her room followed by Belle, who had a worried expression. Kagaya? Can you have Belle Jr. for a moment? Of course. The Oriental woman carefully handed the baby to Belle, who was still asleep. Let's see, maybe I should put her things in the small suitcase that lady gave me, Kagaya whispered, pulling a small suitcase out from under her bed. Where did you get that suitcase? When I went to buy diapers, I went all by myself. Since the irresponsible father was training with knees, the stall owner gave me this because I was carrying a lot of toys I had bought, she explained, starting to pack the baby's things in the bag. I kept it because I thought it would be useful later, and I was right. Don't you feel sad? Why? I asked without turning to look at him. For the baby, I whispered, looking sadly at the sleeping little one. You're the one who spent the most time with him. For a moment I thought you didn't want to let him go. Don't be silly, Belle. I knew from the start that he wouldn't be in the family forever, and I can't be selfish and ask him to stay. If he stays, he'll only get in our way if there's an Evilis attack. It's better that he's adopted by that couple, she said, finishing packing everything and closing her suitcase. But, I have to admit that I enjoyed being his mother, even if it was just for a short time, she whispered, turning to look at Belle with a sad smile. So yes, I admit it, I'm going to miss him. Kagaya. Here, take the suitcase and give me the baby, she said, handing the luggage to the albino and taking the little one back, who was still asleep. Let's go back to the living room and finish this, it's time for him to be with his new family. Belle could see the sadness in Kagaya's eyes, but as always she appeared strong, not wanting to reveal any emotion, but he knew very well that it was very difficult for her. Kagaya, the needy. Let's go. But the Oriental woman didn't let him finish, leaving the room and causing Belle to sigh. She wants to be the strong girl, she thought, shaking her head slightly. She usually wakes up at midnight to drink milk, so I recommend you have some ready for when the time comes, Kagaya informed, still holding the baby. Understood, said the woman as the man nodded. For some reason, she only likes one type of diaper because the rest make her uncomfortable. There are a few in the suitcase, so she knows which ones they are. Good. He's also very curious, so I recommend going out with the baby at least once a day. It entertains him a lot and he has fun. Of course. Oh. Right, he also refuses to go to sleep at night because he thinks one will leave, so it's best to stay with him in the crib for a few minutes so he can fall asleep peacefully. While Kagaya was giving instructions, the rest of the girls couldn't help but look fondly at the Oriental girl as they listened to how much she knew about the baby. It was obvious from miles away that she had taken her role as a mother seriously. And also, Kagaya. Before she could continue speaking, Astrea called her, turning to look at her and seeing how her goddess smiled slightly at her. Words weren't necessary. He quickly understood the message. So, letting out a sigh, she turned to look at the baby who was still in her arms and stroked his cheek. "Just take care of him," he whispered, approaching the woman and handing her the baby, even though her arms didn't want to. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him and give him all the love in the world," she promised the woman with a smile, holding the little one. "Are you sure you won't wake him up and that you want to say a proper goodbye?" Nice asked. "I think saying goodbye like this is for the best," Astrea whispered. "If the baby opens its eyes and starts calling for Kagaya, I highly doubt she'll want to let it go." The girls just turned to look at their friend who was still watching the baby in its new mother's arms. "Well, the papers have already been signed at my headquarters, so everything is sorted," Shakti said, relieved to have finished that job. "I trust you and make that little one happy," Astrea pleaded. "Don't worry, Astrea-sama, we'll take care of him," the woman promised, then looked at the Asian woman. "And you, I have a feeling you'll be a wonderful mother." "Thank you." And with those words, the couple began to walk away from the headquarters with the baby in their arms while the girls said their goodbyes. "Tell me, Mom." Alice pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. "Goodbye, Belle Jr., take care." "But it's just a baby, it can't take care of itself." "Shut up, Rihanna. It grows big and strong, bigger than Lyra." "Hey." As the girls said their goodbyes, Kagaya just watched as the couple walked away from the headquarters, trying to hold back a certain feeling that wanted to escape from her. "Well, I'm done here so I'm leaving, thank you for taking care of the baby," Shakti said gratefully. "Thank you for finding him a family," Astrea said gratefully. "Goodbye, girls." "Goodbye, Belle. I hope we have another date soon," RD said. "A date?" Ally said, stopping her tears and watching the younger Varma walk away. "What date?" The albino let out a nervous laugh. "Speak, rabbit," Nee said irritably. But the questioning ended when they saw Kagaya begin to stretch. "Finally free," said the woman from the east, stretching out her arms as the family was left alone in the headquarters. "Free?" Astrea said with an amused smile. "Yes, he was a good baby, but I was getting tired of taking care of him. I'm glad he finally has a family," she said, feigning disinterest. "Goodbye to diaper changes and preparing bottles in the middle of the night." "Wow, what a cold girl," whispered Lyra, able to see behind the Oriental girl's facade. "If you'll excuse me, I'll go to my room," she said, starting to walk. "To your room?" "Yes, taking care of the baby has taken away hours of sleep, so I'll take advantage of it and sleep a little now that it's Sunday, see you later." And with those words, Kagaya walked away from the main entrance under the watchful gaze of her family. "Do you really think he doesn't care?" Astrea asked. "I doubt it," Lyra whispered. "Huh? Where are you going, Belle?" Astrea asked, seeing that the albino was taking the same path as the Oriental woman. "I'll go to my room to get something, I'll be right back," and with those words Belle also left his family, following Kagaya. The only one who realized Belle's true intentions was Astrea, who smiled slightly. "You care a lot about Kagaya," the goddess thought. "Make that girl show what she really feels." "Damn, now that Belle Jr. is gone, it feels a bit depressing," said Noin. "That's what happens when we get attached to a baby that isn't ours," Iska said. "Now Belle is the only man in the family again," Rihanna said with amusement. "And once again I'm the youngest in the family," Lyra whispered, shaking her head slightly. "Well, enough talk, let's go back to the dining room for breakfast," Astrea said with a motherly smile. "And we should be happy that the baby has found a home to belong to." "Tell Kagaya the same thing," said the hobbit, looking in the direction where she had gone with Belle. Meanwhile, with the eastern one. She was walking slowly down the hallways with her head down towards her room, or so it seemed until someone's voice stopped her. "Kagaya." Upon hearing the albino's voice, the girl let out a long sigh and spoke without turning to look at him. "What do you want?" He whispered his question. "Do you want a hug?" I asked in a soft voice. "Ha! Why would I want a hug?" she said playfully. "Because I know you need it. I already told you, you idiot, I knew from the beginning that that little one wouldn't be here forever. Besides, why are you implying that it bothers me so much? Remember, I'm not a big fan of babies, although I must admit I did a good job taking care of him. So, can you turn around and look at me?" I asked when I saw that he still had his back to me. "No." And with that answer Kagaya continued walking to her room, but Belle grabbed her hand, preventing her from leaving. "You'd better let me go, rabbit, or I'll kick you in the balls," he threatened. "Stop acting like this and show me what you really feel," I whispered, walking around Kagaya so we were face to face. "You know you can count on me." Standing in front of the Asian woman, he saw one or two tears slowly trickle down her eye, causing a smile to appear on his face. "This is the last time I get attached to a baby that isn't mine," he whispered, letting his head fall onto the albino's chest. The last time, that's why I hate taking care of them." "Do you need a hug?" he asked again. "Just shut up and do what you have to do," he whispered. Upon receiving approval, Belle gently hugged her, stroking her long hair. And Kagaya, she didn't cry loudly, nor was it a waterfall of tears, she simply let her tears run slowly and silently down her cheeks. "I assure you that the baby is in a good family and they will take good care of him. She'll probably cry when she can't see us from anywhere," he whispered, still with his face pressed against the albino's chest. "He'll get over it soon, he's a strong boy." "I hope so. If you tell the girls to cry, I'll come to your room tonight and cut off your hennis with a knife," he threatened, wrapping his arms around Belle's back and hugging him. "You've been warned." Don't worry, I'm a vault," she said with a laugh, although knowing her, she was surely capable of it. "Next time you find a baby, make sure they accept it at the orphanage." "Understood." Kagaya's time as a mother had ended, leaving a small void in her heart, wishing that the little baby would be happy with his new family. But thanks to the baby's presence, a certain feeling awoke, which would take a little while to accept. Silly, trying to act like the cool guy, Kagaya thought with amusement, still hugging him. But when the time comes to admit it, it will be a runaway train. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Belle vs. Cain. It was night in the city of Orario, a quiet and cold night. And for the first time we are not at the Astrea family headquarters, but in a bar which was located on Dedalo Street, where three boys were there drinking and chatting. "Hahaha. Waiter. Bring more beer." Let shouted with a big smile while Belle and Welf watched him with an anime-style sweat drop. A few hours ago, Let invited Belle to go to a bar in Evilis for guys only night, which the rabbit accepted without a problem, although all the girls, including their goddess, told him not to get into trouble and not to arrive too late at headquarters. And now the three of them were sitting at a table with Let drinking beer and Belle and Welf drinking juice. "Why are we at a bar in Evilis?" Belle asked curiously. "Because the beer and food here are delicious and reasonably priced," Let replied with a smile. "There's also Mia's bar, but my pockets aren't full enough to afford to go there." "Oh, well, even though this place is on Dedalo Street and it's easy to get lost, I must admit it's nice," said Belle, watching as a waitress approached and placed a tray with many chicken wings, and the three of them quickly took them and started eating. "This is the life," the happy boy said. "Why don't you have a Belle beer?" "I don't handle alcohol very well, and I wouldn't want to arrive drunk at headquarters and make the girls uncomfortable, so my juice is fine," the albino replied. "By the way, how are you? If I remember correctly, they wanted to seize your house." "Ha. They were supposedly going to do it, but I stood in front of them and yelled, 'You're not taking anything from this place.' Obviously, the guys got scared and left, giving me another month to pay," Let explained proudly. "What? That's not how it happened," Welf said, looking at the albino. "I'll tell you what really happened." Let started crying and begging on his knees not to take anything from the house. He even said, "Come on, brother. You're screwed." "I didn't say that." Let shouted angrily. "But with that panicked expression you had, you were close to saying it," the redhead mocked. Belle only chuckled slightly as he watched them argue, he had grown accustomed to it. The point is that after so many tears, the guys felt sorry for him or disgusted with him and decided to give him one more month, the little boy finished explaining, taking another chicken wing and eating it. "Well, at least they gave you more time." Belle saw the positive side. "Yes, Let had the brilliant idea of forging a large number of swords and selling them at the dungeon for a good price, saving what he earns," he said, looking at his companion. "By the way, how's work going?" "And I'll let you know when I start it," Let replied. "You haven't even started it yet." "I didn't even think about starting it," he said calmly. "Idiot. At this rate we'll be living on the street." "Don't worry, they've given us another month to pay, so there's no rush," he said, taking a swig of his beer. "That's why things go badly for you, you always leave everything to the last minute." "Let's put that aside, the main topic tonight is our bunny friend," said Let, leaning on the table and looking at Belle. "Huh? Me? Of course. There are so many things to talk about." "Like what?" "Belle, you've been in the Astrea family for a few months now, so you must have a clear answer by now," Let said with a smile, while Welf just sipped his juice. "Tell me, which of all your classmates do you like?" "It's already started," Welf thought. "Who?" "Well, obviously all of them," the albino replied. Upon hearing the answer, Let fell out of his seat and Welf choked on his juice, starting to cough violently. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Belle asked, puzzled. "All of them?" Welf asked. "Yeah. Wow," was all the little boy could say. Wow, that's hot, said Let, sitting back down. What's so surprising? Obviously they're all important to me, they're my family and I love them, I'd do anything for them to be okay, I don't see anything strange about it, he said, puzzled. Let, seeing that Belle had misunderstood her question, let out a tired sigh. I don't mean that, idiot, I mean who you like, fall in love with, be boyfriend and girlfriend, mating, that's what I mean. He was more specific so that the albino would understand. Oh, that, she said, starting to feel embarrassed. I can't feel that way, they're my family. Come on, you righteous rabbit. You live with 12 beautiful women every day, at least one of them must stir your heart, Let said dramatically. And if you feel nothing, it's because you're not a man. Well, Lyra always stirs my heart, replied the albino. Really? I asked with interest. Yes, every time we're in the workshop and she activates a bomb and can't deactivate it, my heart beats like crazy when I see the bomb number getting close to 0, he replied with a shiver down his spine. No, you idiot. Let yelled, wanting to smash his head against the table. Here are your nachos with melted cheese, said the waitress, arriving with another tray at the table. Finally, said Welf, starting to eat. Anything else? I'd like some more juice, Belle requested. And I'll have another beer, Let asked wearily. Understood, and so the waitress left, leaving the trio of friends alone again. Come on, Belle, I'm not stupid, I know very well you're avoiding my question, Let said, narrowing his eyes. Do you have feelings for any of them? It's not right to have those kinds of feelings about my family. That doesn't answer my question. Let, you're making him nervous, Welf said, seeing the albino's expression. It seems even he has doubts, so leave him alone. Well, sorry Belle, but I was curious, his friend apologized. Haha, he wants to know about other women's love lives because he doesn't have one himself, Welf mocked, taking a handful of nachos in his hand and eating. Shut up, you little cretin, and stop eating all the nachos. He complained, pulling the tray towards him, but Welf wouldn't make it easy, starting a small fight between them. While Belle continued eating his chicken wing, he thought about the question Let had asked him. She was aware that all her classmates were very beautiful and that more than once she felt embarrassed, her heart fluttering when she was near them for some reason, but she never stopped to think if she had those kinds of feelings. I didn't really think it was right. They were family after all, even if they weren't blood relatives. But even though he didn't see it as right, his emotions said otherwise, and that was starting to bother him. I can't fall in love with any of them, that's not right, Belle thought. They're all important to me, I can't put one above the other. Although it became more difficult for him with each passing day, the more he spent time with them, the more he held back so as not to awaken any other kind of feelings with any of them, but they made it more difficult for him, like the constant hugs that Niece gave him when they were on patrol, the time he spent with Kagaya as parents taking care of the baby, or allies interrupting in his room. He feared that on some occasion she would enter when he was changing his clothes. Great Let, thanks for this new conflict you've given me, Belle said gratefully, with a slight headache. Nothing. He said, puzzled, since he didn't know what had happened. Did they eat all the nachos? I asked, seeing the empty tray. It was his fault. It was his fault. Welf and Let shouted at the same time, pointing at each other. At that moment, the bar doors opened, catching the attention of the three of them, who turned their gaze towards the entrance to see who it was. Belle watched with some surprise as a boy with long black hair, brown skin, and a large number of tattoos on his body and face entered the bar. It was Cain. For a few short seconds their gazes connected, staring intently at each other. But Cain, not giving it any importance, walked past and went to the bar to have a drink. Do you know him? Let asked curiously as he watched them look at each other for a few seconds. Something like that. We had some problems a while back, he replied, turning his gaze back to his friends. But I think that's all in the past now, I hope. Well, you're getting yourself into trouble, he shook his head slightly in disapproval. You're nobody to talk, you should be grateful that Belle got you out of trouble with the casinos, scolded little Welf. Ugh. Here are your drinks, said the waitress, arriving and handing the beer to Let and the juice to the albino. Anything else? No, thank you very much, Belle replied with a kind smile. After that, the three continued drinking and chatting animatedly while at the bar, Cain drank his beer and watched Belle chat and laugh. DSK, he clicked his tongue angrily. So, getting back to the main topic, aren't you in love with anyone? Not even someone outside your family? Let asked again. No, she replied, looking away. That no, doesn't really convince me, she said with narrowed eyes. Better ask him about his love life, Belle, so you're even, Welf suggested playfully. Oh. That's right. He doesn't have one. Haha. Little tadpole. He yelled, starting to pinch his cheeks hard, and Welf tried to poke his eyes. But the sound of a beer mug hitting their table made them jump in fright, just like Belle. Can I sit here? Cain asked, standing in front of the table. Let began to stammer, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, Belle kept his gaze fixed on Cain, who was doing the same. Sure, Belle agreed calmly. With permission given, Cain took a chair and sat down next to them, starting to drink his beer. While Led and Welf put aside the jokes and remained silent, not knowing what to do, it was awkward being with a stranger. Then Belle continued calmly drinking his juice, wondering why he had decided to sit next to them. "It's a very quiet night, isn't it?" Cain whispered, looking at the liquid in his jar. "Really? It certainly is," Belle replied, surprised. "Too quiet for my taste," he murmured. Cain-san, what are you doing in this bar?" Belle asked, wanting to erase that cold and uncomfortable atmosphere. "I know Daedalus like the back of my hand, besides, the beer is good and a good price," he whispered his reply. "See? I told you so," Let said. "And you? Why are 3 children on Daedalus Street in the middle of the night?" "It's dangerous," I whispered. "Children?" Let thought with a twitch in her eye. "I am certainly a child," Well thought. "It might be dangerous, but I'm not a child and I'm level 4, Let is level 3, so we're fine," Belle replied calmly. "Wow, it seems you're very proud of your level." "I am, I worked hard to get here and I will continue to improve to protect the people I love." "Congratulations, I hope you fulfill those dreams," Kitty whispered, taking a sip of his beer. While Led and Welf were starting to feel nervous about the atmosphere that was forming around Cain, it was cold and uncomfortable, much more so for Welf as he was a level 1. Unlike Belle, who remained calm but felt the hostility in the air. "And why did Cain-san decide to sit with us?" Belle asked. "They say beer tastes better in the company of someone," he replied boredly. "And how is this one?" "It has an unpleasant taste," I whispered. The people around were starting to feel a slight tension in the atmosphere. Some were even starting to pay for their drinks and leave, knowing that when the atmosphere in bars got like this, it meant nothing good was going to happen. As a precaution, Belle took the hilt of his sword, which was at his waist under the table without anyone noticing. The hostility emanating from Cain was already starting to make him uncomfortable, wanting to be prepared for anything. "You know, bellcranel, my name isn't actually Cain," he said, confusing Belle. No, the name Cain belongs to my brother, my real name is Abel," he explained, taking another sip of his beer. "Abel?" "Yes, Abel." Led and Welf decided it was best to remain silent and not get involved in that conversation and just drink their drinks. "So, should I call you Cain or Abel?" Belle asked, puzzled. "Call me whatever you want, I don't care, although as I said, my real name is Abel." "I don't mean to pry, but why did you decide to use your brother's name?" he asked curiously. "Because I admire him, I've admired him since I was a child," he replied with a blank stare. "But he's dead now, so I decided to use his name in his honor." Lifting his beer mug, he took the last swig and dropped it heavily on the table, startling Welf and Let. "We were both soldiers, and even though we didn't really like what we did, we accepted the job to give our mother a good life," he explained, maintaining that monotonous voice. "But when Cain died, everything went to shit. My mother couldn't bear the depression from losing one of her sons and ended up committing suicide. The atmosphere around us was getting colder and colder, and people in the surrounding area were either leaving the bar or going to sit at a table further away." "And what happened to your brother?" Belle asked while under the table he gripped his sword tightly. "Died in one of the many battles we fought. He was killed by a damn kid with white hair and red eyes," he whispered, turning to look at Belle with an emotionless expression. "He killed him by crushing his head with a rock." Belle didn't even think twice when he felt Abel's hostility suddenly flare up with a great thirst for blood. He quickly drew his sword from its sheath and tried to attack, but before he could do anything, a powerful punch struck him hard in the face, sending him flying through the walls of the bar and crashing into a wall on Daedalus Street. "Belle!" Welf shouted in concern. "You wretch!" Let shouted, also drawing his sword, but a strong punch to his stomach stopped his action, followed by a kick to the jaw which sent him flying to the other end of the bar. "Let!" Welf shouted, going to help his friend. People were fleeing the bar when they saw a fight had started and the owners of the place decided to hide behind the bar. Meanwhile, Abel simply took his sword and walked slowly towards the bar's exit, watching as Belle got up from the ground after having hit the wall hard. What strength, Belle thought in surprise, adjusting his jaw with a little pain. Then he looked up, seeing Cain's eyes, who was also staring at him, both illuminated by the light of the enormous moon that night. "What's wrong?" Cain whispered. "Are you scared?" "I'm not afraid," Belle replied, drawing his sword. "I'm just surprised. I had no idea you were that guy's brother, so his name was Cain. I really hate you." And in the blink of an eye, Abel appeared in front of Belle and under his sword with great force. Belle instinctively grabbed his sword and placed it above his head for protection. The ground beneath them shattered from the clash of their weapons, causing Belle to clench his teeth tightly. I don't usually draw attention to myself in the middle of the street, but alcohol brings out what I really want to do, Abel whispered, throwing a powerful kick at Belle, who, using both hands to defend himself, couldn't dodge it, receiving a direct hit that sent him flying several meters away. And what I want to do now is kill you. Belle, upon falling to the ground, quickly stood up and blocked at the last second the sword that was heading straight for his neck. He's really fast, Belle thought, staring intently at Cain. I'd say we're evenly matched in both strength and speed, damn. With great speed, they both began to have a great, rapid, and strong exchange of attacks with their swords, beginning to crack the ground as they passed, moving further and further away from the bar and into the lonely part of Dedlow Street. Cough, cough. Let started coughing from the strong kick he received in the stomach. Are you okay? Welf asked worriedly, arriving where his friend was. Fucking great, he replied as best he could, raising his thumb. And Belle? Hiding with that weird guy, he replied, listening to the sounds of clashing swords fade away. We have to help, said Let, standing up. And what are you going to do? They beat you to a pulp with just 2 blows. Shut up. I was caught off guard, he excused himself, looking at the people who had remained in the bar. But first, I think we have to pay for all the damage, he whispered, seeing the owner's angry glare. Meanwhile, with Belle and Abel. They had arrived at an abandoned lane of Dedlow Street after their constant sword clashes, a place where the houses were in deplorable condition, nobody lived there. Is that all you have to give? Abel asked. You haven't seen anything yet. And in the blink of an eye, Belle reached his opponent and launched a swift thrust towards his lower stomach, seeking to wound him in a non-vital area that would give him time to be saved. But Abel, with a swift slash of his sword, forced Belle to protect himself and take a few steps back. To this day, there are 2 images I can't erase from my mind, I whispered as Belle watched red lines appear on his sword. The image of my brother's head being crushed and the image of my mother hanging from the ceiling of her room. You're to blame for that. I'm sorry about your mother, but your brother took something from me too, Belle said angrily. Do you regret what happened to my mother? Don't be a hypocrite. And in a swift movement, Abel launched a flurry of attacks which caught Belle off guard, who as best he could covered himself with his sword but still received 1 or 2 small cuts on his body. Belle was confused when she saw his cuts, which, despite being small, were bleeding more than usual. Right, he has that ability. His memories recalled the words Iska said in the dungeon about Abel's ability bleeding, which caused a person to bleed more than normal from their wounds and could not be healed by anything for 5 minutes. He had to be careful not to get a deep wound or it would be bad. That's why his sword has red lines, it's because of his skill, he thought, opting for a better stance to receive the least possible damage. Are you going to fight defensively? That day in the dungeon you warned me that if I attacked you again you wouldn't take responsibility for the consequences. Were those just empty words? Belle just frowned angrily upon hearing those words, but he had to control himself and not fall for the provocations. Astrea-sama, please forgive me for getting into trouble again, Belle whispered, activating his win-lose ability and feeling his strength increase. Well, this is good. TSK. And clicking his tongue angrily, Abel launched another attack, clashing his sword with Belle. But when their weapons clashed, he opened his eyes in surprise as he felt his strength increase. I guess it's because of a skill, right? I asked, annoyed. You guessed right. And applying much more force, Belle managed to crack Abel's sword, causing him to jump back as a precaution. But Belle wouldn't let him rest, launching himself into another attack, feeling that his speed remained the same as always. The same happened with his defense, so the stat that was reduced was his magic, something good since he didn't even plan to use it. Finally, you're good for something, Belle thought, referring to his ability. And applying great pressure to his arm, Belle began to move his sword at an absurd speed, causing Abel to open his eyes in surprise and quickly defend himself. What is this speed? Abel thought, watching the arm move ridiculously fast, unable to even see the sword. Is it another ability? Sword of Light was the ability Belle was using, one that allowed him to concentrate his energy in one of his arms, enabling him to move it at great speeds without stopping, forcing his opponent to be on the defensive due to the constant attacks. The drawback of that ability is that using it for too long increases the wear and tear on his arm, preventing him from moving it for a while if he overuses the ability. I have to counterattack. Abel thought, but every time he wanted to launch an attack, he was forced to defend himself against Belle's constant attacks. Just a little more. Thought the albino with a pained expression, feeling the muscles in his arm begin to ache. But fortunately for him, Abel's sword cracked even more until it flew to pieces, leaving the man unprotected. I admitted I underestimated him, Abel thought as he received a hard punch to his stomach. Thanks to Belle's ability, which greatly increased his strength, the punch was much stronger, causing Abel to spit blood and fly off, crashing into an abandoned house. I was able to do it, Belle thought, watching his right arm tremble from using the ability. So without hesitation he moved his sword to his left hand until his right arm calmed down and stopped hurting. Even with his guard up, Belle approached Abel, who was getting up after the strong punch he received, cleaning the blood from his cheek. "You're strong, but you lost your weapon." "This is my victory," Belle said, stopping a few meters in front of him. "I never thought a soldier would be an Orario. Did you switch sides?" "Victory?" Abel whispered, taking a piece of his sword and beginning to slash at his arm with it. "What victory?" Belle watched in surprise as his opponent hurt himself, starting to bleed from his arm. "This is just the beginning, kid." And unexpectedly, Belle received a deep cut in his chest, causing him to open his eyes in surprise as he began to bleed more than usual. Was Belle's bewildered sound, as he hadn't expected that at all. When he saw Abel again, he saw that he had a long, completely red sword in his hands, and that confused him even more. He was supposed to have smashed his own sword to pieces. Feeling yourself draw blood is weird, Abel whispered, gripping his new sword. Surprised. "Did you create that sword with your own blood?" Belle asked in surprise. "Exactly, I can use my own blood to create a weapon, but I can't return the blood I used to my body, so I can't overdo it," he said, running toward Belle and clashing their weapons together forcefully once more. "But weapons created with my blood are infinitely superior to normal weapons, curious, isn't it? All my abilities are related to blood." While Belle was trying to gain ground in that clash of swords but was feeling weaker and weaker, the deep cut that Abel made on him, and thanks to his bleeding ability, was making him bleed more than normal. "Killing you will be very satisfying, don't you think, White Death?" And with those words he threw a powerful punch towards Belle, who did not expect it, taking it full force and going flying through the air. Without waiting, Abel ran out and before he hit the ground, he landed a powerful punch to his stomach, sending him to the ground and cracking the floor. "Apologize to my mother in the afterlife," she whispered, grabbing Belle's hair tightly and running, dragging him and slamming his face into a wall. "You bucking piece of shit." Belle, starting to get angry, launched a strong kick towards Abel, managing to hit him and forcing him to let go of his hair. Blood flowed down from Belle's head, as well as from his chest, and all the cuts he had inflicted on his body. "At this rate, I would lose. Don't call me a murderer when you came to my village and murdered its inhabitants." Belle shouted angrily. "If you knew what you were doing, you should have considered all the deaths that would occur in the war because of your greed for more land. So stop crying over something you yourselves committed. Be quiet." And running both at great speed, their weapons collided with great rapidity, cracking the ground all around them, causing cuts all over their bodies. And creating a second sword with his blood, Abel began to attack Belle with both, who, despite having lost a lot of blood, could still continue. "I'm sorry, allies," Belle whispered as blood began to trickle from his eyes. "But I have to use this." Purely by instinct, Abel placed both swords in an X shape as he saw Belle raise his palm. Hamid Azure. Boom. The explosion shook all the surrounding houses, forcing Belle to fly out as the shockwave was close to him. A large cloud of smoke formed at the side of the explosion as Belle watched everything, breathing heavily and with blood running down his face. The explosion was weak, Belle thought wearily. His win-lose ability increased his strength but reduced his magic, although he had no intention of killing his opponent. After all, he was not an enemy of Orario, he was only seeking revenge against him, and if he killed him, he would be in serious trouble. As the smoke cleared, he could see Abel on his knees with multiple burns all over his body, blood dripping from his head, and both swords shattered as he glared angrily at Belle. I didn't know you had magic like that," she whispered, breathing heavily. "Why, you haven't seen anything yet," he said, trying to appear confident, but the truth was he was on the verge of fainting. The blood loss from both his magic and his opponent's skill was affecting him. "Why, you haven't seen anything either," he said, standing up with the intention of creating a different weapon with his blood. But before he could do anything, a person fell from the sky between them, cracking the ground and creating a gust of air. "I think you two have already done a lot of damage," said a man's voice. When they looked up they could see that in the middle of them was the high-ranking executive of the Loki family, Gareth. "I came to Daedalus to have a few beers in peace and quiet, and I start hearing explosions thinking it's Evilis, and in the end it turns out to be a member of the Ganesha family and one of the Astrea family," said the dwarf disapprovingly. "Belle." Let shouted, arriving with Welf on the battlefield and approaching the albino. "Old man. What did they do to you?" he cried, worried at the sight of the many wounds. "I don't know what kind of problems they have and I don't care, but their fight could harm civilians. The good thing about this is that they're in an abandoned part of Daedalus," he said angrily. "Their families are supposed to be the protectors of Orario and they do this. They should be ashamed." Belle just lowered his gaze, knowing that the dwarf was right. "And what did you want me to do, Wig?" Let shouted. "Let her get hit." "As I said, I don't care about your reasons, but stop this or I will be forced to use brute force to stop you," he warned seriously. "TSK." And clicking his tongue angrily, Abel turned around and left, but not before turning to look at Belle with the same expression. Bellcranel smiles, the night is still young. And with those words Abel left the place, leaving the rest alone. And you, Gareth said, turning to look at Belle. You should find someone to heal you. Now let me go drink my beer in peace. And so the dwarf walked away muttering about how troublesome young people are nowadays. Belle. Are you okay? Let asked worriedly. Well done, shit, maybe. Can't you see it? Welf said, looking at the large number of wounds the albino had. We intended to help you, but I couldn't see when to get involved in the battle. They were fighting at such a high speed that I felt like they would cut me down, Let explained. But Belle was no longer listening. He was close to falling unconscious, just keeping his gaze on the place where Abel went, wondering what he meant by those last words. I lost. And with that whisper from the albino, he fainted on the ground, worrying his two friends even more. Belle. Belle, open your eyes. Let pleaded, frightened. Idiot, we have to cure him. Said the retard. Quickly. We have to take him to their headquarters. No. His colleagues will be upset when they see the state we're carrying him in, Let said, frightened. But it's her family. Then let's go to the insect family. I can't, I owe money to your god. You owe money to everyone. Alright. Let's go to the Astrea family headquarters and let gods will be done, said Let, carrying the unconscious Belle on his back and starting to run, while Welf took the albino's sword and ran after them. The boys' night out, which was supposed to be quiet, ended in the worst possible way, with Belle suffering multiple injuries all over his body from a battle he hadn't expected. The girl's reaction was going to be anything but pleasant. The night was still young. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Internal conflict. It was night in the city of Orario, and at the headquarters of the Astrea family everyone was gathered in the room. Some were on the sofa chatting or reading a book, others were sitting on the floor playing poker, or their goddess who was standing in front of the window watching the entrance to the headquarters. I won again, said Noin, showing a straight flush. Wow, it's very rare for Lyra to lose 5 times in a row, said Astrea, looking at the hobbit, who sighed and dropped the cards to the ground. I'm just not focused on the game, whispered the hobbit, tapping her knee lightly with her finger. Is this an excuse? Noin asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I'm serious, I can't concentrate. It's because of Belle, isn't it? Said Kagaya, who was sitting on a sofa reading a book. The others, upon hearing the mention of the albino, stopped what they were doing and remained silent to listen to the conversation. Belle promised to be back at headquarters by 9 o'clock tonight, but it's already past 10 o'clock, said the hobbit, crossing her legs. You might think I'm exaggerating by being worried, but Belle is a man of his word, and if he says a time, he'll be on time. But it's been a long time. You're right, something must have happened for him not to have arrived yet, Nee said, also worried. The rest of the girls felt the same way, wondering what had happened to the albino, and their goddess was even more worried, who for the past half hour had been standing in front of the window looking at the bars of the headquarters, hoping that he would soon appear. What if he got drunk? Astrea suggested. I doubt it, Kagaya denied. Belle doesn't drink much. Should we go look for him? Ryu asked, also distressed. But where? We don't even know where he went with his friends, Rihanna said. There are so many bars in the city, it will be difficult to know which one it was, said Iska. Allies just kept her gaze lowered, constantly moving her foot, a sign that she was nervous and worried. But then their goddess made a startled sound, capturing everyone's attention. Astrea quickly ran out of the room, confusing the girls who went to the window to see what their goddess had seen, and what they saw also surprised them. It was Let who was crossing the gates of the mansion with Belle on his back. For a moment they thought that the albino was drunk, but after observing his condition better it made their concern and anguish increase even more. Without thinking, they also ran to the main door to find out what had happened and hoping that nothing bad had happened to him. Belle. Astrea said, leaving the headquarters, seeing her son on her friend's back and feeling a knot in her heart at his condition. Be Belle. Goddess Astrea, I can explain, said the nervous Let while Welf was behind him with Belle's sword. Seconds later the girls also came out of the building and were horrified to see drops of blood falling from the albino's fingertips. Belle. Before either of them could do anything, allies quickly appeared in front of Let and carefully removed him from her back, and seeing him much better in the state he was in, a lump formed in her throat. Without saying anything to anyone, allies ran inside the headquarters with Belle still in her arms, while the others followed her, worried and some angry, starting to wonder who did that to her. Let, right. Astrea said, looking at the boy. Yes. Inside the headquarters, there are many things you have to explain, and with those words Astrea entered her home. Well, Let, take the sword, I'm leaving now, said little Welf, intending to leave. We're in this together, you little tadpole, said Let, grabbing the retard by the shirt and dragging him along. As allies kicked down the living room door and ran to the sofa, she gently laid Belle down there. The others also arrived in the room and, no longer in the darkness of night and illuminated by the room light, they were able to see Belle's condition better. A deep cut on his chest, multiple cuts and bruises all over his body which were still bleeding, making their hearts ache. "What are you waiting for?" shouted allies, who was very distressed. Ryu and Celti, after getting over the shock of seeing their friend in that state, quickly unleashed their healing magic, wanting to heal him as fast as possible. While the rest were still looking worriedly at Belle's condition, seeing him like this really took them by surprise, making them feel a pressure in their hearts. But others, besides being worried, began to get angry. "Who the hell did this to him?" Knees asked, gritting his teeth tightly. "I don't know, but we'll know soon," Kagaya whispered, her gaze darkening. While Lyra breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Belle's wounds close and color return to his skin, when she saw him in such a critical state her blood ran cold. For a moment she thought the worst, not wanting to lose her friend and workshop partner. At that moment, Astrea entered the room with the same worried expression. "How are you?" I asked, arriving at the sofa. "She's recovering," allies whispered. Seconds later Led entered the room along with Welf, but not even 2 seconds passed before someone grabbed him forcefully by his shirt. "You? What happened? Who did this to Belle?" Knees asked with an expression full of anger. "It wasn't me," the boy shouted, raising his hands. "Knees, calm down, please," Astrea said, taking a seat on another sofa. "First, let's wait for Belle to get out of danger." The she-wolf, despite struggling to control her anger, let go of Let's shirt and crossed her arms. She knew the boy wasn't to blame, but she wanted answers fast and to make him pay for it. After a few more seconds, Ryu, and Celti finished placing their healing magic on Belle's body, which no longer had the multiple wounds. "How are you?" Kagaya asked. "He's out of danger, but he lost a lot of blood, he needs to rest," Celti replied sadly to see her friend like this. "If I had lost more blood than Ryu whispered. The others quickly understood what Ryu meant, which frightened them. As allies simply sat down on the same sofa where Belle was lying, she gently took his head and laid it on her lap while stroking his hair. "Who was it?" Allies whispered her question, looking up at Let. The others were also asking themselves the same question. Belle was someone strong, probably sharing a position with the strongest in the family, which were allies, Kagaya and Knees. Even though he was so strong, he ended up in that state. His enemy must be at least a level 4. "Was it Evilis's?" Kagaya asked. "And not that I know of," Let replied nervously. All his life he had longed to be surrounded by beautiful women, but not like this, where they were all looking at him with angry expressions, although he knew that the anger was not directed at him, but at the cause of his friend's state. "Can you tell us what happened?" Astrea asked politely. "Oh, of course," I agreed, trying to control my nerves. "I don't really know what happened. Belle, Welf, and I were at a bar, having a good time as friends, until a strange guy arrived who Belle seemed to know. This same guy sat with us, drinking and talking with Belle about things I didn't quite understand, a dead brother or something like that, and suddenly the guy threw a punch at him and it all started. It was strong, very strong." "Do you know his name?" Iska asked. "Abel or something like that." "Abel?" all the girls said, surprised since they didn't know that name. "Why yes, well, the truth is that I also had another name." What was the other name?" Led asked, looking at Welf. "Cain, I think," replied the redeed. Upon hearing the name of the person responsible for their friend's condition, most of the girls changed their expression to one filled with even more anger. "That wretch," Kagaya whispered, clenching her fists. "Astrea, pass me my katana," Kagaya asked the dwarf who was closest to her weapon. "What are you going to do?" Astrea asked. "Obviously, I'll cut off that bastard's head." "I'm going with you," Ni said, cracking his knuckles. And Miaska added. Their anger was obvious. They had just seriously injured one of their friends and they couldn't just stand idly by. "You're not going anywhere," said Astrea. "Huh? Didn't you see the state you left Belle in? Do you want us to leave things like this?" Kagaya asked, starting to lose patience. "It's not the first time he's attacked Belle, but this time he's crossed the line," Knees whispered. "Well, Belle wasn't far behind either, he really messed him up during the battle," Ed said, not wanting it to seem like Belle got beaten up and couldn't defend himself. "We're supposed to be allies and he does this," Ryu said, clenching his fists as he tried to control his anger. "For that very reason we cannot go and attack him, we are allies of his family," said Astrea. "But he attacked Belle. That's reason enough to attack him too," Kagaya shouted. "No, we'll stay here," allies said, capturing everyone's attention as she continued to stroke Belle's hair. "But allies. Tomorrow morning we will go to the god Ganesha and report this attack to Belle. I think it is the most sensible thing we can do now." "Exactly, you're right," said Astrea. "Aren't you angry about what that guy did to her?" the Asian woman asked. Believe me, I'd like to punch him in the face right now, but as captain of the family, I can't allow them to go to the Ganesha family headquarters and suddenly attack one of its members. That's not the right way to do things, allies whispered, anger evident in her eyes. While the others stared in surprise at the deed, every day she behaved like an overactive fool, forgetting the reason why she was the captain. It would be best if we waited until Belle wakes up and learned more details about what happened, he finished, looking at the albino's face. Kagaya reluctantly agreed, as did Nise and Iska. They really wanted to break bones. Belle isn't someone who looks for trouble like that, he's kind and calm, Mariu said, refusing to believe that Belle had provoked that guy. That's exactly why we want to break that guy's bones, Rihanna said. Belle would never start a fight without a good reason. Wow, they know him very well, Let thought, surprised. Is there nothing more to say? Astrea asked, looking at Let. No, that's all I know, I don't know what they talked about during their fight, he replied. Well then, we won't keep you any longer. You can go home before it gets too late, she said with a warm smile. Take care on your way home, and thank you for bringing Belle. Thank you, Astrea-sama, and tell Belle to go to the workshop when everything calms down. I'll let him know. And with those words, Let and Welf left the room, leaving all the girls alone with the unconscious albino, hoping their friend would recover soon. Upon leaving the headquarters, Let stopped, confusing the deed. What's going on? Welf asked. If Belle doesn't end up marrying one of them, I'll kill myself, Let said. And why is that? Deed asked with a grin. Didn't you see? It's more than obvious that each of those girls really likes that idiot Belle, damn it, I'm starting to feel envious. Haha, they certainly like him a lot, but he's given them more than enough reasons to like and appreciate him that way, Welf said. I don't know about you, but I feel like Belle will have a big conflict in the future with his feelings for them. And that's where the love doctor will give you advice, Let said with an excited smile. And what would that advice be? Param? We'd better go back home and start making those swords, or we won't be able to pay off that debt. If you made magic swords, it would be easier to end all of that. Never. I'd rather live on the street and eat from the garbage than create one. And so the duo of friends walked away from the Astrea family headquarters, chatting and arguing as was their custom. Returning to headquarters. The girls remained silent with serious or worried expressions, watching the unconscious Belle in Alice's lap. Damn wretch, Kagaya whispered. Belle was caught off guard, I can't see any other reason why it ended up like this, Iska said, arms crossed. Yes, Belle is strong, much stronger than that imbecile, Nise said, frowning. He must have cheated. I should create a really powerful bomb and shove it up my ass, Lyra said. I support you, Salty whispered. Was all Rihanna could say, looking surprised at the elf, who was embarrassed. Girls, calm down, Astrea pleaded, sensing the atmosphere turning hostile again. I know you're angry, and with good reason, but you need to calm down. I'm sorry, Astrea-sama, but it's hard not to get angry, Iska said. You know Belle, and you know very well that Belle doesn't attack anyone without reason. That guy must have done something to him. I know, and I'm angry too, but that won't solve anything, the goddess said. When Belle wakes up, we'll know more about what happened, and we can go and talk to Ganesha about it. I'm sure he'll know an appropriate punishment for his son. But first I'd like to beat him up, said Kagaya, and some nodded, wanting to do the same. The only one who remained silent was Alice, who was looking down at Belle's face and stroking his hair. Alice? Mariu called. I don't like seeing him like this, Alice whispered. If only I had been with him. None of us like to see him like this, Astrea said softly. But fortunately, he's out of danger now and just needs to rest. Cranel-san probably won't wake up until tomorrow, Ryu said, looking sadly at the albino. So it's best to let him rest peacefully and not disturb him. Then it would be best to take him to his room so he can rest better, Astrea suggested, turning to look at the deed. Allies. Without hesitation, Alice accepted, taking Belle in her arms and leaving the room to take her friend to his room so he could rest. And you all go to your rooms too, tomorrow will be a long day and you need to replenish your energy, ordered the goddess. If Astrea-sama. And so the rest of his family also went to their rooms, some still frowning, wanting to punch the guy who hurt Belle, and others hoping that tomorrow their friend would wake up healthy and with that same smile they liked. When she was alone in the room, Astrea let out a sigh of relief. When she saw Belle with all those wounds on his body, she felt the most horrible discomfort she could have ever felt in her life. The feeling of knowing that she could have almost lost one of her children had frightened her. I hope this doesn't happen again, the goddess thought, standing up, turning off the living room lights, and going to her bedroom. Meanwhile, with Alice. After carefully placing Belle in his bed and covering him with the sheets, she left the room, still saddened by having seen him so injured. But when she stepped out into the hallway, she saw that her entire family was still standing in their bedroom doors watching her. That? Nothing. And with that answer, they all started entering her room, angering allies. "Hey. What did you think I was going to do?" she asked, offended. "We were just waiting to see if you would come out of Belle's room. If you took more than 5 minutes, we would have kicked you out," Lyra explained, walking past her and entering her room. "Even I know when to behave." And with those words, allies entered her room, leaving the rest with nervous smiles. And so the rest also went into their rooms to rest, some with a desire to take revenge, and others still worried about their friend. The day ended in an unpleasant way for the family. 1 hour later. It was around midnight and the entire headquarters was dark, a sign that everyone was asleep, or well, almost everyone. Silently, a girl walked down the hallway until she reached Belle's room. Standing in front of the door, she took the doorknob and opened it as slowly as possible, so as not to make any noise. There were some in the family who had very keen hearing. Having achieved his goal, he entered the room and in the same way closed the door so that no one would hear, although he accidentally made a very small noise, but fortunately he was already inside. A few seconds later, Nisa's room door opened and she peeked out with a sleepy expression, observing the entire hallway and noticing that it was empty. "I thought I heard a noise," the she-wolf thought, puzzled. "Oh, well." And downplaying it, she closed her door to go to sleep. Meanwhile, the girl let out a sigh of relief at not being discovered. "Now that I was in the room, I walked towards the bed where Belle was sleeping peacefully or unconscious." A small, happy smile appeared on her face when she saw that color had returned to his face. When she saw him with all those wounds, especially the cut on his chest, her heart ached and she realized how important he was to her. Slowly, she pulled back the sheet covering Belle and got into bed, then covered herself with the same sheet and hugged the albino. "Well, Belle," the girl whispered, closing her eyes to go to sleep. The next morning. Kagaya walked through the corridors towards Belle's room to see if he was awake and if he was 100% recovered. "That bastard will definitely pay for what he did," Kagaya thought, clenching her fists. Upon arriving at the albino's room, he knocked twice to see if he was awake. But the seconds ticked by and she didn't get a response, so she decided to open the door and check that she was okay. She had lost a lot of blood after all. Upon entering the room, I walked towards the bed to see how she was, but as I approached, I stopped abruptly. "Hey?" He had to blink more than twice to make sure that what he was seeing wasn't an illusion. In front of her was the sleeping albino, but he wasn't alone. Next to him was a certain red-haired girl who was dressed in a white tank top and small black shorts, also asleep, hugging Belle with a smile on her face. It should be noted that their faces were very close together, since Belle was also hugging her. A small twitch appeared in Kagaya's eye as she watched that scene, and a feeling of jealousy began to overwhelm her. "Very clever, allies. You waited until we were all asleep to go into his room," she thought angrily, seeing the Retid's smiling face. "And the worst part is that that fool seems to enjoy it." Turning her gaze to Belle, she saw that he had a calm expression, hugging allies by the waist. They didn't even have a sheet, she had probably fallen off during the night. "Hey, what's up? Why are you in the room of Hana?" Hana, who was walking down the hallway, saw Belle's bedroom door open and decided to approach to see what was happening. She saw Kagaya standing there and when she approached to ask what she was doing, she saw the same scene, leaving her mouth open in surprise. Seconds later allies began to show signs of waking up, hugging the albino even tighter. "I slept so well," Ally said with a happy smile, opening her eyes. "Oh." When she opened them, she saw that she was very close to Belle's face while he was hugging her around the waist. Seeing that embarrassed her. But she soon noticed the presence of the two girls who were still standing in the same place watching her. Zzz seconds later allies closed her eyes and pretended to continue sleeping. "I'll kill her." Kagaya shouted, wanting to lunge at the Retid, but Hana stopped her. "Calm down, Kagaya," Hana said, grabbing her from behind. "If you attack allies, you'll hurt Belle too." "Don't worry, I'll get her out of bed first," he said while struggling. "You shouldn't be here," allies shouted, dropping her act of pretending to be asleep. "You can't enter Belle's room without his permission." "Oh? And you dare to say that?" They both shouted angrily this time. Hana grabbed her by the feet. "Yeah. No. Wait. I still want to sleep a little longer." Allies cried, struggling, but none of them let go, pulling her out of bed and then out of the room. "No." And so Kagaya took the door and slammed it shut. "Ah!" Belle shouted, startled by the sudden noise of the door being closed. He quickly began to look around, but he was the only one in the room, which confused him. He swore he had heard the girls' voices. "Why does my room smell like allies?" he wondered, puzzled by the Retid's pleasant scent lingering on his pillows and sheets. "And why does my body ache?" With a slight headache, he began to recall all the events of the previous night, from his conversation with Abel to his fight with him in Daedalus. "Oh right, I lost," he whispered, clenching his fists. It was practically a draw since both managed to hurt their opponent, but Abel, despite being injured, was able to stand up and leave, unlike him, who ended up fainting from blood loss. And that wasn't the only thing that bothered him. "So I killed his brother and his mother committed suicide because of it," he whispered bitterly. "Damn." Knock, knock. Forward. Upon receiving approval, the door was opened and the hobbit of the family entered. "Hey Bunny, how are you?" Lyra asked, walking towards Belle and sitting on the bed. She didn't even ask permission. She acted as if it were her room. "Well, I think," I whispered, looking down, not wanting to think about it too much. "They were all very worried yesterday when Let brought you to headquarters." "I'm sorry for worrying you, it wasn't my intention." "Don't worry, I have many questions to ask you, but you'll answer them all at breakfast," she said, standing up. "Now get up, breakfast is ready." "Sure, and thanks for letting me know." "Don't thank me, and by the way, don't you dare return to headquarters in that state," I whispered, walking towards the exit. "Sorry for worrying you, Lyra." "Ha. Who says I was worried?" laughed the hobbit, opening the door and leaving, but not before saying a few words. "By the way, your bed smells like allies." And with those words the hobbit closed the door, leaving the albino a little embarrassed. "Even I don't know why it smells like allies," I whispered, looking at the empty side of the bed, though I quickly shook my head. I'd better get ready for breakfast and brace myself for the barrage of questions. Some time later. Now Belle, clean and in his patrol uniform, walked through the headquarters corridors towards the family dining room where they were all probably already there. It didn't take long for him to arrive and open the doors, seeing that indeed they were all there, their gazes directed towards him. "Good morning," Belle greeted with a small smile. "Good morning, Belle, how are you?" Astrea was the first to ask her question, and she clearly looked worried. "I'm fine, Astrea-sama, sorry for worrying you," she apologized, bowing slightly. "You almost scared us to death when you arrived yesterday," said Iska, remembering the state she was in when she arrived. "I'm really sorry." "Don't apologize and take a seat, breakfast is already served," said Nise, pointing to the seat next to her. Belle went without hesitation and sat down, noticing that Allies was in front of him with 4 bumps on her head. "What happened to you?" It was Kagaya, and Rihanna whispered the redeed with a small tear. The others turned their gaze to the 2 girls who were calmly eating their breakfast. "He deserved it," the 2 replied without turning to look at them. "Monsters." Allies shouted. "Okay, let's leave that aside," Nise said, turning to look at the albino. "What happened?" "What happened?" "Don't play dumb, Belle. Why did that damn bastard attack you?" Kagaya asked angrily. "Yes, and you'd better answer," said Lyra. "Ah, that they're just minor problems," she replied, continuing with her meal. "Oh? Well, that deep cut on your chest didn't seem insignificant to me," Noin said, frowning. "Cranel-san, just tell us what happened," Ryu asked. "I'm serious, it was just a few problems, and it got out of hand and ended up like this," he replied, smiling slightly. He didn't want to talk about it with the girls, or rather, he didn't want to think about it. It bothered and made him uncomfortable to remember the words Abel had said to him. "Belle, we're worried about you. That guy attacked you with the intention of killing you. We can't just leave this like this," Ally said, a little hurt that Belle didn't want to talk about it with them. "If we don't do something, that bastard will attack you again," Nise whispered, clenching his fists. "We should tell this to the god Ganesha and Shakti," Astrea recommended. "No," Belle denied. "Both he and I are guilty of what happened yesterday, so let's leave it at that. I'll talk to him personally about what happened another time." "But..." "Girls," Astrea interrupted. "If Belle thinks that's best, then let's leave it at that." The goddess could tell from Belle's gaze that something about all this bothered him and that he didn't want to talk about it with the girls, not because he didn't trust them, but rather it seemed like something else, like guilt or shame about telling them. "Thank you, Astrea-sama," the albino said gratefully. While the others were still not happy with the decision, just seeing Belle's expression hurt them. It wasn't the lively look she always had, it was dull. It was difficult to ignore something like that, and they knew very well that something happened in that fight to affect Belle. "I'm not going to stand idly by," Kagaya thought, continuing with her breakfast while glancing sideways at Nise and Lyra, who understood the message. While Belle ate in silence, not trying to think about it, he was instead thinking about how to improve and become stronger. "Belle-san," whispered Selty, who was standing next to him, catching his attention. "Are you really alright?" "Of course, don't worry, Selty-san," the albino reassured her with a slight smile and continued with his breakfast. Astrea just glanced sideways at Belle, knowing full well that something had happened for him to be acting this way. She would have to talk to him, and what better time than today when he would be with her. "Belle." "Yes?" he said, looking at his goddess. "You're not going on patrol today." "What? Why?" he asked, surprised. "You haven't fully recovered yet. It's best if you take today off from patrolling," Astrea advised. "But I feel fine, I don't feel weird or anything." Belle called. You lost a lot of blood yesterday, I can see from your movements that you're a little slow, I'm more than sure you feel weak, so you'd better get some rest. But. Don't worry, Belle, everything will be alright, Lyra said. You'd better get some rest so you can join us tomorrow. Okay, the albino agreed dejectedly. He had to improve, he had to be stronger so that the same thing wouldn't happen to him again. He couldn't allow himself to end up in that state again and worry his family, and on top of that, miss patrols. He didn't want to feel weak. And since you'll be at headquarters, I'd like you to be my companion today, Astrea requested. A companion? He said, surprised. Yes, today I'm meeting with Loki and Freya, and I'd like to bring someone with me. I'm sure they'll do the same. Freya? I don't think it's a good idea to bring Belle in front of that woman, Rihanna said with disgust. I agree, Nee said. Huh? Why? He asked, confused. Because she'll set her sights on you and want to take you away. She's a child kidnapper, Lyra said dramatically. Oh come on, Freya and I have always been good friends, she would never do anything bad to my family, Astrea defended her. I won't deny that she can sometimes be a little odd, but she promised never to harm a member of my family. Did he promise the same to the goddess Loki? No. The point is that Belle will be fine, so don't worry. Protect Astrea Sama Belle and don't look that goddess in the eyes, allies warned. Because she'll lull you to sleep with her beauty and do whatever she wants with you, or at least that's what I've heard. I'll keep that in mind, she said with a nervous smile. After breakfast, and since some were still not happy with Belle's decision not to tell them anything, each one went with her respective group. Alright, we'll patrol for a while, said Kagaya, leaving the headquarters with her katana at her waist. And then? Nees asked. We'll go to the Ganesha family headquarters to pay a visit, he whispered, frowning. As Belle watched from the window as the girls left the headquarters to patrol, he felt bad for not being able to accompany them. I'm going to my room for some things, Belle, wait for me a few minutes, Astrea said, leaving Belle alone in the hallway. Of course I'll wait, he whispered, leaning against the window and observing the patio, specifically the garden he planted with his goddess. The place had fallen silent without the girl's presence. The bird song could be heard in the distance along with the faint bustle of the city. A small cold breeze entered the headquarters, lightly hitting his face and causing him to bite his lip hard, which bled a little. My mother is dead because of you. Lies, it's her fault, Belle whispered, remembering the smiling face of a little girl, then clutched his head in pain. Damn it. Belle, let's read together the new book my mom bought. It's his fault, your brother was to blame. Painful memories from the past that she wanted to forget returned to her mind. It's his fault. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Day of the Goddesses. Belle. 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 Belle, wake up. I'm awake. These were the words spoken by a white-haired boy of about 10 years old who was sleeping on the grass. Although his hour of sleep did not last long when a girl of the same age with black hair woke him up while smiling at him. Finally, you're awake, sleepyhead, he laughed upon seeing little Belle, who woke up startled. It's not funny, the albino complained, standing up. What's wrong, Hana? Hana was Belle's best friend. They had known each other since before they could walk, although they became friends when they were already old enough to understand, becoming inseparable and spending almost all day together. However, that ended when Galatea, Belle's teacher, decided to train him, reducing their time together, but that did not prevent them from seeing each other every day. Look. She said excitedly, showing a book. My mom bought me this book. Oh. And what's it about? I asked with interest. I don't know, he just told me it was an adventure book, so I wanted to read it with you, she said with a big smile, hugging the book. What do you say? Shall we read it together? It was already a custom for them to read books together. It was like a shared pastime, and if one of them couldn't show up to read, then the other had to hold back their desire to read the book until they were both together. It was like an unwritten rule. I'd love to. But. Belle turned his gaze towards his house, which was a few meters away, where his teacher was leaning against a wall watching them. You can go, read it, Galatea gave permission, letting out a sigh. Galatea was a woman around 30 years old, with short purple hair, a curious hair color, and pale blue eyes, as well as pale skin. She was a beautiful and tall woman, almost 1 meter 75 centimeters tall. Just by looking at her, one could see that she was a strong person, although sometimes Belle was afraid of her training. She would become very ruthless while laughing. Galatea's appearance. Great. Both children exclaimed. I promised to arrive before 4 in the afternoon, and with that promise, little Belle and Hana ran off towards a tree that was a little far from the cabin where they used to sit and read together. Meanwhile, Galatea simply watched as the two children walked away, causing a smile to form on her face. If you continue to indulge him like this, he will neglect his training, said another woman as she left the house. He's still just a child, Hera, let him enjoy life, Galatea said wearily. Besides, you spoil him more than I do by buying him the books about heroes he asks for. I can't help it, really, the woman excused herself. But I don't like him spending so much time with that girl. She's his friend, stop being so overprotective of him you old witch. What did you say? While the two women were arguing, the children had already reached the tree to sit down and start reading. It's not about heroes, Belle whispered, discouraged, realizing that the book wasn't about heroes, but about a rebellious boy who wanted to go on adventures. Ah, you're too much of a hero fan, Hana laughed. Of course I am. When I grow up I'll be a great hero. Exclaimed the boy, raising his fist. Miss Galatea says it's very difficult. Difficult but not impossible. Then I'm excited for when you become a great hero, she whispered with a small smile. When that day comes, will you be my hero, Belle? Huh? Will you be there to protect me when I need you? She asked, blushing slightly. Of course, Hana. I'll be your hero and protect you from all harm. He promised, taking the girl's hands. My training is going very well. I'm close to level 2, so I'm close to being strong enough to protect you from all harm. And when you and I are my hero we'll get married. Huh? Yes. Every hero story ends with the hero marrying the princess, in this case I'll be the princess, she said, hugging Belle's arm. Get married. The embarrassed boy stammered. You're my hero, Belle, so I'm looking forward to that moment and being together. My mother feels the same way and says she agrees. Well, the albino was fuming at the sound of those words. Let's keep reading, said Hana, opening the book. I see. And so the two children spent hours under the shade of that tree reading the book and laughing at times, enjoying their time together. Beautiful memories that Belle kept deep in his heart. Present. Belle. And we find ourselves in the streets of Orario where the goddess of justice Astrea was walking with her only son towards a restaurant to meet with her friends. The albino was lost in his thoughts, recalling memories of the past, until he heard the soft voice of his goddess. Are you okay? Do you still feel bad? Astrea asked, worried. Not at all, I'm perfectly fine, I reassured him with a small smile. I was simply lost in thought. Okay, but if you start feeling unwell, like dizzy or anything like that, or if you want to talk about something, you know I'll always be there for you. Of course, thank you, Astrea-sama, she said, looking down. While Astrea just sadly watched Belle, she knew something was bothering him and he didn't want to talk about it with either of them. She wanted to talk to him, help him, and take on his problems, but she couldn't force him to talk either. She didn't want to make him feel uncomfortable. I just hoped that whatever the problem was, it wouldn't affect him too much. After walking for a few more minutes, they both arrived at a restaurant where two goddesses were already at the entrance waiting for Astrea, although Belle noticed that apart from them, there were two adventurers he knew. The elf princess Riveria, who was accompanying Loki, and King Otter, who was accompanying Freya. Oh. Astrea, you've finally arrived. Loki exclaimed with a smile upon seeing the goddess. Sorry for the delay, Astrea apologized as she stood before them. Don't apologize, it was only a few minutes, Freya said with her characteristic smile, turning to look at Belle. Well, it seems you have a new companion. Yes. He is my only son in the family. Nice to meet you, my name is bellcranel, Belle introduced himself, bowing to both goddesses. Wow, he's polite. I wish Ace Tan would be like that with me, said the goddess of jokes. It's a pleasure to meet you, little one, the goddess of beauty returned the greeting. Small. Thought Belle, avoiding Freya's eyes. Meanwhile, Otter maintained the same serious expression in the background and Riveria looked curiously at the albino. So what are we waiting for? Let's go in. Loki said excitedly, entering the restaurant, and Riveria sighed as she followed her. Freya and Astrea smiled and entered the restaurant, leaving Belle and Otter alone at the entrance, who turned to look at him. After you, Belle said with a friendly smile. The beau simply entered the place and Belle sighed. His presence was truly intimidating. My teacher was right, the people in Orario are much stronger, she thought, entering the restaurant as well. Inside the place. Both goddesses quickly took a seat at one of the many tables in the place and began ordering what they would eat. Belle, seeing that this place would be reserved for the goddesses, looked for another seat that wasn't too far from the table where Astrea was sitting. After all, his presence, along with Riveria and Otter, was only to protect them in case something happened. Can I sit here? Asked Riveria, the elf, in front of where Belle was sitting. Sure, go ahead, I accept without hesitation, although a little nervous about being seated next to the elf princess. As King Otter stood to one side of the door, a sign that he would remain there without moving a muscle, it seemed he wasn't very sociable. While Astrea smiled slightly as she saw Belle sit down next to Riveria, she hoped he wouldn't get too nervous. So what's the reason for this meeting, Loki? Freya asked curiously. Nothing special. I just wanted to hang out with you all, replied the goddess of pranks with a big smile. Are you serious? You made me come down from the tower just for a chat between friends? Freya asked, letting out a sigh. Of course. You just sit around all the time, if you keep this up you're going to get fat. Cleanliness. While Astrea let out a small laugh as she watched the two of them arguing as usual, she didn't know if they got along well or badly, but it was pleasant to be with them. So, Astrea, what's up? Loki asked with a mocking smile. Huh? What's going on? He said, not understanding. I know it's been a few months, but I'm still surprised that you've accepted a man into your family, said the goddess of jokes. Oh, that, Astrea whispered, letting out a small giggle. I thought your family would only consist of women, Freya said. But out of the blue, you announced your first and only male family member. At first I didn't believe it, I still didn't believe it, but now that I've seen him in person, I understand why you accepted him. He has a very handsome face, Loki said, looking at Astrea with a mischievous smile. Oh come on, I didn't accept Belle because he was cute, Astrea said, a little embarrassed. Aha, so you don't deny that he's cute, Loki mocked. A few things just happened, and I accepted him into my family, and I must say it was the best decision I could have made, she said with a happy smile. Everyone in the family loves him. He's a good boy. Wow, I never thought I'd hear you talk about a man like that, Freya said, taking a sip of the coffee that had been brought to her. It's obvious you care for him a lot. The goddess of justice was slightly embarrassed by those words as Loki let out a laugh. Well, I think this is the first time I've ever looked at you with embarrassment, Astrea, said the red-haired goddess. Having a man in your family is definitely very interesting. And problematic, 12 women living with the same man every day. I wouldn't be surprised if more than one of them has already set her sights on him, Freya commented. Huh? What do you mean? Oh come on Astrea, don't try to act innocent, you know very well what happens when a man and a woman live together for a long time, said the goddess of jokes. They start to awaken nice feelings and seeing how your son's attitude is will attract them more, but as I said, there are 12 of them, and that's problematic. Astrea tried to deny that but quickly fell silent, remembering how in recent days allies, Kagaya and Nies had been behaving differently when they were with Belle, and even the other members of the family did the same, although to a lesser extent. Could it be that they Astrea thought, not very sure. While Freya and Loki merely smiled at how thoughtful they had left Astrea, it was fun to tease her from time to time. While the goddesses were chatting, Belle and the elf princess were having their own conversation, not listening to what the goddesses were saying, because they were focused on their own discussion. It's good to finally meet you, bellcranel, Riveria said, receiving a coffee from the waiter, while Belle received a tea. Just call me Belle, he asked, feeling strange being called by his full name. Fine, but I hope you'll call me Riveria too. I don't really like formalities, or rather, they're starting to tire me, said the elf, letting out a tired sigh. Understood Riveria-san. Going back to the beginning, it's a pleasure to meet you, Belle, he said, looking curiously at the albino. When they said a man had joined the Astrea family, I couldn't believe it. Why yes, I've been told that many times, she said with a nervous smile. Don't misunderstand, I'm not saying you're not worthy of being in the family of justice. If the goddess Astrea accepted you, it means she saw something in you. I was simply surprised because I thought it would be a family of only women. Believe me, it still feels strange being the only man in the family, he said, laughing slightly. Some might call you lucky, but apparently you're a polite boy, now I understand why he accepted you into his family. Why yes, he said, knowing that the truth was that it was all thanks to his grandmother. If it weren't for her, he probably would never have met the girls, or at least he wouldn't have been close to them. His current life was thanks to her. And how have you felt in these months in Orario? Well, it's a nice city, I'm glad I came here. You're right, it's nothing like the Orario of 2 years ago, I whispered, not wanting to dwell on it. I saw your level on the guild board and I saw that you're level 4. You must have worked really hard to reach that level outside the city. Not to brag, but I worked really hard to get where I am. I've been training since I was 7 years old. Wow, I don't even want to imagine what your training was like. The difficult, he whispered, remembering his teacher's angry face when she trained him. Normally she was kind to him, but when she trained him she became very strict, even laughing like a psychopath at him when she put him in a cave or threw him in the forest. When Hera found out, she scolded Galatia, but she only said that she would thank her in the future. And yes, thanks to all that training she was able to reach level 4, I owed her a lot. I missed seeing her. It took me many years to reach level 4, but nowadays young people level up quickly, Riveria sighed, thinking of a certain blonde in her family who was at the same level as Belle. I suppose as generations pass, they grow faster, although it's very difficult to catch up with certain families that were at the top many years ago. The Zeus and Hera family, Belle whispered. Yes, I know it's disrespectful to call them that, but they were monsters. It was difficult for them to lose against another family. If it weren't for the black dragon, they would still be in Orario. Belle's expression changed to a sad one, although he managed to hide it. Although he didn't know the whole family, he would have liked them not to have died against a black dragon and to have lived with them since childhood, but there was nothing to be done. Luckily, he was raised by his grandmother Hera and his teacher Galatia, whom he came to consider a mother, although he never said so. But now that she thought about it, where could her aunt be? Her grandmother had told her she could still feel her absence, so she was wandering the world. She was curious to know what her only living blood relative was like. I hope to meet her sometime in the future. And how did you get the nickname Nine Hells? If you don't mind telling me, I asked curiously. Don't worry, it doesn't bother me, and it was a few years ago. So they continued chatting calmly at the table. Riveria found it pleasant to talk to someone who didn't treat her with such formality, and besides, Belle seemed like a polite boy. She liked him. Meanwhile, people entering the restaurant were startled to see King Otter standing by the door with his usual serious expression, not moving a muscle. Back to the goddesses. For a while now Freya had been watching Belle, who was still talking to Riveria, and this was noticed by Loki and Astrea. Freya. And? Why are you staring at Belle so much? Astrea asked seriously. Are you jealous? Freya asked mockingly. I'm not jealous. Relax, I have no intention of taking your man away. I'd break the hearts of 12 girls if I did, she said with a mischievous smile, embarrassing the goddess. Although I am curious about something. Then what? I asked as Loki listened to the conversation with interest. What did your son do before coming to Orario? She asked curiously. Why do you ask that? It's nothing, I just find it strange that such a kind and pure-looking boy could have a soul like that, she said with an innocent smile. As well as? Like this, she said, still smiling. Astrea looked seriously at Freya for a few seconds before looking away. No, I don't know, she whispered her answer. Both goddesses noticed that the goddess of justice was clearly lying. After all, she couldn't lie, but apparently she didn't want to talk about her son's personal life, so she wouldn't bring up the subject anymore. Great. Then let's talk about something else like I know. Let's talk about how unsuccessful Loki is as a goddess, Freya suggested. What did you say? Astrea, grateful that they hadn't brought up the subject again, joined the conversation to calm them down and have a peaceful meeting. And Freya just looked at Belle one last time, specifically at his soul, a mostly white soul, but with some black spots here and there. When Belle first arrived in the city before he joined Astrea, she saw him with her divine mirror as she was looking for something interesting. She didn't see him directly, she saw his soul, a soul half black and half white. She was genuinely curious about such a soul and wanted to recruit him, but by the time she realized it, he had already joined the Astrea family, so she decided not to interfere anymore. But the curious thing was that as the months passed, Belle's soul was changing, becoming almost entirely white with some dark spots. She assumed that living with the Justice Girls was cleansing her soul. She had no doubt that it would be a beautiful soul if it continued to be purified in that way. I wonder if in the future your soul will be completely white or will it be consumed by darkness? Freya thought, watching the smiling Belle chatting with Riveria. A soul that has already been darkened once is prone to fall into that darkness again if it isn't cared for. I hope you keep your soul beautiful, just like your companions, damn it. Astrea has people with beautiful souls in her family. Why didn't she recruit them sooner? And so the three goddesses continued chatting and enjoying their day at that restaurant. Meanwhile, in another part of Orario. An oriental woman, a hobbit and a beastman walked slowly towards the Ganesha family headquarters after completing their patrol. And what is the purpose of our being here? Lyra asked, arms crossed. Isn't it obvious? Kagaya replied with a frown. Are you sure? Nise asked. It's not that I don't want to, in fact I do want to, but I don't know if it's the right thing to do after what Astrea-sama said. Relax, I just want answers, and depending on what you say, I'll decide what happens in the end, she whispered, gripping her katana. After walking for a few more minutes they arrived at the headquarters where they saw the lively RD walking towards the entrance of her home, although she stopped when she saw them. Girls. RD greeted, walking towards them. Hi. Hello RD, it's good to see you, Kagaya greeted, smiling slightly. What are you doing here? Are you looking for my sister? If so, I'm sorry to tell you she's not here. Huh? Isn't she here? Nise asked curiously. Nope, he went out this morning with all the first-class students from the family to the dungeon to investigate something, so they'll be back tomorrow morning, I explained. And Ganesha-sama isn't here either. He went to meet with the god Hermes and won't be back until later. I see, Kagaya whispered, not very happy about it, since she had planned to talk to Ganesha or Shakti about Abel's actions. Do you want to leave them a message? RD asked curiously. No, there's nothing to say, Kagaya said, a little frustrated. Although I do want to know something. The fact that. Do you know where Cain is? he asked, frowning. Kagaya still called him Cain since she had no idea of his real name even though Led had mentioned it, so she called him by the name everyone knew him by. The only ones who knew Cain's real name, Abel, were Belle, Ganesha and Shakti. The rest believed that was his real name. Cain? Why do you want to see him? RD asked, confused. Just tell us where it is. Well, I don't know, I hardly ever talk to him, he's very reserved, she replied, looking around for a colleague. Luck. When the boy heard RD calling him, he approached her. What's going on? I asked, bored. Have you seen Cain? Cain? He said, puzzled. I think I saw him go to the dungeon this morning, but I don't know when he'll be back. You know he hardly talks to anyone in the family, although he arrived at headquarters yesterday badly injured. I wonder what happened to him. Thanks for the information, RD said gratefully. You're welcome, he said, letting out a yawn as he left. You heard, girls, he's in the dungeon, RD said, turning to look at the three of them. DSK, just what I needed, Kagaya clicked her tongue angrily. What's wrong? Did he do something bad to them? RD asked, worried. Forget it, Kagaya said. Don't worry and get on with your work. Sorry for bothering you. Thank you for the information, RD, Ni said, and Lyra waved goodbye. So the three girls walked away from the headquarters, leaving RD very confused. What happened? They looked angry, she thought, puzzled and worried. Did Cain do something wrong? While she was thinking about it, in the distance two members of the Ganesha family were chatting. Hey, I have a problem, one of them said, worried. What's happening? I lost the copies of the prison cell keys. Seriously? You really are an idiot, he said, slapping himself in the face. It's not my fault, I left them in my room, but after a while they were gone. Everyone in the family knows you're absent-minded, so no one will believe you, he said with a sigh. You probably dropped them somewhere in the headquarters. Luckily, Hana has the other keys. When the captain returns, she'll kill me for losing the copies of the keys, the frightened man said. That's what you get for being an idiot. You'd better start looking all over the headquarters for those keys and hurry up because we're on guard duty at the prison tonight and you need to have your copies or we'll ask Hana for them and he'll be angry too if he finds out. Damn it. The captain's going to beat me up. He yelled, running away, while his companion sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, RD just watched the interaction with a nervous smile. Yes, Shakti Ni will be angry, he whispered, feeling sorry for his partner. Well, I'd better start patrolling the area too. And so RD continued with her work, still a little confused by what had happened with Kagaya, wondering what had happened. If she looked at Belle, she would ask him about it. Back to the girls. Damn it. Kagaya complained, kicking a small stone that was in the street. Come on, calm down, Kagaya, Lyra pleaded. I just wanted to say a few words to that damn imbecile, the Asian woman whispered angrily. What if we go to the dungeon? Ni suggested. No, it will take us hours to find him and we don't even know what floor he's on. Astrea will worry if we don't arrive at headquarters early, he refused. Well, we can talk to Shakti about it tomorrow. I'm sure she'll know what to do, said the hobbit. Although, of course, first we'd have to give her a beating. It would be best if we returned to patrolling, recommended the beastman, who was also feeling a little frustrated. Yes, let's go. And with those words the three continued their patrol, although Kagaya turned around to look one last time at the Ganesha family headquarters. She didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling, something inside her told her that something was wrong, and it made her uneasy. I definitely need to talk to Shakti and the god Ganesha about that guy, she thought, walking away from the place with her friends. Back to Astrea and Belle. They were already outside the restaurant with Astrea chatting for a few more minutes with Freya and Loki, while Belle stayed a few meters away watching his goddess with a small smile. Berveria was chatting with an elf who had just arrived. She was probably someone she knew. And Otter he was standing next to Belle, watching Freya. This is awkward, thought the albino as he stood side by side with the strongest man in Orario. It seemed that he only existed to fight and serve his goddess, since he said absolutely nothing and was strange. Belle, no longer wanting to feel uncomfortable, decided to go to his goddess and be with her, but before he could move, the man's voice stopped him. Do you want to know why you lost last night? Otter asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing that question, Belle opened his eyes in surprise, turning to look at him. How do you know? Freya-sama ordered me to take a walk at night since I never leave her side, so I obeyed. It was there that I saw your fight, the man whispered, turning to look at Belle. So, you want to know the reason for your defeat? Why? Because you felt sorry for your opponent. Huh? Too bad. Belle said in surprise. Feeling sorry for your opponent is the worst thing you can do, he said, looking straight ahead. The moment you feel sorry for them, you've already lost the battle. I didn't feel sorry for Abel. You may deny it, but the way you fought yesterday made it more than obvious that you held back or hesitated to attack, he said, looking at Belle once more. Listen, the moment someone attacks you with the intention of killing you, you have to respond in kind, or you lose the battle. Nothing else matters if your goddess is ever attacked, you won't be able to defend her because of that weakness of yours. Me too. The only thing that matters in a battle is to finish off your opponent, nothing else. Anything like pity, compassion, or doubt is not allowed. If you continue like this, you will fail as a warrior. And with those words, Otter went towards his goddess, who was already turning to look at Belle and smile at him a little before leaving. And Astrea approached Belle to return to her headquarters. Goodbye Belle, it was a pleasure meeting you, Reveria said with a small smile. The pleasure was mine, Reveria-san, she said goodbye, returning the smile. See you soon Astrea, the goddess of joke said goodbye, walking away with the elf, leaving them both alone. Shall we return to headquarters? Astrea asked. Of course. So together they headed home, although Belle was lost in thought, remembering the king's words. What were you talking about with Otter? If I may ask, Astrea inquired curiously. He simply gave me some advice, she whispered. Any advice? Wow, that's odd. Freya told me he's not one to talk to people outside the family, maybe he liked you, she said with a small smile, continuing on her way. And Belle just kept her gaze lowered, thinking about those words over and over again. The rest of the day passed without incident, with all the girls returning to headquarters after their patrol. They asked Belle how he was, and he replied that he was fine. So the night arrived where everyone had dinner, and Belle noticed that Kagaya was a little angry, it seemed as if something was bothering her, he hoped it wasn't anything bad. And after a pleasant dinner everyone went to their rooms to rest. Ah what a day, sighed Belle, lying on his bed with his arms outstretched. He still remembered the words Otter told him about not having compassion or pity for the opponent, something he himself had done in the past. It was not for nothing that he had killed hundreds of Rakia soldiers. But I wanted to leave that behind. Now that I was part of the Justice family, it couldn't be like that. It wasn't something someone who carried justice would do. Besides, every time she remembered Abel and the reason for her hatred, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He felt no pity for his brother whom he himself killed, he would never feel pity for him, he felt guilty upon hearing what happened to their mother and began to wonder if he had destroyed more families like this. That was starting to bother him. Damn it, she whispered, clutching her head in pain. I'd better try to sleep and stop thinking about this. So, taking his sheets, he covered himself, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. The night was quiet, very quiet, and that was strange, since there was always some noise around the city because of the dozens of bars that were open, but today it was quiet. Something's not right. Belle began to tap his bed lightly with his finger, starting to feel restless, as if he were forgetting something important, and that was something that had been bothering him since the morning. What did I forget? Something very important. What did I forget? Something I needed to remember immediately. What the heck? Something that would change everything. Belle quickly sat up in his bed with a shocked expression as he remembered what had been bothering him. No whisper. Haha, believe it or not, you have quite a few enemies around here. The people you killed in Rakia haven't been forgotten. The words Noah said to her that night in the casinos came back to her. No, she whispered, standing up and clutching her head in pain. You know what? I'm a killer, but at least I'm not a bucking psychopath who kills someone by smashing their head with a rock over and over again. And as the cherry on top, he recalled the last words Noah said before defeating him. She always wondered how Noah knew about her past. It was strange unless someone had told him. But it was impossible. Only he, his teacher, and Abel knew about that event. Abel, he's with Evilis, she whispered, opening her eyes in shock. There's a traitor in the Ganesha family. After being frozen for a few seconds, he quickly began to dress again in his patrol suit with an altered expression. Slowly the door to his room was opened and allies entered, who was surprised to see Belle awake. Oh. Were you awake, he? The girl laughed nervously. I mean, I went into the wrong room. But their nerves turned to confusion when they saw that the albino was wearing his patrol suit. Belle? Belle quickly reached Allies and took her by the shoulders, making her a little nervous. What's happening? Allies, wake the others up. Huh? Why? We need to go to the god Ganesha. He said, agitated. The god Ganesha? There's a traitor. Boom. But before she could finish speaking, a large series of explosions began to be heard in the distance, alerting Belle and allies, and probably waking everyone at headquarters. No, Belle whispered, peering out the window and hearing a series of explosions coming from the direction of the god Ganesha. The explosions seemed unstoppable, and a cloud of smoke began to rise in the sky. No. Belle quickly grabbed his sword and dagger and ran out of his room, and allies also ran to grab all her equipment. The others didn't know what was happening, but seeing them both in that state, they didn't hesitate to grab their weapons and suits and prepare for whatever was going on. RD, Belle whispered, worried about his friend. That night would be remembered as the fall of Orario prison. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Smile. It was a cold and quiet night in the city of Orario, too quiet although that wouldn't last long. Did you find the keys? A member of the Ganesha family asked another who was standing guard at the entrance to Orario prison. Along with them were 20 other members who were looking after the place. No, I didn't find them, he whispered dejectedly. The captain is going to kill me when I get back tomorrow. You can count on it, you were only entrusted with one damn job and you failed, be thankful that Hana has other keys, he said disappointedly. Sorry. You all stop talking and concentrate, scolded the one who seemed to be the oldest in the group. Yes. They shouted, standing at attention. However, all the guards noticed the cries of a child coming from a dark alley, confusing them. Oh no, it's a ghost, one whispered, frightened. Shut up, it could be someone who needs help, another one scolded, moving a little closer. From the darkness of the alley, a child no more than 7 years old appeared while shedding tears, further confusing the guards. The guard who was further ahead than the rest sheathed his sword so as not to frighten him. Hey little one, are you lost? He asked in a soft voice. Do you need help? I am sorry, she apologized through tears. I'm sorry. Don't worry, little one, we won't hurt you. We'll help you find your family, he said, turning to his companions. Call RD. She's good with children. But before anyone could leave, the boy started running and hugged the trembling guard, who came to the conclusion that he was lost. Don't worry, we'll find your parents. I'll take you to headquarters so you can warm up, I'm sorry. She cried through tears. And in the blink of an eye, a bomb detonated, blowing them both to pieces and leaving the rest of the guards perplexed and with a slight ringing in their ears from the explosion. That was all they could say, still unable to process what had happened. A suicide bomb, one of them whispered in shock. But they didn't even have time to process what had happened when they started hearing the sound of people running in the alley. Seconds later, dozens of children, women and men came running out of the alley towards them, making them open their eyes in horror. They were slow. It took them a while to realize what was happening. And no, we are under attack, don't let anyone near you, they are suicide bombers. One of them shouted, agitated, drawing his sword and wanting to finish off the person who was running towards him. But when she saw that it was just a little boy with tears in his eyes, she froze, and that was a fatal mistake. The explosion reverberated throughout the area, further agitating the guards as they watched people simply jump out to explode and kill those closest to them. And all those seconds it took them to react cost them their lives. I have the keys, I have the keys. A boy shouted, laughing as he ran and dodged all the explosions toward the main door that connected to the prison. I have the keys. Oh? Those are my keys. The man shouted in surprise when he saw that the guy had the keys he had lost and had been looking for. But he could say nothing more when 3 other children jumped towards him, hugging him and exploding, having the same fate as their companions. Those few who could dodge the explosions didn't last long, as they would get hit by an arrow in the legs, causing them to lose mobility, and people would jump on top of them to explode. And those responsible were 2 men who were on a rooftop with bows in their hands. Well done, Jura, guy congratulated, looking at a catman who was standing next to him. And I'm not even good with a bow, the man said, watching everything with satisfaction. Soon the boss will be back with us. Meanwhile, inside the Ganesha family headquarters. People who were not on patrol came out of their rooms, surprised by the series of explosions that did not seem to stop. RD. Shouted a boy, approaching the girl who had been left in charge by order of her sister. Luck. What's going on? I asked, agitated. We're under attack. They're attacking the prison. RD could only open her eyes in surprise, though that didn't last long as she grabbed her sword and tightened her grip. Come on. Hurry up. And with that scream, RD ran off towards the jail, while the rest of the members ran after RD, trying to stop all of that. Meanwhile, high atop the headquarters, Ganesha watched in shock as people left the prison, stepping over the corpses. This can't be, whispered the god. As the enormous prison door was opened, sounds could be heard from inside the cells being opened. Seconds later, a boy and a girl peeked out the door, looking surprised at everything, although that didn't last long. We're free, Gretel. The boy celebrated. Let's go. The girl shouted, grabbing the boy's hand and starting to run away, but not before crushing the heads of the guards who were dying. After them, another guy ran out of the jail. Laughed a muscular man over 2 meters tall like an idiot as he ran, leaving small craters in the places where he stepped. Following him, more prisoners watched with big smiles as the huge prison door opened and began to flee as well. As RD left the headquarters, she quickly punched and knocked unconscious a guy who was running towards her, although he opened his eyes in shock when he saw that he was wearing the clothing that the prisoners had. "They're escaping from prison," RD whispered, starting to run with a worried expression. "No, no, no, no." With great agility and strength, he knocked out the prisoners he encountered along the way. Luckily, he found them at low levels. "Hey, I just saw the former captain of the Rudra family get out of jail," shouted a member of the Ganesha family who was missing an arm due to the explosions. "Oh. Isn't that woman supposed to be one of the founders of Evilis? Shit." As RD listened to her companions' conversations, her concern only increased as she knocked out one or two prisoners she encountered along the way until she finally reached the jail. And what she saw left her in shock, as well as her colleagues. They didn't even know who their companions or enemies were. There were only pieces of meat scattered everywhere, leaving RD unable to say a word. "ARD," whispered a man lying on the ground, his entire body covered in blood and some limbs missing. They escaped. Many prisoners have escaped." "Don't speak," RD shouted, kneeling in front of him. "Bring potions." But before anyone could approach, the man let out a final breath, losing his life. "Oh no," she whispered with a trembling voice, looking at her hand stained with blood. "RD. What do we do?" Luck shouted, worried. "And I," she whispered, frightened, observing all the corpses and beginning to panic. Her sister had left her in charge during her absence, and she couldn't do anything. How could she face her after this? What would she say? "No. I had to keep my composure. It couldn't collapse. We'll split up. One group goes out to find the escaped prisoners, the rest of us will go into the prison and find out who's freeing them," RD ordered as best she could, her voice trembling. And so the members of the Ganesha family divided up to fulfill their work, although the vast majority still did not believe that this was happening. "Help will arrive soon," RD whispered, breathing heavily as she surveyed the lives of her dead comrades. "We will stop this. Come on RD, we have to get into the jail," Luck shouted, pulling her out of her thoughts. "SC." And so RD, along with more of her family members, ran into the prison to prevent more prisoners from escaping. But they hadn't even reached the front door when they all suddenly stopped and caught their breath. Loss. They were the slow footsteps that could be heard in the darkness of the door that connected to the prison. They didn't know why they stopped, but something inside all of them told them not to get any closer. Well, look at the spectacle that's been set up here," were the words that were heard from inside. It was a lively, almost mocking voice. After a few seconds, a man appeared at the door, causing everyone's blood to run cold due to the great murderous instinct he unleashed. "It seems Orario hasn't changed much," he said, looking around. "I wonder what year it is." Standing before them all was a tall man with black hair, blood-red eyes, and scars on his face that looked almost fresh. But what stood out most about him was the enormous smile on his face. "Hey, I have a question. Is it true that the Hera and Zeus family no longer exist?" I asked, still smiling. "I find it surprising that they've disappeared. Is it true?" But none of them answered. It wasn't because they didn't want to, they couldn't. So it's true, that means my idiot brother is dead," she whispered with a finger on her chin. "Luck," RD whispered. "Level 6 of the Osiris family," the boy managed, knowing what RD was going to ask. The one who never stopped smiling. "Oh, do you know me?" "I'm flattered, haha," he said, letting out a laugh. "Ganesha family, right? You were a small family years ago, I see you're numerous now. I reckon it's been more than a decade, or am I mistaken?" "And no. Don't let him escape," RD shouted, gripping her sword tightly. "Wow, how rude." The Ganesha family members launched an attack, seeking to defeat him or at least buy time until help arrived. "But there's a problem, I don't have a gun," the guy said dramatically. "What do I do?" "Shut your mouth," shouted a member of the Ganesha family, slashing with his sword. But his opponent easily dodged it and with a single blow twisted his neck, causing him to instantly fall lifeless to the ground. "That's right. I don't need a weapon," he said with a smile. "With just one punch," Luck shouted in shock. The rest stopped their attacks upon seeing the strength of their opponent, hesitating about what to do. "Oh? Aren't you going to attack me?" I asked, looking at everyone present until my eyes fell on RD. "Then I'll come to you. It's been years since I've had any fun, after all." And moving at great speed, he appeared in front of the girl, who opened her eyes in surprise. His speed was almost similar to that of Alan Frommel. "It seems you're the leader," she whispered, raising her fist. "Then let's start with you." RD quickly protected herself with her sword to block the attack, but was surprised to see her sword shatter to pieces upon receiving the punch from her enemy, the same punch that also hit her stomach sending her flying. "RD. Luck shouted, worried about his friend. "Well, it seems being locked up for so long has made me weak. I'm even slower." It seems those damn chains that held my strength are still affecting me, he said with displeasure, but without losing his smile. Oh well. I'm sure I'll regain my strength in time. We must be optimistic. You wretch. Luck shouted furiously, slashing with his sword. Oh, almost. He exclaimed, jumping to dodge it, although another member of the Ganesha family appeared behind him, trying to cut off his head. But again I easily dodged the attack, and with a kick I disarm him, leaving him unprotected. Come here. She said, letting out a small laugh as she grabbed the guy's face, preventing him from leaving. Take this. And taking a great breath, he expelled a large amount of poison from his mouth, beginning to burn the face of the Ganesha family member, who was screaming in pain. When he finished, he let go of his face and fell inert to the ground, his whole face looking as if acid had been thrown on it. I don't like it. I shouldn't have stolen that magic from that idiot in the cell, she whispered, not very pleased. Oh well. I'll look for more interesting ones later. And in the blink of an eye, he began attacking the others, who did everything they could to defend themselves, although it was in vain. His speed and strength were monstrous. RD. Luck shouted, running towards his friend who was coughing up a little blood. I'm fine, he whispered, slowly standing up and watching his companions fall one by one, making him clench his fists. We can't win, that damned man is from the era when the Hera and Zeus families still existed, Luck said, stepping in front of RD and raising his sword. Run, RD. What? No. He refused, standing up. Huh? Are you going to run away? Their enemy asked, turning to look at them. Absolutely not. And taking a dagger that was on the ground, he ran towards both of them, ready to finish them off. Run, RD. Luck shouted, gripping his sword tightly and running towards his enemy. Slow, he mocked, blocking the sword with his dagger. You're slow, you're probably level 3. Be quiet. With great speed he began to launch a flurry of attacks with his sword, attacks that were easily blocked by his enemy who only smiled at him. And squeezing his sword tightly, which turned a reddish color, he launched his last attack, which upon making contact with the dagger, launched an explosion towards his enemy. Seeing that, Luck thought he had won or at least injured him, but when the smoke cleared he saw that he was completely unharmed. Is that all? I asked mockingly. And without letting him answer, he gave him a quick kick to the jaw which disoriented him, forcing him to drop his weapon, followed by another punch that slammed him hard to the ground. Luck. RD shouted, running towards his friend and clutching tightly the piece of sword that was still left. You're slow too, he mocked, looking at RD as he grabbed Luck by the hair and lifted him up, showing his bloodied face. And before RD could do anything, she plunged her dagger into Luck's stomach, causing RD to open her eyes in horror. They're all weak, he whispered, pulling the dagger from his stomach, only to plunge it back in again and again and again and again. That's enough. RD shouted, wanting to stop it. But his enemy only threw Luck's lifeless body to the ground and punched RD in the face, shattering his mask into pieces. But RD resisted this time, avoiding being blown away by only taking many steps back, doing everything possible not to fall, and looking with her face full of tears at the guy, while a trickle of blood ran down from her head. Wow, you're strong, I've already hit you twice and you've withstood it, that deserves some applause, I congratulated, starting to clap, much to RD's anger. She never thought there was another person as disgusting as Valletta. No, that guy was worse. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. And dropping the blood-covered dagger, he lunged at RD, who tried to defend herself, but it was no use, receiving another strong punch to her stomach and another to her cheek, causing her to spit out a little blood. But not to be outdone, he stood firm and plunged a piece of his sword into his enemy's left side, causing him to open his eyes in surprise, only to smile again. Ha ha ha. Good. You're skillful. She let out a laugh, throwing a punch at RD's jaw, which lifted her a few centimeters off the ground. At this point RD was already on the verge of losing consciousness. The force of that guy's punches was enormous. And before she fell again, he grabbed her by the neck, preventing her feet from touching the ground, and began to tighten his grip. In a few years, you might be someone much stronger, he whispered, watching RD try to break free from his grip, but she couldn't. His hold on her neck was tight, cutting off her air. It's a shame your promising future ended today, a truly unlucky day since you crossed paths with me. Little by little, tears began to accumulate in RD's eyes, born of helplessness at not being able to do anything but witness the death of her friends. I know, being weak is really hard. I felt the same way once, he whispered, watching tears slide down RD's cheeks. But oh well, all you can do is accept your fate. But don't worry, I'll free you from that suffering. I am sorry Shakti Nirayu. Belle, he thought, looking at his enemy who was tightening his grip, ready to break his neck. I am sorry. Smile little one, I whisper. But before breaking his neck, he felt a strong murderous instinct directed towards him. Let her go, you bastard. Belle shouted, jumping off a roof and bringing his sword down with great force to cut off the arm holding RD. But he was faster, letting go of her and jumping back, looking at Belle in surprise. RD was about to fall face down to the ground, having lost all her strength, but Belle quickly caught her in his arms and looked with an expression full of anger at his enemy when he saw how hurt his friend was. Unlike him, who smiled with excitement upon seeing Belle, or rather, smiled with excitement upon seeing the albino's sword. "Hey. I know that sword," he said excitedly. But he didn't have time to ask about her when he felt a great magical power approaching him. Looking up, he saw powerful magic of light, lightning, and fire about to strike where he stood. Gee, interesting. The powerful union of three magics impacted the ground, creating a powerful explosion and raising a large curtain of smoke. On the rooftops were the rest of the Astrea family, who opened their eyes in shock at the large number of corpses scattered everywhere. And Belle just kept his gaze fixed on the place where the explosion originated, still with his expression full of anger, without letting go of RD, who was recovering all the oxygen she had lost. The seconds passed and the smoke dissipated, and as was obvious, his enemy was unharmed, maintaining his smile. "How rude, in my day they let you finish speaking," he said, moving his finger from side to side in a sign of disapproval. "Hey, why the long faces? Why don't you smile a little? I read in a book that it's good to smile." "Damn it," Belle whispered, gritting his teeth, catching her attention again. "Right. I forgot," he said, turning his attention to Belle. "Hey kid, you." But again he was cut short as two people fell from the sky and one of them struck hard with a huge axe where he was standing, forcing him once again to jump to dodge the attack. "Loki family." Allies exclaimed. It was Finn and Gareth who had angry expressions, although they changed to surprise upon seeing him. "You," Finn whispered as he saw his enemy's face. Do we know each other?" he asked, confused, until seconds later his eyes widened in surprise as he recognized them. "Oh. It's Finn and Gareth. Wow. They've really changed. Back then they were just level 3 trash. What level are they now?" Finn, Gareth whispered, gripping his axe. "Yes, we have to go all out," whispered the hobbit as a drop of sweat trickled down his forehead. Seconds later Riveria arrived with other members of the Loki family who left other escaped prisoners they found along the way unconscious on the ground. Seeing the number of opponents who had arrived and sensing that some were first class, he smiled kindly. "Well, some might call it cowardice. But do you know what I call it? Being intelligent." And with those words he turned around and jumped to the nearest rooftop and started running. Gareth, gripping his axe tightly, threw it with great precision at his enemy's head, who by sheer luck was able to dodge it at the last second. "Haha, that was close." He laughed, also dodging magical attacks that were coming towards him. "Come on, Gareth. Astrea family, look for survivors," Finn shouted, following him along with the dwarf and other members of his family and the Ganesha family who were still around. They couldn't allow that guy to go free. Belle also intended to go because of the great anger he felt, but RD clung to him, preventing him. "No." RD cried, frightened. "D, don't follow him." "RD," Belle whispered, surprised by the girl's attitude. "RD." Ryu shouted, jumping off the roof and going to where she was, as did the rest. Meanwhile, Belle carefully placed her on the ground so that Ryu could better apply his magic to her. "This was a massacre," Knees whispered, looking at the large amount of blood and corpses scattered everywhere. Girls like Celti or Mariu could only lower their gaze, unable to watch such scenes. Despite having lived in the Dark Ages, they couldn't get used to it. "Along the way we managed to capture many prisoners who were fleeing, but I'm sure many of them achieved their goal," said Kagaya, looking seriously at the scene. "Should," Lyra whispered angrily. I'm sorry," RD apologized, covering her face with her hand to stop her tears from falling. I'm sorry." RD, Ryu said, worried to see her in that state. "I was useless. I couldn't do anything to save my friends. I couldn't stop the prisoners from escaping. I'm useless," she cried, unable to stop her tears from escaping. I'm sorry, Shakti Ni." Belle only saw the panorama. Corpses everywhere, simply pieces of meat and pools of blood, and the place completely destroyed. And then I turned to look at RD, who was crying uncontrollably, being comforted by Ryu, who didn't want to see her friend like that. Seconds later he clenched his fists tightly, digging his nails into his hands, and an expression full of anger appeared on his face. "Damn it, you'll regret this," he thought with a darkened gaze as the girls watched him, it being the first time they had seen that expression on his face. Meanwhile, high atop Babel, a certain goddess had seen everything with her divine mirror. "How curious," Freya whispered. "Is something wrong, Freya-sama?" Otter asked. "It seems that the Orario prison has just been attacked and many prisoners have escaped," the goddess explained, observing Belle with her divine mirror. "Do you want me to come and help?" "No, the Loki family and Astrea are already taking care of it, although it's late." Many have already hidden, so there's no point in going out, the goddess whispered. But there's something curious. Do you remember what I told you yesterday about the soul of that boy bellcranel? He asked, turning to look at Otter. Yes, her soul would soon turn white if she continued living with the Astrea family, he replied. Well, I was wrong, he said, sadly observing the albino's angry expression reflected in his divine mirror. A part of his soul has reverted to that dark hue, a real shame. Do you think there's a chance things will go back to how they were before? I don't know, but I think it's more likely that in the not too distant future, her soul will turn completely black than white. It's sad to see how quickly the souls of humans change, the goddess whispered, taking a sip from her wine cup. Then she saw with her divine mirror how Belle carried RD in his arms to take her to a hospital, and the rest of the girls were looking for survivors among so many corpses. I wonder how much more your soul will change, bellcranel, he whispered. That night would be remembered as one of the bloodiest in the city since the Dark Ages. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Meeting. That same night. In the labyrinth made by humans underground, in one of the many rooms that this enormous labyrinth had, which served as Evilis's base, a certain pink-haired girl walked back and forth with an angry expression. Damn it. Why didn't anyone tell me about that attack on the prison? Valletta shouted angrily. They did all that behind my back. Who was the bastard who planned it all? All this time she had been planning new schemes to destroy Orario and especially Finn. She wanted to make them suffer, but suddenly she realized a massacre of the Ganesha familia members, freeing many prisoners, something she didn't even know about. But that didn't upset or worry her. What was really bothering her was. I'm back, shouted a man, kicking open the door without caring that he had smashed it to pieces. Standing before Valletta was a tall man with black hair, red eyes, and scars on his face. Yes, their real annoyance was that the true leaders of Evilis had returned. Valletta only took a few steps back, looking seriously at the man. Oh. You must be Valletta, right? She asked with a smile, taking a seat in the nearly empty room. I heard you took care of Evilis in our absence, thank you very much. Valletta only directed his gaze to the door where there was a man over 2 meters tall, muscular and with a horrendous face causing him disgust. What do you want? I asked, alert for anything. Wouldn't it be correct to ask my name first? I asked, looking around the room. Smiley, that's your name. Nope, that's my nickname, but at least I know you know about me, she said contentedly. But you know, there's something that's been bothering me. The man stood up and walked over to a nearby table, picked up a bottle of wine, and uncorked it to drink it. This organization that I worked so hard to create years ago with Lilith and Fulax is now nothing but a joke, he said, shaking his head slightly. I've heard you've had failure after failure, and that can't be allowed. It's not as easy as it seems, Valletta said angrily. Lies. I shouted, punching the wall hard and cracking it. I built the organization when the Hera and Zeus families still existed, while you're with a generation much weaker than them, and you've only tickled them. That shows how useless you are as a leader. I took command since the leaders ended up being captured. Who's pathetic now? Valletta asked, drawing her sword. I'm sorry, Smiley, but there can't be 2 leaders in this organization that I myself kept afloat all the years you were in a cell. Exactly. That's what I think too, I congratulated him with a smile, taking my seat again. It's problematic having 2 leaders, well, 4 if we count Lilith and Fulax. As he said the last name, he pointed to the enormous man standing in the doorway who seemed anxious about something. It would be easy to work together and achieve our goals, but I've come to the conclusion that you're no use to us, he said, resting his face on the table. In fact, you have some very useful magic, so I think I'll keep it. It's the only thing worth salvaging from you. I'm not a weakling like you think, Valletta said, raising her sword. I'm a level 5, if you like. But before Valletta could finish speaking, a tremor shook the place slightly, and seconds later the girl opened her eyes in shock. What? He whispered, dropping his sword as his hands trembled. The reason for his reaction was that he had stopped feeling the absence of his god. That's right, I asked Lilith to kill Thanatos and all his children. A family full of useless people is no use to us, he said with an innocent smile. Why, you're a damn coward. Valletta shouted, filled with rage. Some might call it cowardice, I call it laziness, since I don't want to waste my time in a boring fight, he said, letting out a yawn before looking at the man in the doorway. Fulax, do your thing, but make it somewhat recognizable, since I need her magic. Yes, laughed the enormous man as he entered the room and pulled out an axe he had on his back. Then no wait, Valletta pleaded, frightened, backing away, though she stumbled and ended up sitting on the ground. Please. And with that laugh Fulax raised his axe ready to begin. While Valletta's cries of pain could be heard in the room, Smiley was sitting in the chair drinking the bottle of wine. Ah, it feels so good to be back, he said, watching Fulax raise and lower the axe over and over again. Then I took a lock of her hair, which was a little long, frowning slightly. I think I need a haircut, I'll ask Lilith if she can cut it for me later," and with those words he took another sip of his wine and began to hum his song as Valletta's screams ceased. A very relaxing night for him. The next morning. Orario was in chaos at that moment and worry was palpable in the air. The reason was that a man started distributing newspapers all over the city, reporting the news of the day, leaving everyone in shock. "It can't be," whispered a woman, covering her mouth as she read the newspaper headline. "Orario prison has fallen. More than 30 prisoners have escaped from the prison." Yes, that wasn't a nice way to start a day for the citizens of Orario. Meanwhile, in one of the many floors of Babel, the most influential families of the city, or at least those who contributed to it, were gathered in a room having a meeting. And among them all sat Belle along with allies, Kagaya and Astrea. Normally, only gods, captains and vice-captains participate in the meetings, but Belle requested to be present because he had something important to say, which the others accepted. Any information was valuable at that moment. At the other end of the place where Belle was were Ganesha and Shakti, the latter of whom had an angry expression. "It was not at all pleasant to return from the dungeon and find out that many of your companions had been murdered and that your sister had also almost been on that list." The other families were Loki along with Finn and Reveria, Freya along with Otter and Alan, Hermes along with Asfi, Hephaestus along with Tsubaki, Dionsect along with Hermid. There were even other gods like Apollo and Demeter who, despite their families not being powerful, contributed something. Demeter with her harvests and Apollo, with his large amount of money that he donated, he was forced to contribute to repairs in the city. Despite the fact that there were many people in that room, everything was very quiet and full of tension. "Ganesha," Loki called to the god. "What?" he said in a serious voice. It was strange not to see him shouting "I am Ganesha" at the top of his lungs. "How many of your children died?" 37 whispered. "Ugh, I'm sorry," the goddess of jokes apologized. "So who starts this meeting?" Freya asked. "The first thing to know is that God was sent to heaven at night," said Hephaestus. "That pillar rising to the heavens was seen everywhere. Well, my family was investigating whether any gods were missing, and all the gods allied to the guild are still here, so I don't know which god it could be," Hermes said. "Then he's a god of Evilis, that's most likely," Astrea whispered. "Nobody cares about the gods of Evilis, so let's get on with the meeting," Loki said, slumping back in his chair. "What's the main topic?" "I think the topic of conversation now is Ganesha and his children," said Hermes, turning to look at the god. "Huh? Why?" Allies asked, confused. "Because the whole problem starts there," Finn said seriously. "It's curious that this attack was so well planned. I don't know how they did it, but they waited until all the first-class students of the Ganesha family weren't at headquarters to increase their chances of success. They knew exactly which day they wouldn't be there so they could attack at night, the time when only the Ganesha family is still active. Not to mention that one of the Evilis members had the keys to all the cells, something only members of your family have," Hermes said, turning to look at the god. "And what would be the conclusion of this?" Loki asked. "There is a traitor in the Ganesha family, someone who handed over the keys and informed us when the family's first classes would not be there. Someone sold out your Ganesha family," Freya said seriously. Upon hearing those words, Shakti clenched her fists tightly, as she too had been considering that possibility since she learned everything. "I've considered that possibility too, but I still find it hard to believe that one of my children would have betrayed us," Ganesha said, frowning. "What would I gain by joining them? Perhaps they offered him something you can't give him, I don't know, that could be the possibility," Freya said, resting her arms on the table. "What will you do, Ganesha?" Hermes asked. "I will gather my entire family at headquarters and interrogate them one by one to find the culprit," he replied seriously. "It's not necessary," Belle said for the first time, capturing everyone's attention. "I already know who the traitor in your Ganesha Sama family is." "You?" Shakti said, raising an eyebrow. "Why would you know about something that isn't related to your family?" "A few things happened, and after some analysis, I came to the conclusion that he betrayed them," he said, staring at the god. Kagaya already had an idea of who was talking, after all, she also had her suspicions. And allies just looked curiously at Belle, wondering who that traitor was. "Well, who is the traitor?" Ganesha asked. "Abel," he replied without hesitation. Many in the room were confused upon hearing that name, as they did not know who it referred to, with the exception of Astrea, allies, and Kagaya and of course, Ganesha and Shakti. "Abel? Why do you think it's Abel?" Shakti asked, adopting a much more serious expression. She knew Belle a little, but she knew he wasn't the type of person to accuse someone without a good reason. Besides, she had also found Abel's behavior in recent months strange. "Are you saying that because he was a soldier of Rakia?" Ganesha asked. "Oh? You had a Rakian soldier in your family?" Loki asked, slapping his face. "It's obvious. Someone from the enemy country would betray you." No, Ganesha denied. I can confirm that he no longer works for Rakia. Why do you think that? Hermes asked. 7 years ago, when he arrived in the city, I met him at the entrance to Orario. I still remember his expression. It was lifeless, as if he had lost everything in the world. Upon hearing those words, Belle clenched his fists tightly, which was noticed by his goddess and friends. He told me everything. He was a soldier of Rakia, but he lost everything, so he had no reason to fight for a country where he no longer had a loved one, Ganesha explained, recalling Abel's expression at that moment. It was then that I asked him what his purpose was in coming to Orario, and he replied that he didn't know. He simply let his feet guide him to any place where he would die. In short, he was just an empty shell with no purpose in life, Freya said, watching Belle's soul tremble. It was at that moment that I invited him to join my family and give him a purpose to live for, although I accept my Falna he refused to receive help, keeping away from the rest, and since I am a god, it is obvious that at no time did he lie to me. Then we need to know why Astrea's rabbit thinks he's a traitor, Loki said, turning to look at the albino. Can you explain why you think that? Ganesha asked. Well, he and I have a few personal problems, I explained, looking away. Problems that only he and I know about in the whole city, but a member of Evilis also knew about it. So you came to the conclusion that he told her, said Loki. Perhaps he found out some other way. No, it was him, I'm sure of it, he said, his expression returning to serious. I can't tell you what kind of problems we have, since, as I said, they're personal, but I assure you that he was the one who helped Evilis free the prisoners. Well, there's a possibility that this Abel fellow allied himself with Evilis during the time he was in your family, Freya said, turning to look at Ganesha. When was the last time you spoke to him? Abel was a very withdrawn person, refusing to communicate with the rest of the family. The last time I spoke to him was 4 months ago, and I didn't see anything suspicious about him. 4 months, Belle thought, remembering that 4 months ago he was still not in the city, arriving about 2 weeks later. Well then, bring this Abel guy here and let's interrogate him, said Loki. We can't, Shakti denied. He's on the list of those who died yesterday. What? Belle said in surprise, as did the girls. Actually, the vast majority of the bodies are unrecognizable. They were blown to bits by bombs after all. So this morning we gathered all the family members, and those who weren't present we assumed were among the many bodies that couldn't be identified. Abel wasn't at the morning meeting either, so he was listed as another deceased person, Ganesha explained. Or I could have used that moment to disappear, knowing that young Cranel would betray him once he learned his secret, so the best thing was to fake his death and join Evilis for good, Finn said, tapping his chin with a finger. I don't think it's such a bad idea that he's a traitor. Any information is useful at this point. Thank you, Finn, the albino said gratefully for his belief in him. If there's a traitor in the family, then bellcranel is probably right, Shakti whispered, clenching her fists. Even so, we'll interrogate the rest of the family to get more details and see if there's another culprit. Meanwhile, Ganesha looked down, frustrated at not having prevented all of this. Don't blame yourself, Ganesha said Astrea. In large families like yours, Loki's or Freya's, it's impossible to maintain constant communication with their children. Astrea is right, said Freya. Don't blame yourself for this, Ganesha. You trusted your children, believing that no one would betray you, and one of them took advantage of that to betray you. I don't know why, but it's unforgivable. I will try to maintain constant communication with everyone to prevent anyone else from falling into darkness, the god whispered. Belle just lowered his gaze, still frustrated, now that he heard that Abel didn't belong to Evilis 4 months ago, it became more than clear to him that his presence in the city caused him to end up joining them. Damn it, he thought, even though he felt someone take his hand. When he looked up he saw that it was allies who smiled at him, a smile that reassured him. Well then, I think we'll now talk about the main topic, Hermes said. About the escaped prisoners. Immediately everyone adopted a serious expression upon hearing those words. As you know, a total of 30 escaped, and unfortunately, they are all level 4, 5, and 6, Hermes said, handing some papers to Asfi. But I think 3 of them are the most worrying. The 3 founders of Evilis, Loki whispered. Exactly, my dear Asfi will be handing out some pages with photos of the 3 of them, so memorize their faces, since they are the main ones to capture. Upon arriving at the Astrea family's place, Asfi handed Belle 3 sheets of paper. Belle saw that the first one was a woman with very long black hair and green eyes. Physically, she was beautiful, even more so for being an elf. The first one is Lilith, the former captain of the Rudra family, a very powerful level 5, Hermes said as everyone looked at her picture. I think it's more than obvious why she's dangerous. Even the Dis sisters admired her. That's right, I heard her name mentioned a few times, Reveria said. Following. Upon hearing those words, everyone turned to the next page, and some of the women made expressions of displeasure. Fulax the Ugly, said Hermes. Why do they call him the Ugly One? Allies asked, surprised. Look at her picture, Kagaya said. Ah, that's why, whispered the retreat upon seeing the photo. Well, I think he's known for. I remember. Apollo shouted, standing up in a fit of rage. That damned massacre wiped out my entire family 20 years ago. Oh, that's right. Loki shouted. You used to have a very large family, not very powerful, but you had 2 level 4s. Exactly, and that damned guy suddenly arrived at my headquarters and massacred them all. Even though Apollo had worked hard to rebuild his family from scratch with new members, it still hurt and filled him with anger how that guy had killed all his children in the past. Well, Fulax the Ugly, a level 5 late career member of the Apate family, known for massacring the entire Apollo family and surprisingly for ending the life of an executive from the Zeus family, was a level 6, but that's an achievement very few have accomplished, Hermes said, adding more tension to the room. We have to legalize the death penalty, Loki whispered. And the last one. And once again everyone turned the page and Belle's eyes filled with anger as he saw the picture of that man who hurt RD. The most dangerous of all, Sava, better known by his nickname the Smiling One, probably the only living member left of the Osiris family, a mid-level 6. Crimes? Hephaestus asked. Well, he was the main creator of the organization that has caused so much damage to the city. I believe that's the most serious crime he could have committed. Indirectly, he's responsible for all the deaths in the Dark Age, since he started it all. He began the organization with Lilith and Fulax, he said, placing the papers on the table. We can't allow them to remain free because it's likely we'll enter a new Dark Age. Some time later. After a while of chatting and dividing up the places they would watch to capture all the prisoners, the meeting ended, with everyone leaving the room and returning to their jobs. Shakti-san, Belle called to the girl, who stopped. What? Can I visit RD? He asked, clearly showing his concern for her. Do it, at least he'll feel some joy when he sees you, and with those words Shakti left, leaving the albino alone with his goddess and friends behind him. Do you want me to come with you? Allies asked. Thank you, but no, I'll go alone. I know very well that you're tired, Allies, so rest a little, he said, looking at her with a small smile. You need to rest too, you were patrolling almost all night after the attack, Astrea said worriedly. I'll do it when I get back, see you later. And with those words the albino left, leaving the 3 of them alone. That fool, keeping all his feelings to himself, Kagaya retorted disapprovingly. Belle is a boy who doesn't like to worry others with his problems, said Astrea, looking at the place where he had gone. Well, I do want to worry about their problems, Allies said, crossing her arms. Imagine not talking to their beautiful captain. Yes, I was starting to think it was strange that you weren't praising yourself, Kagaya sighed wearily. It's best if we head back to headquarters and talk to the others about this, and when Belle gets back, we can decide how patrols will be from now on. We'll probably have to swap members, Allies suggested. No, Allies, Belle won't be joining your team, Kagaya denied. It's not fair. You've had him on your team all these months. It's my turn. No. Meanwhile, Astrea just smiled nervously as she watched them argue, unable to help but recall the conversation she had with Freya. I'm beginning to think you're right, Freya the goddess thought, watching them continue to argue. I'll have to speak with them another time. And so the 3 left the Tower of Babel and headed back to their headquarters to report everything that had happened at the meeting. Meanwhile, with Belle. He had already arrived at the Orario hospital to visit RD and see how she was doing. After asking which room he was in, he headed there hoping he was alright. Standing in front of the door, I take a deep breath and knock twice. Forward. Upon receiving the girl's approval, he opened the door and entered, seeing her sitting on the bed looking out the window, or so it was until he entered. When she saw him, a small smile appeared on RD's face, but it wasn't lively like the others. It was forced. I'm glad to see you, Belle, he whispered. Hi, RD, Belle greeted, taking a seat in the chair that was in front of the bed. For a few moments he was about to ask her, how are you? But it would be a stupid question knowing that a few hours ago many of his friends had been murdered in a horrible way. But immediately silence fell, making Belle feel like an idiot since he hadn't thought of any topics to talk about together. Luckily, RD spoke up and started talking. Shakti ni came this morning, the girl whispered, starting the conversation. When I saw her come in, I expected her to have an angry expression for being useless, for not being able to prevent our comrades from dying and the prisoners from escaping, but instead, she came up to me and hugged me, saying she was glad I wasn't on the death list. Small tears began to run down RD's face because of the sadness and helplessness she felt. I don't understand. It's the first time she's left me in charge at headquarters and all this mess happens, which I couldn't handle. She should be angry with me. I think her role as captain takes a back seat when it comes to you, RD, Belle whispered, bringing his hand to the girl's cheek and drying her tears. He didn't have his mask anymore as it had been smashed to pieces by Sava the night before. She was relieved to see her sweet little sister was still alive. I can't even imagine the anguish she felt when she saw the disaster. I'm sure the first thing she thought was how you were, he whispered, a smile appearing on his face to reassure her. She would never be angry with you for something that wasn't your fault. I wouldn't tell RD about the possibility that one of her colleagues sold out the family. At this moment she was too hurt to give her such news. I would leave that job to Ganesha and Shakti. When I want her to be mad at me, she isn't, RD whispered, looking down. I don't understand her. Well, I don't have any younger or older siblings, so I don't really understand the feeling, but it's more than obvious that you're the most important thing in her life, so she could never be angry with you for that. Do you think my friends are angry that I couldn't save them? She whispered, referring to all those who died. On the contrary, they're happy to see you survived. And do you know what that means? What? We have to be much stronger to prevent something like this from happening again, and above all, to make the guilty parties pay, he said seriously. I highly doubt it'll be of any help, but I want to be useful, she whispered, lightly clenching her fists. I don't want to feel weak again. Then it's decided, RD, you and I will become much stronger together, next time they will be the ones cornered. You're very optimistic, she said, letting out a small laugh. But you're right, let's improve together. By the way, how are you feeling about the whole mask thing? Belle asked curiously, reminding him that he didn't have his mask. Oh, I don't feel as nervous as before. Like I said, as long as you think I'm pretty, then I'm happy, she said, looking down. Thank you for those words you said that day. And no thanks, I only told the truth, he whispered, embarrassed, also embarrassing RD. Seeing that the atmosphere had become uncomfortable again, he looked for a way to fix it until he remembered that he had something important with him. That's right. I brought a book of heroes with me so you can keep yourself entertained while you're in the hospital, Belle said, placing the book on the bed. Where did you get it? She asked, surprised, since she didn't see him carrying anything with him. That's the least of it, she replied with a nervous smile. Can you stay with me a little longer and read? He asked, hoping she would say yes. She didn't want to be alone. If she was left alone, she would start remembering everything that happened last night and blame herself for not saving them, so at that moment her only cure for that pain was to be with the albino she loved so much. Sure, Belle agreed without hesitation, settling more comfortably in his chair. Do you want me to read, or do you want me to read? Let's read together, I whispered, pointing to the empty space on the bed. Belle was a little embarrassed by it, but he would resist. He was doing this to cheer RD up. So Belle accepted, stood up, and sat next to the girl, who immediately dropped her head onto the albino's shoulder, which obviously embarrassed him. Shall we begin? I asked, opening the book. I see. So the two teenagers began to read the book together, with RD feeling relief and calm in her heart as she was with him. But she did not forget her main objective. To become stronger so that another of her friends would not die. She would no longer be a burden, as she had been to Luck when he died, so that she could flee. Next time she would protect her friends. Meanwhile, outside the hospital room, Shakti was leaning against the wall next to the door, listening as they both talked, throwing out facts about the Book of Heroes. A small smile appeared on Shakti's face when she heard that. She knew very well that Belle was doing that so that RD wouldn't think too much about last night's events, and she was truly grateful. Belle was a good kid. Not yet, it's too soon to decide if he's a good guy for my sister. And with those thoughts Shakti left the room, leaving the two young people alone as they enjoyed reading. The next few days in Orario would be full of work. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Confessions. A week had passed since the attack on the prison that put Orario in a state of crisis, thinking that they would enter a new dark age. But fortunately for them, the most powerful families did not allow it and immediately began patrolling day and night in every corner of the city, preventing innocent people from being attacked and managing to capture some of the escaped prisoners, although unfortunately the most dangerous and powerful ones did not show themselves, but it was only a matter of time before they fell too. And among all the families that helped was the Astrea family, who, despite being the weakest of the four most powerful families in the city, did not fall behind and showed why they were the family of justice. Well, some of them forgot that they were part of the Justice family and did some rather questionable things. Stop running, you bucking piece of shit. If I stop running, you'll put me back in jail. And through the streets of Orario, a certain beautiful Oriental woman was chazzing with an expression full of anger, one of the many criminals who had escaped, and the reason for her anger was that she had been running for an hour and she could not catch him, and it did not help at all that they were on Daedalus Street. Lyra and Belle told him to calm down and to plan a strategy to catch him, but his anger got the better of him and he continued chazzing him to cut him down with his sword. Thank God. I get out of jail and a beautiful woman keeps following me all over the city. She's crazy about me. And it didn't help at all that the criminal kept making those kinds of comments every minute, further angering Kagaya. "When I catch you, I'll shove my sword up your ass." "That little mouth," shouted Knees, who was behind the Oriental woman. Lyra and Belle had stopped following him a while ago. It seemed they had a plan to catch the guy, who wasn't very strong despite being level 4, but was a master at escaping thanks to his speed. "Haha. Being free is the best," he shouted, jumping onto a rooftop, but he didn't expect 3 bombs to appear in front of him. Huh. The explosion was not long in coming, hitting the enemy directly and sending him crashing to the ground. "Haha, those are some good bombs. Nothing beats them," shouted Lyra with a big smile as Belle carried her on his back. Realizing that it would be a waste of time to follow him that way, they decided to change their strategy, letting Kagaya continue chasing him along with Knees. After thinking a bit about their enemy's escape pattern, they decided to run to another place as fast as possible to wait for him there, although since Lyra wasn't very fast, she asked Belle to carry her so as not to be delayed, and fortunately their plan worked, arriving just in time to launch those bombs. "Finally," Kagaya shouted, drawing her sword and walking toward the man. "I'm going to enjoy this more than you can imagine." Wait, violence is not the solution," said the guy, frightened as he saw Kagaya approaching with murderous intentions. "I'm going to cut you into pieces." "Wait, Kagaya," Belle called, standing in front of his friend, while Knees and Lyra watched the guy to make sure he didn't try anything against Belle while his back was turned. "Get out of the way, Belle. I don't want to hurt you. This guy deserves to be cut out. I know you're angry, but this isn't right. As a member of the Justice family, I can't allow you to kill him." "I'm not going to kill him, I'm just going to take his life," he said, touching the edge of his sword. That's the same thing Knees and Lyra thought with an anime-style sweat drop. "Kagaya, please." "Ah, fine," and letting out a tired sigh, he sheathed his katana, still frowning. "Happy now?" "Yes, thank you," Kagaya, Belle said gratefully, relieved that it wasn't anything serious. But unfortunately for the albino, when he lowered his guard, the guy tried to attack him from behind, since Lyra and Knees also lowered their guard for a few short seconds. Then Kagaya, seeing that, her anger flared again, and with a swift movement she cut off her enemy's hand before it could touch Belle. "That's not going to happen, you damn piece of shit," Kagaya whispered, watching as the man screamed in pain, trying to stop the bleeding. Thank you," the albino said gratefully upon seeing that the girl had saved him from his carelessness. "Don't let your guard down again, you fool," Kagaya scolded, punching Belle in the nose before walking toward her enemy. "And you, I hope one hand is enough to defend yourself in prison when you have to shower." And with those words, I forcefully stomped on his face, breaking his nose and leaving him unconscious. "Good heavens, Kagaya," how sadistic, Lyra commented. "Ahem, let it be clear that if I had realized he was going to attack Belle, I would have reacted quickly," said the wolf with her arms crossed. "Yeah, right," said the Oriental woman, looking mockingly at Knees. They had started behaving this way with each other a few days ago and didn't know why. "Great. This is the 7th one we've caught this week," Lyra said proudly, tying up the guy along with Belle. "We've caught more than Allies' group and Iska's group. Since when did we turn this into a competition to see who can catch the most?" Belle asked with a nervous smile. "Ever since Allies said she would prove that her group was better than ours. That silly girl never misses an opportunity to show off," Kagaya whispered with a twitch in her eye. "The silly girl thinks that if she proves her team is better, Astrea Sama will transfer Belle to her group," Knees said with a laugh. "Poor fool," Lyra mocked. Belle let out a nervous laugh upon hearing that conversation. "Alright, we're done here, so let's hand this idiot over to jail and finish the job," Kagaya ordered, grabbing the guy by the foot and starting to drag him. "Wouldn't it be better to heal his arm?" Lyra asked. "That's right, he could die from blood loss," Belle said. "I didn't mean that, I'm saying it because we could stain the street with their blood." A little while later. After handing over the criminal, the 4 of them started walking through the streets, thinking about what to do next. "What do we do now?" Knees asked. "Our patrol is over. Do we go back to headquarters?" "No. We've been working and sleeping ever since those bastards escaped from prison, let's do something different," said the hobbit. "So what do you propose?" Belle asked. "I don't know, something quiet, let's go to a bar and hang out," she suggested with a smile. "It's been a while since I've had a drink." "I don't know, Lyra, drinking these days can be dangerous," Knees said, sounding unsure. "I don't see the bad in it," Kagaya said, shrugging. "And if we happen to get drunk, Belle will be there to protect us, right, Belle?" "I will never allow them to touch a hair on their heads," the albino said seriously. "See? So there's no problem other than we'll only have a little, we won't get drunk." "Haha, then let's go, we deserve this break," said the excited hobbit, starting to walk, and the rest followed her. "I still say I don't think it's a good idea," Knees whispered. Some time later. After walking for a while they arrived at the famous fertility hostess's bar and went inside. The place was lively even though it wasn't very crowded, but that was better for them. Table for 4. Naya, the one who greeted them at the entrance, was a smiling cat with brown hair. "Naya?" said the albino, puzzled by that word. "Naya. Naya. Yes, Naya. A table for 4 and stop going along with Belle," Kagaya requested with an anime-style sweat drop. "Come with me, Naya," said Ghana, leading them to a table away from the rest so they could have privacy. "What are you going to order, Naya?" "A steak and a beer," Kagaya ordered. "Fried chicken and a beer," the hobbit ordered. "I'd like spaghetti with meatballs and a pineapple juice," Belle ordered. "Same as Belle but without meatballs and an orange juice," Nise requested. "Understood, Naya. It will be ready soon," and so the smiling cat left, leaving the group alone. "Are you seriously not going to drink?" Lyra asked when she saw that the wolf didn't order beer. "No, if you guys get drunk and I do too, we'll cause problems for Belle, so I prefer to be sober in case something happens," Nise replied. "Thanks, Nise, but you guys aren't a problem. If you want to drink, don't hold back," said the albino. "No, the truth is I don't really feel like drinking beer," the smiling wolf refused. "Party pooper," Lyra whispered. "So? What do we do while we wait for the food to arrive?" Kagaya asked. "How about we talk about how quiet those damn escapees are?" Lyra suggested irritably. "It's been a week and they haven't made a move." "They're not idiots," Nee said. "They've been locked up for many years and don't know the current state of the city and the new families. They're not going to recklessly attack an enemy they don't yet know well. Yes, most likely those bastards will take their time to make their move and get to know their enemy better, meanwhile they will send those annoying weaklings to show that they still have a presence," said Kagaya with annoyance. "In short, we have a window of time before they show themselves," Belle whispered, trying to hide his anger, remembering what that smiling bastard did to RD, not forgetting Abel's betrayal, which he was 100% sure was his doing. "Exactly, so relax, Rabbit, because when Evilis's attacks start, you'll miss these peaceful days," said Lyra, without imagining that Belle would remember those words over and over again in the future. "So in the meantime, we'll just have a drink and hang out here," Kagaya said, leaning back in her chair. "I really need a beer. This week has been so stressful, and let's stop talking about Evilis. You're all getting on my nerves." "Kagaya is right, a moment of relaxation is good, next time we'll all come here," Nee said, smiling again. Well, Belle, despite feeling angry when remembering that guy, erased all of that from his mind and dedicated himself to enjoying that moment with his friends. "Here's your food, Naya," said the cat, arriving at the table with a large tray that held all the food without spilling a single drop of the drinks. "Thank you very much, Anya. Anya Forger, I mean, Frommel." The cat introduced herself to the albino. "Nice to meet you, Anya." "Stop flirting with the waitresses," Kagaya said, looking seriously at the albino. "But I'm not flirting." "That's what someone who's flirting would say," Nise whispered, narrowing her eyes. "If you need anything else, just call me, Naya." And with that, the lively cat left the place, leaving the group alone. "Great. Let's eat," Lyra said, grabbing her mug of beer and taking a big swig. This is the life." "Please don't get drunk," the albino pleaded. "Just relax and enjoy your food," Nise said, starting to eat her spaghetti. "If they get drunk, we'll just hit them on the neck to knock them unconscious so they don't bother us." "I heard you, little wolf," Kagaya said irritably, enjoying her steak. Well, the albino just smiled and began to enjoy his food, he really liked spending time with them. If he ever saw his grandmother again, he would give her a big hug and thank her for helping him belong to that family. Meanwhile, at the Astrea family headquarters. A certain lively Redeed was walking through the mansion's hallways with a smile, heading towards the living room. And upon arriving, I didn't hesitate to slam the door open. "Belle. Are you here?" she asked, her smile unwavering. But when they looked at the room, the only one there was Astrea, who was reading a book. And Belle?" I asked, surprised not to see the albino. "They haven't arrived yet and they'll probably be back a little late. Lyra asked me for permission this morning to go to a bar with them," the goddess replied, closing the book and putting it on the table. "And they left without me?" I asked indignantly. "They said it was just going to be the 4 of them, next time we'll all go together," she said with a small smile. "It's not fair," she whispered. "And the girls?" "Brianna is showering and Mariu and Ryu decided to rest in their rooms and apparently Iska's group hasn't arrived either," she replied, walking towards the sofa in front of Astrea and sitting down. "And why are you looking for Belle?" Astrea asked curiously. "I wanted to show you my new armor and get your opinion," she replied, smiling again. "I'm sure you'll be impressed with my beauty." Astrea just stared at the Redeed, who stopped smiling and became confused. "That? Allies, since it's just you and me here, I'd like to have a chat with you about a certain topic," he said in a calm voice. "Sure. I accept, a little surprised. Perhaps he wanted to give her some advice on how to be a better captain. When he gave her that title, he gave her a lot of advice on how to improve, and that was something allies appreciated. Thanks to her goddess's advice, she would become a more beautiful and perfect captain. Allies, what do you think of Belle? Iridide was surprised by the sudden question, as she had expected something related to being a captain. But seconds later she smiled to answer. Belle is a wonderful person. Every day I feel so happy that I've brought him into the Astrea family. Even though at first everyone disagreed with him being part of the family, now they all appreciate him, she replied, her happiness evident in her eyes. I really enjoy being by his side and being friends, and besides, he's the only one who treats me like a great captain. That makes him even more special. Astrea only smiled slightly upon hearing the words the Iridide was saying. Allies, you were right, Freya, the goddess thought. The only bad thing is that I can never patrol with him. That silly Kagaya always refuses to swap places, even for just one day. She's so selfish. She complained, crossing her arms. But I won't give up. I'm sure if I keep insisting, she'll agree. Allies? Huh? What? She asked curiously. Are you in love with Belle? She asked the question she had wanted to ask for days. Iridide opened her eyes in surprise, not expecting her goddess to ask her that question at all, leaving her for a few seconds with her mind blank, not knowing what to say. But when she came to, a smile appeared on her face. Ha 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 ha, what makes you think that, Astrea-sama? Allies laughed playfully. Many things. Of course not. Belle is my best friend and I love him very much. He's a very important person in the family, so it's obvious I care about him a lot. Fall in love? Why? Because I want to spend time with him. It's obvious. He's my friend, and as a friend, I want to be with him and have fun. I don't know why you think that, Belle and I just make a good team together, I realized that at the casino, that's why I tell Kagaya to put him on my team and. Is it that obvious? I asked, looking down in embarrassment. Yes, at least I've noticed it for several days now, Astrea replied with a slight smile. Ah. Okay. I plead guilty, I like Belle, she whispered, putting her feet up on the sofa and hugging her knees. Don't feel bad about it, allies, said Astrea. Are you going to kick me out of the family? For falling in love with a colleague? What? Of course not. Why do you think that? I heard that the goddess Artemis does that with her daughters, so I thought you would do the same, she said, making circles on the sofa with her finger. Artemis has her rules and I have mine. I'm not going to kick you out of the family for falling in love with Belle, nobody controls their heart. So that means I should hide my feelings for nothing? She asked, puffing out her cheeks. Allies, you're a very smart girl, but sometimes you leave much to be desired. Hey. Okay, sorry, she apologized, letting out a small laugh. Let's talk about your feelings for Belle. Upon hearing those words, allies began to feel embarrassed again. When did you start having those feelings for Belle? I don't know, she whispered. At first, I was happy to spend time with him because he treated me with respect, but then I started feeling strange when I was around him. It's weird to explain, but somehow, without realizing it, I started seeing Belle differently. I realized it when we were at the casinos. Wow, you've been hiding your feelings for quite some time. I wasn't hiding them, I just don't know how to behave. Huh? What do you mean? This is the first time I've fallen in love with someone and I don't know how to act when I'm with him. I think of ways to get closer to him, but I end up getting nervous and acting like I always do, cracking silly jokes, she explained shyly. I don't know what to do. I go into his room to wake him up or make a joke, but other than that, I don't know how to act on my feelings, or if I should even tell him. Wow, you're really in love, said Astrea, looking tenderly at the Iridide who was embarrassed. What should I do, Astrea-sama? Should I ignore what I feel? No, I know very well that you have beautiful and true feelings for him, so putting them aside is not the right thing to do. So? I'd recommend you take your time. It's pretty clear you like him, but you don't know how Belle feels, so it's best to take things slowly. Belle is the type of guy who takes relationships seriously, so he won't make any hasty decisions. Does that mean I have to make him fall in love with me? Yes, I think so. What should I do? Any advice? He asked, looking at his goddess with longing. Ugh, it pains me to admit it, but I have no experience with this, so I don't know what kind of advice to give you, she confessed, embarrassed. Just do what you think is right, but don't rush things and take it easy. It's difficult, allies whispered. That silly Kagaya spends a lot of time with him, and if it's not her, it's the others, so we're rarely alone. Don't get discouraged, allies, I'll be supporting you, she said with a smile. Oh really? Yes, I will support you. Spoiler alert. She doesn't support it. Thank you so much, Astrea-sama. She exclaimed, standing up and going to give her a hug. All of this is new to me, so your words have helped me a lot. Don't thank me, I just want to see my children happy, I whispered, returning the hug. Good. Then I'll take things slowly, I said, pulling away from the hug with a determined expression. I like Belle, I like him a lot, and I'll do everything I can to make him feel the same way, and I'll take down any enemy, no matter who they are. Don't take it to such an extreme, Astrea pleaded with an anime-style sweat drop. Sorry, I got carried away. Meanwhile, outside the room was Rihanna, who was about to open the door but heard Alice's last words and was left speechless. Oh no, she whispered. This is going to be a problem. Going back to the bar. After eating and drinking for about an hour and a half, 2 of the 4 people at that table were already drunk. As I said, tea alcohol doesn't affect me, said Kagaya, clearly drunk. Haha, yeah right, and I have Muslim ancestry, Lyra mocked, who was also drunk. I knew it was a bad idea for them to drink, Nese whispered wearily. I'm surprised Kagaya got drunk after only 3 mugs of beer, Belle laughed nervously. So what? Kagaya asked, letting her head fall onto the albino's shoulder, causing Nese to frown and the albino to blush. You said you'd protect me, so don't complain, you silly rabbit. Hey Kagaya, you are acting strange. Shut up and hug me again like W when they took Belle Jr. away, she whispered, clinging to Belle's arm. Which hug? Nese asked, looking at the albino and feeling a strange sense of annoyance in his heart. The long story Lyra also wants a hug from the sea rabbit, whispered the hobbit, her gaze fixed on her beer mug. I think it's best if we leave before these 2 do something crazy, Nese sighed wearily. Can you go pay the bill? When we get back to headquarters, I'll give you part of what we spent. Don't worry, I'll treat them, Belle said with a slight smile, carefully separating Kagaya from him. Stupid rabbit, stop flirting with other women, whispered the Oriental woman. I want more beer, said the hobbit. I'll be right back, and with a nervous smile, Belle stood up and walked to the counter to pay for the food. When they were alone, Nese looked disapprovingly at both of them. You all stop making Belle uncomfortable, on top of everything you drank a lot and you're letting him pay the bill, scolded the she-wolf. My rabbit owes me tea money for wasting a lot of material on his failed bombs, whispered the hobbit. Meanwhile, Kagaya just stared with a slight blush from being drunk at Belle, who was chatting with Mia. And you, Kagaya, stop hugging Belle like that, you're making him nervous. So? Said the Asian girl. I just want to hug the boy I like. That? Nese opened her eyes in shock upon hearing that confession from the Oriental woman, not expecting it at all. It seems that being drunk makes her say things she would never say when sober. Do you like Belle? I asked, unable to believe it. So what? I like that silly rabbit, I whispered, watching him give a nervous smile as he handed the money to Mia. Wow, I think this is the first time I've admitted it out of my head. Haha, I don't blame you, really, the hobbit laughed. Belle is a good catch, if he asked me to be his wife I would gladly accept, at least I know that by his side, I would never be bored. Meanwhile, Nese just stared in shock at the 2 women who didn't even think about what they were going to say and just kept talking. I had to stop them. What's more, I'll tell that fool that I like him so he'll stop flirting with other women, said Kagaya, standing up. No fear of success. Cried the hobbit. Upon seeing this, Nese quickly stood up and with a clean blow to the neck knocked Kagaya unconscious, carefully placing her in her seat, leaning against the table as if she were asleep. You spoil sport. Then I'll tell him myself, said the hobbit, intending to go to the albino. But Nese did the same thing again and knocked Lyra unconscious in her seat. Now that the 2 dangers were asleep, he sat down again, looking at them both with a nervous expression. Of all people, why did you have to fall in love with him? Nese thought, looking at the sleeping Asian woman. Damn it. I'm here, said Belle, arriving at the table. Huh? What happened? It seems the alcohol got the better of them and they ended up asleep, the she-wolf explained with a nervous smile. Well, I expected them to be able to handle alcohol better, but oh well, it's best to return to headquarters before it gets too late. Why yes, you take Lyra and I'll take Kagaya. Understood. So they both picked up their friends and started to leave the bar. Come back soon, Naya. Anya said goodbye with a smile and Belle smiled back. After leaving the bar, they both started walking through the dark streets of Orario towards their home. It was about 7 o'clock at night, but the streets were already a little empty. Since the prisoners escaped, people didn't stay out much at night. I hope Astrea-sama won't be angry, Belle said. I'll probably scold them a bit tomorrow, said the she-wolf, remembering the words of the Eastern woman. Next time we have to make sure they don't drink so much. I agree with you. After that, they both continued walking in silence through the streets, with Nese glancing sideways at the albino who was walking with a calm expression. She was happy to see him like this. He had been very stressed the last few days, and it was good to see him more relaxed. Yeah? Let me tell you that if you ever have a problem, something bothers you, or anything at all, I'll be there to help you. We're family and friends, so count on me, she said, a little embarrassed. I know I'm not the best at giving advice, but I'll do my best to be of help. Please, Belle whispered, looking at her in surprise before smiling. Of course, thank you very much. The she-wolf simply smiled happily upon seeing the albino smile and continued on her way home. But her smile faded as she remembered the words Kagaya had said. So what? I like that silly rabbit. She remembered those words, still unable to believe she had feelings for the albino, although it wasn't that strange. They had spent a lot of time together with Belle Jr. If Kagaya was in love with Belle, then what would she do? For the second time, Niz looked at Belle, who this time had a small smile on his face, probably because of the conversation they had a few moments ago. Could she be as direct as Kagaya? Be Belle. Yes. He said, turning to look at her. Me too. Niz just stared into the albino's red eyes, filled with curiosity, and then lowered his gaze and let out a sigh. Nothing, we should hurry and go back home. I agree, we shouldn't worry Astrea-sama. And with those words they both continued walking in silence, only this time Niz was smiling, enjoying Belle's company. Kagaya is right, you're a silly rabbit, he thought. The next day. We now find ourselves in the headquarters hallways with Niz walking calmly towards the dining room after taking a shower. What a night, I still can't believe Kagaya said that, he thought, stretching his arms. Although she snapped out of her thoughts when she saw a certain oriental woman walking briskly towards her. Niz. Hey Kagaya, what's wrong? He asked calmly. I'd like to talk to you about something. Sure, what's up? The Asian woman looked around to see if they were alone and then started talking. Yesterday at the bar when I was drunk, didn't I say anything weird? Didn't I say weird things to Belle? She asked, her eyes showing a desire to know what happened yesterday. Huh? You don't remember anything from last night? No, just vague things, she confessed, a little embarrassed. But that's not the point. Did I say something weird to Belle? You just told him he's a silly rabbit, he replied, making the oriental woman sigh. I see, it's just that when I'm drunk I say nonsensical things, she said, starting to walk in the opposite direction from Niz. Anyway, thanks for telling me. Tell Astrea-sama I'll be back for breakfast soon. Niz just watched as the oriental woman left, a little calmer than at the beginning. She was about to leave too, but stopped, wanting to say a few more words. Kagaya, he called, making the oriental woman stop. Yes. He said, turning to look at her. Upon seeing Niz's face, she noticed a small smile on her face, which confused her. I like him too, he confessed, making Kagaya's eyes widen in surprise. You're right, Belle is a silly rabbit. And with those words, Niz turned around and left the hallway, leaving Kagaya standing alone. She simply brought her hand to her face and let out a tired sigh. So if I said something me and my big mouth, he thought with a slight headache, promising never to drink like yesterday again. Although seconds later he smiled, looking at the place where the she-wolf had gone. Well, nobody said this would be easy, and with those words Kagaya turned around and left the hallway, unable to suppress a small laugh. Seconds later, the door to a room in that hallway opened, and Rihanna came out with a shocked expression, as she had heard everything. Oh no, she whispered. This is definitely going to be a problem. Soon, romantic problems and dilemmas would begin to plague the mansion of the Justice family. End of chapter. Chapter 25. Boyfriends. We will meet at the Astrea family headquarters where some were gathered in the living room resting since it was Sunday, a well-deserved day of rest after patrolling every day, even at night. Luckily, the patrols had been somewhat quiet with the capture of one or two criminals. Elle said Rihanna, who was playing chess next to the albino. Yes. He said, putting a finger to his chin, thinking about what move to make. Can I ask you a question? Sure, go ahead. If you were to have a girlfriend, what kind of girlfriend would you want her to be? When she asked that question, the other girls in the room fell silent to listen to her answer, mainly an Asian girl and a Redeed. Huh? Why are you asking me that? He asked, surprised, looking up at her. I don't know, I just got curious, he said, moving one of his pawns. Since I've known you, I've noticed you're someone who takes things seriously, so I imagine it's the same with romantic relationships. I think you must have some preference. You're going to get married someday, after all. Ever since Rihanna heard the confessions of 3 of her friends, she had started to feel nervous, expecting that at any moment some argument would break out at headquarters, but fortunately nothing had happened. So she decided to ask that question to find out if any of them had a chance and to avoid conflicts. She just hoped he wouldn't describe her or if he would apologize personally to her friends. My preferences, Belle whispered, starting to think of an answer. Redeeds with green eyes, allies thought. Beautiful oriental women, Kagaya thought confidently. An elf, thought Lyra. Well, I don't really have a preference, Belle replied honestly. I don't judge a woman by her looks. All I ask is that she loves me and is a lively girl. I meet both requirements. Allies thought happily. Really? You don't care about appearances? Rihanna asked, smiling. It's nice that you pay attention to feelings. Just as I expected from Belle, Noin said, giving a thumbs up. Although I don't understand the reason for these questions, Belle said with a nervous smile. We want to know more about you. Astrea shouted. You don't tell us much, it's just curiosity, Rihanna replied. Well, you see, I don't have any preferences, although I'm not currently interested in being in a relationship, he said honestly. Allies let out a groan of pain upon hearing those words, and Kagaya frowned slightly. Besides, I have wonderful friends, I don't need a girlfriend, she said with a smile. Upon hearing those sudden words, some burst into embarrassed or happy laughter. I agree, said Rihanna, smiling happily. The rabbit is showing his flirtatious side, Iska joked. They would normally think that Belle was flirting with them, but they knew him very well and knew that he was serious. They didn't need Astrea to be present to confirm those words. I'm not satisfied with just being friends, allies thought. He's probably not interested in it because of that bitch who only used him, Kagaya thought with annoyance. At that moment, the living room doors opened, catching everyone's attention as they saw it was the family's beastman. Knees looked around for someone until he saw Belle starting to walk towards him. Kagaya just squinted at the wolf, wondering what her intentions were. Knees called. And? I'm sorry to bother you so suddenly, but I need to ask you something, she said with an embarrassed smile. Of course, you can count on me for anything, she said curiously. What do you need? I was wondering if you wanted to be my boyfriend. Ah. It was the only sound that came out of the albino upon hearing those words, leaving him in shock. Meanwhile, the rest of the girls opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing those words they hadn't expected at all. No. It's already started. Rihanna screamed in her mind. BB boyfriend. Allies stammered, unable to believe it. Meanwhile, Kagaya was left speechless, not believing that Knees would make such a sudden and risky move. And Belle, after coming out of shock, gradually became embarrassed looking at the beautiful wolf. He began to stutter, not knowing what to answer her. While Knees was only embarrassed to see that her little joke had gotten out of hand, all she wanted was to see Kagaya's expression. She had to fix that and make her real request. Sorry, I didn't explain myself well, she said, scratching her cheek in embarrassment. I wanted to know if you could pretend to be my boyfriend for today. Pretend. Belle said, going from embarrassment to confusion. The soul returned to Alice's body upon hearing the she-wolf's true request. And Kagaya only frowned slightly upon hearing that. Honey girl, thought the Oriental woman, knowing it was to annoy her. Pretend. Iska whispered. Hey, don't use Belle like that. Noin protested. Yes. Astrea supported. Wait, let me explain, the wolf pleaded nervously. I don't want to use Belle, I would never do that. So why are you asking him to pretend to be your boyfriend? Rihanna asked, frowning. He knew Knees was in love with Belle, so he was annoyed that she used the word pretend. Did she just want to play with Belle? He couldn't allow that. Why do you need me to act like your boyfriend, Knees? Belle asked curiously, unlike the others, who were calm. Well, I wouldn't want you to act, I'd want you to be real, Knees thought, looking at the albino's face before giving his answer. You see, I have a small, annoying problem that I've been trying to fix for days, but nothing works, so I've decided to turn to you, since you're the only man I trust and would ask for this. Wow, for some reason that makes me happy to hear that, Belle said with a smile that embarrassed the she-wolf. So what's the problem? There's a guy who's been harassing me, she replied quickly. What? Belle's happy expression changed to an angry one upon hearing those words. Who's harassing you? Seriously? Who's the idiot who dares to harass you? Kagaya asked seriously. Someone who doesn't take no for an answer, she replied wearily. He's been following me for about 2 weeks now. The first time, he confessed his feelings and asked me if I wanted to be his girlfriend. Obviously, I rejected him and thought that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. The next day, he followed me again to ask me the same question. Wow, what an annoying guy, Kagaya said irritably. Well, the point is that on the 5th occasion I told him that I couldn't be his girlfriend since I had a boyfriend. I thought that would stop him, but he still kept insisting the next few days. Why don't you beat him up? It's strange that you haven't, Lyra asked, puzzled. I already did it, I even went a little overboard sending him to the hospital. I thought that would scare him, but when he left the hospital he continued to harass me, and it's starting to get very annoying. So you asked Belle to pretend to be your boyfriend to show that stalker you were serious and make him stop? Rihanna said. Yeah, honestly, I'm getting tired of all this and I don't want to send him to jail. The Ganesha family is already very busy with all the escaped prisoners, she said, turning to look at Belle. So that's why I asked you if you could pretend to be my boyfriend and stop that guy once and for all. Sorry for making that request. Don't worry, Knees, I'll gladly help you, said the albino, standing up. Like you said, I'll be there for you whenever you need me. Knees smiled happily upon hearing those words, holding back the urge to give him a hug. Meanwhile, Kagaya and allies watched the interaction between the two with a touch of jealousy. And would we have to leave now? Yes, that idiot is probably looking for me in the street, so it's best to go for a walk so he sees us and lets him know I don't want anything to do with him. Okay, should I change my clothes? I don't know, something more formal for that, Belle asked curiously. No, I like you just the way you are, she said, smiling slightly. Although seconds later he realized what he had said and began to feel embarrassed. I mean, you look good in what you're wearing, you don't need to fix yourself up, she said with an embarrassed smile. Oh okay, he whispered, since the previous words had taken him by surprise. Shall we go? Yes. We have to pretend we have a date to make it more believable, the she-wolf said excitedly. I'm starting to think he's taking advantage of the situation, Kagaya thought, narrowing her eyes. Then I'll see you later, girls. Belle said goodbye, leaving the room along with Knees, who before leaving, turned to look at Kagaya and smiled at her before following the albino. Very cunning little wolf, Kagaya thought with a twitch in her eye. While the rest of the family remained silent after what they had just witnessed. Hey, am I the only one who thinks Knees is in love with Belle? Astrea asked curiously. No, you're not the only one, and I don't blame her, Rihanna whispered, although seconds later she realized what she said, shaking her head. They say that werewolves become affectionate and closer to a man when they are in love with him, and that's the attitude she's acquired with Belle, Noin explained. How lovely, I think, said Iska. However, everyone's conversation stopped when they saw Kagaya stand up. Where are you going? Mariu asked curiously. To go for a walk, and with that answer the Oriental woman left the room. Seconds later, the Redite and captain of the family also stood up. Now that I remember, I had something to do at the guild, I'll come back later, and with that, allies also left the room. She's really bad at lying, they all thought, with an anime-style sweat drop. And to everyone's surprise, Lyra also stood up. Where are you going, Lyra? Astrea asked. To spy on Belle and Knees, he replied, leaving the place. How sincere, they thought with nervous smiles. After that, they all remained silent, processing everything that was happening. Two of his friends were on a date at that moment, which, even if it was a fake date, was still a date. They unintentionally began to feel strange. It's rude to follow them, Mariu whispered. Nobody said anything, you just said what you wanted, Iska said, making the girl feel embarrassed. It would be like extra patrolling, Noin said with a smile. Let's go. And immediately they all stood up and left the room, curious about what would happen on that date. Seconds later the doors of the place were opened again, and two elves entered carrying some books. Where is everyone? Ryu asked, not seeing any of his friends there. They probably went out to do the shopping, Salty suggested. Perhaps you're right. And with those words, the two sat down on the sofa and read the books they had brought with them. While Astrea just watched from the garden with an anime-style sweat drop as Belle and Knees left the headquarters, and seconds later the other girls followed behind them. And here I was thinking of asking Belle for help in the garden, Astrea thought, letting out a sigh. That'll have to wait for another time. In the city. Knees was walking down the street smiling, and Belle was looking all around. And what's that guy like? He asked curiously. You don't need to look for him, as soon as he sees me he'll come to us, so all we have to do is make this look like a date, so he thinks we're a couple. So what do we do? I asked. I know I said I had a girlfriend, but I never went on a date. That bitch doesn't count as a girlfriend, Knees said angrily, then smiled. And don't worry, I don't know anything about it either, so we'll figure it out together. So, where do we begin? With the basics. And with those words, Knees extended her hand towards Belle, who looked at her confused. If we want to look like a real couple, then we have to hold hands, Knees explained, a little embarrassed. Oh, that makes sense, the albino whispered, starting to feel nervous. He had to admit that it felt strange doing those kinds of things with his friend, although he didn't dislike it, but it was odd. But Knees was special to him, so he would help her no matter what. So, with the decision already made, Belle took Knees' hand and they intertwined their fingers, much to the embarrassment of both of them, but also to the happiness of the she-wolf. Meanwhile, behind them. A certain Asian woman crushed a metal pipe that served as a post with her hands upon seeing that scene. He is definitely taking advantage of the situation. Allies was shocked to see that while carrying 3 Jakamurikan with her, since she was outside she would take advantage of the situation to eat. Lyra watched everything with amusement, amused by the reactions of both of them, just as the rest followed them at a prudent distance, like Iska, who was walking on the rooftops, or Noin, who covered his face with a newspaper to hide his identity. The only one who followed them without hiding was Lyra, who was only a few meters behind them with her hands in her pockets. "They're following us," Belle thought seriously as he felt eyes on his back, believing it was some enemy. Knees, on the contrary, let out a tired sigh. She felt their stares but could also smell the scent of each one of them. Don't they know what privacy is? He thought with annoyance. Although a bread shop opened there, displaying a sign advertising a limited type of bread, a bread famous in the city. Upon seeing this, people quickly began running towards the bakery, creating a stampede and taking Astrea Mariu with them. "Girls, help!" Mariu shouted as she was dragged away by the crowd. Nguyen, who was the closest, only glanced at them for a few seconds before turning around and continuing on her way. "Traitor!" shouted the dwarf, disappearing into the crowd. Mariu and Astrea had been eliminated from espionage. Back with Knees and Belle. "So what do we do now?" Belle asked, a little embarrassed to be walking hand in hand with a beastman, even though she fought hand to hand and trained constantly every day, her hand was soft. Well, let's go get something to eat," the nervous wolf suggested. "That idiot is always hanging around downtown Orario, so we need to stay close to here. By the way, where do you know him from? Or is he just a fan?" Belle asked, curious and still a little annoyed that they were harassing his friend. "Ah, I saved him a year ago from an Evilis attack. Honestly, I didn't remember until he explained why he fell in love with me." She sighed wearily and began to explain. "At first, I felt a little flattered, but I rejected him. I don't like him, but after so much insistence and harassment, it started to get annoying. I even ended up beating him up when he tried to take my hand and lead me to a restaurant against my will. I thought that would stop him, but it only increased the harassment. Maybe my blows damaged something in his brain. Well, he's an annoying guy, but I don't blame him. Any man would be lucky to be with a beautiful girl like you." He complimented her with a smile, making the she-wolf's cheeks blush a little. Thank you," she whispered with a happy smile. Meanwhile, behind them, Lyra whistled, since she could hear a little because she was the closest. "Oh, rabbit, I didn't know you could praise like that," the hobbit thought with amusement. Up on the rooftops, Iska wanted to get closer because she saw Knees blushing and was curious to know what they were talking about. Unfortunately, she didn't pay attention to where she was walking and put her foot on a deteriorated roof, falling suddenly down into the house of a family who stared blankly at the huge hole in the roof and the Amazon blushing with embarrassment. "And I'll fix it." Then taking out the materials, he magically began to repair that family's roof. Iska was forced to withdraw. After walking for a few minutes and being followed at a safe distance by the others, they arrived at a crepe stand. It was a food that Knees really liked. "2 crepes, please," Belle politely asked the lady running the stand. "Right away," said the woman preparing the food. Knees simply lowered his gaze to his hand, which was intertwined with the albino's hand, and smiled slightly. She didn't know when she started liking Belle, but from the first moment she saw him, she liked him. When she found him in the middle of the street with Kagaya asking to see Astrea, at first she didn't trust him much, but when Astrea confirmed that he was someone trustworthy, she decided to form a friendship with him, and their bond grew stronger thanks to the fact that they both became patrol partners. He practically spent all day with him patrolling, though they were also with Lyra and Kagaya. They also trained together every morning since they were always the first ones up. He enjoyed those moments together when they trained. The only day on which he didn't spend much time with Belle was Sunday, since he either spent it locked up with Lyra creating bombs, or he was with his goddess in the garden, or he got together with everyone in the family to play some board game where she also played. She knew that living with him for so long would eventually awaken those feelings. After all, beastmen are somewhat similar to elves when it comes to relationships. But she didn't regret falling in love. Belle was a good guy, after all, he was in a family of only women. Everything would be happiness for Knees if it weren't for a small problem. He slowly turned around a little to see how his companions were hidden behind them, and he could see them clearly. Allies, it was more than clear that that silly girl was in love with Belle. She had realized it a few weeks ago because of the way she acted. By the way, the Redeed was eating some skewered calamari while watching them. "Wasn't I eating jackamurican recently?" Knees thought, puzzled. The truth was that when Allies was nervous she had the bad habit of eating a lot. Then downplaying it, she turned her gaze to the other girl, Kagaya, the most dangerous of all, who was sitting on a bench staring at her. It was more than obvious that Kagaya was never interested in boys, and every time she was asked she said that none of them were interesting, so for her to have fallen in love with Belle, it's because the albino has everything she looks for in a boy. It was impossible for Kagaya to let him go just like that, and that made her a dangerous opponent. Then he turned his gaze to Lyra, who was talking to Shakti. I didn't know what Lyra was thinking, to be honest. It was more than obvious that the hobbit had a great affection for the albino, but I couldn't say for sure if she was in love or not, although after what she said in that bar, I could assure you that she had some kind of interest in him. Huh? Knees and the rest of the girls watched in surprise as Shakti put handcuffs on Lyra's wrists. "I'm innocent, I swear," whispered the hobbit. "Yes, yes, tell that to the pink judge," said the elder Varma. Wait, why are you doing this?" Noin asked, surprised, coming out of her hiding place to ask Shakti that question. "She was reported yesterday for defrauding a vendor, so I'm taking her in so she can pay. She has to pay a fine for her actions," the woman replied. "So what? I scammed a scammer, I gave him a taste of his own medicine, I should be rewarded for it," Lyra said, showing no remorse. "If you want, you can come with me to pay the fine, or else your friend will spend a week in a cell," Shakti said. "And as for the other swindler, we'll find him so he can pay for his actions." Noin just looked frustrated towards Belle and Knees, she really wanted to see how that date was going, but she had to help that silly Lyra. "Go on without me," said Noin, turning to look at Kagaya, allies and Rihanna, and then leaving with Shakti and Lyra, who was complaining about being punished for the good deeds she had done. Noin and Lyra withdrew against their will. Knees just let out a tired sigh at the sight. Lyra would never change. After that, she thought about the rest of her friends. She didn't know if they had feelings for Belle, but they certainly appreciated him a lot. Although one of them. Knees turned her gaze towards Rihanna, who was also looking at her. Lately, her friend had also been behaving strangely. If things had been different, then she would have been Belle Jr.'s mother, since she found him along with Belle. Unfortunately, the little boy did not recognize her as such. I needed to investigate Rihanna a little more. And that was it. Perhaps those were the only possible rivals. He couldn't think of anyone else, although he had forgotten about a certain minor Varma who was the biggest threat. "Here are your crepes," the lady said kindly. "Enjoy them." "Thank you very much," they both said, taking the food, paying for it, and leaving the place, followed from behind by the three girls. "Do you really like crepes, Knees?" Belle asked curiously. "Yes, I love them," she replied with a smile. "Okay, then I'll keep that in mind for next time we go out," said the albino, taking a bite of his crepe. As Knees opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, had he just invited her on a date of his own free will? A happy smile inevitably spread across her face. "I'll be waiting for it." Kagaya just watched Knees' happy smile, for a moment she thought about ruining the date somehow, but seeing how happy her friend was, she erased those thoughts. "I'm starting to think it's silly to keep following them," Kagaya sighed. "We should let them do their thing and let Belle help her with her problem. What do you think, allies?" "Allies?" When the Asian woman didn't hear the redeed, she started looking for her until she saw her at the crepe stand. "Can I have 2 crepes please?" asked a smiling redeed. "Allies, stop eating," she shouted angrily. "Hey girls," Rihanna called. "A boy is approaching Knees and Belle." Upon hearing those words, the two stopped what they were doing and approached Rihanna to see what would happen with the whole problem of Knees' stalker. "If he doesn't understand, I'll give him a beating he'll never forget so he'll stop harassing her," Kagaya thought angrily. Well, with the partner. They had already finished enjoying their crepe and were preparing to go to another place to continue their date, although all those plans were erased when Knees saw a black-haired beastman approaching her with a smile. "Here he comes," Knees sighed wearily, making the albino turn to look at him with a frown. "My beloved Knees. I was just looking for you," said the guy with a love-struck smile, wanting to get closer to her. But what she didn't count on was that a certain albino stood in front of the she-wolf, preventing her from getting any closer to her. "Hey, buddy, you're in the way. Can you move over?" the boy asked politely. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to continue harassing her," Belle said seriously. "Oh? Harass? I would never do that to such a beautiful maiden," he said, offended. "And to begin with, who are you?" "He is. I'm her boyfriend," Belle said, interrupting Knees. Upon hearing those words, she couldn't help but feel happy. She knew she was just acting, but no one could take that feeling away from her. "Boyfriend? Knees never told me she had a boyfriend." "I told you hundreds of times," whispered the she-wolf with a twitch in her eye. The boy simply moved closer to Belle and observed him with squinted eyes until seconds later, he opened them in surprise. "I know you. You're the famous boy who managed to get into the Astrea family." She's only noticing now, Belle thought, a little anime-style sweat-drop forming on his brow. He cleared his throat and began to speak. "Listen, I've heard that you've been relentlessly harassing my girlfriend for the past week and it's making her uncomfortable. I'm getting really angry, so I'm asking you to please leave her alone or I'll take drastic measures." But the guy didn't even listen to him, he just watched Knees and then Belle with squinted eyes. "I'm sorry, I don't think so, you two don't make a good couple." Upon hearing those words, the veins on Knees' face bulged and he grabbed the guy by the collar of his shirt and lifted him a few centimeters. "How dare you say that he and I don't make a good couple? My feelings for him are genuine," I shouted angrily. "Wow, that really hurt him," Kagaya thought mockingly. Nice is a very good actress, thought the rabbit in surprise at how good she was at her role. And Nice is choking me, what a joy, the boy said with difficulty. Upon hearing that, Nice let go of him and looked at him with disgust. It really was weird. Nice, my beloved Nice, I advise you to end that relationship for your own good, said the boy, adjusting his shirt collar. Huh? Are you threatening me? No, I say it because he's a womanizer. I shouted to the four winds, pointing at Belle, who became nervous as some people turned to look at him. I knew it, shouted an adventurer in the distance. The only man in the Astrea family, it's impossible for him not to be unfaithful with so many women living under the same roof, she said, shaking her head slightly. Your little heart will shatter into 1,000 pieces when you see him kissing one of your friends, the closest one. And when he says those heartbreaking words, I'm sorry, Nice, but you weren't enough. It's a lie, I swear, Belle said, frightened as a group of old women looked at him disapprovingly. He's making it up. Belle would be incapable of being unfaithful, Nice said, arms crossed. I trust him and his loyalty. Love has blinded you. Understand this once and for all, I don't like you and I never will, I love Belle, so stop harassing me, have some dignity. My dignity went on sabbatical when I saw you, she said in a flirty voice, making Nice let out a tired sigh. See? Nice said, turning to look at the albino. No matter what I do or if I hit him, he never understands. Belle just stared at the guy. He had an unbreakable spirit, he had to admit it, but he knew how to destroy that spirit. Leave it to me, said Belle, walking towards him. Can you come with me? Sure. I agreed, surprised, following Belle and leaving Nice alone, who was confused. She only saw Belle stop about 50 meters away from her and start talking to him, a conversation she couldn't hear because they were speaking very quietly. Even as a beastman, she couldn't hear. Meanwhile, the three girls watched the scene curiously, wondering what Belle was saying, since the guy had an expression of surprise and guilt. After a few long minutes, Belle and the stalker approached Nice, who had a curious expression, wanting to know what they talked about. Hey Nice, the guy called. And? I still love you, but I won't harass you anymore, I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable, he apologized, bowing slightly to her. Was all the she-wolf could say, not believing she was saying that. I know I acted like an idiot, but I just wanted your attention. I didn't realize how you really felt, he whispered, looking down. I hope you're happy with the womanizing albino, and you too. He said, turning to look at Belle. Sorry for bothering your girlfriend, make her happy and respect her. And with those words, and after patting the albino on the back, he turned around and left the place, leaving Nice in shock. She didn't understand it. She had done everything to make him stop harassing her, she even hit him, and yet he still followed her, but Belle, with a simple conversation, achieved what she couldn't. What did you do? I asked, looking at him in surprise. I evangelized him, replied the albino. I'm serious, idiot. What did you say to him? Let's just keep it a secret, she said with an innocent smile until Nice started pulling her cheeks. Stop playing the mystery rabbit and tell me what you said to him. It doesn't matter, the important thing is that he won't harass you anymore, she replied as best she could. Is that what you wanted? When Nice saw that the albino would continue to be stubborn, he let out a tired sigh and released his cheeks. What a mysterious boyfriend I have, the she-wolf joked, making Belle laugh. I don't know what you did, but thank you. It was just a chat, people can understand each other by talking, she said with an innocent smile. You really are a silly rabbit. Meanwhile, the girls watched the interaction between the two from afar. I don't know what he did, but the problem is solved, Rihanna whispered. I bet he threatened him, Kagaya thought with amusement. We'd better head back. Are we not going to keep an eye on them anymore? Allies asked. No, silly girl, they've already dealt with the problem, so it's best if we head back to headquarters before Belle notices us. Besides, we have to find Mariu and Astrea, who got lost in that crowd, and see where Iska is. She suddenly disappeared. And help Noin get Lyra out of jail, Rihanna sighed wearily. Okay, allies agreed, watching Nice and Belle chat. They'll probably be back at headquarters soon. They will, the purpose of all this is over, let's go. And with those words, the three of them turned around and left, somewhat relieved to see that nothing had happened on that outing. Meanwhile, Nice watched, a little disheartened, as the three left, knowing that their time with the albino had ended. I wanted to spend more time with him on that date, but I couldn't force him, he surely had important things to do. Well, I still don't know what you did, but this problem ends here, Nice said with a smile, trying to hide her sadness at the end of their short date. It's best if we head back to headquarters. What are you talking about? Belle asked, puzzled. The deal was to be boyfriend and girlfriend for a day, and the day isn't over yet. Nice opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. What are you saying? I asked, starting to smile. Shall we keep walking around there? Shall we continue with our date? For a few moments Nisa's eyes shone as she heard those words. Yes. Nisa agreed with a happy smile. And taking the albino's hand, they began to walk through the city, strolling and buying food, spending a pleasant day together, a day which Nisa would greatly appreciate. Of course, before all that, he approached her face and kissed her on the cheek, surprising Belle. Thanks for helping me and don't get nervous, that's what couples do, I joke, winking. Why, you're welcome, he whispered, embarrassed by the she-wolf's sudden action. And some time later Kagaya and the rest would realize that Belle and Nise did not return to headquarters, quickly concluding that they continued with their date. Good for you, Nise, Kagaya thought with a slight smile as she saw that she had gotten her way. A pleasant day for the beautiful beastman next to the albino. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Womanizing Rabbit. Years passed at the Astrea family headquarters and Belle finally found love, falling in love with Nguyen and later marrying her. They had 2 children, but unfortunately, their happiness didn't last long. Ryu seduced Belle, and he succumbed to temptation, abandoning Nguyen and their children to be with Ryu and start a family with her, plunging Nguyen into a deep depression. Lyra eventually became the owner of all the casinos, thanks to her cunning and intelligence, while Al-Ai sadly ended up in prison for drug trafficking. I can't believe you cheated on me, Nguyen whispered sadly. I gave you all my love, I gave you my body to show you how much I love you, and you still chose to leave me for Lion. Wasn't I enough? Didn't you care about our children? He whispered as he pulled out a knife. But it doesn't matter. If you're not mine, then you won't be anyone's. Wait, Nguyen, it's just a game. Belle shouted, frightened. And indeed, it was just a game. Ryu, allies, Lyra, Nguyen and Belle, after the patrol which only lasted until noon, decided to play a new board game that Astrea bought, a life simulation board game, and these were the final results after their 5th game. I know, I just wanted to add more drama to the game, Nguyen laughed with an innocent smile, putting the knife down on the table. Well, it seemed like you really wanted to kill me, Belle said, still nervous. I can't believe I participated in infidelity, Ryu said, looking distressed. Ryu-san, it's just a game, Belle tried to reassure her. Shut up, you infidel. Meanwhile, Al-Eyes just stared at the board game with annoyance. That's not fair. Why do I always end up in jail? The Redhead complained. That's because you're taking the easy way out, trying to make quick money illegally. Obviously, sooner or later you'll be caught and imprisoned, Lyra said, eyeing all the coins she'd won gambling, proving she was rich. Learn from me, I got everything legally. But it's boring, doing things legally almost never works, it's better to go the illegal route, said the smiling Redhead. And you're supposed to be part of the Justice family? Nguyen asked, with an anime-style sweat drop. But hey, at least someone was happy stealing another woman's husband, Lyra said mockingly, looking at the elf. I don't like this game, Ryu said, a little embarrassed. It's not my style. Calm down, Lion, it's just a game. It's not like you're really going to steal my husband. I'm not even married to Belle, Nguyen joked. Although I have to admit, the way you seduced Belle was pretty low. Imagine walking into our room naked while I was showering and he was alone. I didn't expect that from you. Nguyen. The elf cried, much more embarrassed. And to begin with, why did Astrea-sama buy this game? It's too much. She said it looked nice and was on sale, Allies replied, rolling the die they were playing with over and over again. She thought maybe it was a children's game. To begin with, it was the god Hermes who recommended it, and nothing good is expected from that god, although I must admit it was entertaining, said the hobbit, letting her face fall onto the table. What's wrong, Lyra? Belle asked. Why do you ask, Rabbit? Well, you've been a little quiet lately. You usually celebrate whenever you do well in these games, but this time you've been quiet, he said, puzzled. Ah, you know me well, Belle, sighed the hobbit. The truth is, I've had my mind on something else. Is something wrong? Ryu asked, worried. Nope, he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a letter, which he placed on the table. Read it. The one who took the letter was Belle. Ryu, Nguyen and allies approached Belle to read the contents of the letter together. Hi Lyra, it's me Will. I am writing you this letter because I have wanted to tell you something important for a long time, but I want to do it in person, so if you can, come to the park north of Orario this afternoon, I will be waiting for you. Nguyen and Ryu put their hands to their mouths as they read the text, knowing what it was about. The confession of love. They both said at the same time. Who is Will? Allies asked. Is there a park in North Orario? Belle asked, surprised, since he hadn't known about it. Will is a friend of mine, he's a hobbit, Lyra replied. I've known him for a few years now, since he sells me gunpowder on the 18th floor. We get along well. And Nguyen asked. Ah, it's likely the invitation is for a love confession, Lyra said wearily. For the past few months, I've noticed he's been acting a little strange around me. I'm very observant, so I suspected he felt something, but I thought he'd never say anything about it. But I was wrong. The letter is lovely. Nowadays almost no one writes love letters, Nguyen said, touched. How I would love to receive a love letter, Ally said a little loudly, glancing sideways at Belle, hoping he would catch the hint. But he kept looking at Lyra, waiting for confirmation of his question. And if rabbit, there is a park in the north of Orario, replied the hobbit. Great. I'll go for a walk there someday, Belle said excitedly as Allies dropped her face onto the table. And what will you do, Lyra? Ryu asked, curious and a little embarrassed, since it wasn't her place to talk about those kinds of topics. Obviously I'll go, even though I don't talk to him much. I consider him a friend, so he deserves for me to introduce myself and give him my answer, he said, taking the letter and putting it back in his pocket. Will you accept it? Nguyen asked. I'll only tell him my answer, she replied with a slight smile. I saw you, Nguyen, you just want to know the gossip. Ugh, don't blame me. Knowing him, he'll probably be in the park at 4 in the afternoon, so there's still an hour left. We can play another game in the meantime. I don't like this game, let's play a different one, Ryu suggested. I hate that game and I don't even know the rules, Ally said. Oh right, Nguyen said, remembering something. Belle. And? I seem to recall you saying this morning that you had to meet with that friend of yours who owes money to the whole city at his forge. That's right, Let told me she was creating a new weapon and wanted to show it to me, the albino recalled, standing up. Sorry, girls, but I won't be able to play anymore. Don't worry, it's good for your health to have male friends, Lyra said. Try to arrive early at headquarters. Walking alone at night is not recommended, Nguyen reminded everyone. Take care, Cranel-san, Ryu said in farewell. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Silly rabbit, Allies whispered, watching the albino leave the room. Great. Let's play another game before Lyra leaves too, said Nguyen, picking up all the game pieces. Are you going to see that boy Lyra alone? Ryu asked. Relax, I know him, nothing bad will happen, Lyra replied, still thinking about the letter. You'd be better off worrying about not seducing Nguyen's rabbit husband. Lyra. It would be the height of absurdity if he did that even though Belle isn't in the game, Nguyen joked, making Ryu even more embarrassed. That fool never notices my hints, and the worst part is that I'm ashamed to be more direct, Allies thought, embarrassed, as she threw her die and fell back into the world of illicit drug trafficking. Alice. Meanwhile, with Belle. He walked with his hands in his pockets at a leisurely pace towards Let's Forge, thinking about the topic he had just discussed with the hobbit. So Lyra received a love letter. Well, she's a nice person with a pleasant personality, so it doesn't surprise me, he thought, watching people stroll by, shopping her out for a walk. I wonder what she'll say. Although he didn't show it, the truth was that he felt a little nervous about the subject of that letter. He and Lyra were very good friends, best friends, and if she accepted their friendship, things would change a lot. But what am I thinking? Belle thought, shaking his head slightly. It's Lyra. All she cares about is creating a bomb more powerful than the last one. For a moment he felt stupid for thinking about it, besides, Lyra was his friend, he had to support her in whatever decision she made. Although that guy had a lot of courage to write that letter, it's admirable. But the albino snapped out of his thoughts when he felt someone gently hug him from behind. Hi Belle, whispered a girl in a soft voice. RD. He didn't need to turn around to recognize that voice. He slowly turned around as the girl let go of him, seeing that it was indeed the lesser Varma, who, to his surprise, was not wearing a mask. I'm glad to see you, RD said with a slight smile. RD, it makes me happy to see you too, said the albino, unable to stop himself from smiling with joy. Since the prison was attacked, he hadn't had much time to communicate with RD because he had been on constant patrol, and RD had been working twice as hard of her own volition because she felt guilty about everything that had happened. How are you? Belle asked, clearly concerned. I'm fine, don't worry, she replied, still maintaining that slight smile. I haven't thanked you yet, thanks for saving me that night. If it weren't for you, that guy would have broken my neck, haha. Don't thank me, I arrived late and that guy hurt you, I'm sorry, he whispered, clenching his fists in frustration. Don't apologize, thanks to you I'm still here, she said, trying to cheer him up. You said it yourself, we have to be stronger to prevent something like this from happening again. Belle noticed that RD's attitude wasn't as lively as before. Even though she was genuinely smiling, it wasn't the same as in the past, and that hurt him. Unable to resist, he approached the girl and took her in his arms to give her a hug, taking her by surprise. Belle, she said, feeling a little embarrassed by the albino's sudden action. What's wrong? I'm truly happy you're here, I whispered, still holding her close. It terrifies me to think what would have happened if I'd been 2 seconds late, I'm afraid to know that if that had happened, I would never have seen you again. Belle, RD whispered, feeling a warmth in her heart. You're important to me, RD, I don't want to lose you. A small smile appeared on RD's face upon hearing those words, returning the hug. Don't worry, my albino hero will always be there to protect me no matter what, besides, I'm strong too, so I'll protect you too. Upon hearing those words, Belle couldn't help but recall certain words Hana had said in the past. Will you be there to protect me when I need you? This time I'll make sure to protect the people I love, I promise, she thought sadly, remembering her friend. I won't fail again. Don't be afraid, I won't leave your side, RD whispered, with no intention of letting go of the hug. Ahem. Upon hearing a fake cough, the two quickly separated, with Belle sporting a fearful expression upon realizing who it was. It was Shakti who stood before them with a frown. What were you doing? Shakti asked angrily. I was hugging him, RD whispered. But he immediately stood in front of the albino to protect him. Shakti, don't hit Belle, she pleaded seriously. I know you're very overprotective of me, but I'm not a child anymore. Belle is a good person, and I'm 100% sure of that. Besides. Before he could continue speaking, Shakti gave him a light tap on the forehead. Calm down, I'm not angry, she said, letting out a tired sigh. You just shouldn't hug in the middle of the street. The enemy could take advantage of that distraction, but I'm not saying you should do things in secret either. Shakti, RD shouted, starting to blush. And you? He said, turning to look at Belle. Yes. He said, standing at attention. I didn't have the chance to say it either. Thank you for saving my sister, I really appreciate it, Shakti said, much to RD's surprise. There's nothing to thank me for, Belle said with a nervous smile. For me, it is, he said, then turned to look at RD. I'll go ahead to headquarters. Don't be long, there's work to be done. And with those words Shakti turned around and left the place, leaving them both alone in silence. Shakti, RD whispered in surprise. Normally, since that incident with Daza, Shakti behaved hostilely towards all the boys who approached her, and the same was true with Belle at the beginning, but now it was different. It almost seemed as if she didn't object to him being with her. A small smile appeared on her face as she understood everything. Your sister is scary, I think she doesn't like me, Belle whispered. Nope, she likes you, I can assure you, she said, turning to look at him with a smile. You've achieved what almost no one else could. RD just let out a small giggle as she took a few steps back. I'd like to spend more time with you, but I have work to do. Relax, I understand, he said, looking at her intently. She still didn't understand why that guy had said she was ugly. To him, she was beautiful. She felt happy to see that he had decided to stop using his mask. Be Belle. And? When all this is over and we've caught all the prisoners, would you like to go on a date with me? He asked shyly. Sure, Belle agreed without hesitation. In fact, I was just about to ask you the same thing, Really? She said with a happy smile. I'll be eagerly awaiting that moment. Me too. RD began to take steps backwards, moving away from Belle, but without taking her eyes off him. Then see you soon. Yes, take care RD. You too. Unfortunately for RD, because she was looking at the albino, she didn't notice a trash can in front of her, tripping over it but managing to stay on her feet. She laughed, embarrassed by her carelessness. Goodbye. And turning around, he left the street in the direction of his headquarters with a happy smile, leaving Belle alone, who was also smiling. When he was alone, he placed his hand on his heart, feeling it beat a little faster than normal. What is this? What am I feeling? I whispered, feeling a strange but pleasant warmth. Young love, it's so beautiful, said a man, catching Belle's attention. He turned to look at him and saw a man sitting a few meters away, leaning against the wall. From his clothes and disheveled hair, he could tell that he hadn't showered in weeks, holding a bottle of liquor in his hands and 3 more empty bottles on the floor. I had no doubt that was a man with a university degree. What? Belle said, not understanding the man's words. Young love, you two are attracted to each other, he replied, taking a sip of his liquor. That girl likes you very much, just as you like her. It's clear in your eyes when you're looking at each other. Belle was ashamed of those words, trying to deny it, but the words wouldn't come out. For some reason, I couldn't deny it. Relax, denial comes first, you'll get over it, he said with boredom. You really do seem like a womanizer. What? Friend, I'm on this street every day. A few weeks ago I saw you with an Asian woman carrying a baby, looking like parents. Just a few days ago you were walking hand in hand with a beautiful beastman, and now you're looking at that scarred girl with those eyes. It's no wonder many call you the womanizing rabbit. What? Belle asked. Rabbit what? The womanizing rabbit, that's what many adventurers around here have been calling you. They say you're taking advantage of the innocent hearts of the girls in the Astrea family and toying with each of them, he explained, setting his empty bottle on the ground. They say you don't deserve to be in that family. Ugh, I don't play with them, he said, offended by those comments. Each one of them is important to me. Those are the words a womanizer would use to justify his actions. I don't even know why I'm talking to you, I'm leaving. And with those words, the albino also left the place, leaving the drunk man alone on the ground. I feel like I'll keep seeing you walking down this street with different girls. Yes, the nickname womanizing rabbit suits you. Meanwhile, with Belle. Womanizing rabbit, if my grandmother Hera heard that nickname she would be disappointed, he thought, not liking at all how he had been nicknamed. I didn't know that other people viewed his relationship with the girls that way. It's true that he was very close to each of them and sometimes walked with one of them alone, but it wasn't because he was a womanizer. He wouldn't be capable of playing with his friends like that. It doesn't matter, Kagaya will probably tell me to ignore those rumors, they're not worth paying attention to, she said with a smile, crossing her arms. Besides, I don't care, it doesn't bother me that they call me that. Womanizing rabbit. Be quiet. Some time later. Talk. Belle knocked on the door of Let's Forge, a little grumpy after having argued with some adventurers in the street who tried to criticize him about his relationship with girls. Belle, why did you take so long? Let asked as she opened the door. Because of some annoying flies, he replied, entering the forge. Womanizing rabbit, Welf said as he saw him enter. You too? Belle asked, his eye twitching. Ahaha, don't get mad, Belle, Let said, patting him on the back. We overheard that nickname of yours on the street yesterday, it was funny. Maybe for you, Belle said, sitting down in a chair. It's annoying when people call me that. They judge me without even knowing me. Don't get so worked up, buddy. It's not everyone, just a few jealous idiots because you're in a family of beautiful women and they're in a family of smelly drunks, Let tried to cheer him up. You should hold your head high, show them you don't care and let them keep crying about not being you. Let would be one of them. Shut up, tadpole. Ahaha, Belle laughed after watching their classic argument. I think they're right, I shouldn't take it too seriously. That's the spirit, he said, giving a thumbs up. You can go out with all of them if you want and not make a big deal out of it, that's the spirit. I wasn't referring to that, she whispered, with an anime-style sweat drop. Let says he's been hearing a voice in his head lately, the voice of an old man telling him his friend should follow the harem or something like that, Welf said, puzzled. Schizophrenic stuff. I'm not crazy, I really hear that voice inside my head. Leaving that aside, why did you call me Let? Belle asked curiously. Oh right. Wait a moment. And so Let ran inside the forge, leaving the albino and the redhead alone, the latter of whom was drawing something. What are you drawing? I asked. A sickle, he replied, showing her the drawing. It's the design for a new weapon I'm going to create. I'm going to create 2 identical ones. Oh, they have a good design, Belle said, surprised to see that both were dark in color. I plan for it to be the best weapon I'll ever create. Let will also help me since he has the blacksmithing skill, but I'll provide the design. When I reach level 2, I'll create weapons on my own, he explained, his eyes beaming with excitement. I can sell them to you for a good price. I don't usually use a scythe, but it would be interesting to try a new weapon, Belle said, tapping his chin with a finger. I'll think about it. Who knows, maybe in the future I'll be your personal blacksmith and take that position from Let. Keep dreaming, dwarf, said Let, arriving back at the forge with 3 pages in his hands. You'll see, I'll be a better blacksmith than you. So you're admitting that I'm a good blacksmith? Ugh. What do you have there? Belle asked, looking at the papers in Let's hands. Observe. As Belle placed the sheets on the table, he saw that there were 3 sword designs on them, each with a unique and eye-catching design. Wow, you plan to manufacture them? Only one, she replied, crossing her arms. Which design do you like best? Huh? You know, it's good that you have a spare sword. The sword your teacher gave you is of very good quality, and I highly doubt I could make a similar sword, but I think it's good that you have another spare sword in case you need it sometime. But I have the dagger you made for me weeks ago. Come on, old man, just pick one. I'm itching to forge a sword. I'll sell it to you for a good price. You can even choose the color of the material, he said eagerly. It'll be a great sword, I promise. Upon hearing that, Belle decided to accept and examine the 3 designs, which were very good. Let was a good artist. Surely when they were created they would be even more incredible. But there was one among the 3 that caught his attention. This one, she said, taking the sheet and giving it to Let. Ooh, oh, the sword of death, Let whispered. Huh? That's what I've called her since she's completely black. I must admit it was a good choice, she said with a smile. Sword Death. Do you like the name? I'm not really sure, he replied with a nervous smile. It wasn't the name for a hero's sword, but he had to admit he really liked the dark-colored design. Great. Then I'll get the materials and create the best sword. It will take me a few weeks, but it will be worth it. Besides, I have to help Welf with his sickles. They'll be incredible, said the retard. Do you want me to help you get the materials? The albino asked. No, I'll get everything myself. When you see the final result, you'll be amazed, he said, giving a thumbs up. A perfect sword for a womanizer. I changed my mind, I don't want the sword. No, Belle. It's a joke. Don't take it seriously. Haha, you idiot. Welf laughed, and Belle started laughing too, much to Let's annoyance, which didn't last long as he too began to laugh. A pleasant moment between good friends. Some time later. After chatting with Let and Welf for a while, Belle decided it was time to return to headquarters, but decided to take the long way. He felt like walking. I must admit the sword is interesting. It will be good to have it, although of course, the sword my teacher gave me will be the most important, he thought with a smile, remembering a beautiful moment when he had broken down and she herself pulled him out of that depression with words of support and gave him her own sword, a moment he treasured in his heart. I miss you, teacher. After a few seconds, Belle realized that he had entered a secluded part of Orario, specifically in the northern part of the city, seeing a beautiful park. Oh, that's right, there's a park here, the albino thought. I should explore the city a bit more. There are still many places I don't know, and I'm curious about that red light district. They say it's a great place. Maybe I'll go sometime. And with those thoughts, Belle began to walk through the beautiful park, which was empty. After all, it was almost 5 in the afternoon, and by that time almost everyone was out in the city. Although he was not alone, as he saw 2 people a few meters away from him. Upon seeing who it was, he quickly hid behind a tree, wondering why he had done it. But she quickly dismissed those thoughts and peeked out to see one of her friends. Lyra, he thought, watching the pink-haired girl chatting with another hobbit. She knew why Lyra was there, starting to wonder if it was okay to listen to their conversation. But in the end, curiosity got the better of him and he stayed hidden behind that tree, concentrating all his senses to listen to the conversation. Luckily, there was no one making noise around, so he would hear it clearly. I'm glad to see you came, Lyra, the boy said with a smile. Yes, it would have been rude to ignore the letter, Lyra said, her hands in her pockets. So? What did you want to tell me, Will? You see, there's something important I've wanted to tell you for a long time, she began, with an embarrassed smile. And that would be it. Lyra, you and I have known each other for a long time, and I must say that you are a wonderful girl with a pleasant and straightforward personality. Thank you. And without being able to avoid it, I have fallen in love with you, he confessed, embarrassed. I knew it, it's a confession, thought the albino, curious to know how it would all end. It was rude, he knew it, but he couldn't help it. I've liked you for months now. You're a beautiful and wonderful girl, he said, extending his hand. Lyra, would you like to be my girlfriend? The hobbit simply stared at the boy's outstretched hand for a few seconds in silence before letting out a sigh. Listen, you're my friend and because you're my friend I'll be direct with you, I don't like you. Something inside the boy broke upon hearing those words, although deep down he knew he would receive that response. You're a good guy and I consider you a good friend, but I can't lie to you, I don't have those kinds of feelings for you, she said, being as honest as possible. I don't want anything more than a friendship with you. That's why I like you, you're a very direct girl, she whispered sadly. I'm sorry. Don't worry, deep down I knew I would get that answer. I hope this doesn't ruin our friendship. Of course not. I'm a mature guy and I can accept things, I'm not going to throw a tantrum or anything like that, he said with an embarrassed smile. Thanks for being honest with me, Lyra. You're my friend, so you don't deserve to be lied to. But can I ask you a question? Sure, do it. Is there someone you like? He asked curiously. If he answered no, it meant he still had a chance to win her over, but if he said he liked someone, then he would walk away with his head held high. Lyra thought about the answer for a few seconds and then smiled. Maybe, I'm not sure, she replied with that slight smile. And that was more than enough for Will to know that he didn't stand a chance and it was best to retire with dignity. I see, I sighed. I'm sorry for making you waste your time coming here. Don't worry, this was important to you so it wasn't a waste of time, he said, patting him on the back. Thank you again for being honest and by the way, I have a new shipment of gunpowder in my shop if you'd like to buy some. Thanks for the heads up, I'll probably stop by there next week. Okay, goodbye Lyra. Bye-bye. So the hobbit watched as her friend left the place with a dejected aura around him, but she knew it was for the best. She couldn't lie to him by saying she needed time to respond when she clearly didn't like him. It was better to be honest and end it so he could turn the page and find someone else. Nies and Kagaya used to receive confessions often a few years ago, they're good at rejecting, Lyra sighed wearily, turning around and leaving. But before taking a step, she turned to look at the tree that was a few meters away from her and smiled. What are you doing, rabbit? Hurry up, we have to go. With an embarrassed smile, the albino emerged from his hiding place and approached Lyra. Did you know I was here? I saw you when you came into the park with that thoughtful look on your face. When I couldn't see you anymore, I knew you'd hidden, she said playfully, giving him a light punch on the arm. You like gossip? Sorry, I couldn't help it, he apologized regretfully. Haha, no problem, come on, let's go back home before it gets dark. Of course. And so the two walked together through that lonely park in the direction of their home. Do you receive confessions often? Belle asked curiously. Nope, I'm a hobbit. Hobbit girls are the last resort for men, said the smiling Lyra. We're not exactly attractive compared to a human, elf or beastman, that's the reality. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first confession I've received since I've been in the city. Lyra. Although it doesn't really affect me, I'm used to it, after all the hobbit race is the most discriminated against of all races in every aspect. After saying those words, Lyra climbed onto a rock in the park to appear taller. But you'll see, one day I'll be very strong and I'll create a super bomb and destroy all those who underestimate hobbits. I'll show them that we're not a weak race, he said with a smile, turning to look at Belle. And you'll help me create that bomb. Lyra. What? Don't say you're weak or unattractive, the albino said seriously. You're a strong and very intelligent girl, something most other races don't have, and you're also beautiful. I really like your pink hair. It makes you look even more beautiful. Lyra just opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, not expecting that. Seconds later he climbed down from the rock and gave the albino a light tap on the shoulder. Hey, silly, what are you trying to achieve with this? Make me fall in love with you? Lyra asked playfully. And no, what tea happens, he began to stutter, embarrassed. Haha, don't get nervous, he laughed, then smiled at the albino. Thanks for the compliments, silly. Why, you're welcome, he whispered, still embarrassed. Changing the subject, do you still want to win Finn over? Huh? Who told you that? She asked, surprised. That's it. That loose mouth, she whispered, her eye twitching. And no, I don't like him. I admit that a few years ago I was interested in him, but over time I forgot about him, although I still admire him a little. He's one of the few hobbits who are strong, along with the foolish brothers of the Freya family. Wow, and here I thought you rejected that Will guy because you like Finn. No, the truth is I'm not interested in a relationship, she said, turning to look at Belle. If I got a boyfriend, it would mean I wouldn't be able to spend time with you anymore. Huh? You know, the typical jealous scene would happen. Why do you spend so much time locked in your workshop with that albino? Are you cheating on me? Lyra said, trying to do a man's voice. And honestly, that would be annoying. If there's one thing I enjoy most in my life, it's spending time with you creating all sorts of bombs in our workshop and laughing at our failed inventions. I would never trade those moments for a boyfriend. Lyra Belle whispered in surprise, not believing that she was saying those words. Although technically everything I plan to do with my boyfriend I already do with you, Lyra said, noticing this detail. I always thought about taking him to my workshop and making bombs together to show him what I like to do, or playing board games, or patrolling together. I already do all that with you. Doesn't that make you my boyfriend? Belle felt embarrassed upon hearing those words, seeing Lyra's mocking smile. No, there's still one thing I haven't done, she said, moving closer to Belle. And that's a kiss. I think if I kissed you, you'd be my boyfriend. After all, I do everything I do with a boyfriend, with you it wouldn't be so bad, really, I actually like it. Belle began to stutter, not knowing what to say. Haha, calm down, I'm just kidding, Lyra laughed, giving him another punch on the shoulder. Kagaya's right, it's fun to joke around with you. I don't find it funny, he said, rubbing his arm. Someday we won't laugh together about this. Let's go back to headquarters. And with those words, Belle began to walk away, leaving Lyra behind, who watched his back with a smile. Yes, I'd much rather be with you than have a boyfriend, she thought, watching him walk away. I really enjoy your company. You are a strong and very intelligent girl, something that the vast majority of other races do not have, and you are also beautiful. I really like your pink hair, it makes you look even more beautiful. Now I understand why those silly girls like you, he thought with amusement. You really are. And smiling again, he ran towards the albino and kicked him in the back. You really are a womanizing rabbit, hahaha. Oh. You too? Belle asked upon hearing that nickname. Hurry up, I want to play that board game one more time. Hey, wait for me. And so the two friends ran towards headquarters with a happy Lyra, confusing her friends who wondered why she was smiling like that. Another pleasant day for the Astrea family had come to an end. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Concerns. I'm going to help too. No, you stay. The boy, no more than 10 years old, said those words to his teacher Galatia, who rejected him without hesitation. A few minutes ago they had learned that a huge army of Rakia was approaching the village from two sides, seeking to overwhelm them. They wouldn't normally go with a huge army to conquer a village, but the god Ares already knew that Hera and one of her daughters lived there, so to ensure his victory, he sent hundreds of soldiers in opposite directions. The nearby villages have joined together to help and are fighting the army coming from the south, so I will face the army coming from the north, said Galatea, taking her sword. Are you alone? Belle asked, worried. You little fool, they're level 6, remember? He said, pinching Belle's nose. You'd better go down to the village and protect the people. You're close to being level 2, so you'll be able to do it if any soldiers manage to get through and reach the civilians. I trust you, Belle. Why yes, I promised, the boy promised, taking a dagger he was carrying. Okay, I won't be long, I'm just going to kick the asses of all those pieces of trash. And with a leap, Galatea disappeared from the place, leaving little Belle alone, who put on a serious expression. The teacher trusts me, I have to protect the civilians, he thought resolutely. I have to prove I'm strong enough to join the battle. And with those thoughts, Belle ran towards the village, prepared for any fight and to protect the people. I have to go with Hana, she must be scared, the little boy thought. Upon arriving at the village, he saw that some people were nervous or scared, listening to the battle cries in the distance. Relax, everything will be alright. Belle tried to reassure them. Rakia will retreat soon, so go inside your homes to be safe. People decided to listen to Belle and go into their homes to protect their children, hoping that it would all end. Great. Now I have to search the whole town and see if any enemy soldiers have arrived, he thought, starting to run through the streets, looking all around, alert for any attack. It frustrated him not to be on the main battlefield. He wanted to be at the front fighting for his people and not hiding behind pretending to protect them when in reality he was doing nothing. It was impossible for any Rakia soldier to cross over. After all, their teacher had trained a few in the village so they could fight. I can be more useful than this, he thought, clenching his fists, wanting to go to the battlefield. But suddenly and to their surprise, the screams of people began to be heard on the north side of the town. Hana lived in that direction. No. Belle shouted, gripping his sword and running in that direction. Had a Rakia soldier managed to get through? He was an idiot. If he hadn't been complaining about not being in the main camp, he would have gotten there sooner and stopped that man from harming the civilians. At least he had to make sure Hana was okay. Damn it. Why am I so slow? Belle thought in frustration as he heard the shouts getting closer. Come on. Upon arriving at the place, he was horrified to see the corpses of a few civilians lying on the ground, those civilians whom he had promised his teacher he would protect. Belle. But she snapped out of her thoughts when she heard her dear friend scream. When he looked up, he saw her running towards him with tears in her eyes, and behind her were the lifeless bodies of her parents and a man approaching Hana with a blank stare. Hana. Belle shouted, panicking and starting to run towards the little girl. Belle. Help me. The girl cried desperately as the man behind her raised his sword. Please. Hana. Belle tried to run but he was so slow. He thought that being almost level 2 would make him strong enough to protect anyone, but now reality hit him in the worst possible way. Blood flew everywhere and a few drops fell on Belle's face, who was left in a state of shock as he watched his friend Hana's severed head fall to the ground without having been able to do anything. I'm sorry, the boy whispered sadly, looking at Hana's corpse. But it's a divine order. That boy was Cain, Abel's older brother. Hana. Belle's voice broke, unable to utter a word as she saw her friend's head on the ground. A sigh of sadness escaped Cain as he saw Belle's shocked face. He concluded that she was a friend of his. I'm sorry, child, I promise you your death will be quick and painless. Blame the gods and their greed for this. But Belle didn't even hear it. He just stared at Hana's corpse lying on the ground, beginning to breathe with difficulty. Hana. Will you be my hero, Belle? Her voice broke again as tears began to flow uncontrollably. He couldn't save her. He couldn't do it. He was weak. If there is life after death, I hope you reunite with your friend, the boy whispered. And at that moment, something broke in Belle's mind. Belle let out a loud and heart-wrenching scream the moment his mind shattered, surprising Cain. And with cries full of pain, Belle ran towards him, clutching his dagger tightly. Does it have speed? He said in surprise when he saw how fast it was. Quickly, in order to defend himself, he launched a swift slash with his sword, wanting to end his life quickly. But Belle, with his eyes bloodshot with anger, managed to stop the sword with his bare hands, which began to bleed. And applying force, he broke the sword into pieces with just his hands, cutting a little of his own flesh. At that moment Belle had awakened his unique ability, win-lose, increasing his strength to 1 level, but reducing his agility. But he didn't care. In a single leap, Belle delivered a powerful kick to his enemy, who was forced to retreat due to its force. And without letting him rest, he threw his dagger with great force towards him, piercing his leg and causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground sitting down. He's stronger than me, he thought in surprise as he received a strong punch to the face, falling to the ground. Belle, his eyes still burning with anger, saw his enemy disoriented by the blow. And then he saw a rock lying next to him. At that moment I was not in my right mind, I just wanted to kill him. So without thinking, I take the rock and lift it up, ready to hit him. Upon seeing this, Cain grabbed both of Belle's hands, preventing him from lowering the rock, but opened his eyes in surprise when he saw that Belle was overcoming him. Then for a few short seconds he saw Belle's face, a childlike face of no more than 10 years old, a face full of anger and pain. Just a child who had been broken. I hate wars, Cain whispered, his strength growing weaker. I'm sorry. And applying more force, Belle managed to hit Cain's head with the rock, sending him to the ground and causing him to bleed from his forehead. But that didn't end there. Raising his arms again, Belle brought the rock down forcefully, hitting him on the head. And he did it again. And again. And again. And again. He didn't know how many times he did it, he just kept raising his arms and bringing them down forcefully to hit what now seemed like a mass of flesh and blood. The face of her best friend's killer was no longer there. Tears streamed down Belle's face as he continued to repeat the same action over and over again. It was broken. And he would have continued like that if it weren't for a certain woman who grabbed his arms, preventing him from doing so. Belle. That's enough, whispered Galatea, who had just arrived from eliminating that army of Rakia, watching with surprise what the albino was doing. If only I had been faster, none of this would have happened. Belle, regaining his senses, dropped the rock in shock, seeing his hands covered in blood and the completely shattered head of the man he had just killed. The little boy who hadn't even turned 10 had killed for the first time in the most horrible way possible. And all because she couldn't save her friend. To Hana. And letting out a heart-wrenching scream upon seeing what she had done with her own hands, she threw herself into the arms of her teacher as her tears streamed down her face. All Galatea could do was return the hug and gently stroke her hair, feeling sad and guilty for not having prevented it. An event in Belle's life that would leave him marked forever. Present. In a park in Orario, there was a certain albino with his gaze lowered, a little sadness noticeable in his eyes. That morning he had that dream again, or rather nightmare, about what happened that day. Every time he dreamed about it he fell into a small depression which he could not avoid. His friends obviously noticed this behavior throughout the patrol and were worried about him. Even after the patrol, Belle told them to return to headquarters. He would be back later. Kagaya and Knees didn't want to leave it like that, but Lyra told them not to bother him, knowing that her friend needed a moment alone, so they left, but on the condition that he didn't return before nightfall. And now Belle was sitting on that bench watching the few people in that park walk by. I shouldn't behave like this, I worry the girls, he thought, feeling like a fool, but he couldn't control his emotions. Sometimes he just wanted to forget all that, but it was impossible, it was as if they were asking him to forget Hana, he couldn't, if he remembered Hana he would remember that moment until the last day of his life. Are you angry with me, Hana? Belle asked, looking up at the sky. I failed to protect you even though I promised to. I know you were someone who never held hatred or resentment towards anyone, but sometimes I think that maybe you're angry with me. I knew it was silly to throw those questions out there, but I always did when I remembered those moments. I'm sorry, Hana, I sighed sadly. Even though you're not here anymore, I'll try my best not to make the same mistake again. Since joining the Astrea family, he hadn't been tormented by it much, perhaps because of spending so much time with those wonderful girls, but when that smiley guy almost broke Hardy's neck, his past fears returned. The fear of not protecting the people he loved, and it didn't help at all to find out that Abel was the brother of Hana's killer and was now seeking revenge against him. All of that was so complicated. Belle snapped out of his thoughts as he felt someone sit down next to him. Looking up, she saw that he was an old man, a gray-haired man with a long beard. Judging by his appearance, he was around 80 years old. Why the long face, boy? The old man asked in a gruff voice. For nothing, just memories of the past, whispered the albino, lowering his gaze again. You're so young and already bothered by things from the past, the old man sighed. Although everyone has their own life and their own problems. Belle just remained silent, listening to the words that man would say. From your expression, I can see that you're frustrated about something. May I ask what it is? Nothing important. Well, I was hoping you'd tell the truth. An old man tries to help you with his wisdom and you just stay silent, ha. What do you want? Belle asked, puzzled by the man's attitude. I saw a sad little boy on a bench, so I just wanted to know what was wrong with him. I'm not a little boy. For me you are hehehe, she laughed again with that strange laugh. It's not as easy as it seems, you know. You idiot kid, you're not the only person with problems in this world, so don't feel special, he whispered, making Belle frown. And with that personality, you claim to bring justice. Belle didn't even pay attention to those words. He was already known in the city by almost everyone for being the only male member of the Astrea family, so it didn't seem strange to him that she said that. In fact, you're not special, I expected more, to be honest, the old man whispered again. I'd better go, said Belle, standing up ready to leave. You should smile more, boy, smiling is good for your health, said the old man, making Belle stop. The albino simply turned to look at him, seeing the large smile on the man's face, a smile that sent chills down his spine. Or at least that's what Mr. Smiley tells me, hehehehe, she laughed again. What? Belle whispered in surprise upon hearing that nickname. But when he realized what was happening, the old man quickly grabbed him by the hair and slammed him hard onto the wooden bench, which shattered into pieces and smashed his face onto the hard ground. Following that, the old man launched a powerful kick at the albino's stomach, which hit him squarely, sending him crashing into a tree. Hehehe, the old man laughed, cracking his knuckles. Cough, cough, Belle coughed, clutching his stomach as he stood up. Is he really an old man? He's very strong for his age. He was taken by surprise when he heard Sava's nickname, which didn't give him time to react to those two attacks. He couldn't let his guard down again. So, wiping the blood from his mouth, he drew the sword he was carrying and assumed a fighting stance. Luckily, that park was empty, so he didn't have to worry about protecting civilians. So you're from Evilis, Belle said, frowning. Are you one of those who escaped from prison? Yes, and I must admit that being free is wonderful, she said with a big smile, walking towards Belle. And at the same time, I feel a great disappointment seeing how failed and disappointing the new generation is, getting depressed over any stupid thing, The veins on Belle's face bulged as he heard those words, gripping his sword tightly. This 80-year-old old man has to teach you a life lesson, you brat. And with those words he ran towards Belle, raising his fist to deliver a powerful punch. Hana is not stupid, Belle whispered, his gaze darkening and his sharp eyes releasing a great murderous aura around him. The old man, sensing this, stopped and jumped back, looking confused at Belle. Why? Is someone in the justice system supposed to act like that? I asked mockingly. You're tainted, kid. You're a rotten apple in a family full of good apples. Maybe one push will make you rot completely. What do you want? Belle asked angrily. His day hadn't been good enough because of the memories from his past, and the presence of that old man worsened his mood. I'm just following orders, he said, clenching his fists, the veins standing out on each of his arms. Nice to meet you, Belle. I'm known in the organization as Grandpa. When did I tell you my name? Belle asked, puzzled. Although it didn't seem strange to him, since he was part of one of the 4 most important families in Orario, it was obvious that the enemy would know about him. And letting out a laugh, the grandfather launched another attack, this time caring little about the murderous aura that Belle was releasing. Belle quickly dodged the punch, which hit the tree behind him, shattering it into pieces. What? Belle said, surprised again by that strength, especially since he was just an old man. Surprised. Even though I never managed to reach level 5, I tried hard to improve my brute strength, although I'm not even close to Mr. Fulak's strength. His strength is superior. Fulak's, Belle whispered, remembering that they had mentioned that name at the meeting. Shall we continue? Meanwhile, at the Astrea family headquarters. Some of the girls were in the lounge resting after their day of patrolling, some were taking a shower, and others were resting in their room. They shouldn't have left Cranel-san alone, Ryu said, looking at Lyra. He seemed to want his space, so I thought it was best to give him some time alone, Lyra said. You know how silly he is, he keeps a lot of things to himself. Sometimes he forgets we're family and that we'll help him no matter what. Even so, I don't think it's right to leave him alone when the streets are so dangerous these days with so many monsters that escaped from Evilis, she said, clearly worried. She was worried about her friend. He had helped her a lot when she felt depressed about feeling useless in the family, even when she hadn't asked him to, so it was only fair that she did the same for him. I'll go look for him, said Ryu, standing up. You said he stayed alone in the park, right? Yes, he stayed seated there. Lyra was also worried about Belle's behavior, but she didn't want to be nosy by asking him about his problems. He would talk when he felt ready. I think it's a good idea for you to go look for him, Ryu, said Astrea, who had overheard the whole conversation. Belle sometimes gets lost in his thoughts when he's alone, so it's likely that night will fall and he won't realize it. It would be best if you brought him back to headquarters. I told the others to accompany Ryu, but they were all resting in their rooms or showering. They were exhausted from work. Kagaya would probably offer to go with Ryu, but she was showering. I won't be long, Ryu said, taking his wooden sword. Is there anything you'd like us to buy? We can stop by the market before heading back to headquarters. Well, Belle really likes pineapple juice, so buy a pineapple. I'll make some juice for dinner to cheer him up a bit, Astrea said with a motherly smile. And while you're at it, tell that idiot he's not alone. He has a family who will listen to his problems without hesitation, Lyra said, smiling slightly. It's not fair that he's always with us and we're not there for him when he needs someone. I'll tell him, Ryu said, smiling too. I'll be right back. And with those words the elf left the headquarters, leaving Lyra and Astrea alone in the room. Iska was also there, but she was asleep on the sofa. Even if he doesn't show it, Ryu cares for Belle, Astrea said, letting out a small laugh. And to think she hated him at first, Lyra said with amusement. It seems that when she grows fond of someone, she stops acting like it's Sundeer. Don't say those words in front of Ryu, you know it always makes him angry. It's fun to tease that elf, he whispered. I hope Belle's as lively as ever when they get back to headquarters. I hope so. Back to Belle. He was breathing with difficulty as a trickle of blood ran down his head and he had the mark of a strong punch on his cheek. All around the park there were small craters, places where a strong punch would impact, trying to harm Belle. And standing a few meters from the albino was the grandfather with a smile, a large cut visible from his stomach to his shoulder. You're good, I admit it, said the old man. But compared to them, you're weak. I repeat, what is it you want? Belle asked angrily. Orders, let's see how strong you are. And again the old man lunged at Belle, throwing a strong and rapid flurry of punches which Belle dodged with difficulty. He always found it difficult against opponents who focused on brute force. Their resistance was absurd. With great speed, Belle slashed with his sword straight at the old man's stomach, who skillfully caught the sword with the palms of his hands, preventing it from piercing him. Ha. And tilting his head back, the grandfather delivered a powerful headbutt to Belle's head, which hit him squarely, causing the albino's brain to move all over the place from the force of the blow. And with a big smile he threw a powerful punch at Belle's stomach which also connected, making him spit blood. But what he didn't expect was that Belle would take advantage of that proximity to pull a dagger from his back and try to stab him. That won't work, he scoffed, reaching for the dagger with his bare hand. But before he could touch him, Belle stopped his attack, confusing the old man. In a swift movement, Belle ducked and swept the ground, which his opponent did not expect, losing his balance. And once on the ground, Belle took the opportunity to plunge his sword forcefully into the old man's stomach and finish him off. Hey? But Belle opened his eyes in surprise when he saw that his sword did pierce the flesh, but could not go any further down to damage the organs. The old man had strained his stomach muscles to prevent the sword from descending further and damaging his vital organs. Is that possible? Belle thought in surprise, as he hadn't expected that at all. Hee. And taking the sword in his hand, he pulled it out of his stomach and launched a powerful kick towards Belle, which sent him flying a few meters. And running at full speed, he punched Belle hard in the stomach again, creating a crater in the ground. Haha, you're weak, the old man mocked, grabbing Belle's neck tightly with one hand and preventing him from attacking with his sword with the other. Belle, feeling that he was losing oxygen, tried to break free from the grip, but it was strong, very strong. How was this possible? A few months ago he faced Noah, who was level 4 and was able to defeat him without much trouble, but this old man, who was also level 4, turned out to be superior in every way, even managing to overwhelm him. Never underestimate your opponents, Belle. The words Galatea had spoken to him in the past flashed through his mind. In Orario there are guys who always push their level to the limit, being stronger than the rest. You have to be careful with those kinds of opponents. There was no doubt that old man was one of those who had taken each of his levels to the limit. I saw no other explanation for that great strength. He was an idiot, I underestimate him just because he's an old man. Should Belle whispered, losing oxygen, unable to attack with his sword because that guy had him by the arm too. I'm not supposed to kill you since you belong to the tattooed boy, but I can't help it, the old man said with a happy smile. I'll rip your throat out. I have to use my magic, Belle thought. Perhaps the magic would harm them both by being close, but he was willing to take the risk. But before Belle could do anything, a wooden sword struck the old man's face with great force, forcing him to let go. Belle, having his hand free again, took advantage of the moment to plunge his sword into the man's right side, who this time did not have time to stop it with his muscles, managing to pierce him. You damn brat. He yelled angrily, spitting blood, ready to pummel Belle. But again a blow with a wooden sword struck his face, and Belle also punched him, forcing him to fall on his back, freeing himself and standing up instantly. Looking to his right, he saw that his elf friend Ryu was standing next to him. We'll talk later, Cranel-san, Ryu said, genuinely relieved to have arrived on time. First, we need to deal with him. Yes, Belle agreed, looking at his opponent. And thank you. Don't thank me, I promised you I'd always have your back and that's what I'm doing. The old man stood up with difficulty, clutching his right side, which was still bleeding, as was blood dripping from his mouth. Damn brats, whispered the old man, his smile gone. Aren't you strong enough to fight alone? Cranel-san is not alone, Ryu said, gripping his sword. His family will always be there to help him, even if he doesn't want them to. Ryu-san. Nonsense, said the old man. In the past, we didn't need to walk hand in hand with another person to fight each other. They were real one-on-one battles until one of us died. It's true that the generations are getting weaker and weaker. Ignore his words, Cranel-san, he's just a criminal. You don't need to tell me. And with those words, they both launched their attack, beginning to overwhelm their opponent, who did everything he could to defend himself, but it became increasingly difficult due to the serious wound he received from Belle. Angry and filled with rage, he threw a powerful punch at the ground, which destroyed several meters around the park, causing Belle and Ryu to lose their balance due to the destruction of the terrain. Ah! And letting out a shout, he ran towards Belle, ready to ram him with great force. I won't lose, Belle whispered, slowly moving his sword, confusing the old man, who could swear that the sword was multiplying. An illusion, thought Ryu, able to see through Belle's technique. And in the blink of an eye, the albino appeared behind the old man as his arm flew through the air after being severed. That was one of the few techniques her master taught her with her sword, an illusion technique to confuse the enemy and cut him down by taking advantage of the distraction caused by the illusions. Damn it. The old man shouted, lamenting the loss of his arm. But he could not scream anymore as Ryu forcefully struck his enemy's leg, forcing him to his knees in pain. Then Belle, seeing the old man's face full of anger, threw a powerful punch to his jaw, causing him to lose all his senses and fall unconscious on his back to the ground. They had won. Wow, Belle sighed when he saw that they had succeeded. He was strong, we have to admit it, said Ryu, putting away his wooden sword. I know, if you hadn't arrived I probably would have lost, he said, turning to look at Ryu with a smile. Thank you, Ryu-san. Don't thank me, Cranel-san. I'll always be there to help you, the elf said with a slight smile. I'm glad I decided to look for you. After that, they both turned to look at the guy who was still unconscious on the ground. Despite being an old man, he possessed great strength, Ryu whispered. Stay and make sure he doesn't wake up. I'll go find the Ganesha family. Understood. And with those words Ryu left, leaving Belle alone, staring at the man. The teacher was right, Belle sighed. This is nothing like Rakia. You're trash. Belle opened his eyes in surprise as he saw the old man regain consciousness and get into a defensive stance. Relax, the old man whispered. My head is spinning, I can't move, it seems old age is finally catching up with me. TSK, I was expecting an interesting battle with you, but in the end you needed the help of a girl to beat me, pathetic, he said with disgust. I don't see anything wrong with receiving help from your friends, Belle said seriously. Hahaha, he laughed mockingly. Kid, you're an idiot, a real idiot. I repeat, what is it you want from me? I have a message from Sava for you, said the old man, making Belle's eyes widen in surprise. If you can't defeat the pawn I send on your own, you'll be even less able to defeat me, that's the message. What? Belle said, puzzled. Why would that guy send a message to me? I only saw him for a few seconds in jail. Who knows, I'm just following orders, the old man sighed. Besides, I'm already dead. Hey? As he said those words, 2 arrows pierced the old man's head, killing him instantly. Belle opened his eyes in surprise at seeing that, quickly looking up to see who caused it. Far from the park, in a small nearby forest, he could see a blonde girl and a blonde boy standing with a bow in their hands, staring at him. You decrepit old man, the girl said irritably. Let's go, Hansel. If Gretel. And with those words, they both disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Belle confused. I would have tried to follow them, but in their current state, it would only lead to their deaths. Then he turned his gaze to the old man's corpse, remembering the words he had said to him. Sava, he whispered. Who are you? After explaining what had happened to the Ganesha family members and how 2 blonde boys had killed the grandfather, they decided to take the body themselves and search the surrounding area for any other criminals who might be nearby. Meanwhile, Belle and Ryu decided to return home at a slow pace. They were both walking along a lonely street towards the city to go to their headquarters. Of course, Ryu first placed healing magic on him. Cranel-san was very careless of you to decide to stay alone. Evilis's people will take advantage of that to attack, just like they did now. You need to be more careful, the elf scolded, making Belle smile nervously. I'm glad I decided to look for you. I'm sorry, and thanks again for helping me. You're welcome, she said with a smile. By the way, Ryu-san. Yeah? Why were you looking for me? He asked curiously. Upon hearing that question, Ryu remembered the main reason why he came to the park. Because you worry me, she said, a little embarrassed. Hey? You've been down since this morning, not just me, the other girls were worried about you too. I'm sorry. Cranel-san, we're your family. If you have a problem, you can count on us to help you, Ryu said, stopping in her tracks. Some of us, like Celti, feel sad thinking you don't fully trust us. What? Of course I trust you, Belle said, not wanting to create any misunderstandings. Well, it doesn't seem like it, she said, showing a small smile. Cranel-san, when I was depressed because I felt useless, you helped me, and I want to do the same for you. Ryu-san. I understand that you might not want to talk right now, but remember that you'll always have a family that supports you, and when you need it, I'll always listen to your problems. We're a team, remember? Belle just stared in surprise at the elf who was still smiling, and seconds later he smiled too. I didn't know you had a side like that, Ryu-san. Hey? He's cute. The elf's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing those words. What are you saying, you idiot? She shouted, embarrassed, hitting him on the head. I want to help a friend and you're making fun of me. Wait, Ryu-san, I'm not making fun of you. Belle said, shielding himself from the small blows the elf was throwing. I was just telling the truth, that side of you is cute. Shut up. I yelled, stopping hitting him and turning my back on him. This is the last time I'm coming looking for you, you idiot. Sorry, Belle apologized with a nervous smile. Thank you, Ryu-san. Like I said that day, you're the most trustworthy person I've ever met. Thank you, she whispered, embarrassed. Thanks to you, and when I feel ready I'll talk to you about all my problems. There will be so many that you'll get bored. I'll never get tired of listening to someone important to me, the elf whispered shyly. We're family. I know, she said with a smile. By the way, don't tell the girls about this fight. They'll notice when they see your damaged adventurer's clothes, and if they don't, I'll tell them myself so they can scold you for being careless. Ugh, fine, she agreed, bracing herself for her friend's scolding. Shall we go home? Before that, let's stop by the market to buy pineapples. Huh? Why? Astrea-sama wants to prepare your favorite juice to cheer you up and you'd better accept. Our goddess was worried about you too. I think I'll have to apologize to them when we get back home. I hope so, let's go now. Thus the elf and the human resumed their walk, only this time with a different environment around them. That conversation had lifted the albino's spirits. Although part of his mind spent the whole day thinking about that old man and the words he said to him, feeling a little frustrated for not having been able to beat him himself. Sava, he thought, clenching his fists. The name of a person who would have a great impact on your life in the not too distant future. End of chapter. Chapter 28. An awkward moment. It was a morning like any other morning in the city of Orario. And at the Astrea family headquarters, a certain albino had just woken up early in the morning. Another day, yawned the albino, a little sleepy. 2 days had passed since Belle faced that old man who turned out to be surprisingly strong, starting to get frustrated for not being able to beat him on his own. If it weren't for Ryu, things would have been different. And of course, when the girls found out, they scolded him for being careless, although others were worried and relieved that nothing serious happened. But even though 2 days had passed, Belle was still wondering what that old man meant by all those words. It seemed that this smiley guy had something against him, which he found strange. I'd better stop thinking about it, Belle thought, letting out another yawn, grabbing his towel, and leaving his room towards the bathrooms. Although thanks to that fight he knew he had to improve more, if he had many difficulties with Abel and that old man who were level 4s, he didn't even want to imagine how problematic it would be to face a first class. He needed to improve more. I need to improve my brute strength, he thought, moving his left arm. I can't rely solely on my skills. Perhaps I'll ask Iska to train with me. She's very good at hand-to-hand combat. And with those thoughts, Belle arrived at the showers and opened the door without hesitation. It was morning and he was always the first to get up, so there was no reason to knock on the door. Brave air. With a calm expression, I entered the showers, raising my gaze. And at that moment her calm expression broke. Slowly the towel fell from Belle's hands, shocked by what he was seeing. Facing him was not allies or Kagaya or knees, none of his companions. It was their goddess Astrea naked. Yes, apparently Astrea had finished taking off her clothes to shower and was about to take her towel to cover herself, but when she saw Belle enter she froze, leaving her body exposed. Belle didn't know what to think, or rather, his mind had short-circuited. It was the first time he had seen a naked woman. Well, in the past he had seen his teacher, but that was because she did it on purpose. But this time it was different, he wasn't seeing his prankster teacher naked, it was his goddess, his beautiful and sacred goddess. Unwittingly and uncontrollably, Belle's gaze lowered slightly, and he saw her. Great was the only thought that crossed Belle's mind. And as was obvious, the inevitable happened. The cry of the goddess Astrea was heard throughout the headquarters, waking all the girls who recognized the cry of their goddess. Desperate and some beginning to get angry, they took their weapons and left their rooms, hoping that no one was harming their goddess. Guided by the place where the scream came from, they arrived at the showers and what they saw left them perplexed. "What?" Kagaya said, unable to believe it. "No," I whispered to Knees. In front of them was Astrea on her knees trying to cover her naked body with her towel, while Belle stood with a lost look in his face completely red. "Oh? Huh? Finally something interesting is happening," cried the hobbit. Instinctively, they all turned their gaze to Belle, their eyes darkened. "I can explain," Belle whispered, feeling all eyes on him, knowing he was screwed. But hey. Nobody could take that mental image away from him. A while later. Now everyone was in the room with Belle sitting in a chair and Lyra sitting next to him. A few meters away from them was Astrea, also sitting in a chair with her face flushed, and Ryu sitting next to her with a frown. In front of the four, a little further away, was Kagaya sitting in a larger chair, and in front of her was a table and a small wooden hammer in her hands. And the rest of the girls were around the room watching everything. The trial had begun. "Well, I think you already know the main reason for this trial," Kagaya said with an extremely serious expression, looking at Belle, who had his head down. "This morning something happened that none of us thought would ever happen ever." "And breakfast?" Asta whispered. "Shut up," Noin scolded. "Good," the Oriental woman spoke again. "On one side we have the victim, our sacred goddess Astrea, and her defender Ryu Lion. I will make the culprit pay, Astrea-sama," Ryu said with a frown. "I'm telling you this isn't necessary," Astrea whispered, still embarrassed, but because her whisper was so low, no one heard her. "And on the other side we have the accused, our beloved bellcranel." "Ugh," Belle groaned, knowing that she had said those words angrily. "And next to him is his defender Lyra." "Don't worry, Belle, I'll defend you tooth and nail," whispered the hobbit. "I don't know how good it is for you to defend me," Belle whispered, feeling that his dear hobbit friend would only make things worse. "Alright, let's begin the trial," Kagaya said, banging her gavel on the table. "I think you all know what happened. Our innocent friend walked into the baths just as our goddess was about to take a shower and saw her completely naked." Astrea blushed again upon hearing those words. "The question is why her and not me?" "Kagaya, are you serious about this?" Ryu shouted. "Alright," Kagaya said, frowning at Belle. "Defender Lion may speak." Upon hearing those words, Ryu cleared his throat and walked to the center. "I think it's more than obvious what happened," Ryu said, frowning. "Cranrel-san took advantage of the opportune moment to spy on our goddess." "Objection." Allies shouted, raising her hand. "Idiot, the audience can't raise their hands." Knees scolded, hitting him. "Ahem, as I was saying, it's more than clear that Cranrel-san is guilty of spying on our defenseless goddess. You really had it very well hidden, Cranrel-san, you waited patiently to make your move." "I've lost an idol," Asta whispered. But I," Belle stammered. "Silence." Kagaya shouted, slamming her hammer hard on the table, scratching it slightly. "You're not allowed to speak yet, Belle." "Sorry," the albino whispered, sitting back down. "I think Cranrel-san deserves punishment for his sins," Ryu whispered. "We have to undress him," Rihanna said. "Celti, bring the gasoline." "What?" the albino shouted in fright. "Gasoline." Celti stammered nervously. "Order," Kagaya said seriously. "It's still too early to make that decision. The accused hasn't even defended himself yet." "You can't defend the indefensible," Ryu said. "Ha ha ha ha." Lyra began to laugh loudly. "What's so funny?" the elf asked, frowning. "My naive elf, if you think that will make Belle guilty, you are very wrong." "Do you wish to speak?" Kagaya asked. "Yes, it's time I showed this elf how things are done," Lyra said, standing up. "A pleasure to meet you all. My name is Lyra Goodman and I'm here to defend my poor defendant." "Please no," Belle whispered, expecting the worst. "Okay. So how will you defend him?" Ryu asked, arms crossed. "Alright, my people, let's take a look back," Lyra said, starting to walk in circles. "We heard our goddess scream and immediately went to the showers and what we saw was her naked and Belle standing there with a blank stare. But did you see him attacking her?" "Answer me." "No," some replied. "Exactly. Belle would be incapable of spying on our goddess on purpose and I'd vouch for him with my life," the hobbit said seriously. "And if, by chance, he did spy on her on purpose, I wouldn't blame him." "What do you mean?" Kagaya asked. "Just watch him." Lyra shouted, pointing at Belle. The moment he said those words, all the girls turned to look at Belle, making him feel embarrassed. "What do you see?" Lyra asked. "Belle," Knees replied. "To a pervert," Ryu whispered. "Really? Well, I'm looking at a young, handsome, and very healthy guy." "What are you trying to say?" Noin asked. "What I'm trying to say is are you the ones to blame?" Without any explanation, dramatic music began to play in the background. Is it our fault? Ryu asked. Yes, you perverted elf. He perverted. Yes. Tell me, what do you hope to achieve by walking around headquarters in those very short shorts? Do you want to catch Belle's eye? The hobbit accused. Upon hearing those words, everyone looked in surprise at Ryu, who began to blush intensely. Lies. Oh knees. Cried Lyra pointing at the Lobo. What about me? Every day you walk around the headquarters wearing only a bra. Ugh, it's comfortable. Oh Kagaya, last time you walked around the house in your underwear, you were only wearing a white shirt. And you did it to make fun of Belle. Don't bring the judge into this, little girl, said Kagaya. What's the point of all this? Iska asked. Belle is a young boy, obviously all of that would end up affecting him, she said, pointing at Astrea. And that forced him to spy on Astrea-sama. And do you know why? Why? Because Belle is a frustrated boy. He needs to let loose. Lyra, please, just shut up, Belle pleaded, covering his face with both hands, wishing the earth would swallow him up. Free? Stuttering Mary. Well, Belle is already that age, Noin whispered, embarrassed. In the end, our poor Belle turned out to be the victim of all this, Lyra sighed sadly. Belle, you were misunderstood, you're the villain of a poorly told story. What you're saying makes sense, Kagaya said calmly. But that doesn't change the fact that I spy on Astrea-sama. That's why I have a solution so he doesn't do it again, Lyra said with an innocent smile. The fact that. Upon asking that question, Lyra approached Belle and took out a rather large bag of Valis and handed it to the albino. What's this? Belle asked, puzzled. Take that money and go to the red light district to free yourself, you deserve it, champ, Lyra said, patting him on the shoulder. Lyra. An angry Knees, Iska, and Noin rushed at the hobbit to attack her, while allies burst out laughing at what was happening. I'm serious. What is the red light district? Belle asked, puzzled. A place you should never visit, Rihanna said, her eyes darkening. If I find out you went there, I'll kill you. Ugh, be good. Order. Kagaya shouted angrily, throwing her gavel and hitting allies on the head. The trial is not over yet. Can I speak? Astrea asked, standing up and silencing everyone. Even Lyra, Knees, Iska and Noin stopped moving, despite being on the floor pulling at their hair. Do you have anything to add, Astrea-sama? Kagaya asked. Yes, all of this seems silly to me, Astrea said seriously. Belle wasn't to blame, I'm the one to blame for everything. But Astrea-sama whispered the elf. No, Ryu, it's the truth. I woke up early, and when I realized I couldn't go back to sleep, I decided to take a shower, even though I knew Belle was the first to do it, since he's the first to wake up. Despite that, I forgot to put up the sign that the bathroom was in use, she said, turning to look at the albino with a touch of embarrassment. It was my own carelessness that Belle saw me naked. It wasn't his fault. Astrea-sama. And that's why I'm disappointed that you all distrust Belle. Don't you know him well enough? Astrea asked angrily. In fact, we knew from the beginning that Belle wasn't the one to blame, Kagaya said with a mocking smile. Was the confused sound that came from Belle, Astrea, and Ryu. Meanwhile, the rest nodded with small smiles. Are you serious? Belle asked, standing up. If you knew I was innocent, then why hold this trial? Because we're tense, Knees replied. Tense? Yes, Kagaya replied. Although we didn't want to admit it, this whole issue with Evilis and the escaped prisoners has had us tense and nervous, especially since Belle was attacked in the park. So we wanted to do something to de-stress a little, any silly thing that would distract us, Iska explained. And that silly rabbit came and saw our goddess naked, what better material to create drama and distract us for a while, laughed the hobbit still on the ground. Wait, so you were just laughing at me? Belle asked. Yes, they all answered at the same time except for Selty and Ryu, the first out of embarrassment and the last because she really thought it was a trial. So you're not angry with Belle? Astrea asked, beginning to feel relieved. Of course not, we know Belle well and we know he wouldn't be capable of doing that, we trust him after all, Rihanna said with a smile. Girls, the albino whispered. What? Did our words move you? Allies asked proudly. No. Belle shouted. Maybe you were the only ones who stopped being tense. I was the one being mocked. You were the fool who went into the bathroom when Astrea-sama was there, Astrea said with amusement. Oh come on rabbit, don't get angry, tomorrow the object of ridicule will be lion, said Lyra. What? Said the elf angrily. Although I must admit you're lucky, Belle, ally said. Not even I, the beautiful and perfect captain, have managed to see Astrea-sama naked. What was it like? Was it a divine sight? Well and I, Belle stammered, embarrassed, remembering two big things. Don't answer. Astrea pleaded, blushing again. Well, Kagaya just watched with a smile the interaction of everyone, seeing how the girls laughed and Belle and Astrea were embarrassed. Perhaps it wasn't the best way, but they relieved some of the stress and hassle with Evilis. Although I still think it should have been me, Kagaya sighed in disappointment. Although the money issue was true, go relax for a while, Belle, Lyra said with a mocking smile. Don't corrupt her little demon mind. Rihanna yelled, pulling Lyra's hair. Belle couldn't help but laugh a little, then turned to look at his goddess who was also looking at him. Seconds later, they both looked away, embarrassed. Things would definitely be awkward between them. Hours later. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the city of Orario, and in the garden of the Astrea family was the beautiful goddess watering the flowers with a small smile while humming a song. And a few meters away, Belle was watching her, a little embarrassed. He had wanted to apologize properly to her for a while, but his embarrassment always got the better of him, preventing him from approaching her. It didn't help that things between them had been a little awkward. Every time their eyes met, Astrea would look away, a little embarrassed. The feeling was definitely completely different from when he saw his teacher naked. Flashback. The 16-year-old Belle was sitting at his dining room table writing a few things in his notebook, probably facts about flowers and plants that were still missing from his collection. And in the kitchen was his grandmother Hera cooking dinner. At first it was terrible, but over the years it improved. But the moment of tranquility was broken when Galatea came down to the dining room wearing only a robe and a little drunk. She had been drinking a bit in her room. Galatea, you'd better stop drinking or you'll be sleeping outside tonight, Hera warned angrily. Belle, my dear Belle, the woman called to the albino. What's wrong? I asked, looking up at her. Have you ever seen a naked woman? He asked with a smile. What kind of question is that? Hera asked angrily. And no, never, replied the albino, embarrassed. Haha, then it's your lucky day. She laughed, grabbing both sides of her robe. Look. Without warning, she took off her robe in front of Belle, revealing that she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Obviously Belle's mind short-circuited upon seeing that, his face exploding in red and him collapsing unconscious to the ground. Damn you. How dare you show yourself like that in front of my grandson? Hera shouted, filled with rage. Haha, calm down, old lady, she laughed loudly. I'll wait until Belle is legal. And that was the last straw. That day Galatea slept outside the house on a cold night without any blankets, and so it went for a whole week with Hera refusing to let her sleep there again. Obviously, Belle insisted that she let her sleep in the house again, since if it were up to Hera, she would never let her in. End of flashback. My teacher is a strange woman, Belle thought with a nervous smile. But he quickly shook his head to clear those thoughts and looked at his goddess who was still watering the plants. I can't stay away forever, I have to apologize to Astrea Sama for the awkward moment I put her through, he thought resolutely. And gathering his courage, Belle walked towards his beautiful goddess, although all that courage disappeared as he got closer, beginning to feel nervous again. But there was no going back. Hey Astrea Sama, Belle called, stuttering and mentally slapping himself for not speaking properly. Astrea, who had her back turned, was startled a little by Belle's sudden call and began to feel nervous herself. Why yes. I said without even turning to look at Belle. She felt embarrassed, very embarrassed. After all, it was the first time a man had seen her naked, and it wasn't just any man, it was Belle, someone from her family whom she loved very much. Obviously it would be difficult for her. Do you need help in the garden? I asked, smiling nervously. Yes, I could use your company I accept without stopping watering the plants. Belle, celebrating having taken the first step, quickly grabbed another watering can that was there and began watering the plants that Astrea had not yet watered. Before, when they did that together it was a warm and pleasant moment, but now it was awkward. I definitely had to fix that. What advice did my grandmother give me to solve this? Belle thought, trying to remember some advice for solving this type of problem. No, he didn't give me any advice for this kind of thing, she thought with an anime-style sweat drop. Oh well, he would have to improvise to solve all that and make his relationship with his goddess go back to how it was before. But before Belle could say anything, the goddess began to speak. Belle. Astrea Sama. Is what Lyra says true? Do you need to free yourself? The goddess asked, embarrassed. What? Of course not. He denied quickly, red-faced. That was just something Lyra made up to annoy me. Astrea just stared at him, then let out a sigh of relief when she realized he was telling the truth. For a moment he thought that living with so many women and their way of dressing might be affecting Belle in some way. She never had a man in the family so she didn't know certain things about them or how they might react with so many women around. Freya sometimes explained things to embarrass her and she couldn't help but remember that when Lyra said those words. Luckily, everything seemed to be alright. Although it was more than obvious, Belle had been getting into trouble and had received 2 beatings in the last month, so he hadn't had time to think about that kind of thing. Please, Belle, don't listen to Lyra and go to the red light district, Astrea pleaded. you shouldn't set foot in those places. You're not that kind of boy. It's okay. After what had happened in the morning and with what his goddess was saying, he was beginning to get an idea of what the red light district was like. At another time, he would ask Let to confirm his suspicions. Thank you, Astrea sighed, relieved to see that he was telling the truth again. My heart couldn't bear it if I found out you went to that place. Don't worry, I won't, he promised earnestly. Thank you, Belle, she said with a beautiful smile, making the albino blush. Since what happened this morning, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed whenever he saw any expression on his goddess's face. She truly was beautiful. Astrea-sama. And? The albino simply knelt in front of her and performed the famous dogiza, surprising Astrea. I'm so sorry for the discomfort I caused you this morning. He apologized from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't my intention to see you naked. I would never be capable of disrespecting you like that. And for that reason, I regret not looking away immediately. I'm sorry. Astrea just stared at Belle in surprise, mainly because of his great skill in performing dogiza. Did Kagaya teach him? No, it was impossible, Kagaya would never do something like that, she was too proud. But that didn't matter. A beautiful smile appeared on Astrea's face as she knelt in front of Belle. Look at me, Belle, she asked in a soft voice. Belle obeyed, ceasing to do the dogiza, and instantly felt Astrea begin to gently caress his cheek. You don't need to apologize, Belle. What happened was just an accident. It wasn't your fault, she said, trying to calm him down. And you don't need to say it. I'm 100% sure you wouldn't be capable of disrespecting me. You're not like that. I knew it the moment I saw your eyes the day I met you. Astrea-sama, she whispered, looking at her goddess with surprise. But you're lying. Huh? I am a goddess and you can't lie to me. Part of you doesn't regret not looking away instantly. Belle's face exploded in bright red upon being discovered. That's it, her wonderful life with the Justice family came to an end. She would have to pack her bags. He would have to ask Let to help him belong to his family. He would have no other option but to become a blacksmith. Astrea-sama and I. But before Belle could say anything, Astrea simply placed her finger on his lips, preventing him from speaking. Don't say anything, Belle, she whispered, embarrassed. You're a boy, so you can't help it. It's normal for someone your age. Belle just lowered his gaze, unable to say anything in response. Just keep it a secret, don't tell anyone, Astrea pleaded with a shy smile. It'll be like our secret. Huh? Belle blinked a few times upon hearing those words. Was he telling her that she could keep that mental image on the condition that she didn't tell any of the girls? Wonka said enjoy it. He could even hear Let's voice saying those words, damn, his schizophrenia was already passing. Meanwhile, Astrea just looked away in embarrassment when she saw that Belle was looking at her. It was definitely embarrassing to know that Belle had seen her naked. She knew that sooner or later something like this would happen at headquarters due to some small oversight, but she never thought it would be with her. She just hoped that wouldn't affect her cherished relationship with the albino and that she wouldn't lose those moments together in the garden that she enjoyed so much. Oh okay, was all Belle could say, still surprised. Although at that moment the voice of a certain hobbit was heard in the distance. Rabbit. Lyra called, noticing her goddess's presence. What are you doing? Astrea-sama isn't going to get naked in the middle of the garden. Lyra. They both shouted, their faces completely red. Haha, sorry, I'm just kidding. Lyra burst out laughing. What do you want? We're all about to play the board game from last time and the others want you to join in. They say the games will be more fun with you. What do you say? Will you play? Belle just turned to look at his goddess, who was still a little flushed. Go and play with them, there are only a few flowers left to water, Astrea said with a slight smile. Relax. Thank you, Astrea-sama. And with those words, Belle left with Lyra, who began to mock him as they entered the headquarters. While Astrea was left alone, she stared at some flowers, specifically the ones allies had given her and which she had planted with Belle a few months earlier. Seconds later, he placed his hand on his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart, remembering all the events with the albino. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she remembered everything. No, 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 he thought, shaking his head again and again. No. The image of his smiling red-haired daughter also crossed his mind. I can't start feeling this way. I promised allies I would support her, she thought, beginning to feel guilty. I can't. At that moment, the girls' laughter began to be heard inside the headquarters as Ryu shouted unfaithful rabbit and Belle yelled annoying to put down that knife. Once again Astrea felt her heart racing, lowering her gaze in shame. But it's difficult, she whispered. Dark times are coming, Harry. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Problems. What's wrong, my friend? Why are so many women almost naked? Well, you asked me what the red light district was, and well here we are, the boy replied with an excited smile. Oh no. Not long ago, Belle arrived at Let's Forge to see how the new sword he was forging was coming along, and the topic of the red light district came up during their conversation. Obviously, Let was surprised to hear that question and decided to show him what it was like instead of explaining it to him. Belle obviously had a bad feeling when he told him he would show him that place, but he still decided to follow him. A serious mistake. And so they arrived at the famous place where all the stress accumulated by adventurers or anyone else is released, a place considered paradise for many, full of beautiful and hexy women. So, how's it going? What do you think? Led asked, smiling at the albino. Geez. They were both at the entrance so they hadn't seen much of the district, but just by looking at the entrance, Belle could get an idea of what the rest of the place would be like. The beastman with black hair and little clothing passed in front of them and upon seeing Belle, winked at him and walked away from them in a provocative manner. Now she understood why her goddess and all the girls didn't want her there. That place only meant trouble. Okay, I think we can head back now, Belle said, turning to leave. Thanks for your help, Let. Goodbye. Wait. But before he could take a step, Let stood in front of him and grabbed his shoulders, preventing him from walking any further. Don't go, old man, keep me company for a while, he pleaded with a pleading face. No, this time I won't play along, Belle quickly denied. I have no intention of hiring those women's services. I would be betraying my goddess, and that's unacceptable. And who says I want to go to that kind of thing? Led asked, crossing his arms in offense. I've heard the amount of valis they ask for their services is enormous, and I can't afford that luxury. I have debts, remember? So why do you want to come in? Well, there's a type of candy that's only sold here in the pleasure district, but I felt too nervous to come here alone, so I want to take this opportunity to go and buy them. Are those sweets really that special? They're very special. The last time I had them was a year ago, and they were divine, she said seriously. Please, Belle, come with me just for a little while to buy those sweets, and then we'll go. Nothing bad will happen, I hope. Belle just made a complicated face when he heard that. Her goddess and friends were against her going to those places, but she wasn't going to hire the women's services, she was simply going to buy some sweets. In short, I wasn't going to do anything wrong. Besides the fact that Led had done him many favors, small favors, but he had done them without hesitation, it would be unfair if he did not accept to go buy some simple sweets with him. Okay, I'll go, Belle agreed, prompting Let to pat him on the back happily. But if my family finds out I was here, you'll have to tell them the whole truth. Don't worry, I'll explain everything. I'm very good at explaining things, he said, smiling confidently. Now let's go. The faster we buy those sweets, the faster we can get out of here. And with those words, Led entered the pleasure district, excited and ready for a new adventure. Meanwhile, Belle stayed behind, watching his friend, and then looked up at the sky. Grandma, Belle whispered, clasping her hands together. Please, make all this go right at least once in my life. It's not like I'm dead, so you shouldn't be praying. That's surely what Hera would think. And with those words, Belle followed Let, nervously looking all around the street, seeing all those beautiful women in skimpy clothes. He thought Nise and Iska wore skimpy clothes, but they were well dressed compared to the women in that place. His eyes wandered around the place, noticing how some of them smiled at him. He was surprised that such beautiful women would dedicate themselves to that kind of work, but surely they had their reasons. But none of them could compare to the great beauty of their goddess. Thinking about that, Belle slapped himself hard across the face, confusing Let. What are you doing? Nothing, it's nothing, she replied, her cheek red, not entirely convincing Let. By the way, it wasn't right of you to make fun of Welf like that. Huh? Why do you say that? Well, he said he wanted to come with us to see what this place was like, but instead of refusing, you made fun of him, and I think you went too far with the teasing this time. He looked like he wanted to cry. Oh come on, don't play innocent, you laughed too. Ugh, I couldn't help it, said Belle, regretting having laughed at the redeed. He didn't even know where they were going, but he found what Let said funny. But you're right, I went overboard with the teasing, but I couldn't help it. I really laughed when he asked if he could come with us, she said with a smile, though it immediately vanished, replaced by an expression of fear. But now I'm scared. Welf is a very vengeful person when you mess with him. I hope he doesn't go too far with his revenge. We shouldn't have laughed at him, Belle whispered, beginning to feel afraid. But don't worry, she's probably in the forge crying right now, Let laughed, trying not to be so nervous. I hope she doesn't burn my forging tools. Meanwhile, at the Astrea family headquarters. The girls were gathered in the room waiting for Belle to return to headquarters, but to the annoyance and concern of some, he was already taking a long time. Why is that fool taking so long? Kagaya asked. It's already 7 o'clock at night and he still hasn't shown up. Well, he went to Let's Forge and probably lost track of time, Lyra said, sketching a design for a new bomb. I think he was creating a new sword or something. I asked him to bring me fish and he failed me again, Allies whispered, puffing out her cheeks. Thank you, Rihanna whispered softly. I hope nothing bad has happened, Niz said worriedly. Don't say that, Niz, you're summoning misfortune, Mariu pleaded. As Astrea sat on the sofa waiting for Belle to appear, she always felt a lot of anxiety when her entire family wasn't at headquarters. Talk, talk. Although at that moment the doors of the headquarters were knocked on, confusing the girls. It was more than obvious that it wasn't Belle. He didn't knock for obvious reasons since he lived there, and that confused them. Who would visit them? I'll go, said Iska, standing up and leaving the room to open the door. The others sat patiently waiting to see who their visitor was. It's probably Shakti coming to arrest Lyra again, Noin mocked. Haha, very funny, Lyra laughed sarcastically. Seconds later the door to the room was opened again and Iska and a red-haired boy entered. It was Welf confusing the girls with his presence and some of them became worried. All that's missing is for Lyra and Belle to have been kidnapped, Niz thought. Good evening, the boy greeted seriously. What do you want? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Kagaya, you have to return the greeting, Ryu scolded. None of them felt uncomfortable in the presence of any man other than Belle. After all, he was just a child. Welf, right? Astrea asked, standing up, a little worried. What happened? Did something bad happen to Belle? What trouble has he gotten himself into now? Iska asked. Lyra and Belle went to the pleasure district, the boy said simply. Crack. The sound of the living room table being smashed to pieces was heard in the place, Niz crushing it upon hearing those words. What? Where? Niz asked, thinking he hadn't heard her properly. To the pleasure district, he repeated. A profound silence fell over the room upon hearing where their beloved companion was. Seconds later a dark and hostile aura began to surround the entire place, with anger noticeable on the faces of some and confusion on the faces of others. I hope they burn in hell, those damned bastards, Will thought, his eyes darkening and a faint devilish smile playing on his lips. They'll pay for mocking me. I'll kill him, Rihanna whispered with an angry expression. Damn horny rabbit, Kagaya said, gripping her katana tightly. We're worried sick here and he's wagging his tail with those boars. Then no, I don't think so, Astrea whispered, feeling a strange pain in her heart. Great job, Lyra. You did it. You corrupted him. Noin shouted, pointing at the hobbit. I was just joking. I never thought he'd take it seriously, Lyra defended herself. So in the end, I was frustrated. I knew it. Ryu shouted. I was right. She's spying on Astrea-sama on purpose. Did you really go to that place? Niz whispered, also angry. At that moment, Allies stood up with a serious expression, catching the attention of her friends. Kagaya, Rihanna, Niz, Iska, Lion, let's go to that place, the Redid ordered. As you wish, Captain, Kagaya said, standing up with her katana in hand. I'll cut off that hot rabbit's member. He don't hurt Belle-san, Sulti pleaded nervously. He's not like this, I'm sure there's another reason behind this. Do you know what Let said? Welf asked, capturing everyone's attention. I'll show you how magical the red light district is. Yes, he took him there. Bring that bastard here too, we're going to hang him from the ceiling and beat him with a nail-studded bat, Noin said, getting angry again. Relax, you'll both pay, Niz said, cracking her knuckles. I still can't believe Belle went to that place. I won't judge, Allies whispered. First I'll ask her to draw any conclusions, let's go. And with those words, Allies, Lion, Kagaya, Rihanna, Niz and Iska left the headquarters to go to that district and look for that rabbit. Nobody makes fun of Welf Krazo, the Redid thought, then looked at Astrea. That's all for my report. And with those words he too left, leaving a silence in the room. I still believe in Belle-san, Sulti whispered. I know he's not like that, he's my friend and I believe in him. Me too, said Mariu. Belle was raised by the goddess Hera after all, and from what I understand, she detests all those places. I believe in him too. I know the rabbit very well, and I know he's not one of those, but I still wonder why he went there, Lyra said, tapping her chin with a finger. Perhaps it was for those special sweets. Or because it's hot, Noin said, pulling out his knife. I think this time it won't be a game on my part. I don't really know what to think, Asta said. I guess I'll believe Belle. Meanwhile, Astrea just sat with her head down, thinking about Belle. No, Belle would never do that, the goddess thought, placing her hand on her heart. He promised me I believe in you, and I know you'll have a good explanation for going there. While outside the headquarters. Welf, upon exiting the mansion's gates, stopped, staring intently at the ground. Seconds later, a smile began to form on her face. He ha 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 ha. Back with Belle and Let. Nah, I don't think Welf is that vengeful, he's probably already forgiven us, Let said calmly. I hope so, Belle whispered, not very convinced. At that moment, a group of Amazons passed in front of them, turning to look at them. "Hey handsome," they called in a flirty voice. "Me?" Led asked with an excited smile. "No, the boy next to you." "Ah. Yes." Belle said nervously, seeing that there were 2 Amazons, 2 beastmen, and a catgirl. "Wouldn't you like to spend some time with the 5 of us in a room?" The Amazon asked in a flirtatious voice. "You're a very nice boy, so we'll only charge you 30,000 valis for the 5 of us. What do you say?" 30,000 valis. Led exclaimed in surprise. "You see, Belle. Now those are some bargains." "Remember, we didn't come here for that," Belle whispered, then looked at the girls with a kind smile. "Sorry, but no." "What a shame, but if you change your mind we'll be around this street handsome." And with those words, the 5 of them left, making Belle sigh. That place was dangerous. "Quick, buy those damn sweets and let's go," Belle pleaded, not wanting to be there for another second. If the girls found out, he was going to be a dead man, no, he was surely going to receive a fate worse than death. "That's what I'm trying to do, but I can't find the vendor of those sweets," he said, looking around. "Maybe he doesn't sell in this area anymore. We should look somewhere else in the district." "Are you serious?" Belle asked when he saw that they still weren't leaving. "Don't be nervous, come on, I assure you nothing bad will happen, not even your friends will find out," he said confidently. "Relax, you'll be fine." Belle, still hesitant to stay in that place any longer, continued walking with searching for those damn sweets, beginning to doubt their existence. The more they walked, the more girls approached the albino with interest, and that interest increased even more when they saw that he was the avenging rabbit of the Astrea family. "Hey, are you here to dispense justice in the district?" asked an Amazonian woman, approaching Belle provocatively. No," Belle replied nervously. "Really? And what's this righteous sword you're carrying here?" she asked, touching Belle's crotch, making him jump in fright. "I've been bad, punish me." Hey. That hand, referee." Let shouted, stepping in front of the Amazon and preventing her from touching Belle. He couldn't allow Belle to lose his virginity in that district. If that happened, all the girls in the Astrea family would kill him for bringing their beloved friend to this place. "I didn't want to die yet." "DSK, you're missing out," whispered the Amazon, walking away from the place. The girls definitely don't need to find out about this, Belle thought, frightened. Let started laughing. "Don't worry, Belle, I feel like we're getting closer and closer to those sweets. We'll be out of here soon." "I hope so." And so the 2 friends continued their perilous journey. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the red light district. A man wearing a hood calmly entered the place with a huge smile on his face, looking all around. "Wow, years ago it was just a small brothel and look at it now, it occupies a good part of Orario," the man laughed. Then I watched as a huge man, over 2 meters tall, jumped across the rooftops carrying a woman in his arms, followed by a girl and a blonde-haired boy. It's a shame this whole district will be erased," I said, calmly walking deeper into the area. "I hope Lilith and her people don't take too long." "Back to Let." "Oh." Let exclaimed excitedly upon finally finding the candy stand. With an excited smile, she ran to the place, seeing the great variety of flavors. "I knew it, I knew you were around here," Let exclaimed. "You'll see it wasn't a waste of time, and for coming with me I'll buy you a bag of sweets, so choose your favorite flavor. I promise they're the best." "Belle?" Not hearing his friend's voice, Let turned around and realized that the albino was no longer with him. "No way." Let shouted, grabbing his hair. "What are you, Belle? A kid who needs someone to hold his hand so he doesn't get lost." That night definitely couldn't get any worse. I had to find him before he ended up in an Amazon's bed. "But first I'll buy the candy," Let said, and with that she started to stand in line to buy the candy. The line was rather long, so it would take her some time. "Hang on, Belle." Meanwhile, with Belle. He was standing in front of an old man's shop who was selling him a very curious product. "Then if you give me your sword, I'll give you this branch with which you can peck dead squirrels and hit smaller, weaker children," said the old man, showing a small thin twig. I don't know, I'm still not convinced," Belle said, tapping his chin with a finger. "What do you think, Let?" Belle panicked when he saw that his friend wasn't with him. "Oh no. Let's gone missing," Belle said worriedly. Just when I told her not to wander too far. After that, Belle looked around, a little scared, seeing many semi-naked women, some of whom winked at him. It's best to look for it. And with those thoughts, Belle began to walk nervously alone through those streets teeming with lust. I even walked down a street where I could hear moans coming from all the houses in that area. That street smelled of hex. "Hey handsome, come here," 2 humans called from a house window. "We offer all kinds of services for a good price and for a full hour." "And no thanks," he said, feeling increasingly nervous and increasing his pace. The worst part was that I didn't even remember where the exit was from that place. I was completely lost. I cursed the moment I agreed to enter this place, he thought, starting to walk through the alleys. At least there weren't so many people in the alleys. I had to ask for directions to get out of there. Then, in one of those many alleyways, a man was found having sex with an Amazon leaning against a wall. "Excuse me," Belle approached the two of them. "Sorry to interrupt, but I need to ask a question." "Do it, boy," said the man without stopping what he was doing. "Do you know where the exit from the district is? Just walk north and when you see the statue of the goddess Ishtar, it's because you're close." "Thank you very much, carry on with what you were doing." And with those words, Belle left the alley hoping that was the right indication. Should I leave or look for Let? Belle thought doubtfully. Nah, he's probably already gone with his sweets. But then he saw how at the end of another alley, an Amazon was leading two small people in chains and entering a door that was at the end of that alley. Were they wearing chains? He thought, puzzled. Judging by the size of those people, they were either hobbits or, at worst, children. Thinking about that, Belle frowned angrily. What do I do? He thought, looking around as people went about their business. I don't have to think about it. As a member of the justice system, I have to investigate. And with those thoughts, Belle walked to the end of that alley until he stood in front of that wooden door where that Amazon had entered with those two little ones. And without thinking, he slowly opened the door and cautiously looked inside. Although when she opened it completely she saw that there were stairs leading down, stairs that were illuminated by a few torches on the wall. It's a basement, Belle thought, frowning. There was definitely something mysterious there. And looking back one last time, Belle started down those stairs, but not before closing the door. His steps were slow, echoing throughout the place, walking with his sword in hand. Luckily he never went out without his weapons, he had to be prepared for everything. Belle noticed that at the end of those stairs there was another door. The people who had entered a moment ago were definitely there. Me and my bad habit of wanting to get into trouble, he thought, gripping his sword tightly. But I've come this far now. I just hope it's only me and nothing bad. With those thoughts, Belle took the doorknob and slowly opened it, beginning to hear conversations inside. Upon opening it completely, she could see a huge room, and in that room there were at least 15 Amazons, and at the ends of the place, there were at least 4 cages with children locked up. Belle, upon seeing that, opened his eyes in surprise, not believing that this was happening in Orario. Said an Amazon, noticing Belle's presence. Well, it seems someone followed us here. With a smile, the Amazon took her great sword to finish him off. Aisha, be careful, warned another Amazon. I know that boy. He's the Astrea family's vigilante rabbit. A small twitch appeared in Belle's eye upon hearing his nickname. Really? They said he was a very cute boy and I can confirm that he is, she said with a mischievous smile. And it's strong too, a level 4, another one said excitedly. Tell me, boy, why are you here? Did you come down to this basement to hire our services? He asked in a provocative tone. Imagine wanting to hire 15 at once, now I understand why they call you rabbit, said another, licking her lips. Why do you have children locked in cages? Belle asked directly with a serious expression. To get straight to the point, I'm starting to like you, Aisha said with a smile. Answer? What do you think? He asked, resting his enormous sword on his shoulder. Orders of our goddess, we buy these children and resell them at a higher price, although the girls who look good we leave here so that when they grow up they can work in the district. Aisha, I don't think it's a good idea to tell her everything. So what? He's already seen the cages, so there's no reason to hide the truth, she said with a sly smile. Belle's gaze darkened as he heard the whole truth, glancing sideways at all the frightened children in the cages. Some even looked a little malnourished. Seeing that made him angry. What would you do, you little bunny of justice? Aisha asked, swinging her sword. I recently reached level 3 and all my companions are level 3 too. Do you think you can hold your own against so many level 3 Amazons at once? You should buy an aphrodisiac to help you survive. You are under arrest for human trafficking, Belle whispered, gripping his sword. Then come and arrest me, pretty boy. The fight in Belle's basement against 15 Amazons had begun. While Let was buying her sweets in the district, a smiling man walked calmly through the streets, a man over 2 meters tall with a woman in his arms, was heading to the headquarters of the goddess Ishtar, and a group of women from the Astrea family were approaching the pleasure district. That night would be remembered as one of the bloodiest in Orario since the Dark Age. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Bloody Night. In a certain basement in the pleasure district, a fight was taking place between a rabbit and some Amazons in order to save some children. A battle which was proving a bit difficult for the albino. Damn it, thought Belle, dodging a sword that was going straight for his neck, then leaping to avoid the fists of 2 Amazons. And not to end there, far away from the room, some Amazons with a bow launched 3 arrows towards Belle's head, which he quickly blocked with his sword. What's wrong? Is that all the power of the rabbit of justice? Aisha asked mockingly. Belle simply frowned slightly. It wasn't that she was weaker than them, in fact she could easily defeat them, the problem was that they were in that basement which was rather small, fighting against 15 at once, not giving her the opportunity to move freely. Besides the fact that he couldn't attack with all his might and end up demolishing the place or knocking, but that didn't mean he would give up there. He had to save those children. What are you talking about? I'm barely warmed up, Belle said, sheathing his sword and drawing his dagger from his waist. Shall we continue? I'm conceited. And once again the Amazons launched their attack, seeking to land a critical hit on the albino. They knew he was stronger than them, so they had to overwhelm him and land at least one attack. If he took those children away, the entire Ishtar family would definitely be in trouble. Alright, do your thing, skill, Belle thought, activating the only skill that would be useful to him at that moment. Win-lose. Or at least he hoped it would help him. In a swift movement, Belle dodged a sword that was going straight for her head and threw a powerful punch at the Amazon's stomach, which hit her squarely, sending her flying along with another one who was behind her, crashing into a wall and falling unconscious. Good. My strength has increased, he thought with relief, dodging another Amazon's fist, although it almost connected with him as he took a little while to move. And apparently his agility had decreased a little, well, he would simply have to be more alert. While in the cages the children stared intently at the fight, some scared and others hoping that the rabbit would win, because they knew he was there to save them. The hero, whispered a blonde girl with fox ears in her cage, watching the albino battle the Amazons. Interesting, Aisha whispered with a big smile, having a quick exchange of attacks with Belle, although every time their weapons clashed, she was forced to retreat due to the strength of her opponent. And he was starting to like it. Two Amazons quickly tried to punch Belle in each of his sides, but he saw them and dodged their punches with a jump, causing them to punch each other. To knock them unconscious, Belle launched a powerful kick at each of them. That makes 4, Belle thought seriously, blocking with his dagger the spear carried by one of them and forcing the Amazon to lose her balance due to Belle's strength. And raising his foot, he launched a powerful kick to the Amazon's jaw, causing her to fall to the ground unconscious. 5 whisper. 2 other Amazons, starting to get angry, lunged with their swords, wanting to stab the albino, who at the last second dodged them, receiving some minor cuts on his arms. And grabbing the 2 Amazons by the hair, he slammed them hard to the ground, leaving them unconscious. 7. 2 other Amazons who were in the distance began to launch more arrows seeking to hurt Belle, who became angry. TSK, those stupid arrows can hurt a child. And raising his fist, he slammed it hard into the ground, destroying it a little. And taking 2 pieces of rock from the ground that he had just destroyed, he threw them with great force and speed towards the Amazons, who had no time to dodge, hitting them squarely in the face and falling unconscious to the ground. 9 whisper. A smile appeared on Aisha's face as she watched her teammates defeat 9 of her companions with great ease in less than a minute. It was more than obvious that the remaining 6 would lose to him. You really are strong, Aisha said excitedly. Why do this to those children? Belle asked, annoyed. Don't get angry, handsome, it's not like we have a choice, these are orders from our goddess, you know that the gods are capricious and do whatever they want. Then the goddess Ishtar will have many problems with the guild, which will probably end in her exile, he said, gripping his dagger. And with those words, Belle launched himself to defeat the last 6 Amazons, who, despite knowing they were going to be defeated, smiled with excitement at facing someone as strong as him. With great force, Belle connected a powerful punch to the stomach of one Amazon and a powerful kick to another who was behind him, knocking them both out of the fight. Another Amazon tried to stab Belle with a spear, but he dodged it, receiving only a small cut on his chest. With great speed, I connected a blow to the jaw, causing him to quickly lose consciousness. The other 2 tried to hit Belle from behind, but he didn't even bother to dodge them. He simply turned around and easily caught both fists in his hands. Incredible. Said both Amazons with a slight blush. But that didn't last long, as Belle grabbed their faces and slammed their heads together forcefully, knocking them out of the fight. 14 whispered Belle, turning to look at the last one, who was Aisha, who only had a small smile. You arrived here in Orario a few months ago and you're this strong. What kind of training did you have out there? The best of all, he replied with a slight smile, looking at the Amazon. For some reason, none of those Amazons seemed like bad people to him. Perhaps they were just in the wrong family. Alright, let's finish this, Aisha said, raising her greatsword and launching into the attack, just like Belle. Belle could tell that Aisha was the strongest of all those Amazons. Just by watching her fighting movements, he could tell that she was the most experienced. With great speed, they clashed their weapons forcefully, creating sparks with each collision. The children in the cages just watched the fight in amazement, seeing the image of a great hero in the albino and hoping that he would win. It was more than obvious that Belle had the advantage, but to the children's eyes, it seemed like a close battle with the evil villain. But that strength, she could even take on that damn toad, Aisha thought with a big smile. I hadn't enjoyed a battle for a long time. You're good, Belle whispered, blocking the enormous sword with her dagger. I have no doubt that you will be a great warrior in the future. I don't need a cute kid to praise me, although thank you. After clashing their weapons forcefully for a few seconds, as was obvious, Aisha gradually lost ground with each blow, becoming a little frustrated for not being able to make even a cut. And in the end, Aisha's great sword shattered into pieces, leaving her with her back against the wall and Belle's dagger pointing at her neck. I win, Belle whispered with a slight smile. He couldn't deny it, he had somewhat enjoyed that clash of weapons. So what are you going to do now, vigilante boy? Submit me? He asked playfully. Well, I'll have to chain you up, he replied, turning around to pick up some chains he had seen during the battle. Aisha smiled as she saw Belle turn his back on her, trying to hit her, but he managed to dodge it by grabbing her arm and throwing her to the ground. Are you serious? Belle asked. I had to try it, the Amazon replied with amusement. After a few minutes, the 15 Amazons were tightly bound with chains on the ground, the only one still conscious being Aisha, who watched Belle as he tightly tied her arms. Relax, I'm not going to escape, whispered the Amazon. It's as a precaution. Hey, you're an interesting guy. Thanks. I think so. Hey, I'll probably end up in jail for this, but if I do get off, would you like to have a friends with benefits relationship with me? What? Belle asked, looking at her in surprise. Come on, don't play innocent. I'm sure you have your fun times with your family, the Amazon teased, making Belle blush. A relationship like this will benefit us both. No, it'll benefit you even more. I'm sure some of my friends will want to join in, so what do you say? You'd better stop talking or I'll hit you in the neck so you'll pass out, Belle warned, embarrassed. DSK, you're boring, but I'll forgive you just because you're cute, she mocked him again to embarrass him. Belle simply ignored those words, so after finishing chaining her up, he stood up and walked towards the cages where the children were looking at the albino with great admiration. Don't worry, they're out of danger now, Belle said with a kind smile. Now I just have to get them out of here. Mr. Rabbit is strong, shouted a child, making Belle let out a groan of pain. As Belle approached the cages, he saw that they all had the same lock, so he only needed one key. Hey, where's the key to these cages? Belle asked, looking at Aisha. Under my bra. Where? The AJ is OSTN, he said with amusement as he saw Belle's face begin to blush. Come on, take them. I'd give them to you myself, but my arms are chained, so you have to do it yourself, she said, winking at him. Touch wherever you want with confidence. I give you my permission. Be well. He had to keep this a secret or the girls would kill him. I slowly walked towards Aisha and knelt in front of her, looking at her breasts and hesitating whether to do it or not. Do it, the children are waiting for you to free them, Aisha said mockingly. And don't even think about lifting my bra so the key falls out. You'd be undressing me against my will. Why yes, I understand. And raising his trembling hand, Belle began to search Aisha, making her smile and causing the albino's face to burn intensely as he touched her. Oops, it looks like they're under the other breast, Aisha said, looking amusedly at Belle. He let out another big sigh to relax and began to search Aisha again, doing his best to keep his imagination from running wild. It's not in any of them. Belle shouted, red-faced. Haha, it was all eyes, the key is in the boxes in the corner, he said, turning to look at the boxes. T2 And letting out a sigh to relax again, I walked towards the boxes, seeing that the key was indeed there. Don't complain, I'm sure you like the feeling in your hand. See Calate. Trying to calm himself, Belle approached the cages and began opening them to free the children. Some looked a little scared, while others were happy to finally be free, gazing at Belle with admiration. Thank you, Mr. Rabbit. You're welcome. Belle just stared at all the children, seeing that there were 15 in total. Probably some lived outside of Orario, perhaps those with frightened expressions like that blonde girl with fox ears. What do I do? Belle thought, with a finger on his chin. He wanted to take the children with him to his headquarters to report what had happened, but he didn't want the children to see a place filled with lust. They were still too young to see that. Take them with you, Aisha said, catching Belle's attention. If you go and tell your family, it's very likely that other Amazons will come down to this basement and see the children out of their cages. They'll chain them up and take them somewhere else to sell them as quickly as possible, so it's best if you take them with you. But walk through the Oriental-themed streets, you'll see it as soon as you leave this basement. There's not as much lust in that place as in the rest of the streets, and you'll get to the exit faster that way, I advise. Why are you helping me? It's not like I have any other choice, I'm chained up here, besides, I like you, you're a guy who does things without hesitation when he wants to save someone, and I like that, she said with a smile. Thank you, he whispered, a little embarrassed, before turning to look at the children. I'll get you out of here, I promise. Will I ever see my parents again? A beastman girl asked. Yes, I assure you. And taking some simple hoods that were inside a wooden box, he began to cover each child so that they could not see much around them. We have to go and don't leave my side, Belle said, and the children nodded. Then I turned to look at Aisha, who was still smiling. What is your name? Aisha. Thank you for your help, Aisha. Like I said, it's not like I have any other choice, she said, winking at Belle. Bye, handsome, and remember to pay me a visit in jail sometime, we'll have a good time. Goodbye. And turning around, he left the basement, followed by the children, leaving Aisha alone with her unconscious friends. What an interesting boy, she whispered. Meanwhile, with Belle. Upon leaving the basement and exiting the alley, he saw that indeed one of the streets had a completely oriental theme, and that street led to the north of the district, just as the previous man had indicated. I had to hurry and get out of there. Follow me, said Belle, starting to walk, followed by the children. Some people watched curiously as the albino was followed by 15 small people in hoods, but since the vast majority were drunk, they didn't pay any attention to it. Aisha is right, the lust in this place is less, thought Belle, seeing that all the women there were oriental and dressed in kimonos showing little skin. Then he turned to look at the children who were still behind him. Don't separate, we'll be out soon. He didn't know how much longer it was, but he was sure the exit was near, or at least he hoped so, and he was hoping not to run into a member of the Ishtar family along the way. In the distance, an Amazon saw Belle walking away with those little ones, finding him suspicious, so she decided to approach him to question him. Belle, seeing the Amazon approaching, became nervous and ready to fight. But suddenly it stopped abruptly, just like the Amazon, because of a loud noise that was heard throughout the district. With surprise, he looked up, as did everyone else on that street, seeing how a pillar of light rose to the heavens from the top of the main headquarters of the goddess Ishtar, making everyone's blood run cold. The sound of a weapon falling to the ground caught Belle's attention, as he watched the Amazon approaching him with a panicked expression. I don't have any money, the woman whispered. Seconds later, a large number of explosions began to be heard in the distance, causing Belle to start panicking. And no. The bloody night had begun. A while ago at the Ishtar family headquarters. At the top of the headquarters, in a huge hall, the goddess of said family sat on her throne chatting angrily with another woman. With a face like a toad. Brian, I've told you more than 10 damn times to stop murdering the men who come here to headquarters for services. We're losing profits because of you, the goddess scolded. Haha, it's not my fault I'm so attractive that they decide to sleep with me, said the toad woman with a grotesque smile. Yes, I know very well that you kidnap them and take them to your basement. You'll make adventurers afraid to come. Haha, what's more, I heard rumors that the Astrea family rabbit is here in the district, he probably wants to sleep with me. Really? Ishtar said in surprise. Wow, Astrea sees that boy as innocent, and look where he is now, though I don't blame him. Living with so many women must increase his carnal desires, and he's come here to release them. I think I'll go look for him, Phryne whispered. Ishtar was about to say something, but frowned upon hearing noise outside the room. For the past few minutes, all that commotion hadn't stopped. What the hell are they doing? He thought angrily, but then a sharp pain appeared in his heart as he felt the presence of many of his daughters begin to disappear. But then the doors of the enormous hall suddenly opened, catching the attention of the goddess and the toad. Ishtar-sama! Shouted an Amazon with a panicked expression. What's going on? I asked. We are under attack. But the Amazon could not even finish her words as a huge axe split her in two, surprising Ishtar and Phryne. Haha, laughed a huge muscular man whom Ishtar recognized instantly. Fulax! Exclaimed the goddess, standing up with a fearful expression upon seeing one of Evilis's leaders in her headquarters. And his fear only increased when he saw a woman with very long black hair and white skin come out from behind Fulax and stop in front of him. Hello, goddess of boars, the woman greeted with a friendly smile. Ayapate, Ishtar whispered in surprise at seeing this goddess who had supposedly been exiled from Orario. How? Don't even bother calling your family who were at headquarters, Hansel and Gretel already took care of killing them and a few escaped, but they won't last long alive. What are you doing here? Ishtar asked fearfully. Just paying a visit to a traitorous bitch, he said, changing his expression to one of anger. You shouldn't be here. You were exiled from Orario. Perhaps, but I managed to find a way back here again. When I learned that my dear children were going to be released from prison, I looked for a way to return to this hateful city, he said, tapping his chin with a finger. At first, I planned to have one of Freya's children killed, but then I remembered your wretched existence, so I decided to pay you one last visit. What do you want? Just seeing your cowardly expression, do you think I've forgotten how you voted for me to be exiled from the city? She asked, annoyed. I had to do it. If I hadn't, the other gods would have suspected I was allied with you, she shouted, starting to panic. And what bothers me most is that you betrayed us from the beginning. I remember in the Dark Ages when we were losing ground, your girls joined the Loki family's hateful attacking and killing my children, she said through gritted teeth. Seeing that Evilis was losing, you decided to switch sides like a complete coward. In the end, all you're good for is spreading your legs. That comment angered Ishtar, causing her to clench her fists. Shut up. Obviously I wasn't going to side with a bunch of losers who lost in the Dark Age, he said irritably. Not even your modified humans could defeat Orario. You should be grateful I didn't vote to send you back to the sky. Oh, I see you have a little bit of courage to speak to me like this, Apate said with a smile. No one insults my goddess, Vulak said irritably, gripping his axe. Calm down, little one, there's still one more thing I want to say to this bitch, he said confidently. Tell me, Ishtar, in all these years, have you managed to take Freya's title of the most beautiful? Ishtar clenched her fists upon hearing those words. Haha. Obviously not, maybe they're both prostitutes, but at least she's elegant, whereas you at least you have your health. Shut up. I yelled, filled with rage, then turned to Phryne. Phryne, kill your disgusting son, it's a divine command. Haha, fine, but do you give me permission to bring as many men as I want to my basement? Laughed the toad woman, clutching her axe. What makes you think that the phenomenon you have as a daughter can defeat my Fulax? Phryne has been at level 5 for a few months now, she'll be able to take down that disgusting thing. The pot ace simply smiled confidently before looking at his son. My kid got a status update yesterday. And guess what? He's level 6 now. He was so close to leveling up before he was imprisoned. Ishtar opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, beginning to feel fear. I'm sorry, my boy, I know you want to face Freya's boar one-on-one, but for now, settle for that toad woman, said Apate, patting him on the stomach. As you wish, he laughed, walking towards the frog woman. Meanwhile, Ishtar began to have a bad feeling. Change your mind, Phryne, better get me out of here. I'll kill this one first, I'll show him my great power. And with a confident smile, Phryne, having Fulax close, raised her axe to kill him, who did nothing to dodge it. The moment the axe made contact with Fulax's body, it shattered to Phryne's surprise and terror. What? Haha, is that all? Asked the man, who was even taller than the frog woman. And you're supposed to be level 5. Impossible, Phryne whispered in shock. Kill her, there's no time to waste, Apate ordered. As you command. Wait, don't kill me. If you want, I can sleep with. But he couldn't even finish his words when, in a swift movement, Fulax's axe plunged into his head, becoming lodged in the middle of his skull. As Ishtar watched in terror, her most powerful daughter was killed as if it were nothing in a matter of seconds. She couldn't even harm the phenomenon, son of Apate. I had to get away from there quickly. Where are you going? Apate asked with a smile. Fulax, catch her. And quickly the man appeared in front of Ishtar, grabbing both her arms and preventing her from moving. Let me go, you disgusting thing. Ishtar shouted angrily. Let's see, where did I leave it? Apate asked, looking around. Right, I left it by the door. Apate went to the entrance of the room and seconds later returned to Ishtar with a bucket in his hands. What do you have there? The goddess asked fearfully. The gift. And with those words, Apate threw the contents of the bucket at Ishtar, covering her completely. It was a smooth, strange liquid. But the smell. Fulax released Ishtar from his grasp, causing her to fall to the ground sitting down, and he approached his goddess again. The look of panic appeared on Ishtar's face as she recognized the liquid that had covered her body. Wait, don't do it, she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. This is for betraying us, bitch. Then taking a torch that was stuck to the wall, she threw it to the ground, making contact with the liquid, causing it to immediately catch fire and Ishtar to begin burning in flames. It was the heart-rending scream that the goddess let out as she felt the immense pain of her flesh being burned all over. And that only lasted about 6 seconds before her arcanum activated and sent her flying back into the sky, creating a great pillar of light that was seen throughout the city of Orario. A pillar that everyone immediately knew was the beginning of a big problem. How beautiful, sighed the goddess with joy. What do we do now, my goddess? Fulax asked. Get me out of this horrible place, this district will become a slaughterhouse, he said, letting out a yawn. And tell Gretel and her brother to join the slaughter with Rudra's children and those who are still left of Electo and the rest of Evilis. Yes, my goddess. And being carried again by her son, they prepared to leave that place, satisfied. How beautiful it is to take revenge, whispered the goddess with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, high atop the walls of the pleasure district. The long-haired elf was gathered with many people on that wall, watching the lively district. What are your orders, Lilith-sama? Jura asked. The vast majority of adventurers are drunk, so it will be easy for you. The problem is the Amazons of Ishtar. I heard that she has a few of level 3, that will be a problem for you, except for those of Electo, those are more psychopaths than you. However, at that moment a great pillar of light appeared from the top of the headquarters of the goddess of beauty, causing a great smile to appear on Lilith's face. Well, some Amazons without Felna aren't a problem, haha, Lilith laughed. So? Jura asked excitedly, as did everyone else there. Leave no one alive in this district, he whispered with a wide smile. And with those words and letting out a scream, all the members of Evilis who were on that wall began to run towards the pleasure district and murder anyone who crossed their path, with screams of pain and panic beginning to be heard everywhere. This is music to my ears, the elf whispered. And I'm sure it is to yours too, Sava. Enjoy this party wherever you are in this district. Minutes earlier outside the pleasure district. A group of women walked slowly with grumpy expressions, getting closer and closer to that district. Do you think Belle asked, leaving the question hanging, not having the courage to finish it. No, I don't think so, Ally said. But even so, I don't understand what his intentions were in coming here. Defeat his eyes with so many women, Rihanna whispered jealously. Isn't my beauty enough for you? Allies asked, and white and boastful. If he doesn't give a convincing explanation, then he should consider himself dead, Kagaya said with a frown. And let too, for some reason I feel like he has a lot to do with this, Iska said. Perverted rabbit, Ryu whispered. I would have preferred him to arrive at headquarters with a cart full of fish instead of coming to this place, Rihanna said. Wow. That's quite a surprise, Iska said. You hate fish so much, and yet you'd rather eat it than have Belle here. I don't like Belle being here, end of story, she whispered, nervously looking away. Rihanna, those words are very suspicious, Ally said, narrowing her eyes, as did Knees and Kagaya. What? I asked, more nervous. You're angry too, so I don't find it strange. The e-girls, Ryu called with a shocked expression. What? Myron? All of them, puzzled, turned their gaze towards the place the elf was pointing to, seeing how in the pleasure district a pillar of light rose, a sign that they had just sent a god to the heavens. Every time that happened, it only meant that Evilis was on the move. And that was confirmed by hearing screams and explosions in that district. At that moment, all the anger the girls felt towards Belle disappeared, replaced by concern. That idiot, Kagaya whispered, starting to run and leaving the others behind. Let's go. Allies shouted, starting to run along with the others, who were filled with worry. Are you serious? Kagaya thought. First the casino and now the pleasure district. Do all the places you visit end up destroyed? Upon reaching the entrance to the district, they all stopped, staring in shock at the scene before them. Dozens of corpses and pools of blood were scattered everywhere, and that was just the entrance. They didn't even want to imagine what the inside of the district was like at that moment. Allies, Ryu whispered worriedly, hearing screams all around. We need to split up. The Redid shouted. Kagaya, Knees, and Rihanna, go that way and save everyone you can. Iska, Lion, and I will go this way. And Belle? The Amazon asked, worried. Belle is not weak. If he's here, I'm sure he won't stand idly by. He'll help too, she ordered, drawing her sword. They knew they were not facing just any battle. For some reason, they felt that this time they were not facing just any enemy. And that made them nervous. And one last order, Allies whispered, gripping her weapon. Don't die. Don't worry, Captain, we won't die, and I assure you Belle won't either. That idiot needs to get his ass kicked, said Kagaya, starting to run along with Knees and Rihanna. Meanwhile, Allies just turned to look at Ryu and Iska. The Loki and Ganesha family will arrive soon, meanwhile let's save as many people as we can. And with those words, the three of them also set off on their way, beginning to fight every enemy they encountered along the way, seeing with surprise the large number of corpses that were everywhere. They all thought worriedly, hoping the albino was alright. Meanwhile, in another part of the district. Belle stared with a serious expression at 5 members of Evilis who were in front of him, while behind him all the frightened children stared in terror at the corpses on the ground. Ah, it will be fun to fight you, said one of them, brandishing his sword. A serious mistake to be looking after children at this time, another said mockingly. Belle just frowned upon hearing those words. It'll be difficult fighting 5 at once and protecting the children. I don't even know what level they are, he thought, glancing at the little ones. I can't tell them to run and hide either. There's a massacre going on everywhere. They won't be able to defend themselves. TSK, damn it, those Evilis guys are bastards. What's wrong? Did you finally realize you're at a disadvantage? We have to kill him now, all those children too. Come on, I'll destroy you all, Belle said seriously, gripping his sword, ready to give his life for all those little ones. I would have to defeat them quickly and take those children back to that basement since they were still nearby. I felt they would be safer there than up here on the surface. I really had bad luck. Let's go. But before anyone could move. Hey. 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 Don't touch it. I shouted, a man approaching the place with a big smile. Sava-sama, the men greeted upon recognizing their leader. Meanwhile, Belle's expression changed to an angrier one upon seeing the bastard who hurt RD. You go kill other people in the surrounding area, I'll take care of this child, he ordered, staring intently at Belle. And quickly the 5 men left, leaving Belle and Sava alone, while the children remained frightened behind the albino. The screams of pain and panic, along with explosions and sounds of fighting, could be heard all around, making Belle frustrated. Hundreds of people were being killed and there was nothing I could do but stay there. At least I had to protect the children. His presence is strong, Belle thought, a drop of sweat trickling down his forehead. Finally we meet again, Belle, haha. Belle's fight against Sava was about to begin. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Broken. Standing in front of a tomb was a white-haired boy, no more than 10 years old, shedding tears without stopping. I am sorry Hana, I'm sorry. Those were the words the boy had been repeating over and over for the past half hour, constantly lamenting his inability to save his friend. Meanwhile, in the distance, a certain woman with purple hair looked with a certain sadness at her pupil, knowing how difficult it was for him. Even she felt a little sad since she had grown somewhat fond of the girl. She didn't want to imagine how Belle felt since he spent practically every day with her. I can't let him fall apart over this, Galatea thought with a serious expression. If I leave him like this, he'll regret it for the rest of his life and never move forward. As his teacher, I have to guide him. And with a decision already made, the woman walked towards Belle, who was still crying and showing no signs of stopping. Belle. What? I'm truly sorry, if I had been faster in defeating that Rakia army I would have returned sooner and prevented that from happening. No. It's not your fault. He cried through tears. I promised I would protect her, I promised I would be her hero. And I failed her. I let them kill her. It's not your fault. Yes, it is. I cried out in pain. It's my fault. But it really affected her, and it hurt Galatea a lot to see him like this. Belle always tried to show himself as a strong child who never cried, but now all that had crumbled. Hero, Belle whispered, clenching his fists. I can't even be one after killing that man like that. Even though she hated him for killing Hana, she was deeply affected by the memory of how, in his rage, he crushed her head with that rock. An action that was not that of a hero like the one he always dreamed of being. I'm a failure, I couldn't protect my friend, and I got my hands dirty with blood, I'll never be a hero. Upon hearing that, Galatea let out a long sigh and then sat down next to him. Listen Belle, I'll be direct with you, heroes don't exist, at least not the kind of heroes you're thinking of. Was all he said, looking confused at his teacher. You think heroes are beings of light who never take anyone's life, saving everyone without getting their hands dirty. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that that kind of hero doesn't exist. Hera would probably be angry with her for destroying the innocent thoughts of her beloved grandson, but she had to do it so that he could continue to progress. Those books you read, those heroes you admire so much, I don't deny their existence, but I'm sure their stories have been completely altered to make them into beings of light. Yes, they only recount their heroic discoveries and not their falls. Do you really think they protected everyone without letting anyone die? That's impossible. No matter how hard you try, there will always be people you can't protect, people who will die right in front of you, and you won't be able to do anything to stop it. I'm sure all those heroes had to experience that many times for their names to be etched in history. Teacher. But they've never taken a life and always defeated the villain without getting their hands dirty. That's ridiculous. Sometimes you have to get your hands dirty to protect the people you care about. An evil person will never change, and the only solution is to kill them to end that evil, like you, for example. If you hadn't killed that Rakia soldier, he would have killed more civilians before I arrived. You prevented the deaths of more innocent people. But. Belle, I'm sorry, but the heroes you believe in don't exist and never have. There will never be a hero for everyone because he can't protect everyone. The only people he will be a hero to are those he manages to save. To those people he will be a true hero. You feel angry, sad, and regretful about what happened, and I'm sorry about that, but don't let it break you. As he said those words, Galatea stood up and turned to look at him. You better get up and keep improving to become stronger and protect the people you care about. Maybe you won't be the hero of the whole world like you wanted to be, but at least strive to become the hero of your loved ones. I'm sure Hana would tell you the same thing. Belle simply stood up and stared at his teacher. Be strong and don't let something like that happen again. As she said those words, Galatea took the sword she had at her waist and extended it to Belle. Keep improving. What are you doing? It's my sword, but now it's yours, he said as Belle took the marvelous weapon in his trembling hands. Become strong, and with this sword save as many people as you can and become their hero. I can't accept. It's your sword, Belle, and I won't accept your return, he said seriously. Although seconds later she smiled warmly and knelt in front of Belle to give him a hug. You're a strong boy, Belle. With that sword in your hands, you'll protect many people and be a great hero to all those you save. That sword is better in your hand, so keep going. Do you promise? Small tears began to form in Belle's eyes before she gave her beloved teacher a tight hug. I promise you, with this sword I will protect people, I won't fail again, that's why. You don't need to say it, Belle, she whispered, stroking his hair. I'll always be there for you, and I'll always be proud of you, no matter what. And no longer able to resist, Belle began to cry loudly, still hugging his teacher, who only gently stroked his hair, letting him release all his pain. The path you want to take will be very difficult, you have to be strong, Belle, don't fall apart again, she thought, still hugging him. That was a very special moment in Belle's life, a moment where his teacher became the woman he admired and respected most in his entire life, promising in front of her and in front of Hana's grave, never to fail again. Never. Present. Belle stood in front of the children, protecting them, while looking with a serious expression at Sava, who kept smiling. Explosions and the sounds of people screaming could be heard everywhere. Not even 3 minutes had passed since the goddess Ishtar was sent to heaven and the red light district was almost destroyed. Why the long face? Sava asked, amused. Smile, my friend, it's good for your mental health. Children, step back a little, Belle whispered to the little ones, most of whom were crying as they heard so many cries of pain all around. They were scared, very scared. But they still listened to the albino and backed down a little. Fortunately, the rest of Evilis was ignoring that street. It seemed that their leader's presence kept them away, so he only had to worry about that smiling guy not harming them. Can I defeat him? Belle thought, gripping his sword tightly. Any chance? Interesting, Sava whispered. Judging by the way you hold the sword, your posture, and the way you breathe, I'd say you're level 4. Am I wrong? Was I right? It's a somewhat useless gift, but I can tell what level a person is at just by analyzing them a little. Sometimes it's useful. Why attack the pleasure district? Sorry to ruin your night of Hex if you were planning on hiring any services, but it's not my fault. The goddess Apate was very angry with Ishtar and wanted to destroy this place. It seemed fun, so I decided to join in. Who would have thought I'd end up running into you? Do I know you? I asked, frowning. Oh right, I forgot, he said, his smile widening, almost like the smile of someone angry. Kid, who gave you that sword? What? Belle said, puzzled, looking at his weapon. That's none of your business. Did a woman named Galatea give it to you? Belle opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing that name. Do you know my teacher? Wow. What a small world. So you're that bitch's pupil. Veins stood out on Belle's face when she heard him call her. Take back what you said, you damn bastard. Bitch. That's what she is, he said mockingly. Because of that bitch, I spent almost 2 decades locked in a cell. Belle opened his eyes again in surprise at that. So that guy was an old enemy his master had defeated, but why was he alive? She always had the habit of killing them, or at least that's how she used to be. Is that bitch still alive? Sava asked curiously. Be quiet. And getting angry at how he called that woman so important to him, Belle launched an attack, trying to cut Sava with his sword. But he easily dodged a cut and connected with a powerful punch to Belle's face, which sent him crashing into a house. The children screamed in fear when they saw their hero had been injured. Oh? Are you sure you're a student of that bitch? Even though I hate her, I have to admit she always kept her cool, but you no, I was excited when you said you were her student, but I'm starting to get disappointed. Belle emerged with some difficulty from the rubble of that house, a trickle of blood running down his head. That guy's punch was really strong, and for some reason he felt like he hadn't hit him with everything he had. So Galatea's still alive, interesting indeed, he said with an amused smile. But who would have thought I'd waste all these years training a failure? Hey, where's that bitch? I'll cut off your head and give it to her as a present so she can see what a pathetic pupil she has. I told you to stop calling her that. He shouted, getting angry again and launching another attack. This time he wouldn't activate his win-lose ability. If his defense was reduced, he'd be screwed against a punch like that. With great speed, Belle began to launch a flurry of attacks with his sword toward Sava, who calmly dodged the weapon by simply moving to the side each time he was about to be cut. When I saw you that night in jail, carrying that sword, I was thrilled, Sava began, dodging attacks that infuriated Belle. I thought, wow. Looks like that bitch recognized this kid as strong enough to give her her precious sword. I was excited for a long time to see what you're capable of, and this is all you're capable of. And with great speed Sava launched a powerful kick to Belle's stomach, who spat out a large amount of blood and was launched forward with force. But this time he managed to avoid crashing into a building by plunging his sword into the ground and stopping himself. Cough, cough, he started coughing blood, trying to catch his breath after that hard kick. Mr. Rabbit, cried the worried children. I can't lose here, I have to get the children to a safe place, she thought, glaring angrily at Sava. But she's very strong. Come on Mr. Rabbit, give it your best, you're wasting my time, said Sava mockingly. And gripping his sword tightly, Belle launched another attack, searching for a way to wipe that damn smile off his face. It doesn't matter, I'll activate it, Belle thought, activating his ability. Sava opened his eyes in surprise as he saw Belle's speed increase, having to quickly dodge the sword that was going for his head, receiving only a cut on his cheek. Wow. So you had a trick up your sleeve. Sava was forced to take the battle a little more seriously when he saw that Belle's speed was superior to that of a level 5 at the beginning of the journey. One wrong step and he would end up with a serious injury. While Belle just glared angrily at the man who wasn't even carrying a weapon, he was simply confronting him with his brute strength, and that angered him. I have to finish this, he thought, beginning to move his sword at great speed, surprising Sava. For the first time in the entire battle, he had to use all his strength in his feet and jump to dodge Belle's sword, which was moving at great speeds. The same sword that made contact with a house, which was then smashed to pieces. I dodged it, Belle thought in frustration, grabbing his arm which was trembling slightly. He had used his sword of light ability, which had slightly worn down his arm, by moving it at high speeds. Since he hated that his magic and his two abilities had consequences, he definitely had very little luck in those aspects. Looks like you're not such a piece of trash after all, Sava whispered, her smile fading as she stared at Belle. But you're still pretty weak. What did that bitch teach you all these years? I told you to stop calling her that, she whispered through gritted teeth. And with those words, Belle began to slowly move his sword, and many swords began to appear around him, creating an illusion. That technique, Sava thought, looking at Belle with surprise, having bad memories of the past. Taking advantage of his enemy's distraction thanks to his illusion technique, Belle appeared in front of Sava ready to cut his throat. I didn't want to do it in front of the children, but I had to take advantage of this opportunity and eliminate the leader of Evilis. But to his surprise, before the sword touched his neck, Sava caught the edge with his bare hand, causing a cut on the palm of his hand, but he didn't care. What? Belle thought in surprise as he saw that she stopped his technique with great ease. Up to that point, he had always won his battles with that technique, even against that powerful old man he faced in the park. But he. Ah, the nostalgia, Sava sighed. I remember this technique. That bitch defeated me with it in the past. There's a deep cut under my shirt because of it, and even though it's healed, it still hurts. After that, a mocking smile reappeared on his face. I'm surprised you learned that technique, but even if you've learned it and have his sword, it's useless if you don't have his strength and speed. Remember, power doesn't come from the weapon, but from the person, he. Belle, sensing the danger, quickly tried to back away, but Sava did not let go of the sword, even though it was cutting his hand. So he decided to throw a strong punch, but his enemy was faster, hitting him hard in the stomach and making him spit blood again. Damn, my defense is down, Belle thought, feeling immense pain from that blow. Hahaha. I'll show you how to fight, brat. And with those words, he grabbed Belle by the hair and slammed them hard into the ground, cracking it a little. And without letting go of his hair, he ran towards a house and slammed the albino's face hard against the wall, destroying it completely. An expression of terror appeared on the children's faces as they saw their hero being hurt, some of them beginning to cry again in despair. Come on. Can't you do it anymore? Sava shouted, throwing a powerful punch at Belle's stomach after pulling him out of the destroyed part of the wall. The albino, despite bleeding heavily from the head and experiencing great pain in his stomach, clenched his teeth to withstand the blow and launched a swift slash with his sword, seeking to cut off his head. Hahaha. And letting out mocking laughter, Sava grabbed Belle's arm before he could hurt him and bent it in an unnatural way, completely breaking the bone and forcing him to drop his weapon. Belle let out a cry of pain as he felt his bone being split in two. But a powerful punch to his jaw interrupted his cries of pain and he felt his entire brain move. What's wrong? Did you realize how weak you are? He yelled, delivering a powerful punch to his face that sent him crashing to the ground. Did you think you were strong? With great force, Sava launched a kick, hitting Belle in the stomach and sending him crashing into another house. You're not in your shitty little village here. Belle tried to stand up, but his enemy was faster, giving him another strong kick to the face, which sent him flying and crashing into the middle of the street. You're not dealing with Rakia's weaklings. With great force I throw a punch at Belle's stomach, cracking the ground beneath him and causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. You're not even facing the Evilis that ruled Valletta. And grabbing him by the face, he slammed him 3 times in a row on the ground, making Belle bleed more and more from his head. You are facing the Evilis that I command. You are facing me. And grabbing him by the broken arm, he lifted him into the air and slammed him with great force onto the ground, which cracked. Ah! It was the only sound Belle could make because of the immense pain he felt throughout his body. Because his defense was reduced, he felt all those blows much more strongly. Even with his increased speed, he couldn't keep up. I can't lose, Belle thought, trying to stand up, but Sava stepped hard on his face, forcing him to stay on the ground. Do you think you're strong enough to face them all? You still have a long way to go, kid, he said, removing his foot from Belle's face, which was almost entirely covered in blood. Ah! Belle slowly raised a palm of his hand from his unbroken arm and pointed it at Sava. What's wrong? Do you want me to hold your hand? He asked mockingly. Although her smile turned to confusion when she saw Belle's eyes begin to bleed. Hey? Azure Comet. Boom. The powerful magic struck Sava directly, creating a huge explosion that destroyed all the houses behind him, causing a slight tremor throughout the area and surprising all the children. SW swallow that, Belle whispered, struggling to his knees and surveying the devastated area where the magic had struck. Gradually the smokescreen dissipated, revealing how the earth was cracked with red lines everywhere, a sign that the place was burning, just as if a meteorite had impacted there. And in the midst of all the destruction was Sava lying on the ground with his shirt destroyed, showing a large number of severe burns all over his body. Even parts of his flesh had opened up, bleeding from them. That powerful magic had left him in a very bad state. I didn't expect that, she whispered with a look of shock, a large part of her face disappearing. Damn kid. When Belle fought Abel and unleashed his magic, it didn't do much damage for the simple reason that his magic power had been reduced thanks to his ability, but this time he unleashed his magic with all his power without holding back, yet Sava was still alive. And that surprised him. He's gravely wounded, I have to finish him off, Belle thought, trying to stand up, but his body felt too weak and he couldn't manage it. While Sava was still on the ground, he painfully raised his completely burned arm and placed the palm of his hand on his chest. Be blessed with your power, this deer of the sacred tree, allow it to continue fighting, be blessing of the elves. That. The look of shock appeared on Belle's face upon hearing those words, and his surprise increased even more as he saw a great light begin to cover Sava's body, illuminating the entire place. Elven magic? Belle thought, unable to believe it. Impossible. The bright light remained in that place for a few seconds until it disappeared, revealing Sava still lying on the ground. But that didn't last long, as he quickly jumped to his feet with a big smile. And Belle opened his eyes again in shock when he saw that all those severe burns had disappeared, his body being completely healed. Good heavens, I think this is the first time I've been seriously injured since I got out of jail, congratulations. How is it possible that you have elven healing magic? Belle asked, still in disbelief. Why, you're not an elf. Obviously I'm not an idiot elf, he said calmly. I stole it a few days ago from an elf in the dungeon. Steal? Belle whispered. Can you steal magic? Yes. Although I have to meet a few requirements to steal it first. I can only have 4 with me. If I want to steal another, I'd have to get rid of one of the ones I already have, I explained, still smiling. I'm explaining this because I don't care if you already know or not. While Belle was still surprised by it. The guy who was able to steal other people's magic was terrifying, and he didn't even know what their other 3 spells were like. It's good that I stole the magic from that elf, may she rest in peace. I've always said it's good to have healing magic with you. It's more effective than potions. But Belle didn't even listen, he simply raised his palm again, ready to unleash his magic once more and this time finish him off. Height. But to his surprise, Sava disappeared and reappeared behind him, grabbing his arm tightly. I'm not going to fall for that again, I whispered. And without waiting, he broke Belle's arm, causing him to let out another scream of pain. Now both his arms were broken. You really do have some interesting magic, he said, stomping hard on Belle's back and sending him to the ground. I'd like to steal that magic, but one of the requirements is that the original owner has to be dead, and I don't want to kill you. I made a deal with the tattooed guy, after all. Belle tried to stand up, but the immense pain throughout his body prevented him from doing so, and besides, both his arms were completely broken. His chances of standing up were almost nil. That's shit, he thought, biting his lip hard, which began to bleed. I'm weak. I think I've humiliated you enough already. I wanted to see how strong that bitch's student was, and I was sorely disappointed, he said wearily. I thought you were stronger. Be grateful Fulax isn't around. That brainless idiot would have killed you with one punch. Damn damn damn. Belle repeated it over and over in his mind, feeling frustrated and humiliated. But I feel like something's missing, Sava whispered. Huh? Suddenly Sava felt someone give him a very weak tap on his leg, making him look down. Stop it. Cried a black-haired beastman girl with tears in her eyes as she saw how they had hurt the boy who saved them. Don't hurt him more. While the rest of the children stayed back, afraid to approach, some intended to flee, but upon seeing the place completely destroyed and full of corpses, they were filled with fear and unable to move. And no, Belle whispered, frightened, seeing the little girl who was still crying and trying to defend him. Gee, go away. Meanwhile, Sava just stared in surprise at the little girl who wanted to help Belle. And out of boredom, I lashed out with a strong slap at the little girl's head, causing her neck to twist and fall lifeless to the ground. Belle opened his eyes in horror as he saw how the little girl he had promised to protect had died, the same little girl who had promised him that she would see her parents again. Ah was all Belle could say, his voice breaking as he was unable to articulate any words. Help me, Belle. The memory of Hana asking him for help and then being beheaded came back to him, and he began to breathe with difficulty because of that past trauma. While Sava just watched Belle's horrified expression, then looked at the dead girl, then at Belle, then at the dead girl again, and finally looked at the group of children in the distance. Seconds later, a big smile appeared on her face. I have an idea. I shouted playfully. Let's play or honor kill you. Our little participants are surely eager to play. Belle's blood ran cold when he heard those words. No. Belle shouted forcefully. You want me? Kill me, but leave those children alone. Please. Belle, saying the word please just makes me want to play that game even more, he said with a mocking smile, turning to look at the children. If you're so keen to defend them, then stand up. Belle desperately tried to do it even with his broken arms, and when he was close to doing it, Sava stepped very hard on one of his legs, breaking his bone in two. The pained expression appeared on Belle's face as he clenched his teeth to keep from screaming. But I don't want to kill them with my fists, I'd like to cut them, he said, looking at Belle's sword lying on the ground. Perfect, I'll kill them with the sword that woman gave you. And no, please. Come on, kids, run. I shouted excitedly. The little ones, frightened and with tears in their eyes, began to run, although some remained standing frozen. The shock had reached them from everything they had seen, unable to move. Come on, you'll be with me in this game, said Sava, grabbing Belle's hair, who was desperately trying to do something. And with a big smile he started running and beheading the 4 children who had been frozen in shock. That makes 5. Stop. Belle shouted desperately, watching as the headless corpses fell to the ground, replaying what had happened to Hana over and over again. Let's continue. With amusement, Sava began to run without letting go of Belle's hair, chasing the children who were slow. Help. Cried a little elf girl with tears in her eyes. 6. Sava shouted as drops of blood fell onto Belle's face. Please, and no, whispered a human child who had tripped. 7. The children tried to escape as best they could, but their cruel fate was already decided from the moment they were taken out of those cages. 8, 9, 10. Belle's bloodied face could only watch as the children's lifeless bodies fell to the ground, those same children he had promised to protect and take to his family. Stop, was the weak whisper that came from him. Ahaha 11, 12. Please, stop. Mom. Cried a tearful girl, the last thing she saw was Sava's sinister smile. 13. One of the desperate children tried to get into a house believing he would be safe there, but they were in a place where Evilis had already attacked and the house was about to collapse. The moment the child closed the door with some force, the little stability the house had collapsed completely, all the rubble falling on top of the little boy, crushing him to death. Wow 14, even though I didn't kill him, haha, he laughed, smiling, looking at Belle's empty face, his eyes lifeless as tears of blood streamed down them. What's wrong, Belle? But he did not answer, he could not, his mind had gone into a trance, just seeing the bloody hand of that little boy under the rubble. The sword his teacher gave him, the sword with which he promised to save many people, that same sword had just cruelly murdered those innocent children. Those children he could have saved, but because of his damned weakness he didn't. He was weak. He was very weak. A damned useless man who couldn't keep his promise to protect them. I failed him just like I fail Hana. How unfortunate, Sava whispered, dropping the sword and stomping on it repeatedly until it began to crack. Belle just watched as tears of blood streamed down his face until the sword his precious master had given him shattered into pieces after so many blows. Much better, I hate that sword. After that, he let go of Belle's hair, causing him to fall face down on the ground, no longer even feeling pain, just continuing with that same lost expression, looking at the corpses of the children and his broken sword. You really are a failure, I whispered with disgust and disappointment. you're just like your imbecile father. But Belle didn't even hear it, he only heard a ringing in his ears caused by so many blows he received. That's right, said Sava, looking around. I remember there were 15 children, but I only killed 14. Where is the other one? With his gaze he began to look all around searching for the last child until he saw in the nearest alley a blonde girl with fox ears hidden behind the wall, shedding tears for everything she had seen. There it is. I shouted excitedly. Belle managed to raise his gaze and observed the little girl hidden in the alley who was crying uncontrollably because she had been discovered. Please, Belle whispered, moving his broken arm and grabbing Sava's foot, wanting to stop him. While the girl wanted to flee, the great fear she felt prevented her from moving her trembling legs. All she could do was cry and wait for her death, just like the other children. For a moment she thought everything would get better when her albino hero got her out of that cage, but apparently she was wrong. Next time you want to save someone, make sure you have the strength to do it, Sava said, looking at the bloodied albino. Because she's the last of them all, she'll receive a special death, a slow and painful one. Big bang. But to Sava's surprise, he received a strong punch to his cheek, which he did not expect at all. Upon receiving the blow, he retreated several meters backwards, but without lifting his feet from the ground and remaining standing with his cheek red. Belle looked up to see who had arrived. Belle, whispered the albino, looking at his friend who had some cuts on his body and looked tired. It was more than obvious that he had been fighting with some members of Evilis. Meanwhile, Sava just brought his hand to his cheek in surprise and spat out a little blood and looked at Let. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're only a weak level 3, but that hit still hurt. Is it magic? She asked, an excited smile spreading across her face. I want it for myself. What? Let said in surprise. I hit him with everything I had and barely did anything. It's supposed to seriously injure even level 5s. Interesting, Sava whispered with a smile, ready to go to Let. But he stopped when he felt a strong murderous instinct at his back, quickly turning around. And the first thing he saw were the bloodshot eyes of an oriental woman who was gripping her sword very tightly. With great speed, he launched a swift slash with his sword to cut off his enemy's head. You're so slow, he mocked, jumping back. But again he felt danger at his back as he saw the fist of a beastman with an expression full of anger approach his face. But with great agility I dodged that fist and with great speed, I launched a strong kick to the beastman's stomach, causing her to spit blood and fly off and crash into a house. It seems the adventurers are already arriving, Sava thought, although at that moment he felt everything around him heating up. When he looked up, he saw a torrent of flames approaching him from a building, and he saw a woman standing there. The fire magic impacted the place, burning everything around it and destroying the windows of all the houses that were still intact. Well done, Rihanna, said Kagaya, still with her angry expression, as knees emerged from the rubble coughing blood. Gee girls, Belle whispered as she saw them arrive. Is he dead? Rihanna whispered, still inside the building, as she saw that no one was coming out of the flames. But to his surprise, a black blur leaped out of there, reaching the top of the building and seeing Rihanna with a smile. Unharmed. Rihanna shouted when she saw that he didn't have any burns. Ha ha ha. And even in the air, Sava launched a powerful kick at Rihanna's head, causing her to go through the entire building until she reached the bottom and hit the ground hard. Great. More toys to play with. She exclaimed, standing on the building and looking down. And apparently all 3 of them are level 4. You damn piece of shit, Kagaya whispered through gritted teeth. It will be fun. But before he could jump off the building to fight, a woman appeared beside him. Sava, we have to go, said the elf Lilith. Huh? Why? The Loki and Ganesha familia just entered the district and are wiping out the Evilis members there. It'll be troublesome to face them all at once. Besides, our target was the Ishtar familia and they've already been exterminated. There's no reason to waste time here, the elf said, lowering her gaze to see Belle's blood-covered body. Besides, you don't have to kill him. That was the deal you made with Abel. Yes, I know, she said listlessly. I just wanted to try a few things of his. If you've already checked it, then let's go, that garbage isn't worth it. And with those words Lilith left across the rooftops, revealing the entire red light district in flames and what was once the seat of the goddess Ishtar reduced to rubble. Meanwhile, Sava just lowered his gaze and observed everyone with a smile. This is where it all ends, we probably won't see each other for a while, Belle, meanwhile enjoy burying the corpses, hahaha. And with that annoying laugh, Sava started running across the rooftops. Don't run away. Kagaya shouted angrily, wanting to follow him. Don't do it, Kagaya, Rihanna pleaded, emerging from the rubble with blood trickling from her head. She almost knocked me and knees out with one blow. It'll be suicide if you go alone. I agree with Rihanna, leave him for the first few classes, Nee said, clutching her stomach in pain. I hate to admit it, but we can't beat him. "DSK shit," whispered the Oriental woman, clenching her fists angrily. "Hey Belle, hang in there." But let's worried cry caught the attention of the three of them, who quickly ran towards him with worried expressions. And when she arrived and saw the state he was in, it made her concern increase even more. "Belle." Rihanna shouted, kneeling down and looking anxiously at the albino who had blood all over him and his bones were broken. "The Belle," Nice whispered, looking into the albino's eyes, which were bleeding. He was still conscious but said absolutely nothing, he just stared blankly at the dark sky, specifically at the moon, a look that only conveyed sadness. And seeing that hurt the girls. "Damn it," Kagaya whispered, sheathing her katana and taking Belle in her arms. "Kagaya. Allies, Lion and Iska must be helping the survivors, I'll take Belle to get him healed." "I'm going with you," Rihanna said, worried about the boy. "Belle, let's go," whispered the Oriental woman, seeing the empty eyes of her friend. And so the two of them ran quickly from the place wanting to heal Belle as fast as possible. While Nice wanted to follow them, she noticed a blonde head of hair in an alley. He slowly approached, and when he looked out he saw that it was a little girl who began to cry when she realized she had been found. At that moment Nice finally looked around, noticing the corpses of all those children lying all over the street, some decapitated and others cut in half. A small tear escaped Nice's eye as she observed that. "Belle, no," I whispered, now understanding why the albino had that expression. I'm sorry." She didn't even want to imagine the pain Belle felt for not having protected those children. She didn't know the story of why the little ones were in that place, but she was sure that Belle tried to protect them with everything he had. "But I fail." After that I observed the only living girl who was still crying. Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Nice whispered, slowly approaching her so as not to frighten her further. "Why, you're safe now, come with me." For some reason, the girl didn't feel fear towards the beastman. Besides, she had helped her hero, so that was reason enough to have confidence. The girl quickly ran towards her and hugged her, beginning to cry loudly. That man will kill them all." The little girl cried, still sobbing. I. "Don't worry, it's all over now," Nice whispered softly, lifting her into his arms. "Let's get out of here and close your eyes." The reason he asked her to close her eyes was because throughout the district there were people who had died in horrible ways, some burned alive as their houses were set on fire with them inside, or some adventurers who were in the district at that time being impaled by spears. There was a street where all the people were like that, with spears stuck in the ground and them impaled on them. It was better that the girl didn't see any more. She had seen enough. "I will protect you," Nice whispered, stroking her hair and leaving as tears streamed down her face, not wanting to even imagine the pain Belle felt. Meanwhile, Let stood on that street, ready to leave too. But then I noticed Belle's sword lying on the ground, broken in two. "Belle, friend, I'm sorry," the boy apologized, kneeling down and picking up the two parts of the sword and the fragments on the ground, then wrapping them in his own shirt so they wouldn't fall off on the way. After that, I observed the entire destroyed pleasure district as I took a bag of candy out of my pocket and looked at it. "And to think we only came to buy some sweets," she whispered sadly, slowly walking away from the place and helping one or two people she encountered along the way. That was a tragic night that the city of Orario would never forget. The bloody night when the pleasure district was completely destroyed. End of chapter. Chapter 32. You are not alone. A new day was beginning in the city of Orario, although there was something different about that day. Everything was completely silent. It lacked the characteristic noise that the city usually had, and that was due to a simple reason. The great massacre that occurred the night before in the red light district, which was completely destroyed, with a few people searching for things under the rubble or looking for corpses. And in one of the parks in Orario, 5 members of the Ganesha family were digging holes because that park would no longer be a park. Due to the large number of deaths, they decided to destroy that park and create another cemetery so as not to suddenly overcrowd the previous one. "Ah, how tiring," sighed a member of the Ganesha family wearily, holding a shovel in his hands. "Don't complain, we're just getting started," said another, digging. "How many holes have we played?" another one asked sleepily. "Let's see, we have 27, that's not a small number. And how many are we missing?" "Well, according to the number of dead, we need 404 more holes." We'll never finish." One of them shouted, throwing himself to the ground. "Good heavens, 431 dead, that's a really high number," another said sadly. "And the Loki family is still searching for dead bodies in the red light district. The Evilis people are real bastards. I heard they also found the bodies of 14 children. I'm surprised there were children in the pleasure district. Some Amazons from the Ishtar family who survived said that the goddess was trafficking children or something like that, very unpleasant indeed," she said angrily. "Poor little ones, they only went to that place to find their death, may they rest in peace. More importantly, wouldn't it be better to dig a giant hole and bury all the dead?" one asked boredly. "Don't be lazy. Many of those people have families and want to honor them separately, so shake off that laziness and start working, or we'll never finish, scolded the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. By the way, I heard that the goddess Freya sent some of her children to help with the digging. She said it was a punishment for fighting or something like that, said Ganesha-sama. Really? Who? But then they heard the voices of some people arguing as they approached them. It's your fault, you damn idiot. It's your fault, your stupidity angered Freya-sama. Before you know it, I'm going to bury you, you damned bastards. I should be training, not digging holes. The Ganesha family members just watched with anime-style sweat drops as four hobbits approached while arguing. They were the Gulliver brothers. This is going to be a long day, they all thought wearily. Meanwhile, in another part of Orario, specifically at the headquarters of the Astrea family, things had been a bit quiet since the previous night. When those who stayed at headquarters found out what happened in the pleasure district and that Rihanna had arrived warning about the state the albino had ended up in, they were filled with anguish, forgetting the whole issue of Belle going to the pleasure district. After Belle was healed by the Saint Hermid, telling the goddess Astrea that the albino had to rest since his fractured bones had not yet healed completely, he had to rest for a week. The goddess Astrea, grateful for the help, decided that Belle would stay at the headquarters. Hermid had offered to have him in the hospital until he recovered, but all the girls said it wasn't necessary, that they would take care of him until he recovered. And after spending almost the entire night unconscious, the albino had finally woken up in the infirmary of his home, sitting on the bed and looking out the window. He had remained in that position for more than half an hour. At that moment the infirmary door opened and Astrea opened her eyes, a little surprised to see Belle awake, then smiled happily and relieved. Belle, I'm glad to see you're awake, said the goddess approaching the bed and seeing her son who was still looking out the window. Belle had his head bandaged, as well as both his arms and probably his leg due to fractures. H, how are you? Does your body hurt? The goddess asked worriedly, avoiding the other topic. Thanks to Knees, everyone at headquarters learned of the deaths of all those children Belle tried to protect, and her words were confirmed by a certain girl who was also at headquarters with them. They all felt pity and sadness for their friend. Some even wanted to go to the infirmary to cheer him up, but Astrea asked them not to bother him about it for the time being. My arms hurt, Belle whispered her answer. Saint Hermid said it will take a week to heal completely, you have to rest. Meanwhile she gave us some potions which will relieve the pain, she said to only take them if the pain is very strong, Astrea explained, taking a chair and placing it in front of the stretcher and sitting down. I see, he whispered again without turning to look at his goddess, simply continuing to gaze out the window. I'm sorry. Huh? I promised her I wouldn't go to the red light district and yet I disobeyed her, I'm sorry. Relax, last night Led explained to us that they only went to that place to buy some special sweets, so don't worry, nobody at headquarters is angry with you, she said with a small smile, feeling sad to see that Belle hadn't turned to look at her at any time. I'm sorry. Before Astrea could speak, Belle interrupted her, apologizing. I already told you that, Led explained the reasons why. I am sorry. Astrea opened her eyes in surprise when she saw that Belle had lowered his gaze without even turning to look at her, seeing tears falling down Belle's face and feeling a pain in her heart seeing him in that state. Belle. I'm sorry. She cried, not bothering to hold back her tears. I'm supposed to be part of the justice family that protects others, and yet I was so useless. And I couldn't protect those children I promised to protect and fill with hope, and I failed them, I failed. Astrea remained silent, watching Belle cry, it being the first time she had seen him in that state. Them my sword, they were killed with the sword with which I swore to protect them. And I could do nothing but watch as they begged for help while they were being murdered. Sorry for being so. It's not your fault. Astrea shouted, surprising Belle. He looked up and saw his goddess for the first time since entering the infirmary and saw her beautiful face with small tears in her eyes. Astrea-sama. It's not your fault, Astrea whispered, rising from her seat and sitting on the bed to gently hug the albino. You did everything you could to help them. But don't blame yourself for that, Belle. You didn't know Evilis would attack. I'm sure that if you had known, not one of those children would have died. But I have to be prepared for any attack, and yet I still failed to protect the others, Belle said, tears still streaming down his cheeks. What kind of person who claims to uphold justice allows that? Stop blaming yourself, and no one will blame you. The girls know about it and they don't even blame you. They're all worried and have been wanting to go into the infirmary for a while now to see how you are. Slowly, Astrea pulled away from the hug and stroked Belle's cheek. Please, don't you dare say you're not worthy of bearing the title of justice. You did everything you could to save them. Astrea-sama. It might sound bad, but I'm glad you're still here with me. At times your strength was weakening and I expected the worst. I'm happy to see you recovered. Belle only felt a warmth in his heart when he was near his goddess, a warmth that calmed him. It was as if her mere presence healed his pain. But that pain would not be easy to cure, unfortunately. Talk. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, catching both of their attention. Belle quickly wiped away his tears, not wanting his friends to see him cry. For some reason, he could only show himself so vulnerable with his goddess. "Go ahead," said Astrea. Upon receiving approval, the door opened and a small blonde girl with fox ears entered, looking a little shy. Astrea smiled when she saw who it was, and Belle recognized her instantly. Hello," greeted the little girl. "Belle, this girl has wanted to talk to you since yesterday, she has something to tell you," Astrea said, still smiling. The girl slowly approached the stretcher and looked Belle in the eyes. How are you? Are you in any pain?" "No, I'm fine," she whispered her answer, clearly lying since a few moments ago she had told her goddess that her arms hurt. I wanted to thank you," the girl began. Thank you so much for saving me and getting me out of that cage, why you were my hero, thank you." Astrea smiled happily upon hearing those words, believing that it would cheer Belle up. Unfortunately, it was quite the opposite. Upon hearing the thanks and how the girl called him a hero, Belle lowered his gaze, which once again turned dull. "You're wrong, I'm not your hero or anything like that, all I did was get you out of the cage with all those children so they could be killed, if you're alive it's by luck, not because I'm a hero," Belle whispered, not having the courage to look the girl in the eyes. While the little girl just lowered her sad gaze upon hearing those words, all she wanted was to encourage the boy who saved her. Astrea was about to say something, but the door slammed open. "Belle." Allies entered, her expression serious. "The little girl is thanking you, and you respond like that? That's not right." "Were you listening to the conversation?" Astrea asked disapprovingly. "That's not the point," Ally said. "Belle, answer the little girl properly. She means well." He would have continued talking, but received a strong blow to the head from Kagaya. "I'm sorry, carry on with what you were doing, we'll come back later to see Belle," said the Asian woman, taking the redeed with her. The moment the door closed, the infirmary fell silent, not knowing what to say. Believing that she was only bothering her hero, the little girl decided to leave, although before she moved she felt someone stroke her head. When she looked up she saw that it was Belle, who had a warm look but wasn't smiling, a look that gave Astrea hope. "I'm sorry for saying that, Allies is right, it's not the right thing to do," he apologized. "Then no and I. What is your name?" Haraham, the girl replied. Haraham, Belle whispered, sitting up as best he could on the edge of the bed despite the pain in his arms. And before anyone could say anything, Belle hugged the little girl, who was surprised. "I'm glad that at least you're alive, I'm really glad," she said, her voice trembling, not wanting to cry. Memories of the children pleading for help and being murdered flooded his mind, causing him great pain, but seeing that at least one of those children was saved brought him only a little relief, though it was only to stop tormenting himself and blaming himself over and over again. Haraham, after recovering from her surprise, began to shed small tears, also hugging Belle tightly. "I saw it, why you tried hard to save us all, thank you so much," Haraham whispered, not wanting him to feel sad. Meanwhile, Astrea just smiled warmly at the sight. "Haraham has nowhere to stay," the goddess began, causing them both to stop hugging and look at her. "So, all of us girls thought she could live here in the meantime. What do you think?" The girl just looked at Belle hoping he would accept, since the truth was she was afraid of interacting with other people. After what she saw last night, she was afraid of almost everything except that place, which was surrounded by a warm aura. "If she wants to stay with us then there's no problem," Belle agreed, making Haraham smile slightly and happily. "Perfect, the girls will prepare the room where he will stay later." "I hope I'm not in the way," the girl whispered. "Of course not," Astrea reassured him, stroking his head. "Here we are all one family." "Indeed." And the one who said those words was Allies, who burst into the infirmary while the rest of the family were behind her. "I'm sorry, Astrea-sama, but I couldn't control her," Kagaya apologized. "No problem," said the goddess, knowing that all Allies and the rest of the girls wanted was to see that their friend was okay. Seeing Belle on the stretcher with all those bandages on his body hurt them. Some even felt frustrated for not being with him at that moment, like Ryu, who was the one who exploded the most anger upon learning what they did to those children, while Belle was being calmed down by Astrea. Obviously, they were all angry, but Ryu couldn't contain that anger. When Belle saw all her friends in the infirmary, she could only lower her gaze. She couldn't look them in the face after what happened last night because she couldn't protect anyone, and they noticed. They didn't know what to say in that situation to cheer him up. They knew it was difficult for him even to bring up that subject, and the last thing they wanted was to make things worse. Allies called to the albino, who still had his head down. "Look at me." But he didn't answer, he just kept looking up. Allies simply approached him and took his face in her hands so that he would look at her. When Belle's eyes met Allies's, he saw the beautiful smile on her face. He didn't say anything, but it was as if that smile was telling him that everything was going to be alright. It's difficult, Allies whispered, looking at Belle. Failing is the most horrible thing that can happen to us, and I know it hurts, that's why. Belle opened his eyes in shock as he saw tears begin to stream down the Redeed's face. I promise that next tea time I'll be with you to protect the others, sorry for not being with you then. Allies whispered the albino. The others had sad expressions when they heard that. It was rare to see their captain cry, but they knew very well that even though she appeared smiling and cheerful, it also affected her greatly, and as captain of the family, she felt guilty for not being by her partner's side in that difficult moment. Belle slowly wiped the few tears from Allies' cheeks. I promise not to fail next time, the albino whispered. Don't blame yourself for my weakness. Fool, understand how Allies feels, Kagaya whispered under her breath, clenching her fists and feeling even more guilty. She was much closer to the place, but because she was wasting time defeating some weaklings from Evilis, she didn't arrive sooner to get those children out, and Niz and Rihanna shared the same feeling. And because of the delay, Belle was now in that state. He looked calm, but he was surely a huge mass of negative feelings inside him. Together with the whole family, we will make this city a better place where children are no longer afraid, Allies promised, smiling again. Thank you, Belle said gratefully, knowing that all Allies wanted was to cheer him up. The others sadly watched the albino's expression, beginning to miss the Belle who always wore a kind smile. Damn it, thought Lyra, feeling useless. Sorry to interrupt, but breakfast is ready, Sulty announced, a little nervous, along with Iska. That's perfect, I'm sure Belle is hungry, Astrea smiled, then looked at Harahim. And I'm sure Harahim is too. Then let's go, said Allies, starting to walk. The albino tried to stand up, but immediately an expression of pain appeared on his face as he tried to stand, which was noticed by everyone. I'll help you, let me help you. Niz and Allies offered to help at the same time, turning to look at each other with serious expressions. Rihanna sighed wearily as she looked at her friends. Let me help you, Belle. Niz and Allies just watched as Rihanna helped Belle to his feet and leaned on her to go to the dining room together, with Astrea also helping him along the way. Put those games aside, Astrea said, looking at her daughters before leaving the infirmary. Allies and Niz, a little embarrassed by their actions, left the place and headed towards the dining room. While Belle, despite having a serious expression on the outside, felt completely useless on the inside for not being able to walk alone and bothering his friends in that way. Damn it, he thought in frustration. After a few minutes they arrived at the dining room where Rihanna and Astrea helped him sit down, thanking him for the help. When Belle sat down in the dining room, the rest of the family did the same, with Harahim sitting next to Astrea and Niz, and Allies on each side of the albino. I know very well that everyone is tired from what happened yesterday, so enjoy your breakfast, said Astrea with a warm smile. Thank you for the food, they all said gratefully. Belle picked up the fork with one of his hands, but when he tried to pick up the food, his arm began to tremble with pain, causing him to drop the fork. The look of frustration appeared on Belle's face again when he saw that the damage to his arms was no small matter. Sava had not held back when it came to destroying them. When the girl saw that and saw how Belle's expression began to change to one of frustration as he remembered last night's events, they quickly thought of something. 10 Belle. Allies and Niz quickly took some food from Belle's plate with their forks and offered it to him. However, when they saw that both of them did the same thing, they frowned. Allies, I'm going to feed him, so keep eating, Niz said. Don't worry, Niz, this is the captain's job, said the Redeed with a smile. Girls, it's not necessary, Belle whispered, starting to feel bad, as if he were becoming a burden to them now that they had to feed him. He couldn't walk on it and couldn't even hold a damn fork, starting to get angry at himself inside. Then Kagaya noticed that. You pair of idiots, don't argue, Kagaya scolded, not wanting Belle to start getting frustrated. I knew that Belle was in a very fragile mental state at the moment, and the entire Astrea family knew this, noticing how he hadn't smiled even once since he woke up, and that was worrying. They didn't want their dear friend to be affected for life, so they would all work together to cheer him up, to bring back the lively and smiling boy they all loved. It would be difficult, it wouldn't be easy for Belle to recover from what happened last night, but they wouldn't give up until they got their friend back. Belle. Allies and Niz, seeing what they were doing, quickly regained their composure. This time their feelings didn't matter. They would put aside their rivalry and make a truce for Belle. Okay, you do it, Allies, Niz whispered, eating her breakfast. Good. Said the Redeed happily, offering Belle the food again. Say ah. When the albino saw that he had no other option but to receive help from his friends, he opened his mouth to be fed by Allies. He had to recover as soon as possible, while he sat there unable to do anything, who knows what that damn Sava was doing. He had to recover, go to the dungeon and train without rest. With his current level, he couldn't do anything to him. I had to be stronger, much stronger, or I wouldn't be able to protect the people I loved. Belle looked up and saw all her friends enjoying breakfast, some of them chatting. In order to protect them, the girls I loved, I couldn't allow what happened last night to happen again, I couldn't allow it. But then he felt Ali's gently caress his cheek. Upon seeing her, he noticed she had a warm smile on her face, having noticed the anger in his friend's eyes. "We're all with you, don't forget that," she whispered. Belle simply nodded a little and held back any negative feelings in his heart and hid them. Ali's was right, he needed to calm down. "I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize now, say I," she said, smiling again. Belle, without resisting, continued to be fed by Ali's, while some watched the scene with a bit of jealousy, but this was not the time to feel that way. The goal was to recover Belle. They would deal with the rest later. After breakfast, the rest of the girls prepared to leave headquarters. They had to go to the red light district to help the Loki and Ganesha family with the wreckage there. Others would go to the new Orario cemetery and help by digging holes. Honestly, it was the last thing they wanted to do, but they had no other choice. The rest would patrol the city for any attacks. They couldn't let their guard down. Although in the coming days of that week some of the girls would take turns staying at the headquarters and taking care of Belle, at those times they would take the opportunity to see how they cheered him up. And so they all left the headquarters, leaving Astrea, Haraham and Belle alone there, with the latter feeling frustrated for not being able to help when the city and his friends needed him most, but he had no choice but to accept reality and wait until he recovered. For the rest of the day, Astrea and Haraham stayed close to Belle, chatting with him and so on. Haraham did it because she wanted to get to know the hero who saved her better, but Astrea did it for other reasons. She didn't need to be very observant. Just by looking into Belle's eyes, she could see that he was very upset, not simply because he was sad or feeling guilty about what had happened. "I didn't want to think about it, but I felt that if I were like Freya and could see into other people's souls, I was sure I would see something different in Belle's soul." Why did I think that? Because of her gaze. It wasn't a kind and gentle look that characterized him. It was one that was holding back many emotions, and those emotions weren't sadness, they were emotions that worried her. For that reason she would stay by his side to talk and keep her beloved son's mind occupied. She knew it. "I couldn't allow Belle's heart to fall into that darkness. That's why I'll stay by your side," the goddess thought, watching Belle chat with Haraham, who was excitedly telling him stories of heroes, having discovered that he liked them too. "I won't allow it." Unfortunately, there was a certain part of the day when she couldn't be by his side. Hours passed in Orario, which remained silent, mourning all the dead. And the girls, after a long and tiring day of work, returned to headquarters, only arriving to have dinner and go to sleep, although before that they approached Belle and asked him how he was or if he needed anything, and the albino politely rejected them. And so night fell. Bedtime. The moment when Belle was completely alone with no one by his side. He was in his room, which was dark, lying on his bed, standing upright and staring at the ceiling. The ticking of the clock on the wall was the only sound in the room. After a few seconds, Belle raised his aching hand and brought it to his face as his eyes wandered around the room. His breathing was becoming heavier and heavier as the seconds ticked by. "Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha." Sava's laughter began to echo in his mind as he clenched his fists tightly. "Don't do it. They'll leave him alone. Don't hurt him anymore." And the voices of the children asking for help and wanting to defend him began to fill the entire room. "No, no, 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 no," Belle whispered, clutching his head tightly, small veins appearing in his eyes. He had been holding back that feeling all day thanks to his goddess, Haraham, and all his friends being with him, keeping his mind somewhat distracted. But now he was alone. And a great feeling of hatred, anger, sadness, and guilt began to invade him, starting to spread throughout his soul. "No, no, it's not the right way," Belle whispered, trying to control his breathing. It's not the right way." Small tears began to form in her eyes, but her expression of anger and hatred grew stronger. "That feeling. That damn feeling. And no, no, no. I wanted to get out of that place and kill everyone from Evilis." But before hatred and anger could consume his soul, there was a knock on his bedroom door, pulling him from his thoughts. "Belle? Can I come in?" The voice of their beautiful captain was heard on the other side of the door, confusing Belle. "Allies? Sure, come in," I agreed, surprised since she usually entered without knocking. Upon receiving approval, the Redite opened the door and entered the room, but not before closing it again. Perhaps the room was dark, but thanks to the moonlight, I could see Allies clearly, who was wearing her pajamas. "What's going on?" Belle asked curiously. "Can I sleep with you?" she asked with an embarrassed smile. Was all he could say, confused by that request. "Yes, the night is cold and my room is much colder these days, so I was wondering if I could sleep with you. Can I?" Belle just stared at Allies, hesitating whether to accept or not. Perhaps she wanted to sleep on the sofa she had, or he could move to the sofa so she could sleep more comfortably, although it would be uncomfortable for him because of his fractures. Oh of course, but… Perfect. But before Belle could say anything, the Redeed smiled happily and quickly lay down on the albino's bed, covered herself with the same sheet he was using, and gently hugged him. Allies? Belle whispered nervously at the Redeed's sudden action. You can't sleep, can you? Allies asked in a soft voice. Me too. I understand. Many people died during the Dark Ages, and there were days when I had nightmares. It was horrible, she said with a touch of sadness. Although it might be much harder for you. After that, Allies lifted her face and gave Belle a soft kiss on the cheek, which embarrassed him. But I want you to know that you're not alone, she said, smiling. If you have nightmares, I'll be by your side so you can sleep peacefully. I'll be that beautiful, righteous girl who will banish those evil nightmares from you. Belle opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. So sleep peacefully, I won't leave your side, I whispered, stroking Belle's cheek. Tomorrow it's my turn to make breakfast, so when you wake up I'll greet you with a delicious meal. A warm feeling appeared in Belle's heart upon hearing those words, raising his aching arm and hugging Allies. Sorry to bother you even at bedtime, Belle whispered his apology. Just close your eyes and rest, you fool. And with those words, Belle's eyelids began to feel heavy, perhaps from all the energy he lost yesterday and had not yet recovered. And before he knew it, he had peacefully fallen asleep, forgetting all the feelings of hatred and anger he had felt before. Allies smiled sweetly at the sight, snuggling closer to him and stroking his back. I'll always be by your side, he whispered, pressing his forehead to the albino's and closing his eyes to rest as well. I love you, Belle. The week of recovery and being cared for by all his friends had begun for the albino. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Recovery Week. Another day began in the city of Orario, a thankfully quiet day if we disregard the large number of dead being buried that day. 2 days had passed since the great massacre in the red light district where Belle ended up damaged both physically and mentally, having to take a full week of rest to fully recover. So in the meantime, his dear friends would take care of him, having to take turns since some would be patrolling, and one of them would have to take care of Belle. Astrea had offered to take care of him herself for the whole week, but the girls insisted that they also wanted to help. Belle, on the other hand, felt down, feeling that he was only bothering his friends by staying to take care of him instead of patrolling, unaware that each of them was delighted to help him for the entire week. Although obviously the albino didn't like spending a whole week doing absolutely nothing, having his moments of wanting to leave from time to time. But luckily the girls always stopped him, just like now. Belle walked slowly through the headquarters corridors towards the courtyard. Well, my leg hardly hurts anymore and my arms are still sore, but I'm sure because I'm not exercising. If I do a few push-ups, I'll definitely recover faster. Although they had made it clear that he had to rest, Belle didn't want to be in bed. He wanted to train, he wanted to become stronger if he wanted to defeat Sava. So, ignoring the pain in his arms, he walked slowly towards the training yard, but before he left the headquarters, a voice stopped him. Belle-san. Where are you going? Celti asked worriedly, approaching him. It was her turn to take care of him and she was going to his room at that moment, but instead she found him in the middle of the hallway. I feel like I'm already recovering, so the care isn't necessary anymore, she said calmly. I was going to do some exercise to stretch my bones. Celti frowned upon hearing those words. That's not it, they've made it very clear that he needs to rest to recover completely, so let's go back to his room, said the elf, taking his hand to lead him with her. Something surprising for Celti. That was the first time she had ever held a man's hand. Don't worry, Celti-san, I'm really fine, said Belle, not wanting to be in that room any longer and bother her friends. If you don't follow the instructions, you won't recover. Be patient, he said without letting go of him. But I'm telling the truth. Belle-san. I'll just do a few push-ups and go back to rest. Belle-san. It's silly to stay in bed when I can. I said go back to your room. The elf shouted angrily. Why yes. Belle agreed, surprised by his friend's sudden change of attitude. Well, let's go then, and seconds later she smiled shyly again, taking Belle by the hand to her room in case he got weak while walking. Is he bipolar? Belle thought, puzzled. Yes, his friends would take seriously the role of caring for him until he was 100% cured. After arriving at the room, Belle sat on his bed looking at the elf. I was about to prepare something to eat. Is there anything you'd like to eat? She asked with a smile. Anything will be fine, he whispered, a little saddened that they were taking care of him like that. Okay, I'll prepare something delicious and your favorite pineapple juice, I'll be back soon, and with a smile, Celti left the room leaving Belle alone. Elves change moods very quickly, he thought, remembering that Ryu was like that and now he had just realized that Celti was too. Interesting. After about 10 minutes Celty returned with a light meal for Belle and his pineapple juice. She knew how much her friend liked that juice. Belle tried to eat, but unfortunately his hands were still trembling from the pain. "And that's how I wanted to exercise," said Celty, taking the plate of food and starting to feed Belle. "I am sorry," the albino apologized. Don't apologize, Belle-san, I'm happy to help you," said the elf with a smile, embarrassing her companion. She truly had wonderful friends. Once she recovered, she would train to become stronger so she could protect them. Such were the days of the albino, being cared for by his friends, somewhat frustrating days for the rabbit, but which his friends enjoyed because of spending time with him. Now the one in the room was Mariu, who had a beautiful smile while cutting some apples, humming a song sitting in front of Belle's bed. He just watched his friend cutting the apples while listening to her humming song. I didn't know why, but Mariu had a very pleasant aura about her. "You'll see, Belle, you'll recover soon, so be patient," Mariu said softly. "And don't feel bad about our help. We're doing it because you're family, and we're sure you do the same for us." "Thank you, Mariu, I hope to recover soon." Mariu just smiled warmly and started peeling the apple, confusing Belle. "What are you doing?" "Huh? I peel the apple. Does it go away?" Belle asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, I've always done it that way," he replied, not looking at the bad side of it. "Well, I don't usually eat apples, to be honest." "Don't you like them?" Mariu asked, frightened, believing she had brought a fruit her friend didn't like. "It's not that, I just don't eat very often." "Oh, that's good," she sighed in relief. "Now eat." Mariu took one of the apple pieces and put it in Belle's mouth. Knowing that complaining would do no good, he simply began to eat the apples his friend offered him. While she was taking care of Belle, the rest patrolled the streets and Astrea and Haraham prepared lunch for when they all returned to headquarters. Although she had only been at headquarters for a few days, Haraham felt very comfortable there, even though she sometimes slept with Astrea. The nightmares of what happened that night kept her awake, forcing her to sleep next to the goddess to calm down. "I'm sorry," Mariu whispered with a sad expression. Why are you apologizing?" Belle asked. "I couldn't be there to help you. The same thing happened at the casino with Lyra. We promised to do the job together and in the end, you decided to go alone," she said, sounding a little discouraged. "I'm sorry if I'm weak and unreliable." No, of course not, I trust you, Mariu, I spoke quickly, not wanting her to feel sad. "It's the truth, I'm the weakest in the whole family, even Celty can fight better than me, the only thing I can do is heal others with my magic and I can't even do that, I can't heal you when you need me most." "Mary." But then the girl put on a determined expression and took Belle's hand. "But I promise I will try my best, I will train hard, I will hone my magic so I can heal even your most serious wound," he promised, a gleam appearing in his eyes. "I will become someone who can help you and your entire family." Upon hearing that, Belle changed his expression to a warm one, but without smiling. Then he raised his arm and stroked the girl's hair. "You are an amazing girl, Mariu, and I will not hesitate to put my life in your hands if I am ever harmed again, so don't be sad, it doesn't suit your face," he said, his gaze warm. Mariu's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing those words, and she lowered her gaze. Thank you, I'll try my best," I whispered with a feeling of happiness upon hearing those words. A few seconds passed like this with Belle stroking Mariu's hair, who was starting to get more embarrassed. "Why you have to eat the apples?" Mariu stammered nervously, grabbing an apple and shoving it into Belle's mouth, who started coughing. Sorry." So Mariu spent the rest of the morning embarrassed, taking care of Belle and apologizing for almost drowning him. There were others in the family who took the issue of caring for the albino very seriously, as was the case with Ryu. She was walking down the hallways towards Belle's room since it was her turn to look after him. "I have to take care of Cranel-san, I can't allow him to strain his bones until he's recovered, so I'll take good care of him," and with those thoughts and a determined expression, the elf arrived at Belle's room. Without knocking, he opened the door to help his friend and when he entered the room, he saw him standing up. "Cranel-san!" shouted Ryu, scaring the albino. "Ryu-san. What are you doing?" "You need to rest," she said worriedly, laying him back down on the bed, not wanting him to hurt himself anymore while she was taking care of him. "What were you doing?" Well, I was going." "Yes. He's probably hungry by now, there are still many hours until dinner," she said, understanding everything. "And no, don't worry, Cranel-san, I'll bring you the food, you just wait." And with those words Ryu ran off without letting Belle say anything. The elf quickly arrived in the kitchen and began looking for something to prepare for the albino. "What are you doing?" asked little Haraham when she saw the elf. "I'm going to feed Cranel-san." "Oh, I was making some sandwiches. Would you like one?" he offered, showing his plate with a few sandwiches. And? The elf quickly took a tray and placed the sandwiches on it. But he wasn't satisfied. He saw little food. Pranral-san is surely very hungry, she thought, starting to prepare other things under Haraham's watchful eye. I quickly prepared other sandwiches. The ones Haraham made were ham, so she would make them with chicken to have variety. She also decided to take a small cake that was in the refrigerator, a place that kept things cold thanks to the magic stones. She looked around for a few seconds until she saw the cake, which had a note that said it belonged to allies, but she simply removed it and put the cake on the tray. And to finish, I prepare a pineapple juice knowing how much she liked it. Well, Cranel-san will be satisfied with this. And with those words Ryu took the tray and went to the room, leaving Haraham alone in the kitchen. He took all my sandwiches, the girl thought as she looked at her empty plate. While Belle waited patiently for Ryu to return, he didn't have to wait long as he opened the door with the tray in his hands. The albino opened his eyes, a little surprised to see the large number of sandwiches and the cake. "Alright, Cranel-san, here's your food," said the elf, placing the tray on the table next to the bed. "There's a wide variety of sandwiches, so enjoy." Ryu smiled proudly, believing she had done her job well, but was confused when she saw that Belle wasn't saying anything. How do I say it?" the albino whispered. "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" she asked, worried. "Ryu-san, that's a nice gesture and I appreciate it, but the truth is I just wanted to get up to get a glass of water," he confessed. The elf was stunned to hear those words. Seconds later her face turned completely red, covering it with both hands out of embarrassment. "I never do anything right," the elf whispered, very embarrassed. I'm sorry." Belle only saw that Ryu only had good intentions in wanting to help him. "Then I looked at the food tray, and the truth is that I was already a little hungry. Although it's a lot of food, do you want to eat with me, Ryu-san?" I asked. Ryu looked up, seeing how the albino had picked up his sandwich to eat it. His arms were not fully recovered, but fortunately he could now pick things up without dropping them. "Yes, I accept," embarrassed, walking to the seat in front of the bed to eat with Belle. "I'm sorry for not doing my job properly." "Don't worry, it's cute," she said with a warm look, making her blush. The idiot whispered. After that, they both remained silent, eating the sandwiches. The atmosphere around them was pleasant. "By the way, RD says she hopes you recover soon," the elf began to speak. RD? "Yes, he said he wants to see you, but the Ganesha family, being larger than ours, has a heavy workload throughout the city, and that doesn't allow him to visit you. He feels sad for not being able to come. Next time you see her, tell her not to worry, I'll be out of this bed soon and we can see each other," Belle said, eager to see the lively girl. I understand," I whispered, looking into Belle's eyes. "Why, you're very close, aren't you?" "Yes, we're good friends." "Why?" "And no, not at all," and with those words he continued eating his sandwich. She was happy that her best friend and her best friend got along so well, but for some reason she felt excluded. In short, I was somewhat jealous of both of them. "Ryu-san." The elf looked up and opened her eyes in surprise as she felt the albino caress her cheek, freezing in place. "You have a little ham on your cheek. Kagaya will make fun of you if she sees you like this," he said, ceasing to stroke the elf's cheek now that the ham was gone. "Ryu-san." But the elf did not answer, she simply froze in her seat. A human had just touched her, a human had stroked her cheek. And the worst part was that he didn't dislike me. Seconds later the elf stood up. "Ryu-san." But she didn't answer, she just turned around with her face completely red and left the room. While Belle sat eating his sandwich, puzzled by his friend's sudden behavior, he sometimes forgot what elves were like, even though his grandmother had explained all that to him. Minutes later the door was opened again, only this time little Haraham entered with an empty plate. "Haraham? What's wrong?" the albino asked. "I don't know, Miss Ryu asked me to look after him for a while," the girl explained, approaching Belle and sitting in the chair, looking at all the sandwiches on the tray. "Want? And?" So the little girl began to eat and talk to Belle about stories of heroes. While Ryu was in the bathroom looking at herself in the mirror after having wet her face, although she was still blushing, remembering how Belle caressed her cheek. "You're a fool." There were others in the family who preferred to have someone else take care of Belle. According to them, it would be more fun. "Hey Belle," Noin greeted, entering the albino's room along with Astrea. "How's your recovery going?" "Well, although my arms still hurt," he replied, moving his fists a little. "But I can pick things up now without dropping them." "Really? And I was planning on feeding you," Astrea said, showing a plate of cookies which he placed on the small table next to the bed before walking to Belle's bed, sitting on it, and putting his feet up. "Astrea, don't hurt Belle's leg," Noin warned, taking a seat in the chair and pulling a deck of cards from his pocket. "Don't worry, my foot is almost recovered." "Well, Airmid said you wouldn't be fully recovered for a week, so we have to be careful," she said, putting the deck of cards on the bed. "A deck of cards?" You must be bored, so let's play for a while, said Astrea, wanting to see how much his poker skills had improved. I wanted to play the other game where you cheat on me every chance you get, but it's more fun to play with everyone, so let's play poker in the meantime, Nguyen said, giving the albino a mocking smile, which made him blush slightly. What do you say? Shall we play? Well, that sounds good to me. And with the approval of the albino Nguyen, he began to deal the cards, starting the game with the three of them. They all knew that Belle was mentally unwell, so they didn't want to leave him alone. They wanted to keep his mind occupied, either by talking or playing games. They would do everything possible to cheer up their friend. Don't cheat, Belle, Astrea pleaded. But I don't cheat. Lyra's the one who cheats, Belle's just really lucky in these games, Nguyen said, seeing that he'd made a terrible hand. Damn. Wow. I have a good hand, Astrea celebrated happily, believing that this was his moment. Royal flush. But crushing those hopes, Belle dropped his cards, revealing the most difficult hand in the game, and worst of all, he got it on the first try. Oh come on, are you serious? Astrea complained. Just when I thought it was my moment. Well, I didn't even have any hope, Nguyen whispered. Are you sure you want to keep playing this game? You're going to get bored of just losing, Belle asked. Both girls smiled with amusement upon hearing those words, each pulling Belle's cheeks. Hey, this time you really sounded like a conceited kid, Astrea said, pinching his cheek. We dwarves don't like it when people make fun of us like that. It seems that hanging out with Lyra is giving you her bad habit of making fun of others, Nguyen said with an amused smile. Sorry. They both let go of each other's cheeks and started to laugh a little. Relax, we knew this would happen, playing with you is a clear defeat, said Nguyen, taking the plate of cookies and leaving it on the bed so the three of them could eat. So what do we do? Astrea asked, eating a cookie. Playing is no longer an option. I came prepared. And with an excited smile, Nguyen pulled out a small book, confusing them both. The book? Belle and Astrea asked. It's not just any book, she said dramatically, opening it and showing some photos of a young Ryu. It's Lion's photo album from when she was little. Oh. They both exclaimed in surprise. How did you do it? Astrea asked. I accidentally found it in Lion's room, Nguyen replied, causing both of them to sweat drop in an anime style. What do you think? I also have a photo album of allies and one of myself if you're interested in seeing what I looked like as a child. I had long hair back then. Wow, Nguyen with long hair, I'd like to see that, Belle said, interested, making the girl laugh a little embarrassed. Then I'll bring my photo album too, I have some really interesting ones, said Astrea, running to his room and returning with his album. Do you have one, Belle? On my desk, right drawer, she gave the information, not minding showing her album. In fact, she enjoyed sharing a moment like this with her friends. Although I think it's rude to show Ryu-san and allies' photo album. Relax, nothing bad will happen, Nguyen reassured Astrea as he sat back down on the bed with Belle's album and his own. So, which one should we look at first? Lions, Astrea said quickly. Anyone's fine, Belle said, a little nervously. Although I'd like to see pictures of you too. We have all day, let's take it easy. And so Belle, Nguyen, and Astrea spent a large part of the afternoon looking at all the photos in the albums, looking at many of them with interest. Even when there were interesting photos, they would talk about what they had been doing at that moment, especially Astrea, who seemed to have had the most adventures in his childhood. That was a moment that Belle really enjoyed with the two of them. It was so nice to see them laughing and joking as they looked at more photos. She definitely felt happy to belong to that family. Although hours later the three of them received Ryu's anger for watching his album without his permission. Others took advantage of that moment with Belle to see how his recovery was going and so on. Alright Belle, this is the last potion, Hana said, handing a vial to the albino. If you feel any pain in your arms, just tell me and I'll go to Ermid so she can give me more. Understood. Belle took the bottle and began to drink the liquid, although his hands were trembling a little, which confused Hana, since he supposedly said that this didn't happen anymore. After Belle drank the potion to ease the pain, he tried to lie down, but Hana stopped him. Wait, Ermid said we could take your bandages off starting on the 4th day, Hana reminded her with a small smile. They're probably bothering you, but that's about to end. But before Hana could take Belle's arm, he pulled it away. It's not necessary, I can do it later by myself, Belle whispered, noticing the nervousness on his face. Hana narrowed her eyes at that suspicious attitude. No, it has to be right now, the girl insisted. Don't worry, I can. Hana, seeing that something bad was happening, quickly grabbed Belle's arm, who winced in pain. She carefully began to remove the bandages from one of his arms until it was uncovered. Hana opened her eyes in surprise when she saw that the arm that was supposedly close to being healed was somewhat purple. An angry expression appeared on the girl's face as she looked at Belle. Belle, did you exercise? He asked angrily. Me too. Tell the truth. I did a few push-ups yesterday afternoon here in the room to see if I was feeling better, he confessed. And the moment he finished speaking, he received a blow to the head from Rihanna. Idiot. She yelled angrily. They told you to wait exactly 1 week. Can't you wait? Me too. We're all doing everything we can to help you get better, and you do this. Don't you care about how we feel? Rihanna yo. Just look, your arm is damaged again, she said, clenching her fists, small tears welling in her eyes. Why, you're an idiot. I just wish you get better, you. Before Belle could say anything, Rihanna stood up and left the room, leaving him alone. Damn, I really screwed up this time, he thought, looking down in frustration. Yesterday afternoon he was alone for about half an hour, and during that time he began to remember everything that happened that night, starting to get angry and desperate. I didn't want to be there, I wanted to be stronger. So, taking advantage of being alone, he decided to do a few push-ups to stretch his arms, which were numb but no longer hurt, or so he thought. On the 10th push-up, his arms began to hurt again, making him realize that his bones had not fully recovered and he had to stop instantly, knowing that it would be worse if he continued. Her arms, which were close to healing, were now hurt again, all because of her impatience, and worst of all, she hurt her friend's feelings, something that hurt her more than the pain in her arms. I'm an idiot, Belle thought. But then the bedroom door opened again and Rihanna entered with a potion in her hands. Lion, Mariu and Celti aren't at headquarters so they won't be able to cast their healing magic, so in the meantime take this potion, if the damage isn't too serious your arm will heal, he said, uncapping the potion and giving it to Belle. He simply obeyed, not wanting to anger Rihanna further. After taking it, they both saw how the bruises on Belle's arms began to disappear, causing the girl to let out a sigh of relief. That's good, it seems the bone wasn't damaged again, so everything's fine, Rihanna said, then looked seriously at the albino. And you'd better not do that again. Next time you might not be so lucky and you could hurt your bones. Be patient and wait a few more days. Understood? I hope so. And with that said, Rihanna began to remove the rest of the bandages from Belle's body, seeing with relief that he no longer had any bruises. Rihanna. What? Sorry. The girl looked up, seeing the albino's expression of guilt and sadness. I'm sorry, I was an idiot. I exercised even though my body wasn't healed, not caring about anything, not even thinking about your feelings, he whispered, regretting his actions. I'm sorry for being an idiot. Rihanna saw Belle's sad expression, and it hurt her. So she approached him and gave him a gentle hug. Rihanna. Forgive me, I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. You're frustrated about being here, what happened that night was really tough and instead of encouraging you, I yelled at you. I'm sorry, she apologized, still hugging him. But all I want is to see you healed, that's what I want most. All Belle could do was return Rihanna's hug. I promise not to do anything stupid until I'm healed. I hope so. Rihanna pulled away slightly but continued to hug him and turned to look at him with a smile. I want to see you recovered. I need my kitchen partner by my side. You're the only one who supports me in not buying fish, she said, still smiling. I miss cooking with you. Then I'll recover as quickly as possible. They stayed like that for a few seconds, still a little huddled together and staring at each other. Although Rihanna later realized how close she was to the albino's face, she pulled away, embarrassed and blushing. Do you want to eat? I can prepare a quick meal, I asked. Sure, no problem, Belle agreed. I'll be back soon. And so Rihanna stood up, walking towards the kitchen, trying to calm her racing heart and the blush on her face. Meanwhile, Belle waited, promising not to do that stupid thing again, so as not to worry his friend. Others took advantage of the time spent looking after Belle to do other activities and make the most of their time. We found ourselves in the training yard where the albino was sitting on the ground with his back against the wall watching Iska train. She told the albino that she would take him to the training yard so he could get some fresh air and in the meantime, she would train. She's fast, Belle thought, watching the Amazon throw powerful kicks into the air and then unleash a rapid flurry of attacks with a dagger. It's still not enough, Iska whispered in frustration, taking a few steps back and looking at the dagger. This is harder than I thought. Iska, Belle called to the Amazon. What's happening? What are you doing? I'm training, isn't that obvious? He replied with a touch of humor. I'm not referring to that. I'm asking because you have a dagger in your hands, he said, pointing at the weapon. If I remember correctly, you only fight with your fists and feet. Do you want to change your fighting style? Something like that, he replied with a small smile, looking at the dagger. I like fighting with just my fists and kicks, but I want to learn how to handle weapons. And what led you to make that decision? He asked curiously. I need to have many more attack options to be prepared for anything, she said, clenching her fists with determination. I have to keep improving. As she said those words, Iska began to make slow movements with the dagger, somewhat frustrated. But I never imagined that it would be difficult to master a weapon. Have you never used a weapon? No, I've always fought only with my fists and feet. The only times I used a weapon were when I first started in the dungeon. It was only for about 5 days, and then I got bored. It wasn't for me, she confessed, embarrassed. And now I regret it. I never practiced with any weapon. I'm a fool. I see. Is there a specific reason why you chose the dagger? Kagaya told me it's the easiest to use, plus it's small so it won't get in my way much, but without someone to guide me it's difficult. If you want, I can help you, I have a lot of experience with daggers, said Belle, trying to stand up. No. Iska shouted, running towards the albino and preventing him from standing up. Don't do it, your body hasn't recovered yet and I would never forgive myself if you hurt yourself trying to help me. But I want to help you. Then give me some advice on how to handle the dagger better. We'll practice when you recover. Understood. Iska smiled happily upon hearing that and returned to the place where she was training. Unlike other Amazons, Iska wasn't very fond of battles. She preferred fashion and makeup, but for some reason, with Belle, that spark of wanting to be stronger increased. You'll see, Belle, I'll get much stronger, and next time I'll be by your side to kick that damn bastard's ass, the Amazon said angrily, then looked at him with a smile. We'll be an unstoppable fighting duo. Iska was one of those who felt guilty about what happened that night. She was in the district, but she wasn't with the albino when he needed her most. If only she had been stronger and faster to defeat those Evilis members and go to him, maybe she could have prevented him from ending up so badly hurt or those little ones from dying. She was truly angry. They had hurt her friend, and the rest of the family shared that same feeling. So she wanted to be strong, much stronger, so she could fight alongside him and help each other. Together we will eliminate all those Evilis bastards, he thought with determination. Well, then I'll give you a few tips, he began, capturing the Amazon's attention. First of all, you're holding the dagger wrong. You have to hold it from the other side. Like this. He said, following the instructions. Yes, that's the correct way. Iska launched a few attacks on a dummy in the training field and caused a few cuts. It's a bit awkward to hold it that way, said the Amazon. At first it's uncomfortable, but the more you practice, the more you'll feel like it's another part of your body. Upon hearing those words, Iska smiled with motivation. Great. Then I'll do my best. And for the rest of the afternoon, Iska trained tirelessly, receiving advice from Belle on how to improve her dagger handling. This advice proved very helpful, as she eagerly awaited her friend's recovery so they could have a training match. She wanted to see how far behind the albino in strength she was, knowing he was stronger than her. And that excited her. Others simply enjoyed the moment of taking care of Belle, as was the case with Nies. She was in the kitchen with a small smile, preparing the albino's food, cutting some vegetables while humming a song. While sitting in the dining room, Belle watched the beastman cook, noticing how the girl's tail swung from side to side, finding it cute. The food she was preparing was soup. According to Nies, that would help her recover better, besides, it was the best thing she could make. The ones who could prepare the most dishes in the family were Mariu and Astrea. The rest knew 1 or 2 things except for Lyra, who burned everything. Nies, you're adding too much carrot, Belle said as he watched the wolf cut the 3rd carrot. You're a rabbit, so I have to add quite a few, I joked, hoping Belle would laugh, but he didn't. Sorry, it's just that we don't have many vegetables, so I decided to add a little more carrot. I hope you don't mind. No, rather I'm grateful that you're doing this for me. Don't thank me, it's my duty to help you, she said with a beautiful smile, continuing to cook. Belle simply closed his eyes and enjoyed humming Nies' song. She had a beautiful voice, he would really like to hear her sing. Have you had any problems on patrol? Belle asked, wanting to know how his team was doing in his absence. Fortunately not, Evilis' shit has been quiet these days, and I hope it stays that way for a while, Nies replied angrily. Although Lyra has been tired lately, I wonder why. Who knows, it's Lyra after all, Belle whispered, looking down. Nies noticed how the albino was getting discouraged, probably because he wasn't with them on patrol, or because he was afraid that something bad would happen in his absence. I had to cheer him up. Fortunately, there are only 2 more days of recovery left and you'll be back with us on patrols. We'll also train together every morning again. I'm starting to feel lonely in the mornings when I train. It's not the same without you. Come. Sorry for saying that, but that's how I feel. I really enjoy being with you, she said, a little embarrassed. Come. When you recover, we'll train together and get stronger so we can crush those Evilis cockroaches. Come. What? The soup is burning. Upon hearing this, the she-wolf quickly turned around to see what was cooking, and indeed almost all the soup had evaporated, leaving only burned vegetables in the place. Nuo. She screamed, grabbing the pot, though she immediately dropped it because it burned. Damn it. she yelled again angrily, hitting the wall and accidentally creating a hole. Belle just watched with an anime-style sweat drop as Knees turned around with a flushed face. Sorry, I ruined the soup, she apologized sadly, since she had put all her effort into it and it wouldn't feed the albino as she wanted. It was precisely her moment alone with him where there was neither an allies nor a Kagaya to ruin everything, and in the end she ended up screwing everything up by being careless. Belle simply stood up and walked slowly towards where Knees was, who was about to tell him not to strain himself. But Belle, standing in front of the stove, saw the pot with the half-burned vegetables inside. And without waiting, he took one of the pieces of carrot and ate it. What are you doing? Knees asked. That's ruined, leave it there. No, I saw how much effort you put into making this soup, so I'm not going to waste it even if it's burnt, she said, turning to look at Knees with a warm expression. I'm not going to throw away food that someone I care about made for me. The wolf's heartbeat increased as she heard those words, blushing slightly. And I. Besides not being too bad, they taste good, she said, taking another carrot and eating it. Next time, let's make that soup together. Yes. She happily agreed, her tail wagging from side to side. Here. Knees took another piece of vegetable and offered it to Belle, who ate it without any problems, making Knees' tail wag even more happily. At this moment I was grateful that the rest of the girls weren't there because they would surely have interrupted that moment. So they both stayed there chatting, and a happy Knees fed Belle until the pot was empty, promising to cook together next time. Belle just watched the wolf smile while washing the things he needed for the kitchen, having only one thought in mind. To become stronger in order to protect the smiles of the people he loved. Others took a break from caring for Belle to rest. Lyra Belle called to the hobbit. What? What are you doing? Rest. Once again we were in Belle's room where Lyra was lying on the bed next to the albino wrapped in the sheets with her eyes closed trying to sleep. Obviously Belle felt nervous that the hobbit was sleeping next to him. Are you sleepy? Belle asked. Obviously, since my workshop partner has been in bed, I've had double the work with the pumps, having to sleep late again, so I'll take advantage of this time to rest. I hope you don't mind. No, of course not, and I'm sorry, because of me you now have to work more, he apologized, discouraged. I'm not blaming you for it, you fool. It's those pieces of shit Evilis who are to blame, the hobbit said angrily. When you recover, we'll create the most powerful bomb ever made and shove it up that bastard's ass. They'll regret what they did to you. Lyra, I whisper. You and I will destroy him, we're going to show them they messed with the wrong person, he said, looking up at Belle with a smile. We'll be Team Dynamite. Belle only saw the hobbit who was still smiling. Lyra's smile was always strange, it was like a mix of an innocent girl, but at the same time with diabolical plans in her mind. And then the hobbit hugged the albino and closed her eyes to sleep, making him nervous. Meanwhile, I'm going to sleep to regain my energy. If you're in pain or hungry, just wake me up and I'll help you. Hey, aren't you nervous about sleeping in front of a boy? Belle asked, not believing that Lyra would be so confident about sleeping with him awake. It's you, there's no reason to feel nervous or distrustful, I whispered with a slight smile without opening my eyes. Besides, I like being like this, it's comfortable. Why yes, if you say so. And with those words, Lyra's breathing became calmer until she fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Wow, she really was tired, Belle thought as he watched her sleeping peacefully. The hobbit always seemed uninterested in many things or unconcerned about others, but Belle could see that it was more than obvious that she was worried about him. Living on the streets without her parents made Lyra the way she was, without the courage to show what she really felt and only behaving like a strong, explosive girl. But Belle, after spending so much time with her making bombs or patrolling, could see beyond her disinterested expressions and know what she really felt. Rest, Lyra Belle whispered, his eyelids also beginning to feel heavy until he fell asleep. Minutes later, Astrea opened the door to the room. I wanted to see if the hobbit was taking good care of the albino or if she was playing a prank on him as was her custom. If she was playing pranks then I would scold her since Belle was recovering. But upon entering the room, she saw them both asleep, with Lyra using Belle's shoulder as if it were a pillow. A slight smile appeared on the goddess's face as she witnessed the scene, then she turned around and left the room. Who would have thought I'd see Lyra like that? I never believed it, the goddess thought, walking away. She really appreciates him. Others took Belle's care too far, taking seriously the role of helping him in everything until he recovered. Throughout. Hey Kagaya, Belle said, his voice showing signs of nervousness. What's happening? Unlike the Eastern woman who was calm. Why? The place where they both were was in the bathroom of the headquarters, with the albino embarrassed only with a towel sitting with his back to Kagaya, and she who also only had a towel around her body while gently washing the albino's back. I was helping him take a shower. Obviously nobody knew about that. It was something the Asian woman came up with at the last minute. Why? Obviously because you need to rest, you'll hurt your arms when you shower, so let me do it, I'll take care of you, she said, continuing to wash the albino's back with a sponge. But I've been doing it only these days, Belle stammered nervously. Bad, very bad. That's why your arms haven't recovered yet. They need to be completely at rest, she said with a smile, gently beginning to wash Belle's arms. So leave it to me, let me wash these strong arms, she whispered, making him even more nervous. Knowing that once Kagaya said something, no one could change her mind, Belle decided to simply remain silent and wait for her to finish her shower quickly. Besides, I have a towel tied around my body so you won't see anything, she said with a hint of mockery. That's good, you just have to show yourself like that with the person you love, Belle whispered, embarrassed. Upon hearing that, Kagaya smiled slightly and bowed. Belle became more nervous as he felt the Oriental woman lean her body against his back and bring her face close to his ear and say a few words. Then maybe I should take off the towel right now, he whispered, making the blood rush to the albino's face. If Kagaya didn't want Belle to think about the events of that night, then she was definitely succeeding, but in a rather suggestive way. And Belle's face burst into red as he felt the Oriental woman kiss his neck. But nothing more could happen because the bathroom door was slammed open. They both turned around and saw that it was Nice, Allies and Rihanna, who blushed at the position they were in. Kagaya. The three shouted angrily, entering the bathroom, grabbing the Oriental woman by the arms and dragging her out. Hey, it's my turn to look after Belle. Leave me alone. She shouted angrily, though they ignored her. And so the door closed, leaving the albino alone. How did they find out? Well, the innocent Haraham told the girls where Belle and Kagaya had gone when they asked her where they were, since she was the only one who saw them. And when they heard it was the bathrooms, they ran at top speed there to avoid disaster. Belle brought his hand to his neck where Kagaya kissed him, embarrassed. He was definitely making fun of me, he thought, still a little red. He was just making fun of me. And lastly there was Allies who, to everyone's surprise, did not offer to take care of Belle, saying that as captain, she had many obligations and could not take care of him. Obviously they all looked at that with suspicion, but decided to believe him. But without knowing that the reason Allies didn't want to take care of him was because she sneaked into the albino's room every night to sleep with him. At first, Belle told her not to do it, but later he realized it was useless, since she always did it anyway. Although the truth was that deep down he was grateful that Allies did that, because at night when everything was dark and silent was when the events of that night affected him the most, but with Allies by his side that didn't happen. Yes, the company of their captain was pleasant, but unfortunately she was rather talkative. As on previous nights, Allies was in bed with Belle, wrapped in the same sheet, with Aridid excitedly recounting anecdotes, and Belle had dark circles under his eyes. So that day I stood in front of that villain and said to him, today is your last day committing crimes. Do you know why? Because I'm here. That day I was very nervous and excited, it was my first day as a member of the Astrea family, it was my debut, so I had to leave everyone speechless. And I certainly did, I used my great skills and defeated that evil villain without anyone's help, people praised me for my great feat in saving the day from a possible terrorist. When I defeated him and brought the full weight of the law down on him, I took the chicken he had stolen and returned it to its owner. From that day I knew that I was different from the others, a woman blessed by the gods who obtained great strength to do good, I knew that this was my path. And that was just the beginning, the next day. Alice. But before she could continue speaking, Belle interrupted her. What's happening? I like talking to you, I even have to admit that listening to your voice calms me down. Oh really? Thank you, she said, a little embarrassed by the compliment but feeling happy. But it's already 2 in the morning, please go to sleep, Belle pleaded, finally noticing the large dark circles under her eyes. Allies realized that time had passed her by as she recounted her anecdotes from the past, laughing in embarrassment. Sorry, I got carried away, she apologized with a nervous smile. Will you fall asleep? And with those words, Allies approached Belle and kissed him on the cheek, embarrassing him, something she had done every night. Good night, Belle, Allies whispered, hugging him and closing her eyes. You mean good morning, the sun will be up soon. Shut up. And so, amidst the care of all the girls, the albino's recovery week passed, a week which he began hating for not doing anything, but which in the end he unintentionally ended up enjoying for spending time with his friends. We will meet at the Astrea family headquarters where all the girls were gathered in the room. Astrea, Belle, and Haraham were not there because they had gone to the hospital to see Belle's final checkup and to see if his recovery was complete. While the girls were sitting on the living room sofa with serious expressions, Allies was standing with her arms crossed. Well? Allies asked everyone. What's the report? They all looked at each other for a few seconds before letting out disappointed and discouraged sighs. Mission failed, Nice said. We haven't managed to make Belle smile even once all week. At least she hasn't fallen into depression, I think, Rihanna whispered. Before they began to take care of Belle, they all talked amongst themselves, agreeing to take care of the albino and do everything possible to prevent him from falling into depression and to make him smile, to bring back the old Belle. But despite spending time with Belle doing all sorts of things to keep his mind occupied, he didn't smile, much to everyone's sadness. Our plan was a failure, allies whispered. And I really tried, I even stole Lion's album to make Belle smile, even just once, Noin said dejectedly. Was it necessary to steal my album? The elf asked angrily. Don't get angry, Lion, you have to cooperate, it's for Belle, said Astrea. I really enjoyed my time with Belle, Sanselti said with a happy smile. Very nice and all, but this is about making Belle smile, and you didn't manage that, Iska whispered. Ugh. And I almost killed Belle with an apple, Mariu confessed, embarrassed, while the others laughed nervously. Well, I've been training, and Belle gave me a lot of advice on how to improve with the dagger. I like being with him, although unfortunately he didn't smile, Iska said. My plan didn't work either, Kagaya said. What plan? All you did was take Belle to the bathroom to shower together, Nice complained jealously. Are you jealous, little wolf? He asked mockingly. And I did try my best to cheer him up, said the she-wolf, ignoring the oriental woman's question. And well, heh. Nee stopped talking and just laughed happily while her tail wagged from side to side, making everyone look at her suspiciously. I confess I didn't do anything, all I did was sleep, Lyra said, earning disappointed looks from everyone. But at least he slept peacefully too. Did you sleep together? Iska asked in surprise, making the hobbit laugh. Wow, you're the first one to sleep with Belle, who would have thought? Kagaya and Rihanna only glanced sideways at their captain, who nervously began drinking water, hoping they wouldn't realize she had slept with Belle all week. And Orario was about to speak but decided to remain silent. They all saw her expression and knew immediately that she had made some mistake while taking care of Belle, typical of her. In short, we only half completed our mission, allies said, not very pleased. I don't like this. What do we do now? Nice asked. We have to help Belle, we have to find a way to cheer him up. They all wore thoughtful expressions, pondering a new and effective plan and mentally preparing themselves for the fact that it wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, Rihanna just stared at the calendar until she saw a rabbit symbol on one of the dates. Oh. He exclaimed, standing up. What's happening? Mariu asked. Belle's birthday is in 6 days. We have to celebrate. That's sure to cheer him up, Rihanna suggested excitedly. That's right. Allies exclaimed with a big smile. Belle's birthday is coming up, it's our chance to cheer him up. So, a birthday, Nice whispered, thinking about what to give him. What are you saying? Allies asked, looking at them all. Obviously they all accepted. If they had a chance to cheer Belle up, they would do it without hesitation. So from now on we have 6 days to prepare for Belle's birthday, we have to manage our time very well with the patrol, I'm sure he'll smile. So the rest of the time all the girls were chatting about what to do for that birthday and other things, showing themselves eager to prepare everything. Meanwhile, Belle had left the hospital along with Astrea and Haraham, receiving confirmation that he was now completely cured. He simply looked up at the sky with a serious expression, continuing to walk with his goddess and the girl. I need to be stronger, he thought, clenching his fists. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Kiss. 5 days until Belle's birthday. We found ourselves in the streets of Orario where a certain albino was walking with a serious expression. It was Belle who was walking slowly. The day had already passed since his recovery, which took a week, and since that day was Sunday, he decided to go immediately to the dungeon to train. When his friends saw him leaving the headquarters, they immediately asked him where he was going, but he simply replied that he would return later because he was going to Let's and that they shouldn't worry, he wouldn't do anything crazy. The girls weren't very happy because they didn't want to leave him alone, but they also understood that he needed to clear his mind a bit. At least if he was in the city he wouldn't be alone since there were many people around. And Belle wasn't lying about it, he really would go to Let's Forge. His goddess had told him a few days ago that Let's sword was broken and that when he recovered, he should go to her forge immediately because she wanted to talk to him about some important things regarding his sword. So he would go there and after retrieving his sword he would go to the dungeon to train. He had to become stronger if he wanted to crush Sava. Belle just watched out of the corner of his eye as some people went about their business, scared and nervous. Even though a week had passed since the Red Light District massacre, people were still afraid and he didn't blame them. The number of dead was absurd. Even he was surprised and angry when Astrea gave him the exact number. I need to increase my training, he thought seriously. But it will be difficult. If only there were a way to get stronger faster. Unfortunately, that didn't exist. Some people improved more slowly and others more quickly. Fortunately, he was one of those who improved quickly, since not just anyone reached level 4 outside the city, but even so, he felt it was slow. I was close to being a level 4 towards the end of the course, and I was sure that if I trained hard in the coming weeks, I would reach level 5. I just hoped that with that level he would have a better chance of facing his enemies. And amidst all those thoughts, Belle finally arrived at his friend's forge and knocked twice. Seconds later the door was opened by Let, who was happy to see him. "Belle. I'm glad to see you healed, come in," he said, giving way to the albino who entered the forge. As always, upon entering he saw the small Welf at the back hammering some weapons he was making, but he stopped when he saw the albino leaving what he was doing and approaching. "Hi guys," Belle greeted calmly. "How are you, old man? Have you recovered from your injuries?" Let asked, worried. "Yes, it was a long week, but I'm recovered now," he replied, moving his arm, no longer feeling any pain. "I know what happened that night, I'm really sorry," Welf apologized sadly for his friend. "Don't worry, my weakness caused all of that," she whispered, looking down. "Ahem, putting that aside, I'm glad to see you're recovered," Let said, changing the subject. "Thank you, Let," the albino said gratefully. "If you hadn't arrived at that moment, Haraham would be dead." "Haraham?" he asked, puzzled. "She is the only girl who survived out of all the children," she whispered, looking down in frustration. "Oh, you're welcome, though I didn't know. I just wanted to save a friend, even though that guy's aura is terrifying. For a moment, I saw my death when I looked into his eyes," Let said, a shiver running down his spine. "He really is strong. My big bang didn't hurt him." "He sounds like a dangerous guy," Welf whispered. "It's really strong, you can tell it's from the time when the Hera and Zeus families still existed," Belle whispered angrily. "Damn bastard. Come on Belle, calm down, I feel like you're going to punch me if you keep making that face," Let said with a nervous smile. "Excuse me," he apologized, suppressing his anger. "By the way, where's my sword?" "Oh. Here it is." Let walked over to a piece of furniture and brought with him the sword wrapped in a blanket and showed it to Belle. The albino, seeing the weapon his precious teacher had given him in pieces, felt a pang of sorrow, and he angrily remembered how Sava had killed the children with that weapon. "I'm sorry Belle, I tried to repair it, but it's impossible for me, I don't have the skills to work with such a good material, I'm just going to ruin it. Is there any other way?" "Well, you could go to a more experienced blacksmith, but they would melt all the material and create it from scratch, but I don't recommend it. Because? They're my family, and I know them. I know they'll take advantage of the opportunity. It's not every day you work with such good material. What they'll do is take part of the sword and keep it for themselves to make another weapon and sell it for a good price. They'll melt the rest of the sword down with another material and create your sword, but since they combined it with a weaker material, it won't be the same sword. It will be a weaker one. In short, they're going to scam you." "I understand," Belle whispered in frustration. "I know it's a gift from your teacher, so I recommend you keep it like a treasure. It's the best thing you can do, or it will be ruined by those swindling blacksmiths." "Thanks for the advice, Let, I think it's for the best," he said resignedly, covering his broken sword again and putting it in the backpack he was carrying. He felt frustrated and sad for not being able to use his beloved master's sword again, but it was a price to pay for his weakness. "I haven't finished the sword I promised you yet, I'm sorry," he apologized. "But I've had so many orders for weapons and other things that I haven't had time to finish it." "Relax, I understand. But don't worry, I'm sure I'll have it ready next week without fail," he promised, giving a thumbs up. "Would you like me to lend you a sword in the meantime?" "It's not necessary," Belle refused, showing his dagger. "I still have my dagger, which is more than enough." "That's right, that material your friend gave you is very resistant, that dagger is one of my best creations." "Knees is always helping me," I whispered, remembering that she gave me the material to make it. "And what will you do now?" Welf asked curiously. "I'll go to the dungeon to train, I have to get stronger," he replied, standing up. "Are you alone?" "It's not advisable to go to the dungeon alone these days, it can be dangerous," Let advised. "It doesn't matter, if I don't do it I'll never be strong," he said, walking towards the exit. "He seems stubborn," Welf said as let out a tired sigh. "Wait, Belle," the boy said, making the albino stop. "I understand your anger and your desire to be stronger, but don't do anything foolish." Belle just remained silent, listening to Let's words. "I don't know if it's right for me to say this, but some of your friends cried that night when they saw you like that," Let said, making Belle look down. "If you really care about them, don't do anything that will worry them even more. Think about the people who care about you and the consequences of your actions." "Lately, members of Evilis have been seen in the dungeon with that elf who they say is a Fandara. It will be too dangerous if you go alone," Welf added. "But if you want to go, go ahead. I'm just a friend, so I can't stop you," Let said, patting him on the back. "If you want to get stronger, train with your family." It's much more effective to train with other adventurers than to go to the dungeon. It's just a suggestion, though. Think about it. Belle simply raised his hand without turning to look at them and said goodbye, leaving the forge. Do you think he'll go to jail? Welf asked. I hope not, I have faith that he'll think things through and make a better decision, he replied, crossing his arms. Well, then I'll get on with my work. By the way, thank you very much, Letta Welf said gratefully. Because? Do you think I don't know? I know you went around as a gossipy little boy telling the girls that Belle and I went to the pleasure district. That was because they made fun of me. Haha, well it backfired on you, because if it weren't for them I'd be dead. You indirectly saved my life. So you see, I already suspected something bad was going to happen, so I went with that excuse to get them to help, the redhead said proudly. You little lying tadpole, you just wanted them to beat us up. Ugh. Back to Belle. He walked slowly through the streets of Orario, unsure of what to do. Led was right, as much as he wanted to finish off Evilis at his current level it was impossible, and apparently that elf named Lilith was wandering around the dungeon. He didn't know how strong she was, but if she was Sava's friend, then she must also be very strong. What do I do? Belle thought, stopping and observing the street. Although it was somewhat crowded, the people weren't talking. They were simply walking straight to do their things, apparently not wanting to spend much time on the street. As Let said, it would be more effective to train with his friends than to fight monsters, but he didn't want to bother them on their day off. They had worked hard during the week he was recovering. It doesn't matter, I'll go to the dungeon, he thought, heading towards Babel. But before he had walked to meet her, a voice behind him stopped him. Belle. Upon hearing his name called by a familiar female voice, the albino turned around to look at her. It was RD. H-hole. But Belle couldn't even finish his greeting when the girl ran towards him and gave him a tight hug, surprising him. Hey RD. I'm glad to see you, the girl whispered, still hugging him. I'm sorry I didn't come to visit you when you were recovering. I wanted to, but I had too much work. Don't apologize, Ryu-san explained everything to me so I understand, although I won't deny that I would have liked to see you, Belle said sincerely, making RD blush a little. Slowly the girl pulled away from the hug and turned to look him in the eyes. H, how are you? I asked, taking Belle's arm and gently stroking it. Does it still hurt? No, I'm completely healed now, I can move them normally, he replied, making RD let out a sigh of relief. When I found out how seriously ill you were, I was really worried. I'm so glad to see you're recovered, she said with a beautiful smile, a smile that calmed Belle. Were you going somewhere? To the dungeon, he replied, looking away. RD, upon hearing his answer, put on a worried expression. To the dungeon. Going there alone is very dangerous. Adventurers hardly ever go exploring anymore, only large families when it's for research, I explained, not wanting Belle to go there. Evilis is lurking around those places. A person alone is easy prey. I know, but Belle whispered in frustration. Besides, you haven't had much time to recover, your body has lost practice, if you go to the dungeon you will be very vulnerable, your movements will be slow. Belle looked down, much more frustrated, knowing that RD was right. Although his body had recovered, it was true that it felt slow and numb from having been at rest for a whole week. That slowness and clumsiness would be detrimental if something happened down there. Better follow me. With a small smile, RD took Belle's hand, who became a little nervous. Where to? To an open field. And without letting go of his hand, RD began to walk, guiding Belle through the streets of Orario, who simply let himself be guided, looking at her smiling face. After walking for a few minutes they arrived at an open field just as he had said, they had moved a little away from the city and were in that field with grass and a few trees around it. You can leave your backpack under that tree, RD pointed out while doing a few stretches. Clear. Still a little puzzled, Belle left his backpack under the tree and approached his friend. What will we do? He asked curiously. Train, he said smiling, drawing his sword. Train? Yes, you have to train if you want to go back to the dungeon, that way your body won't be too slow. I don't know, Belle whispered, looking at his dagger. He was afraid of hurting RD with his dagger. He knew it would only be training, but even in training there were accidents, and he didn't want that to happen. That was why they trained with wooden weapons at headquarters. You underestimate me, Belle. I'm not weak, he said, pointing his sword at him. It'll just be training, so don't worry. But. RD didn't even let him speak before she lunged at him and attacked him with her sword, forcing him to quickly defend himself with his dagger. Good. It seems your reflexes are the same, the girl congratulated her. RD, I don't think that's a good idea, Belle said nervously. Come on. Let's keep going. And using her abilities, RD began to attack the nervous Belle, who blocked the girl's attacks as best he could. He's stronger than before, Belle thought in surprise as he blocked his attack. I've trained hard, RD said, taking a few steps back. Since the events in prison, I've worked hard to move forward and be of use to my sister. And again he launched an attack, unleashing a rapid flurry of attacks that forced Belle to retreat. I probably would have done something stupid, but I didn't. Do you know why? Belle opened his eyes in surprise as he blocked one of his friend's attacks, which caused a small gust of wind. Because you were there for me, she whispered with a beautiful smile, surprising Belle. You were with me in the hospital when I was sinking into depression. You didn't leave me alone and you encouraged me to keep going. That's why I decided to get much better and not do anything stupid. Burn. And for that reason I won't leave you alone, Belle. I won't let you sink into depression like I was going to, and I won't let you go to the dungeon alone either. We promised that we would become strong together for this city. Belle opened his eyes again in surprise upon hearing those words, that promise he made with RD in the hospital. And if you still stubbornly want to go to the dungeon, then you'll have to defeat me in this training. If something bad happens to you for doing something reckless, many people will be sad and I'll be one of them. And with that said, RD began to quickly attack Belle, who was still defending himself, thinking about the words his friend had just said to him, words which had had a great impact on him. What's wrong? I asked with a smile upon seeing the albino's expression. If I've offended you, well, I don't care. You can be angry with me for not letting you do something crazy, but I don't care. I won't leave your side even if you don't want me to be with you. RD, Belle whispered, seeing her friend's beautiful smile. Aye. Belle was going to say something, but decided to stay quiet and look at his dagger. And seconds later he saw RD again, only this time with a different look. And without saying anything, he began to attack for the first time since that friendly duel began, causing RD to start backing away. Hey, wait, RD pleaded, now becoming defensive. She was going to say something else, but seeing Belle's look, she decided to stay quiet and smile. Okay, then let's continue. They clashed their weapons with some force, moving across the open field where RD showed that he had trained a lot during that time. In a swift movement, RD kicked one of the albino's legs, causing him to lose his balance slightly. That's cheating, Belle complained, beginning to feel a strange emotion inside him. Winning is winning, the girl laughed, resuming their exchange of attacks. Even though they didn't say it, it was more than clear that they were both enjoying that friendly fight, making RD start to feel happy when she saw Belle's expression. Belle, I'll always be with you, and RD thought, watching Belle's face as their weapons clashed, seeing a gleam appear in the albino's eyes, making the happiness on the girl's face grow even stronger. Hey? To Belle's confusion, RD dropped her sword, thinking she had surrendered. But she immediately ran towards him, taking him by surprise. Wait. And dropping his dagger so as not to accidentally harm RD, he prepared for hand-to-hand combat. But instead, she just lunged at him, forcing them both to fall backwards, with Belle on his back on the ground and RD on top of him with both arms on the ground, preventing their bodies from coming together. The RD River. Haha, what was that? Belle asked, letting out a small laugh at that strange attack movement. Yeah. Huh? Belle's heart raced a little when he saw the beautiful smile that had appeared on RD's face, still in the same position. I like you much more when you smile, that's the Belle I like, I whispered, caressing the albino's cheek. RD, Belle whispered, a little nervous about his friend's behavior, remembering that he had also said those words to her in the past when he saw her face for the first time. Little by little RD lowered his body, getting closer to the albino's face, who was beginning to feel more nervous. What I like most about you is your smile, RD whispered again, just inches from Belle's face. I'm lying, I like everything about you. Hey, listen. But Belle couldn't even speak, opening his eyes in shock as he felt RD's lips meet his in a sweet and inexperienced kiss, causing something inside him to explode, an explosion of feelings. He could do nothing but freeze as their lips remained joined, still not believing that this was happening. The only thing he could feel was the softness of the girl's lips, which showed no signs of wanting to separate. In the distance, a girl saw that scene of RD kissing Belle, causing her to frown slightly. She stood there for a few seconds watching them, then lowered her gaze, turned around, and left without either of them noticing her. Seconds passed until RD finally decided to separate, staring intently at Belle, who was still in shock. Slowly, RD got off of Belle and sat down on the grass, looking away, blushing. Sorry, I couldn't help it, he apologized. Meanwhile, Belle, as best he could, also sat down on the grass, watching RD in surprise. Belle, listen, I don't want to see you depressed, I whispered, looking at Belle, still blushing. Why, you're important to me, very important, and that's why I don't want you to go to the dungeon alone. I couldn't bear it if something happened to you again, that's why I did this training, to keep you from going to that place. RD. The girl quickly stood up and cleaned her outfit a little, quickly taking her sword and placing it at her waist. By the way, it makes me happy to see you smile, I whispered sadly. I don't want to see you sad again, goodbye. And turning around, RD tried to flee the place, but Belle grabbed her hand, preventing her from leaving. Wait. He pleaded, seeing the blushing girl. Why? Why did I kiss you? She finished the question, looking shyly at Belle. The albino nodded slightly, still not believing that he had kissed her. Isn't it obvious? Because I like you, she whispered sadly. Me too. But forget it. She pleaded quickly, causing Belle to sweat drop in an anime-style sweat drop. I wasn't planning on confessing, but when we were close, I couldn't help kissing you. They both blushed as they remembered the kiss they had just shared. This confession is incomplete, so erase it from your mind, she pleaded, embarrassed. When we defeat Evilis and there is peace in the city, I will confess again. I will tell you everything I feel. I won't hide anything, she whispered. But you already confessed. That's why I want you to forget it. I did it on impulse. I had planned something more romantic, not in the middle of training, she explained sheepishly. This didn't have to end like this, she said, feeling increasingly nervous. She never thought she would confess to Belle, she only wanted to cheer him up, but when they were face to face and the albino smiled, she couldn't help but say all that and kiss him. She had been hiding her feelings for so long that she simply couldn't hold them back any longer. Don't answer me, my next confession will be better, goodbye. And with that whisper, RD ran away from the place, leaving the albino alone in shock. But when he was a few meters away, RD stopped and turned to look at him, still blushing. She slowly began to walk towards him again until they were face to face. Just one more time. That. And again he didn't have time to process anything when RD kissed him again for the second time, leaving him frozen. After 5 seconds he pulled away, looking away. And I'm done, goodbye, don't do anything crazy, if you want to vent to someone I'll always be there for you. And now she turned around and ran away from the place, leaving the surprised Belle alone again, not believing that he had kissed RD twice. Well, she kissed him. Slowly I bring my hand to my lips, remembering the softness and sweetness of RD's lips, still processing everything. There was so much information that she could barely process it, but when she finally did, she was able to say those words. RD likes me, I whispered, unable to believe it. RD likes me. Meanwhile, the younger Varma ran towards her headquarters, completely flushed from how bold she had been in doing that. I can't believe I kissed him, she thought, blushing with embarrassment. I'm such a fool. For days she spent thinking about how to confess to Belle when they defeated Evilis. Sometimes before going to sleep she would write down possible love confessions on a piece of paper and decide which one she liked best. But in the end none of that worked and her impulses ended up winning, saying the first thing that came to mind when she saw him smile. Stupid heart, she thought, stopping her run and slowing down as she neared her headquarters. It'll be awkward the next time I look at him, I'm such a fool. As Belle walked slowly to his headquarters, after those events he no longer wanted to go to the dungeon, not being so distracted, the best thing would be to train at his headquarters, probably Niz or Iska would offer to train with him. He kissed me, Belle thought, recalling those events. His lips are soft. A small blush appeared on Belle's face. He still couldn't believe it, but a strange happiness appeared in his heart when he thought about it. It was strange. After that he looked at his dagger, remembering the conversation he had with her. He still had a strong desire to become strong enough to kill Sava, but RD and Let were right. He wouldn't do anything crazy just to be strong and worry the people he loved. He would train with the girls to keep improving and defeat Evilis together. He also felt sad about the deaths of those children. It was something that still affected him, but he wasn't alone. He had people by his side who loved him and would always support him. He had to move forward for the good of everyone. Thank you, RD, I whispered, feeling a warmth as I thought of her. But there was still another problem, although he didn't consider it as such. Rather, it caused him great confusion of feelings in his heart. RD's confession. What do I do? She thought, placing her hand on her heart, which was beating softly. RD. And with that whisper, Belle arrived at his headquarters and entered his home to talk with the girls, now with a little more peace of mind inside. As a girl leaned against her bedroom window, she watched Belle enter the headquarters, noticing that his gaze was not as depressed as when he left. Then she remembered the kiss she saw in the park, how RD had kissed Belle without hesitation, making her frown jealously. DSK, and with that click of his tongue he stopped leaning against his window and went for a walk around the headquarters. Probably in the next few days some girls will no longer want to hide their feelings for Belle, something that will leave the albino with more doubts in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 35. The feelings of an Oriental woman. 4 days until Belle's birthday. The sounds of a fight could be heard in the Astrea family's yard. Despite the fact that it was still a few minutes until 6 in the morning, there were already 2 people awake training, having a training match. It was Belle and Niz, who were always the first to wake up to train. It was already like their daily routine. At first Nise was the first to get up around 6:30 to start her training, or so it was until Belle arrived in the family, who was already in the yard training much earlier. According to Belle, his teacher forced him to wake up before sunrise to begin training. The albino asked her not to be gentle with him, so Galadia was strict about everything, not allowing Belle to sleep even a minute longer. Era said it was too excessive, but thanks to all that, Belle reached level 4 without needing to enter the dungeon. And all those habits remained in him, getting up early to train, not as early as when he trained with his teacher, but the first to get up of the whole family. When Nise found out about Belle's early morning training sessions, he was excited and quickly changed his schedule to get up earlier to train with him. Obviously Belle didn't refuse. In fact, he was happy to train with Nise. And so the two became training partners, mostly for hand-to-hand combat, a time of day which Nise enjoyed. She wasn't an Amazon, but she loved to fight. Big gain, Nise said, a little tired after having knocked Belle down. You've become very strong, praised the albino, still lying on the ground. Thank you, she replied, accepting the compliment with a happy smile, though her expression immediately shifted to one of confusion. By the way, what's wrong? Huh? What do you mean? I asked, watching as Nise lay down on the grass next to him. You usually beat me in fights, but this time you've been very careless when defending yourself. You seem very distracted. Is something wrong? She asked worriedly. And no, of course not, he replied nervously, looking away. The reason for his distraction was because he was still thinking about the kiss RD gave him the day before and her confession, something that took him by surprise and had left him with a lot to think about. Your arms still hurt? Nise asked again, worried and feeling guilty, believing she had hurt him more in that fight. I'm fine, my body has recovered, I reassured her, sitting down on the grass and looking at the wolf. Let's keep training. If you say so, I agreed, hoping she was telling the truth as I stood up and walked to my seat. By the way, Nise and Belle called, making the wolf turn to look at him. When she turned around, she was surprised to see that the albino was smiling sincerely at her. I didn't have the opportunity to thank you for everything you did for me when I was recovering, thank you very much. Don't thank me, I'll always help you when you need me, she said, trying to hide her embarrassment. And I love you too, Nise, let's continue with the training. As Nise turned around to try and calm her blush, she didn't expect Belle to smile at her at all. But inside she was celebrating. Hahaha. Take that, Kagaya. He didn't smile at you, but he did at me, that means I'm more special, the wolf celebrated happily when she saw the albino smile. She could still tell he was depressed about that night, but he was recovering, so she would try harder to keep that smile on his face. She was sure the surprise party she was preparing with everyone would be very special. Everyone was contributing, although Astrea, Mariu, and Haraham had the most important part. Preparing the party cake, since they were the ones who knew how to cook the most. Little Haraham simply wanted to help, so Astrea included her to do small things. The others had divided up the rest of the work so that everyone could contribute, even Ryu said that she would let RD know in case she wanted to help. Allies also wanted to invite Let, who refused, not wanting to be at the party, saying that he wanted to give something separate to his friend. I'm already looking forward to the party. What? Oh, sorry, let's continue training, said the she-wolf, coming out of her thoughts and getting into a fighting stance. But before they could start again, a voice stopped them. Oh. Can I train with you? They both turned around and saw that it was Iska who asked the question, and behind her came Noin and Astrea, and judging by their clothes, they also wanted to train. Sure, you can join, Belle agreed without hesitation. Great. I've been practicing a lot with the dagger just like you taught me, Iska said excitedly, approaching the albino. I'd like to have a trial fight to see how much I've improved. That seems fine to me. Oh come on, since when do you guys get up so early? Nise complained, annoyed that they had interrupted her moment alone with Belle. She's jealous. And? Astrea and Noin whispered gracefully, clearly heard by Nise because she was a beastman. I'm joining the training too. The five of them, hearing a voice above them, looked up and saw that it was Allies, who was standing at the second floor window, leaping high and landing on her feet on the grass with a big smile. And the beautiful Allies enters the scene. Nise let out a tired sigh as he saw that his training with Belle had been ruined. Wow, it's strange to see you awake so early, Iska said, surprised. Haha, that's a lie, I always get up early, it's just that I never leave my room, I explained proudly. He's lying, Astrea and Noin thought. Then they saw Kagaya walking calmly towards them. Are you going to join the training too, Kagaya? Allies asked. The Asian woman only glanced at Belle for a few seconds and then closed her eyes. No, I've only come to watch the training, and with that answer he sat down on the grass and leaned his back against the wall. Then let's begin the training, said Iska excitedly, taking a wooden dagger for her fight with Belle, who took a wooden sword since it was his main weapon. Astrea and Noin decided to move away a bit and train on their own, while Allies stood watching with a smile the practice match that was about to begin. Knees just sat on the grass, a little grumpy at no longer being alone with Belle and unable to train. "Begin," shouted the retard. While they were training inside the mansion, Astrea was preparing breakfast with a small smile. "Ah, why all the commotion so early in the morning?" asked Lyra, entering the dining room still sleepy. "They're training in the yard, I'm surprised you got up so early," Astrea replied, still smiling. The reason for her happiness is because yesterday she saw that Belle had recovered somewhat from his depression. She could tell by his calmer expression. She didn't know what had happened, but she felt happy about it. "By the way, Astrea-sama, I was wondering if you could let me make fireworks for Belle's birthday," the hobbit asked. "No," she quickly refused. "Huh? Why?" Astrea just turned to look at her with a blank face, and Lyra laughed nervously as she remembered certain events from the past. Flashbacks. "Happy Easter," shouted the hobbit, lighting a firework which flew into the city and exploded loudly. Later they learned that he destroyed part of the headquarters of the god Apollo. "Happy Independence Day," Lyra shouted, lighting a firework much larger than the one she'd set off on another holiday. The firework flew up and fell back down in the city. Later they learned that he destroyed all the crops of the goddess Demeter. "Happy Halloween." And as the cherry on top, Lyra lit her greatest creation. The Komodo 3000. When he turned it on, it flew out onto Daedalus Street and exploded violently, its sound reverberating throughout Orario. Later they learned that he fell into an Evilis hideout, which he destroyed, leaving only a crater. He didn't even leave any corpses. End of flashback. "At least I eliminated one of Evilis's lairs," the hobbit excused herself. "And what would have happened if it had landed in a place full of civilians?" Astrea asked seriously. "Ugh, fine, I won't do it," she whispered dejectedly. He really wanted to light fireworks for his friend's birthday, but he decided against it. "The Komodo 3000, what memories," Rihanna said nostalgically as she entered the dining room. "It would be great if you made more of those things and we could throw them at Evilis." "Hey, what a great idea," she said excitedly. "The only bad thing is that it takes an absurd amount of gunpowder, enough to make night into day." Astrea and Rihanna felt a chill when they thought about it. "On second thought, it's better if we defeat Evilis with our strength," Rihanna said with a nervous smile, not wanting to disappear in that explosion. "If you say so," I whispered again, discouraged. Then Ryu, Celti and Harahim entered the dining room chatting calmly. Everyone in the family had grown fond of the little girl, and some even started telling her that when she was older she should join the family, something Harahim said she would think about. It wasn't because she didn't want to be with them. In fact, she loved it, but she was afraid of being a burden and not helping as an adventurer. But another part of her longed to be an adventurer and help her hero Belle and all the girls for everything they did for her. Astrea, despite wanting Harahim and her family, would not do so for the time being, not while Evilis was still present. They had to win that war first. "Good morning," Ryu greeted, sitting down in the dining room next to Celti. "Good morning," Astrea replied with a motherly smile. "Could someone please let the others know that breakfast is ready?" "I'll do it," Harahim offered, leaving the dining room, making the others smile. "How cute, I just want to shower her with kisses," said Rihanna, seeing the little girl's cuteness. "Don't say that in front of her, it scares her thinking they really want to eat her," Lyra said, letting out a laugh. "She's very innocent." "And to think that someone as small and innocent as her saw all the horrible things that happened that night," Ryu whispered in frustration. "Those Evilis people are bastards." "Calm down, Ryu, you're going to ruin the food with your bad vibes," Celti pleaded. "I'm sorry. I hope nothing like that ever happens again in the city," thought Astrea, wishing the best and above all hoping that all her children would be well at the end of that war. Meanwhile, in the training yard. Belle and Iska moved at great speed, clashing their wooden weapons and showing how good they both were. "Iska has improved," whispered Mariu, who had just arrived at the training yard to watch the fight. "Yes, but Belle is superior," Allies commented. "He's gotten stronger since joining the family." "Who do you think is the strongest in the family?" Nguyen asked, approaching with Astrea after finishing their training. It's difficult," Ally said, thinking about her answer, while Kagaya just watched the albino. "I would say that position is shared by allies, Kagaya, Knees and Belle. I would say that you four are the strongest in the family. In a real battle, I'm not sure who would win," said Mariu. Knees just listened calmly to the conversation, not agreeing with it. "No, Belle is stronger than me, although of course, in my beast form, I don't know what the result would be," the wolf thought. While Iska was already exhausted at the training camp, it was the first time she had a fight with Belle, and she was surprised by his strength. "I still have a long way to go," the Amazon thought, watching as Belle swept his feet quickly, causing her to fall to the ground sitting down, and Belle pointed his wooden sword at her. "I win," said the albino, breathing a little wearily. You really are strong," the girl said with an excited smile. "From the beginning, I had no chance of defeating you. You surpassed me in every way. You're very strong too, Iska. You've improved your dagger skills a lot, even faster than me. It took me a long time to master it," he praised, extending his hand to the Amazon. "You're incredible." "Thank you," he said with a happy smile, taking Belle's hand and standing up. "You're a real man," Knees calmly observed the interaction between the two, although seconds later he opened his eyes in shock. "Oh no. Iska is an Amazon and she was defeated by Belle," she thought worriedly, watching the girl gaze admiringly at Belle. "Damn it. Amazons and their ways." Just then, little Haraham arrived at the training yard with a shy smile. "Mom Astrea Sama says breakfast is ready," the girl reported. "Haraham? You little cutie," said Allies, wanting to give her a big hug, which startled her. "You idiot, you scared her," Noin scolded, hitting the retreat on the head. "Thank you for letting us know, Haraham, let's go," said Mariu with an older sister smile, taking the girl's hand and leaving the place. Kagaya calmly stood up and left as well. Kagaya has been very quiet," Noin whispered, puzzled, as she started walking. "Maybe she's on her period," Ally said, earning herself another blow. "Hey Belle. What's wrong, Astrea?" Belle asked, looking at the dwarf. "Is there anything you like? Anything material you want?" I asked curiously. "Huh? Why do you ask?" "Just curiosity." "Well, I don't know, it's difficult." "Well, think about it and then tell me." "Of course." So the rest left the courtyard, leaving Iska and Knees alone. "That was a good training fight. I'm not a big fan of fighting, but even I felt the adrenaline rush," Iska said, stretching her arms. "Alright. Time to eat, then I'll take a shower before going on patrol. You understand, Iska?" The Amazon stopped when she heard her friend's voice. "What's going on, Knees? Do you happen to feel anything strange? Down? And you know, because we lost to Belle," Knees explained with a nervous smile. At that moment Iska understood what the beastman meant. "Ahaha, are you referring to the customs of the Amazons?" I asked jokingly. In response, Knees nodded slightly. "Don't be silly, Knees, I'm not going to fall in love with Belle just because he defeated me, I don't follow those customs." Knees let out a sigh of relief upon hearing those words. "Besides, I've been in love with Belle for a long time. I didn't need him to defeat me in a fight to fall in love with him." "Haha, you really are very innocent, Knees." And patting the wolf on the head, Iska turned around and left the training field, leaving Knees alone with a blank face. "Sometimes I wonder if Belle has some kind of charm that makes other women fall in love with him," she thought, letting out a tired sigh. "But it doesn't matter, I won't give up." And with those thoughts, the she-wolf also left the place to have breakfast. Once in the dining room, everyone sat down and began to enjoy the delicious breakfast their goddess had prepared. That day would be another tiring one due to patrolling, so they needed to have plenty of energy. Belle was also feeling somewhat anxious. He hadn't patrolled since he'd been on bed rest and was eager to get back on patrol. So after finishing eating and taking a shower, each group was ready to begin patrolling, taking different paths. "I hope you haven't lost your touch, Belle," Lyra joked as they leaped across the rooftops towards Daedalus Street. "I hope not, I wouldn't want to get in the way," Belle whispered. "You obviously won't get in the way, right Kagaya?" said the wolf. "Kagaya? Huh?" The Asian woman turned to look at the beastman, puzzled. "What's wrong?" "That's what I should be asking. You've been very distracted this morning," Knees said, confused. "Is something wrong?" "No, I think I'm just a little tired, that's all," she replied, stopping on a rooftop and watching the civilians walking in the streets. "Well, I hope you get some rest. If you're this distracted, it'll be problematic if Evilis attacks," said Lyra, crossing her arms. "If you're not feeling well, you can go rest at Kagaya's headquarters. I'll do both of our jobs," Belle offered, concerned for the woman from the east. She just glanced at him for a few seconds before shaking her head. "I'm the vice captain, I can't leave the job to someone who just recovered," she refused. "Let's start patrolling instead." And with those words he left, leaping across the rooftops, leaving the three of them there, who just turned to look at each other and shrugged, puzzled by his attitude. "It's strange to see her behave that way," Lyra said. "Do you think it's something bad?" Belle asked, worried. "I don't think so. She's probably just lost in thought. She was reading a book she said was interesting, so maybe she's thinking about that," the wolf said, adding that if it were a big problem, Kagaya would talk to them about it. "We'd better go. Knowing her, she'll probably patrol alone if we're not with her." And so the three followed Kagaya to begin the patrol. The day began without much trouble. It seemed Evilis would be quiet for a while, almost as if they were mocking everyone, causing a massacre, only to give Orario a moment of peace before unleashing another massacre. This made everyone tense, wondering when they would attack next. Luckily, this time the adventurers weren't standing idly by. The most skilled in espionage were investigating Evilis's bases both in the city and in the dungeon. The moment they located one, they would prepare an attack to destroy it. The goal was to eliminate Evilis bases one by one. It was more effective than confronting the entire organization at once. It was tiring, but it was all for the peace of the city. After patrolling for a few hours, the four stopped for lunch and to replenish their energy at a small Jakamurikan stand in the middle of the street. It wasn't very nutritious, but it was the cheapest option. "Let's save up a bit to go to a restaurant, I'm getting bored of Jakamurikan," Lyra complained, chewing her food. "We can't just lock ourselves in a restaurant, at least here on the street we're still on alert in case of an attack," Nee said, eating calmly. "It's a necessary sacrifice." The group was sitting on some slightly deteriorated benches on Detlow Street taking their short break, always keeping their guard up. Belle was the only one standing, eating his Jakamurikan while watching his friends chat. Then he turned his gaze to Kagaya, who was sitting about 3 benches away from them with that same thoughtful expression. She had maintained that attitude all morning. For a moment they thought that it would distract her in the event of an attack, but they were wrong when a thief appeared robbing a lady. But before he could escape, Kagaya appeared in front of him and with a single punch slammed him to the ground, cracking it a little. They even felt a little sorry for that thief. So they were wrong, even though Kagaya seemed distracted, she always had her guard up, very high. But even so, Belle was worried about his behavior, wanting to help in case he had any problems. So, having made his decision and quickly eating his Jakamurikan, he approached the Oriental woman to talk, who was slowly eating her food while keeping her gaze fixed on the ground. "Kagaya. What do you want?" Belle stopped abruptly at the sharp tone he used with him. Not even when he still distrusted him during his first weeks in the family had he spoken to him like that. "What do you want?" For the second time, Kagaya asked the same question, only this time her tone was softer and calmer, probably regretting having spoken to him that way. Belle, seeing that she had returned to her usual tone, approached her somewhat cautiously. "Is something wrong?" he asked, worried. "No, why do you ask?" he replied, looking at Belle with a calm expression. Well, you've been very thoughtful all morning and that's strange." "What? Can't a lady get lost in her thoughts?" I asked, smiling slightly. "You get lost in your thoughts every day and I don't go around asking you what's wrong. And I'm sorry if I bothered you, I was just worried about you," he apologized, wanting to turn around and go back to Nese and Lyra. "Wait." But before he left, Kagaya took his hand. "Sorry, I'm just a little stressed, that's all," I explained, not wanting Belle to feel bad or guilty about her silly internal conflicts. "I'm not mad at you, well, maybe a little." Why?" he asked, puzzled. "Hey. We have to continue patrolling," called Nese, who had already finished eating, as had Lyra. "Well, let's continue patrolling," said the Oriental woman, taking her katana and starting to walk. Wait, tell me why you're angry with me," Belle pleaded. "If I'm the reason for your mood, tell me so I know what to do." But before he could continue speaking, Kagaya put a finger to his lips, stopping his words. "We're about to go on patrol so don't distract me, silly." But. "Let's go." Without letting him speak, she turned around and walked towards Nese, who looked at her confused and began to ask her questions. "Hey, what's going on between you and Kagaya?" Lyra asked, raising an eyebrow as she approached Belle. "That's what I'd like to know," I whispered, looking at the Asian woman who seemed to be talking to Nese about where they would be patrolling next. "I think she's angry with me." "I don't think so, when she gets angry she doesn't even go near that person, and with you she continues talking normally, rather I would say that she is angry with herself," Lyra gave her theory. "With herself? Why? And what do I know, I'm not Kagaya." "Hey. The explosive duo, hurry up," Nese called. "The explosive duo, I like the sound of that," said Lyra with a smile. "Although the explosive couple would be better. Are you carrying bombs?" "I always bring 2 or 3 with me." "Perfect. Stop chatting and patrol," Kagaya scolded. Lyra smiled gracefully at the scolding and started walking, followed by Belle, who was still wondering why Kagaya was angry with him. I would have to investigate the reason. Thus the patrol passed without many complications for the group, with only 1 or 2 thieves, nothing difficult. And after completing their patrol hours, they decided it was time to return home to rest. Another day is over," Lyra sighed wearily. I'm glad the city is quiet, but at the same time it scares me," Nese whispered. "Don't worry, Nese, you'll see that everything will be alright," I tried to cheer up the hobbit. "Maybe you're right," he said, smiling slightly. Then they both turned their gaze to Kagaya, who was walking in silence. "Do you think something bad will happen to him?" Lyra whispered. "I don't think it's that serious, I think," the she-wolf whispered her answer. "Even so, it's strange that she's been so quiet. She didn't even mock the criminals we caught. Is she sick? Is Kagaya sick? Perhaps mentally." Slowly, Kagaya turned to look at both of them with a death stare after hearing those words. Knees and Lyra just nervously looked away, knowing that the angry Oriental woman was dangerous. Then they turned their gaze to Belle, who was walking with his head down. "And do you think Belle is still bothered by something?" Knees asked worriedly. "I don't think so, he simply believes that Kagaya is angry because of him, and perhaps that's what's worrying him." "Because of him? Why? Who knows?" While Belle was looking around, he didn't notice that someone was walking in his direction, who was also walking with their head down. And as was obvious, they both ended up slightly colliding. "Oh, I'm sorry." They both looked up at the same time, and their eyes widened in surprise when they saw who it was. "RD," Belle whispered as he saw the girl in front of him. Hello Belle, I greeted shyly. "Oh. If it isn't RD," Lyra said excitedly. "How are you?" Well, I'm fine," she replied, smiling nervously. "Are you sure? You look a little red," Nee said, surprised. "Absolutely," she said quickly, then looked at Belle and blushed again, just like him. Kagaya simply watched the interaction between the two and looked away with a frown. "I'm glad to see everyone is okay, haha," she laughed nervously. "The ARD, thanks for yesterday," Belle said, somewhat embarrassed. "Huh? Why are you thanking me?" she asked, blushing and thinking it was because of the kiss. Thank you for your words of encouragement, they really helped me." That's why you're welcome, I'll always help you," she said with a shy smile. Knees and Lyra glanced at each other, a little puzzled by their behavior, as if they were hiding something. And Kagaya seemed to be getting more annoyed the more time they spent interacting. "So, see you later," RD whispered. "Why yes, soon," Belle said goodbye. "Goodbye girls, I have work to do," said RD, starting to walk away. "Bye-bye. Say hi to Shakti for me," Nee said. Kagaya simply raised her hand in a farewell gesture. RD turned her gaze to Belle and raised her hand with a small smile, waving goodbye. They stared at each other for a few seconds as she walked away until she finally decided to focus her gaze on the road. Unfortunately, because she was looking at Belle, she didn't notice there was a pole in front of her and ended up crashing into it. The FFFF. Lyra tried to hold back her laughter when she saw that. "I'm fine," RD said, red with embarrassment, even though the red mark on her forehead was from the blow. "Goodbye." And she quickly left the place, embarrassed by while the albino just stood there staring at the place where RD had gone, remembering the softness of her lips, he began to feel embarrassed again. "Hey, did something happen between you and RD?" Knees asked, a little jealous. "And no, we just did a little training and he gave me some advice, that's all," I explained nervously. I hope she doesn't take my training partner position," said the wolf with narrowed eyes. "Of course not." "Haha, that final act of RD's was good," Lyra laughed, remembering the girl's carelessness. "Let's stop wasting time and return to headquarters," Kagaya ordered, starting to walk, leaving the three puzzled. "Heavens, one can't even laugh in peace anymore," whispered the hobbit, starting to walk. "We'd better hurry or Kagaya will get angry," Nee said, smiling at the albino, who nodded and they started walking. Although Belle was still wondering why his friend was angry with him and apparently she wasn't going to tell him. If he wanted to fix things, he would have to find out the reason quickly. After a few minutes, the four arrived at headquarters to rest. I'll be right back. I remember they sell popsicles nearby, so I'll go buy one. It'll be good for this heat," the hobbit announced. "Do you want one? Can you bring me a pineapple one?" Belle asked, taking a few valis out of his pocket. "Of course. And don't worry, it's on me," said the smiling Lyra. "I'll be right back." And so the fiery girl left, leaving the three of them at the entrance of the headquarters. "What a tiring day," Nee sighed. "I think I'll go rest in my room for a bit before dinner." "Just don't fall asleep, last time you were late and allies and Noin ate your share," Belle reminded him. "Don't remind me," she whispered angrily. "Well, see you at dinner." Thus the wolf entered the headquarters, leaving Belle and Kagaya alone at the entrance. "Well, I think I'll rest for a while Lyra gets the paddle, then I'll train a little more in the yard," the albino thought, stretching his body. Astrea would probably tell him not to overexert himself, but he wanted to train a little more. If he wasn't going to the dungeon, at least he would train at home. So, having already made his decision, Belle was about to enter the headquarters, but he remembered that Kagaya hadn't said anything. He slowly turned around and saw that the Oriental woman was still standing in the same place with her gaze lowered, confusing him. "Kagaya?" Belle called, puzzled. "Is something wrong?" "Hey Kagaya." It bothers me a lot," whispered the Oriental woman. What's bothering you?" he asked nervously, since he knew what was the reason for his friend's anger, although he didn't know why. Kagaya looked up and stared directly at Belle with an extremely serious expression. "Did you like your kiss with RD that much?" she asked, jealousy and anger evident in her voice. Upon hearing that question, Belle opened his eyes in surprise. What? Did you see us? He asked nervously and a little embarrassed. Yes, I saw them, he replied. Yesterday I went to have my sword serviced by a blacksmith and when I wanted to return to headquarters, I decided to stop by your foolish friend's forge to see if you were there. Why were you looking for me? I wanted to invite you to lunch, he replied honestly. But it turns out Let told me you decided to go to the dungeon, very clever of you. Ugh. So I decided to go look for you and hope you hadn't done anything crazy. Inside, I was really worried about you. And guess what? I walked past that field and see you and RD kissing. It was so cute and I was just standing there like a silly, worried fool. Why are you angry? He asked nervously. I don't even have the right to be angry, I'm not your girlfriend or anything to be complaining, I whispered, starting to walk towards Belle. But it still bothers me, it bothers me a lot. Belle just watched as Kagaya stopped in front of him, noticing an expression of sadness and anger on her face. It bothers me that RD had the courage to take that step that I hesitated so much to take, he said, clenching his fists. What? Was all Belle could say in shock. What was holding me back? Why was I hesitating so much? I whispered, looking down. And while I was hesitating, RD jumped in without hesitation. I have to admit, she was very brave, the kind of bravery I lack, damn it. Hey Kagaya. But it doesn't matter, she said, looking up again. Just because that innocent, pretty girl kissed you doesn't mean I'm going to give up. I won't hesitate again. If I want something, I take it. As she said those words, Kagaya grabbed Belle by the shirt. And what I want right now is to kiss the silly boy I like. What? And without warning, she pulled him towards her and planted a kiss on his lips. It wasn't just any kiss, it was a passionate one, and that made Belle open his eyes in shock. MMMM. After about 10 seconds, Kagaya pulled away, seeing the albino's surprised face. Hey Kagu. But he couldn't say anything when the Oriental woman kissed him again with the same intensity as the first kiss, making Belle's face explode in red as he couldn't believe that was happening. After about 15 seconds, Kagaya slowly pulled away from Belle, satisfied with the 2 kisses. Ah. And Belle was left in shock, unable to utter a word, watching the beautiful Oriental woman who was fixing her hair a little. I like that expression, Kagaya teased, approaching him and giving him one last quick kiss that lasted only a second. So, how was it? Did you like it? Apparently so, she said, the anger and frustration she'd felt before now gone. It seemed stealing those kisses had lifted her spirits. Listen, Belle, I like you, and I'm tired of hiding it. I didn't plan on doing this, but RD left me no choice. Me too. I'm sorry, but I won't give up so easily just because RD kissed you. In fact, all it's done is make me want you even more, she said with a small smile. So get ready, because I'll do everything I can to make you mine. Belle tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out of him. He had become mute. Now you'll have to deal with me, that's what you get for making me fall in love with you, I whispered, giving him a kiss on the cheek. I love you, silly. And after patting him on the back, Kagaya left with a happy smile towards headquarters, leaving Belle frozen in the same spot. At that moment, Lyra arrived back at the headquarters with 2 lollipops in her hands. Hey Belle, there weren't any pineapple popsicles, so I brought you a chocolate one. Do you like them? Lyra asked, approaching the albino and offering him the popsicle. Mine is lemon with a few drops of chili, so I don't think you like it. Belle? What's wrong? I asked, seeing the albino's gaze in a trance. Were you mad because there was no pineapple? Hey Belle. I called, jumping up and down to wave my hand in front of the albino's face and get his attention, but I couldn't. Hey idiot, what's wrong with you? You're starting to worry me. Belle, the popsicle is melting. Hurry. I shouted in alarm. Belle. Minutes earlier on the 2nd floor of the headquarters. Allies was walking calmly with a smile through the hallways of the place. I wonder if Belle's back from patrol yet, she thought as her ponytail swung from side to side. I'd like to ask him if I can join his training. That way I can spend more time with him. When Belle recovered from his injuries, he told Allies that she no longer needed to take care of him at night because he was fine. Obviously, Allies didn't like that, but reluctantly she had to accept it, thus losing her precious moments at night with Belle. So now she was looking for another way to spend time with him. If she couldn't find anything, then she would go into his room again. Oh. I'll be right back, Allies thought excitedly as she saw the albino at the entrance of the headquarters through the window. I was about to call him, but I also managed to see Kagaya with him. Kagaya, you spend all day with him and you still want to keep him all to yourself, she thought, puffing out her cheeks. That's not fair. I'll go to him and ask him my question. She was about to go downstairs to Belle, but she froze completely when she saw what was happening through the window. Something which caused him pain. What? Kagaya had grabbed Belle by the shirt to pull him towards her to kiss him passionately, then pulled away and kissed him again. Alice was in shock, unable to believe what she had just seen. Her best friend had kissed the boy she liked. And as if that weren't enough, he gave her one last short kiss on the lips and cheek before leaving Belle standing there. No, whispered the retard, not believing that it happened. But it was true, it wasn't a trick of his mind. Kagaya had kissed Belle. The feeling of defeat appeared in his heart as he finally understood everything, slowly taking his head in his hands. She probably would have cried at that moment. But not. She wasn't a girl who broke down easily. But even so, her emotions exploded. Ooh, maldición. It was the loud scream that was heard throughout the headquarters, causing some to let out a tired sigh, thinking it was another crazy idea from their captain. What happened? An alarmed Rihanna came out of her room upon hearing Alice's scream, who was in the same hallway. Alice, what happened? The girl asked, worried. Damn it, I can't let that Asian woman get away with this, she regretted. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? Alice said, looking at Rihanna. Kagaya kissed Belle. What? Was all he could say, unable to believe it. But the beautiful Alice Lavelle will not stand idly by. This is war. And with those words, she ran back to her room. What did Kagaya do? Rihanna looked up when she heard another voice in that hallway, seeing Misa's hurt expression upon learning that the Oriental woman had kissed the albino. No, Rihanna whispered, knowing that this only meant trouble. And the worst part is that it hurt her too to know that Kagaya kissed Belle. While the Oriental woman was in the kitchen drinking orange juice with a smile after having heard Alice's scream. I should have kissed him a fourth time, she thought, touching her lips. Nah, maybe another day. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.